How to Live Forever, Reincarnated Villain Chases Eternal Youth with Alchemy. Volume 2, by Yamashita Minato, translated by Yami, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 20, The Girl of the White Birch Forest. The Federal Monarchy of St. Gallen, one of the great four countries of the continent, is also known as the Country of Woods and Soldiers. The vital points of the country are torn by a black forest, where all kinds of trees would embrace its scattered plains, where its lords reside, from all sides. Its transient union has only been going for the last 200 years, which makes the country a remarkably young one, even among the history of the continent. With the Heidelberg dynasty of the Great Kingdom of Brandenburg, the house that founded its capital in the eastern plains, Galerion, as the head of the federation, a system was placed to arbitrate the interests of the federated medium and small-sized states and the aristocrats under their banner. It must be said that the risk of running such system is that the country would be much more brittle, even compared to its neighboring country Arkwell, where its centralists and its decentralists are currently quarreling. However, St. Gallen sees a certain level of stability, and its influence ranks alongside the other great powers. What is the source of that? It is their strength. In the continent of Ithusela, where many creatures that pose a threat to humanity, like monsters or demihumans, still remain, forests are where magical beings reside. Forests are where evil insects, magical beasts, undead, and demons run rampant, and demons, they're literally a nest of devils. The ancestors of the people of the great eastern power that is St. Gallen settled in these forested lands and stood their ground in the conflicts against fellow humans while they waged their struggle for survival against the monsters. And their history of endless conflict gave birth to a martial country where the strongest great king would rule over its princes. A powerhouse which, while held in contempt by the other countries as a land of savages and the unsophisticated, could never be made light of in terms of strength. Such is the Federal Monarchy of St. Gallen. However, while the strength of the people who live there has increased, it doesn't mean that the demons there have grown weaker. The rule of the jungle reigns supreme, it's all a survival of the fittest. Does the life that has been polished by the severe laws of nature shines for the very reason that it is in a state of a fierce struggle. As humans cut down trees and clear the forests, the monsters that live in the remaining sea of trees get even stronger. Sometimes they would eat the invading humans, other times they'd eat their fellow forest-dwelling brethren over a territory struggle. It's like a curse, handed down to them over and over again since time immemorial. Humans would fight their fellow humans, humans and monsters would fight each other, monsters would fight their fellow monsters. A country spread over a quiet forest, yet colored by the history of conflicts, St. Gallen. In this land, where many unexplored places still remain, numerous powerful monsters continue to live. Bow in one hand and quiver on the back. Follow the game and run through the trees. She'd go through the woods like the blowing wind, and surely that way the branches would never raise a sound. This moment of gallantly hunting was, more than anything, the most joyous moment for her. Despite what the adults back in her village said, this was something she couldn't let go of. Besides, this is for everyone's sake. Virch gave the elevating spice-like feeling of guilt behind her thoughts such an excuse. If she was hunting the beasts that wreak havoc and disturb the tranquility of the forest, then it could be said that she was there to protect the forest's harmony and peace. And thus, it could also be said that she was fulfilling her duty to her clan. As she was thinking so, her long ears twitched as it sensed the sign of an approaching game. The girl was, indeed, an elf. The length of her ears were different than the humans, and her skin had a beautifully fair complexion to it. Her bow and arrow carrying arms and ground-traversing legs were slender and as supple as an antelope. Save for her excitement-tinged perfectly round eyes, she looked like the image that the people of the world would conjure if they were asked to imagine how an elven girl would look like. Normally, elves don't have a taste for blood. Battles would upset the well-ordered forest that they maintain. However, the young Virch, who was about to reach 100 years old in age, didn't fit the trope. While the other daughters of the clan were learning craftsmanship and embroidery, she made merry and hunted with the boys' clique instead. Moreover, she could also bring down game twice the size of an average man. There was also that one time when she brought down a bear all by herself. She was certainly an eccentric one. The gossips in her village would backbite her, saying things like, probably the blood of a human got mixed in there. She also had people who said that she was such a savage they couldn't believe that she was a fellow elf. But unfortunately, her ears were as long as the other people, and she was even proud with how fine the shape of her ears were. And every time the other people would say that to her, she'd refute with these words. This is also one way of being an elf. Elves are beings of nature. She'd follow the rights in that course and correct the wrongs. That meant that sometimes her heart would rage like a storm, and she would thrash her adversaries hard like a thunder. For her, one of the aspects of being natural was being able to express such things. It was never Virch's intention to imitate the tree-cutting, forest-burning humans who would just kill senselessly. It was just that she brought up her name before anyone else when the village said that they were in need of a hunter, and she'd also hunt particular big games only. She took pride in being a protector of the forest where she was born and the village where she grew up. The fact that the people around her couldn't understand this was the source of her frustration. There it is. She caught the shadow of her game in front of her and licked her lips. That particular conduct had also got her chided by the adults, citing that it was immodest, but never once did she try to fix that habit. Her game for that day was a large wild boar that recently wandered into the forest. It had severely destroyed several flock of medicinal wildflowers, probably due to extreme starvation. Among humans, the ones known as adventurers would also come occasionally to the village's outskirts to pick rare herbs. However, they'd normally leave about 3 out of 10 in case that they need to collect them another time. In that respect, this boar was more ill-natured than humans. To Virch, this boar was an unacceptable invader. There were calls in the village for a massive hunt to bring it down. No formal order had been issued yet, but it was just a matter of time until they actually issued one. So she slipped out of the village under the pretense of practicing her archery, and then the large boar came to complement what she had partly expected. Well, apparently its intuition is better than I thought. As if it caught whiff of Virch's thirst for blood, it started to flee at full speed. Despite of its size, it turned out that it was as timid as a cow, but indeed, that very sensitiveness was necessary for beings that reside in the forests. But you're still too slow. For Virch of the Wit Clan, this white birch forest was her very own territory. The large boar might have shown her its absurdly healthy legs, but if she were to predict its escape route and make it there ahead, then it'd be easy to catch up to it. The animals known as boars actually do worry over the little things more than one would have thought. It may be said that it's in their temperament to avoid the unknown. If they were to be chased, they'd definitely follow a certain route since they were afraid of straying into places they're not familiar of. And through prior observations and the surrounding terrain, Virch had already figured out its escape route. If she were to take the path through the dense grove of trees, which was difficult for the boar to take, then going ahead and cutting its escape route wouldn't be that hard. Sure enough, Virch, who changed her course and cut through the woods, found the boar facing sideways in a clearance in the grove of trees. It was just as she had calculated. But no matter that she could overtake it. It was impossible for her to just charge directly at that giant figure with her full force and put her own self in there. The best policy here was to aim for the game's tender spot and shoot it in the flank from the sideways. She immediately took an arrow, nock, and shot. For elves, bows and arrows, which they had already grown accustomed to in their childhoods, are like an extension of their limbs. Not to say that Virch's archery skills were already known to be remarkably good, even among the youth in her village. If an ordinary person were to see her shot from the sidelines, they'd feel that just as she reaches for her quiver, at that time, an arrow would have already been shot before they knew it. The boar raised a shriek. It's stubborn. The game, who had just gotten shot, kept running as it swung its head in agony. Elven bows are one kind of a magic tool. If one were to get hit by an arrow shot from these bows and become careless, that arrow would pierce even deeper into them. And to think that the boar could still do that even though it was hit with one of those arrows, it appeared that its stubbornness was as large as its body size. Virch jumped out from the trees to the beast's path, and then shot consecutively at the escaping boar. The first arrow, the second, the third, all of them hit the mark, but they were shallow hits. They weren't enough to kill it. Its thighs were shot, so its speed fell, but the game was still running away. Virch felt irritated at her own inexperience, while she admired her opponent's survival ability. Now, her entire soul wanted to bring it down and make that strong existence part of her flesh and blood. "I won't let you escape." The elven girl decided to pursue after the bleeding game until the bitter end. After that, the boar ran around for another half an hour before it fell. Meeting one's end as the escape miserably ends, buttocks swinging, all while lying down on the soil and covered with mud, would surely seem like an ugly death to any other people. But a hunter would never think so, especially elves who reside in the forests. It had lived the life given by Mother Nature, and it had met its end through a fierce struggle. Such is nature, its sanctity made people bow their heads, and its numbing beauty overflowing. "Cough, you were a splendid piece of game." With her face flushed by the fatigue from the pursuit and excitement, the enraptured Virch muttered so. Her hatred towards the lying boar for the destruction it had wrought upon the forest had already vanished like the mist. She fixed her hair that got stuck on her cheek due to her sweat, then she knelt beside the boar's remains to pray for it. To return its soul to the earth in peace, to thank the forest for having gifted her the great grace of provisions. That's right, provisions. While it might be unexpected, elves do eat meat. But since they prefer to keep the forest as it is, they can't farm their stocks as doing so might damage the forest. Thus, the only opportunity where they could get meat is through hunting. And they must have a certain feeling of sensibility when they eat the meat. Whether it was acceptable to eat meat in public was a different matter entirely. For elves, being profoundly modest is a virtue. But what should I do now? After she finished her prayers, she played around with the tip of her ear as she pondered. How exactly would she report this to the people in her village? After all, she just went ahead and took it down on her own, while the elders were still in deliberation whether to hunt it down or not. It seemed that she was in for a day-long scolding. And if things were to go that way, it was possible that the meat of the splendid game that she had hunted with great pains might not be allowed to enter her mouth at all. After all, the adults in her village did not sustain themselves by eating the mist. They'd spin their words to preach the taboo of killing and extol the concept of modesty, but behind those words, they'd still wish for meat. It wouldn't be strange for them to take the meat from Virch while telling her, "This is your punishment." Virch didn't want that. First of all, it was her who had brought down this giant game. She just had to secure her share of this somehow. She pondered on a way to do just that. Better yet, why don't I just hog the meat all to myself instead? She thought, but she later shook her head, saying, no. She was being too immodest there. Elves who would feel ashamed of their avarice like her exist as well. And on top of all of that, this stunning meat would rot before she could finish it all by herself. Then why didn't she just leave this splendid beast to rot? Out of the question. As a hunter, that was more unbearable for her than having her meat stolen. Maybe I should bring Chaga in. For some reason, the kindred youth who'd usually come with her to hunt, despite having inferior archery skills, floated into her mind. Chaga was a strange man. He was so faint-hearted, so timid to the point that his face would turn pale even at the mere sight of a game being drained of its blood. And his muscle strength was even inferior to her, a woman. Nevertheless, whenever Virch would go out with a bow, he'd always say, "I'll accompany you without fail." He was always a drag to her, and he didn't seem to enjoy hunting at all. But why would he always come with her to hunt? Virch still couldn't understand what he had been thinking up until now. However, he did in fact hear most of her requests, and among the boys' clique he had the best looks too. Chaga and his friends would surely be on board if she were to tell them, "Let's divide this meat and eat to our heart's content." After all, when it came to fine meats, the elder-centered adults would definitely relish upon it the moment they got it, and that was why the young ones, who just gaze at the sight from the sidelines, always starve for the chance to enjoy meat for themselves. It's a good idea, she thought. In this occasion, it wouldn't be bad to leave the adults out of this and have the youths eat up to their heart's content. By not providing the honorable elders of the elves their share, she did think that she'd do the game a disservice. However, it would instead nurture the promising youngsters who will support the village in the future, so it should be able to at least tolerate that. While thinking an extremely selfish thought about the game that she brought down, she raised her face. It was at that time, Perhaps because she was too absorbed in her thoughts in regards of taking down the game and what to do after that. She hadn't noticed the peculiarities in her surrounding, until now. The trunks of the surrounding trees were dark, and the leaves that grew from their branches were so dark as well, it could almost be mistaken as black-colored. It wasn't the white, light-colored, bright, motherly white birch forest. It was another forest that enclosed it. It was the great woods of St. Gallen that the humans would call the Black Forest, a den of monsters and beasts. Shoot, I chased it too far. Her carelessness made her distort her face involuntarily. In the first place, the large boar was foreign to the white birch forest. It stayed there for a while, but surely its origin was the Black Forest. As it endured being shot and pursued by Verch, it retraced its steps to its previous nest. She was too absorbed in the hunt, and as she kept pursuing it without realizing such, she had already wandered outside the barrier of the elves. She just had to return to the confines of the barrier as soon as possible. The peace of the elven forest had been kept solely by keeping invaders away using the spirit's power as a ward. Although beasts sometimes would intrude into the barrier, monsters with demonic attributes would be repelled by it. But it wasn't like that for her now. Verch had just ventured into the demon's forest alone without any divine protection. Surely, a little elven girl like her who found herself outside the barrier would be an easy prey to the monsters. After all, she had just walked into the den of monsters with a scent of another forest that would be unfamiliar to them, all while leaking a large amount of mana from her body. This is bad, I have returned quickly. Verch, who realized the sudden reversal of events where she became the hunted instead of the hunter, promptly steered her body the other way and started running. It was regrettable that she had to leave the big boar behind, but she had no time to be fixated about it. She had hunted that prey, sat down to pray for it, and leisurely buried herself in her own thoughts. She had already spent too much time since she entered the Black Forest. The fact that she still hadn't been attacked until now was a miracle in itself. Well, of course, she was still Verch, who had hunted the large beast that originally dwelled in this forest. In the usual, head-to-head scenario against mediocre monsters, then Verch wouldn't fall that far behind. However, this was the territory of the more powerful monsters. Hunters would normally battle these monsters in their hunting places, but it was the other way around now. It was her who'd be targeted by those who came to hunt in this forest instead. If one were to assess her chances in this place, the word disadvantaged would be a lenient remark. Adding to that injury was the fact that her arrows were also running out. After all, she had used most of them to bring down the big prey. If she were to run into a battle now, she'd find herself running out of them right away. Quickly, I have to return to our forest quickly. However, there it was, as if to ridicule that thought of hers. Rumble, rumble. Along with an earth-shaking noise of footsteps, a shadow hung about Verch. What appeared before her was a green-skinned giant that was so massive, it was like a hill being lighted from behind. A cone-shaped horn grew from its hairless head that was higher than the trees of the forest. Its monocular eye shone ominously as it looked down on its pitiful prey. The Cyclops. Unlike the Gigas that wield the power of various attributes and exhibit extreme strength, it was a monster that could rival those in the giant clan merely by relying on its straightforward brute strength and strong vitality alone. An incarnation of violence itself. Even highly ranked adventurers would have a hard time if they were to take it down solo, and even with a party, they'd only manage it barely. It was that much of a formidable opponent. Verch, on the other hand, was all alone in this place. And she was only a hunter, not an adventurer. Her chief opponents were beasts, not demons. Even if she had all of her arrows, she still wouldn't be a match for it. Verch cowered in fear as the giant's eye met hers. She wouldn't fall far behind against mediocre demons, she believed that. But what about this thing that stood before her eyes? This extraordinary giant who could kick a bear about just by using its toes. Its swollen, steely muscles that would make shivering noises every time they were moved. Every part of the creature was overwhelmingly, atrociously sturdy. Within the many demons that reside in this forest, there was no mistake that this one sat among the very top. Verch's legs were shaking. Her hands that was supposed to be readying her bow and arrows by now were unconsciously locked in a tight fist. She wondered, Could it be that the noisy clattering sound she had been hearing since a moment ago was in fact made by her own teeth? While her body was tied down in trepidation, her mind was somehow calmly looking down at the unsightly thing before her. It was her means to escape the reality, merely a defense mechanism to escape the fear so that she would not go insane because of it. But the only thing it protected was her heart that was getting saturated by the second. Against the assault that strike her flesh any moment now, that mechanism would be as useful as a paper shield. Rumble, rumble. Perhaps deliberately, the giant started to make slow steps towards Verch. Guh, guh, guh. A muffled voice leaked out from the Cyclops as it brandished its teeth. Its curiously shaped red tongue stuck out and licked its jagged teeth, which looked like a mountain of needles. It was laughing. It licked its own chops to make a point. Am I going to be eaten? A feeling of repulsion emerged out of that recognition. It is the nature of all living beings to kill and eat other beings. Verch herself had caught and eaten the meat of her many preys as a hunter. But there should have been a sort of harmony in what she had been doing as she followed the order of the forest. Like the great cause of maintaining the equilibrium of the ecosystem, the pride of hunting her preys with respect, and the gratitude towards the prey that would become her sustenance. This demon wouldn't feel any of that. It wouldn't remember any of its eaten prey, or even the taste of how it brought down its prey. It'd just play with its opponent until they were in the verge of dying, and then eat them while enjoying their frightened look. And the only thing it was going to do with the vitality it gained from eating its prey would just be more of its strength-dependent rampaging about. What was left after that would only be destruction and chaos. She didn't want to be killed by that kind of monster. If she had to be slain here, she'd rather fall by the claw or the horn of some beast. If she were to be pierced by a deer's antler or torn by a bear's claw here, then that wish would have been granted for her. Even that large boar's tusk would have been fine. If she were to become their sustenance, then considering that those beasts were part of the forest's harmony, that would have been good for her. That way, she'd return to the circle of nature's providence, an ambition of any elf. That path would be sealed for her if she were to be killed by a demon, as demons were riddled with miasma and were outside the circle of providence. Elves believed that there would be no rest for those who got eaten by them after death. No. A trembling cry leaked out of her paling lips. Perhaps that was her cue before she wrung out an explosive shout with all the remaining air in her lungs. Help, someone help me. Her scream echoed in the backwater forest. At that moment, who exactly did Verch have in her mind? Was it her parents who raised her, or was it the adults of her village who had been holding her back and shunning her? Or perhaps was it her supposedly unreliable male friends? In any case, that voice she raised on this place, far away from the white birch forest, would never reach them. However, don't move. Her cowering body shivered at that voice, a voice she had no recollection of. Who? Even though that question could still appear in her mind, her whole body remained paralyzed as she couldn't move a single muscle. Don't move, her instincts that was honed by years of hunting told her to follow that exact order. Verch wagered everything she had fostered up until that time. Just as she figured, she would later feel the presence of the owner of that voice approaching her from behind. Hey, you blockhead giant over there. The person who got near Verch's back spat out that careless remark at the giant in front of her. The translucent voice that went through Verch's ears belonged to a woman. However, her rough choice of words and her manner of speaking was practically unheard of among the modesty-championing elves of her village. Verch was a strong-tempered woman herself, but as far as she remembered, she would never choose such a scathing choice of words herself. Anyway, does this someone, who seems to be a woman, understand the gist of what's happening here? They currently were in a staring contest with a towering giant. Their numbers might have increased, Verch was alone, and now there were two of them, but that wouldn't mean a thing in this utterly desperate situation. Knowing that, the woman still provoked the giant in front of them. Her usual strong voice was nowhere to be found. What Verch leaked out was a pitiful voice she would have never thought she had in her. The woman behind her didn't seem to mind Verch, she instead spoke another word to the Cyclops. Leave. Verch's long ears twitched at that moment. The presence of the woman that she felt on her back had blasted up explosively. The upsurge of mana was so powerful, it filled Verch who stood on her front with dread. Her intimidating aura was like that of a lioness who had just woken up from her nap. She unleashed whatever things that she had forcibly suppressed until that time all at once. It felt exactly like that. This person, what magical prowess. Even the adults of the village don't have this much. Could it be that she's stronger than even the elders? She had a hard time believing that. But she was convinced that that was indeed the case at the same time. The person behind her really did possess that overwhelming kind of magical prowess. Probably it was a given that she didn't see the giant in front of her as a threat. And then, indeed, Gaga. Perhaps the one-eyed giant felt the power of the woman who just appeared as well. Even its towering figure that was as tall as the forest's trees leapt out, as if it was just struck by thunder. Its giant single eye went round. Confusion was apparent in it as it took a step back. The tremors from its step were enough to make Verch tremble. Here the giant was expelling white breaths as it winced in a rough manner. Yes, it was frightened. To Verch, the evil giant just got intimidated by merely a show of mana and was now shaking in fear. I'll say this one more time. Leave. As a settling point, the Cyclops raised an angry war cry. No, a yelp as it ran away. Rumble, 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 the noise of its footsteps was 10 times, or even more than that, faster in tempo compared to when it was approaching Verch. She could hear an arrogant snort from behind her. She didn't even exchange a single blow with it, and yet she splendidly drove the giant away. Was I saved? She muttered so as she felt she had just woken up from a bad dream. She wandered into a forest that she had never entered before, encountered a demon that couldn't be compared with the beasts that she had hunted so far, and then she was saved by someone with a huge magical prowess that she had never sensed in her life. If this wasn't a dream, then what could this be? Hey! YSH. Verch turned around quickly after the woman behind her called her out, and she found herself astounded by what she saw. The woman disregarded her state and continued on. I've more or less saved your life. Shouldn't you at least offer a word of gratitude? The woman who said that was truly beautiful, no matter if it was from a man or a woman's viewpoint. Silver hair, brown skin, a well-shaped nose that matched her almond eyes. Her figure was a combination of mature voluptuousness and youthful tightness, with magnificent curves, which typically could not be seen in a naturally thin elven woman. She was wearing an eye patch to conceal her left eye, which seemed to have received some sort of injury in the past, but even with that drawback she was still undoubtedly a peerless beauty. What is it? Is there some sort of a law in your clan that forbids you to talk to those with a different skin color than yours? White elf. Setting aside her glossy silver hair, her ears were as long and sharp as any elf's. Combined with her dark, brown skin, there'd be only one clan in the continent with that sort of characteristics. A dark elf. At Verch's dumbfounded murmurs, the woman replied with a laugh. Verch of the Wit Clan, you say? The dark elf woman muttered, such as if she had remembered it while grilling the cut meat over the fire. Surrounding them was a magic formation comprised of arranged small rocks to repel demons. On its center was a tent with the branches of the overhanging trees as its frame. As hard as one might believe, they were actually camping in the depths of the demon's forest. Yes, and who might Milady be? While smelling the delicious aroma of the meat of the prey that she had brought down and watching it being grilled, Verch asked her back. She had wanted to return to the white birch forest as soon as possible, but she'd need guts to traverse this demon-infested black forest alone. And unfortunately, the day was about to end as well. In the end, she decided to spend a night with this woman with her prey as a compensation. The fact that Verch could tag along with the woman this way showed that there was no particular hostility between the elves and the dark elves. Rather, the humans, who'd oftentimes intrude into their territories to take their wealth or even themselves to be sold as slaves, would fit the enemy of the elves narrative more. Sayings such as, the elves are divided by light and darkness and they fight each other, were only some arbitrary conceptions of the ignorant humans. Their ancestors had chosen the place they'd dwell in, but besides the barrier-protected forest and the in-however-way-protected desert, they didn't have that much of a difference. In the first place, since the places they dwelled in were too far from each other's reach, for them to meet each other would be a rare occurrence, thus the story that the two races fight each other was nonsense. The woman took her eyes off from the grilling wild boar meat and opened her mouth. Come to think of it, I haven't dropped my name yet. I'm Dre. Oh, is that it? Verch found it rather queer for the woman to directly drop one name like that. Indeed, it was her first time seeing a dark elf, but she knew that they share a common ancestor. She was told that the dark elves were as proud as the elves and that they took honor in their clan's name. When they were asked to introduce themselves, normally they'd mention their clan's name as well. To that question, the woman who introduced herself as Dre said, "My entire clan was invaded by the humans and got wiped out. This one before you is the last among them." Then she abruptly went back to grill her meat. There wasn't any color of emotion in her answer. There was no sorrow in regards of her family and friends, nor was there hatred in regards to those who destroyed her clan. She thought that someone would have at least have that in their tone when they speak of things like that, but there was nothing like that in Dre's response. Perhaps her heart had already worn out. Verch's intuition told her so. This wasn't something that Verch would want to imagine, but what if people were to attack and destroy her village, and she ended up being the last one among them to live? Of course she'd be grieving about it. She'd also loathe the perpetrators. However, she wondered if she could continue living while harboring such feelings indefinitely. After all, elves do live for a long time. And for the one who'd keep living while harboring that heartbreaking resentment for the rest of their life, such lifespan is too long. It wouldn't be strange if that feeling went numb sometime along her long life. "I'm sorry, somehow. I seem to have asked you an unpleasant question." "Oh, don't mind it," she replied without even turning back. As expected, there were no emotion in those words as well. Verch felt that she had just accidentally touched Dre's old wounds. While Dre didn't complain about her pain, she couldn't be settled with just letting that slide. There was an awkward silence between them for a while. As Verch couldn't bear the awkwardness, she opened her mouth again and tried to change the topic. What might you be doing in this forest?" "For us long-eared people to be in the forest, of course there's only one thing to do. I'm hunting. I'm hunting a prey that's a bit larger in size than yours, though," Dre jokingly replied while letting out a mischievous, stifled laugh. Verch felt that the atmosphere between them had gotten a little bit lighter. "Miss Dre, are you an adventurer?" Adventurers. Once in several years, a group of them would always venture into the white birch forest without fail. Most of them were humans, but sometimes among them there'd be the earth-smelling dwarves and the half-elves as well. Some of the elves who had grown tired of their village, with a longing to venture the outside world, would sometimes leave the forest and become adventurers too. Though the fact that these elves would hang around a group who'd occasionally lay waste to the forest of their brethren was something that Verch couldn't comprehend. Anyway, adventurer was the only occupation Verch had in mind that would hunt demons instead of beasts. And for her to be alone instead in a group, there must be something special about it. Dre then said, while playing with the base of her empty hand. "Well, kind of. Kind of. The man who bought me was an adventurer." She said that in a way that made it seem to be a frustration to her. Beau bought. Hey, don't shout all of a sudden. The grilled meat almost fell. "Here," she said as she served the grilled meat on top of a large wildflower's leaf. Verch received it timidly as Dre continued the earlier topic. "It's not that surprising. For a demi-human who had their clan destroyed, of course they'd have no choice but to end up as a slave. Besides, couldn't you tell just from looking at me?" Munch, what do you mean looking at you?" "Don't talk while you eat," Dre said exasperatedly. Well, regardless of what she said, it had been a while for Verch since she tasted her last wild boar meat. And besides, if she didn't eat the grilled meat right away, it would be disrespectful to the spirit of the boar as well. Regardless, she found the meat to be delicious. It was seasoned well too. The spice that was applied to mask the meat's odor could have been brought from the outside world. It was the first time for Verch to smell such fragrance, but she felt that it went perfectly with the fatty meat, so she rather liked it. "It's my collar here." Dre said so as she pointed her own neck. Just like what she said, it was fitted by a silver collar. To Verch's sense of aesthetics, the accessories did not match Dre at all. It was too thick and rugged to adorn a woman's body, and there was no craftsmanship to be seen there. And to top all that, silver was seen to be a crude material for elves. Rather than precious metals, elves would rather prefer pure agate or jade to use as their adornments instead. For them, Stringing these agate and jade and hanging them on their necks or adorning them on their embroideries were the considered to be refined instead. Let silver and gold be the preference of the wicked humans or the dwarves, whose hobbies it was to unearth these minerals instead. Elves were already born with a shining hair of gold ever since they were born. That is indeed the beauty of the elves. She had heard that dark elves preferred quartz instead of agate or jade, but as expected, they probably steered clear from the precious minerals as well. This is a proof that I'm a slave to those hairless apes. There's also a spell attached in this collar, the kind that would force me to obey my owner. Hairless ape is a derogatory term coined by the long-living race to call the short-living humans. The elves considered it to be a coarse profanity, so they don't say it often unless they came to a point where they couldn't bear their anger anymore. Through that word, Virch came to discover Dre's unending grudge. However much her hatred had been numbed, the undying feeling was certainly still in there. For some reason, Berth found herself to be saddened by it. Dre continued to talk while she grilled her portion of the meat. And well, I was sold like a thing in a city market where these hairless apes would come and go. From what I heard, it seems that I was bought at a price much cheaper than what the market deemed to be my worth. For some time, starting from my left eye, and indeed, the entirety of my body was riddled with severe scars. You can no longer see any of them now, though. Words were lost on Virch. She had diverted the topic in an attempt to ease the awkwardness, but apparently she had poked the hornet's nest yet again. Fortunately, it seemed that the story didn't carry that much of a weight to Dre. Setting aside the ones who sold her, it seemed that she didn't hate the ones who bought her off them. The atmosphere between them didn't show any sign that it was easing up, though. Hey, you look like you're going to cry. Stop it. In any case, I feel that it was a good thing that I got bought now. Though I'm not saying this to make that guy happy. So you're saying that don't hate that person who bought you. I mean, after all, because you're a slave, Miss Dre is being forced to go to a dangerous place like. Are you mocking me, Wit Kid? Dre let out a light sneer. Just what part of this forest is dangerous to me? She had a point. She was a mage who could drive even a demon like a Cyclops away just by intimidating it. That monster was among the ones competing for the apex of this forest's food chain. And since she could handle it so easily, of course for Dre, the Black Forest would be nothing but a hunting ground. My apologies. Hoo-hoo. I'm just kidding. You white elves sure are a serious bunch. Dark elves' jokes are harsh. Oh, you pack quite the punch, kid. Dre said as she turned over the meat. Well, I'll return to my story. I'm having a lot of fun now. Sure, my clan was extinct, and I was cursed to be the one to remain alive. But now I've got companions. Companions, huh? The one who bought Dre was an adventurer. Then what she meant by companion must be that adventurer's party. Virch thought. Yeah, these people and I are all united in hearts, strength, and lives for one identical cause. There's a single insufferable idiot among them, though. May I know what kind of people they are? Well, I don't mind telling you. But this is related to my trade, so I can't tell you the specifics. Is that fine? Perhaps that was the general prudence of those with such job. Virch did hear that sometimes there would be a dispute in regards of quest rewards among the adventurers, and they may kill each other over it. To Virch, all of it seemed shallow, but apparently there were people like that in the outside world. Weighing that in, Virch could understand that telling her companion's cards to other people wasn't quite the right thing to do for her. Nonetheless, she was still curious about these people that Dre so unpretentiously declared as her companions. Including me, there's 4 of us. The amount of women and men is equal, so 2 each. The first one among them is, what to say, the insufferable idiot I told you a while back. He's the newcomer among us. The man is seriously good for nothing. He's frivolous and loud, but despite these qualities, for some reason he would get depressed over some small things. Honestly, I don't know what to do with him. But there's no doubt that he's a person with skill. And in the areas of his specialization, he's a better spellcaster than me. He's better than someone like Miss Dre. If it's in the areas of his specialization, then like I said, yes. Of course, if it's outside that, then I'm exceptionally better than him. She said as she stuck out her abundant chest. It was still hard for Virch to digest, though. One could simply tell that Dre was an excellent mage merely through her mana. And for someone to be able to exceed Dre even in one field only, It was apparent to Verch that that person must have been incredibly skillful. Even from the point of an elf, nobody like her, it was clear that these two were high in their rank. Just what kind of things did her party usually fight against anyway? The second person is a woman, another dreadful person. She's as skillful in swordcraft as in magecraft. Of course, her skills in both fields is top-notch. You're joking, right? First class in both magic and swordsmanship. It did sound like a joke. Magic was a profound field. Even for Verch, who was blessed with magical proficiency since birth, it wouldn't be possible for her to be engaged in both magic and the bow and master the two of them. The path of magic wasn't so lenient to let one to be able to master the other path while they were still walking on its path. She thought that she must have been among some kind of a long-living race, but sounds impossible, right? When I met her the first time, I doubted whether she was really human or not. In truth, she actually does possess superhuman ability. Unfortunately, it seems that she's indeed a human. The thought of it rendered Verch speechless. While humans certainly did live for a short time, there was a lot of them, and Verch did hear that sometimes someone with a mutational monstrous attainment would appear among them. Perhaps the person that Dre told Verch about was one of those. To put it bluntly, I don't know the bottom of the things that she can do. If there's a group of people that I can never win against, she certainly belongs in that group. Of course she'd never win, Verch thought. If they were casting spells against each other, then Dre had the edge, but the other party was a first-class sword practitioner as well. The spellcaster would be forced into a defensive battle of spell exchanges, and once this person surpassed the spell exchange and was able to get close to the spellcaster would end up being cut down. At worst, even a dragon could be a safer opponent compared to this person. Well, there's no chance that it would ever happen though, me fighting her. She is serious in nature, and she's not the type who can betray her own allies. While she sometimes gets so strict to the point that others can't breathe, she wouldn't deliberately make others feel that way as much as she can manage. Yes, simply put, she's just an incredibly reassuring person under the same banner as mine. You sure hold her in high regard, no? What, did you think that I was a self-important woman who'd always look down on others? No, absolutely not. Well, so what kind of person is the last one? Verch pushed the conversation ahead in a panic. The last person, he was probably the adventurer who bought Dre. Dre told her that there were 4 of them including herself, and up until that point, she hadn't brought up the person who bought her. So who was this person that retaught a dark elf who lost her entire clan the joy of living? Even Verch was greatly interested in what kind of person he was. Just as Verch thought, Dre suddenly was at loss of words. Huh. Then her gaze wandered to the empty space. The knife on her hand that she used to cut the meat up until a while ago was now being restlessly fiddled with. I wonder what I should say about him. I guess he's someone I can't quite understand. You can't understand? Yeah, just what is he thinking? No, that's not it. I can tell that just by looking at his face. I just can't understand, why would he think the way he does? She grumbled, rather than an explanation of what kind of a person he was to Verch. It was more of an incoherent summary of her thoughts, a soliloquy. And of course, since Dre put it that way. Oh. Verch couldn't dish out any other response but that. In the first place, he didn't think that deeply when he decided to buy me. It seems that the only reason he bought me was simply because he was able to buy a bruised dark elf for the cheap. But just why is it? Even when I'm being useful, he just doesn't seem to be happy about it. Sometimes he'd scold me, he'd say things like, "Don't push yourself," or, "Are you gonna be fine alone?" I honestly don't understand. Normally speaking, shouldn't he be a bit happier with what I do? It was you who brought me into this, you know. I see. For some reason, the direction of her speech just went weird. Verch could somehow recall a similar tone like this somewhere before. Where was that again? Ah, yes, there. She remembered that this was the same complaining tone used by a woman she was familiar with who lived next to her house that got recently married a while back. While Verch was pondering about it, Dre kept talking. He'd always avoid a situation where there could be only the two of us, and he'd just talk in a light way, the usual thing between companions. Does he not think that it's fine for us to talk in a more earnestly intimate way? So, in the end, she hugged her knees while gazing downwards. Her eyes seemed to look redder now, but probably it was caused by light of the bonfire. Virch felt like she was all smiles due to the ticklish sensation inside of her. Perhaps she did indeed show it on her face, as Dre turned her way with a pout. "What's with that face?" "No, it's just that. I feel that Dre really holds that person dear." "Of course, he's my companion. Anyone would hold their companions dear, right?" She disorientedly diverged her gaze as she said so. But it seems that her lips still had some dissatisfaction that they wanted to express. That gesture was so childlike, Virch inadvertently smiled. Dre might have been a mage that even the elders in her village couldn't match, and she might be 100 years older than Virch, but somehow the cute points of the woman in front of her haven't faded yet. Perhaps a little bit annoyed by it, Dre snorted. "Anyway, that's enough from me. Now let me hear your story." Me?" "Yes, whatever's fine. It's enough to kill time. Speak." Even though Dre said that, Virch didn't have anything to say. She was born this way, devoting herself to the act of hunting. She didn't have any topic that the girls of her same age would have in their mind. And besides, wouldn't the story of her hunting be a bore to an adventurer who is out to hunt bigger things? "Come on now, speak. Or should I cast a spell that'll let your tongue speak smoothly instead?" "No, please stop. Got it, I'll talk." Pushed by Dre, Virch helplessly began to blurt the things she had in mind. She talked about the exciting sensation when she held her bow for the first time, and her first prey, the adults and her fellow girl friends in her village who'd unsympathetically complain about her hunting. She talked about a lot of things. What she brought to the table was some trifling topics, but Dre would seriously listen to every single thing she said closely and attentively. Perhaps she had wanted to talk with someone as well. And then before Virch realized it, the night had already grown deep in the Black Forest. Chapter 21, His and Her Circumstances. Urgent comm from Opus 3. Urgent comm from Opus 3. Requesting reply from command. I repeat. This is command, Opus 1 speaking. Reception is exceedingly satisfactory. Please go ahead and state your message, Opus 3. What, so it's Uni? Is Master currently occupied? Indeed, as of present, he's currently overseeing several projects. Directing command is provisionally entrusted to me at this time. Then, convey this message to Master. An unexpected big game has appeared. I need reinforcement, so at the very least, please send the Opus series over here. How baffling. Hasn't it been confirmed that there's no threat in the relevant area that you can't handle? No, Uni. It's not that it's out of my hands, I just need more hands around here. Get it? I see, I've grasped your circumstances. I will convey your message to Master without fail and get that green light for you. Please continue to carry on your original duties until the next contact. Understood. Opus 3 will continue to engage in the original mission until another order is issued. Over. I wish you success. Over. Good grief, just stop being rash, Virch. To think you went out alone to hunt and got lost in the Black Forest while you were on it. You're noisy, Chaga. It's not like I went out because I wanted to. Virch, who had just been released from the long lecture from the elders, turned her face away from her male friend, who had came to nag at and vehemently argue with her. And he did it worse than the elders. If one were to glance skywards, they'd notice the dazzling shine of the sun that was about to reach its zenith in the midski. If one were to look around, they'd find roof-thatched houses of mud scattered about around the trunks of the white trees. Birds were singing as they sat perched on the roofs of the houses and the barks of the trees, telling one's ears that the serenity that they felt was by no means a silent thing. The peaceful atmosphere around the place had a certain rigid order about it, despite its tranquility. This place was the village of the Wit Clan, where the elves that inhabited the White Birch Forest resided. Virch had parted with Dre after the dawn of that night had broke and returned to the White Birch Forest. She had wanted to introduce Dre, her benefactor, to the village folk, but Dre refused. She said that for elven people, surely bringing strangers into their villages would be an offense. It would certainly be a big deal for those in the Wit clan if an adventurer, well, actually, their slave, were to approach the immediate vicinity of their barrier. Considering that it wasn't once or twice that those adventurers had wrought devastation to the forest when they come to forage for herbs. Of course, unlike unintelligent beasts, they'd only grab what they need and leave some left after. But that was only because destroying the place where those herbs would grow en masse would prove to be unfavorable for them. Should a time come when a villager would need to grab these herbs that have been harvested before by those adventurers, the herbs would end up completely wiped out. After that, there would be nothing left to do but to accept the fact that they were gone and cry themselves to sleep about it. The villagers had experienced this over and over again. While Dre did save Virch's life, the prospect of how welcoming they would be remained doubtful. So, Virch, absolutely don't mention anything about me to the villagers, all right. She made that promise with Dre as they looked at each other in their eyes. The elders did persistently ask her about how she went about spending a night outside the white birch forest's barrier, to which she insisted in her answer that she hid herself in a naturally occurring shaft there. She wasn't sure why she had to hide her encounter with Dre to that extent, but a promise was a promise. Hey, Virch. She sighed as Chaga called her out. For some reason, she became restless as she recollected the events that happened the other day. Sorry, I was a bit out of it. Could it be that you're tired? Well, of course you are. You spent a night in a scary place like the Black Forest all alone, after all. Chaga said, with a gloomy look on his face. Virch indeed felt fatigue catching up to her. But the cause of her fatigue was because she was lectured a while back. In fact, back in the forest, she was enjoying herself as much as she would in the village, probably thanks to Dre. Rather than that, I'm feeling bitter since the elders forbade me to go out hunting for a while. They went as far as to take my bow away. Do they normally do that? Use this opportunity to act ladylike, like any other women, they said. They made a fool of me, huh? Even recalling those words was hard to stomach in itself. Had they rebuked her for the fact that she was still an inexperienced hunter, then she could still understand. She did chase the prey too far and ended up getting lost and all that, so in those respects, she was indeed not prepared enough to go hunt alone. The adults, however, refused to admit that Virch was a hunter from the get-go. And despite of that, those pieces of meat she got as a proof that she had brought a large game by herself, they happily took them all for themselves. They really did made a fool out of her. For her, it was vexing that they took her bow away as well. She had been using that bow for the last 10 years. It was her beloved bow. That bow was the very same bow that had taken down a large bear 3 meters in height a long time ago. It was easy to handle, and most of all, she was attached to it. Unlike the pieces of meat that she wouldn't be able to enjoy now, surely they'd return that bow someday, but it was hard to bury the feeling that they had taken something that was almost like a part of her body. She felt depressed the moment she realized that she'd continue to feel that miserable for a while from now on. Well, that's too bad. I had wanted to show you what I've got during the next hunt, but I guess we'll have to postpone that for some time. What are you saying now, Chaga? You're bad with bows, and your legs are slow. Virch replied without hiding not one bit of her exasperations. The whole thing was useless, even if Chaga said it only to console her. Chaga hadn't been of much use during the times they went out to hunt together. Magic was his forte, so he could heal her if she got injured, but never had once had Virch badly injured herself during their time out. Regardless, this overprotective boy would use hyperbolic spells just to treat even the most trivial of injuries. Even though she'd always tell him that spit is enough to treat it, every time she got one. Ta-ha-ha, probably Chaga was a bit hurt as he laughed lethargically, but suddenly a look of self-confidence returned to him. Hang on now. Yesterday, I finally have got this promising thing that probably be of use to you. His ears twitched as he tapped his chest while he uttered those words. From the way he said that, it was clear that he had pretty much succeeded in this endeavor of his. It was impossible for his archery or trekking skills to improve that much in a single day, so most probably, it must be that he had buffed himself with some sort of a new spell. Come to think of it, now that he said that it was yesterday, it coincided with the day when Virch went out alone to hunt the large boar. At that time, she did feel that it was strange for him not to tag along. As it turned out, he probably came up with something peculiar and concentrated his efforts in it. If you say that far, then I guess I'm a bit interested. By all means, I'd like to see this promising thing myself. Thought you'd say so. Why don't we go to the plaza then? As soon as she said that, Chaga stood up and ran off ahead of her. Virch had to trot to keep up with him. He said that he came up with something that'll be useful during the hunts, right? It could be said that she felt half expecting and half anxious about this. Moreover, for some reason, she recalled that thing that brought excitement to her index finger. As expected, she loved hunting after all. She reaffirmed that feeling once again. As she was chasing his back, she could feel that her gloom was clearing up a bit. At that time, hey, Chaga seems to be onto something. Heard it was some sort of a spell to help our hunt. Really? That Chaga said he's about to show it soon. Before they knew it, curious young elves had gathered in the plaza. While elves prized the concepts of tranquility and order, as one might expect, passion and vigor are things that youth in general cannot repress. There were about 10 of those onlookers. Every one of them was young, younger than 100 years old. There were 2 girls with known eccentric interests among them. Feeling uncomfortable due to the gazes of the surrounding eyes, Virch gently whispered, "Hey, Chaga. People are watching. Is this okay with you?" "It's fine. It's not an offensive magic that'll hurt anyone anyway." "No, that's not what I mean. I'm worried that you'll get nervous and screw up the spell." Virch. Just what do you think I know? Just don't say anything. I do have a rough guess." Chaga let out a deep sigh at Virch's doubtful gaze. "What are you 2 whispering about?" "So the spell demonstration thing is a pretext. This is actually going to be a confession." But just then, Virch said something first, right? So Virch confessed first. What passion. Somehow the conversation between the strangers went into a strange direction. Virch shouted at them without holding her voice back. "Shut up, all of you," as if I'd say something like that. Just, what are you all getting so disappointed for? Anyway, look, the bow and the beasts are my love, all right. I'm not missing out on my own love affair. Liar, there should be meat along those lines. Meat-loving virtue. If it's meat, then don't you people eat it as well?" Among the uproar that rose all of a sudden, Chaga coughed. Can I start now?" "Yeah, right. There's no end to it if I keep responding to these guys anyway." She took a distance from Chaga, who was preparing his spell, all the while feeling that even more fatigue had racked up inside of her. The village youth, in wonderment of what he was going to do, also switched their points of attention to Chaga. "Well then, here I go, okay? Oh, brethren of my covenant. Thou hath accepted thy price, therefore in haste shalt thou appear in my presence." He continued to recite various chants for a while after that. If what Chaga said a while back was true, then he had just learned of this spell yesterday. To achieve the perfect, intended result, it can't be helped that he had to recite the full chant of the spell. The people around them also suppressed their voice as they watched Chaga intently. If they were to interrupt the spell here, there may be an unforeseen bad effect due to the accidental discharge of the spell. Eventually, the spell reached its culminating chant. "Come forth, my servant. Summon familiar." The moment he finished his spell and concluded the hand gestures, the ground shone. With the use of his mana, the increasing light drew a magic circle on the ground. The space on its center was bent and something came out of it. It was a beast of the forest with a darkened ashen gray fur. A wolf appeared there. When the light dissipated and the magic circle vanished, what remained there was a single wolf. Its eyes were closed and it kept its head down, as if showing them its submission. "Ooh, what is this? Could that be summoning magic?" "Awesome, Gran and her folks must have taught you the spell." "Well done, Chaga." As the crowd showered him with praises, Chaga was all bashful while playing with the tip of his ear. Then he faced Virch's way and showed her a smug smile. "So how is it? I've made a contract with a wolf from the forest, and it's now my familiar. This guy's nose is good, and it's enough to take down a small game alone. Of course, it'll be hard for this guy to deal with the big games that Virch usually hunt, but it'll do just right as a beater." Virch kept her silence as she glanced at the wolf. The wolf, familiar, unbecoming of a beast, was showing them its submission as it meekly kept its rump on the ground. It didn't approach her and stick its tongue out to familiarize itself with her, nor did it bare its fangs at her like she normally would expect. It just remained there motionlessly. It was almost like the creature before her was not a wolf, but in fact another being entirely. Chaga peeked at Virch's expression, wondering that she probably found it strange. "What is it, Virch? You're all silent and your face is scary." It's nothing." "Nothing, so you have no response to that." "Sigh, even though I've really had a hard time learning the spell and controlling the child and all that. It's not that, I find this surprising, and I think it's amazing. I can't use this kind of magic, and this child will surely be useful during a hunt, I think." But she wasn't happy at all with it. That was Virch's true feeling. This beast was taken away from its herd, stripped of its instincts, and it wagged its tail at the hunter. Rather than a wolf, it was more like a dog. No, it was more like a gargoyle, just with flesh and blood. Even in its unnatural state right now, it should at least have been able to defy the obligation to obey the elves. She was being finicky and on top of that petty. She knew that. Chaga busted his butt to learn the spell for her sake, and he obtained this familiar for her sake as well. For her to be not able to at least show him, she was honestly happy, for those gestures were just. Meanwhile, one of the girls among the onlookers approached them with an interested look on her face. Hey, may I touch this child? The child won't bite or anything like that, right? Ah, yes, it'll defend itself if you hurt it though, but if you're just stroking it. Whoa, you're right. What Verch saw, there was the wolf keeping itself calm, as it was being stroked by the village girl. And it didn't end there. It actually drew its forefeet onto its belly and lied down on its back, showing her its belly. For a hunter who did face wolves repeatedly during the times they had threatened the village, it was nothing short of an unbelievable sight. Chaga, this thing is absolutely not a wolf. Even looking at it made her sad. Wolves were among the most beloved beasts to Verch. Yes, they did threaten her village from time to time, and they had been the match of her bow for so many times now, but regardless, she respected their gallantry, their strength, their cunning, and their ability to be affectionate to their packs. It was for that reason that after she hunted them down, she'd never fail to eat their meat. The youths in her village found their meat to be smelly and unsavory, so she would eat them alongside the earnest, old-fashioned adults who believed that it was a courtesy to their proud prey. But this familiar, this thing that used to be a wolf, she didn't feel anything like that towards it. Should it drop dead, she didn't think that she could deem its remains as meat. Because this thing was no longer a wolf, it's a tool. When it dies, of course it won't turn into meat. When a tool is broken, what's left of it is just junk. She thought of those things, and when she deemed that she couldn't regard the thoughts to be wrong in any way, Verch sank even more into her sorrow. Verch, you've been like that for a while, what is it? Could it be that you're not happy with it? No, it's not. It's not like that, was what she had wanted to say, but she couldn't bear to finish her words. If she were to say that, the pride that Verch held up until now, the memory of her battles against the beast she hunted, all of that would be a lie. Surely she's just worried that it's too quiet and thus won't be able to be useful during hunts. Yeah, probably that. Could it be that Chaga's timidness infected his familiar as well? As such did the onlooker youths misinterpreted the sorrow that Verch showed. It seemed that Chaga was quite angry at those words. Unlike the usual mild-mannered man that he was, he bristled up and raised his voice. It's not like that. If I order it properly and pour my mana into it, its bodily functions will improve as well. Let me show you. Its moves will be much more amazing than wild wolves. Here, now I'll show. CHAGI. Inadvertently, Verch had restrained him with a harsh tone. She didn't want to see this wolf to be treated like a toy any longer. And such thought made her to raise her voice. Chaga stared her way, bewildered. Why would Verch use that tone with me? The fact that he couldn't comprehend that was written all over his face. Chaga, I'm glad that you've been putting effort so that you can be useful during our hunts. But you're doing this the wrong way. Now I said it, Verch thought as she wallowed in regret. Surely what she said hurt Chaga. He was proud of his spell and had learned it with great pains just to have it repudiated by her. Thinking that, even she who had spent a long time associating with him couldn't help but to feel bitter about it. But regretful as it was necessary. The longer she watched Chaga treat the wolf like a tool, surely the more painful her thoughts would become. That way, the more she would want to speak harsher then than she would now. And thus she had to tell him right now, she had to tell him about how she felt about hunting and the beasts. She held that thought in her mind and continued speaking. Verch, what are you? Just listen to me. It will be useful during our hunts, I have no doubt about it. I have seen a lot of beasts over all these years, so I can tell. It's still young now, but in time it'll grow and it'll be stronger than it is now. But even if I were to use this on a hunt, I'm sure that I wouldn't be happy about it. Why are you saying that? Chara replied peevishly. The onlookers also showed their confusion at this dubious turn of events. Don't you pity this child? It was taken from its pack, bound by. It's not like that, Verch. I established an equal contract with this wolf. In order so that it won't starve when it fails to catch a prey, I supplied my mana in lieu of its food. In order so that it won't be hunted, it obeys us. Where does pity enter here? The fact that it obeys us. Being obedient to those who is not the leader of its pack, that is just not how a wolf lives. I can't understand what you're saying here, Virch. She was bitter with her shoddy choice of words. So I have to put it in a simpler way for him to understand. There's just no way to put this more softly, huh? As she thought of that, she strenuously wrenched her face and wring out her words. Besides, Chaga, this is different from the way how elves do things in my mind. Elves are an equal party to nature. Sometimes things don't work out, we hurt each other, we kill each other. To that end, that is why we hunt. However, it is because that we stand in the firing line that we know that there is pride and joy in the act of hunting. To force a being of nature to obey us and stand in the front lines on our behalf is not how elves hunt. Virch's brain recalled a certain glitter of silver. There, yesterday, around the neck of the benefactor who saved Virch's life, the thing that she wore there. The proof of the bond obtained in exchange of the destruction of her clan. But that at the same time to Virch was surely the fruit of two mutually exclusive ideas. I'm sorry, Dre. On top of the guilt of having trampled on Chaga's kindness, there was another guilt piled up inside her. Asylum in exchange of obedience. That is, the same as attaching a collar on it. I can't attach a collar on those who are equal to myself. Those conflicting words also disavowed her benefactor's way of life. That is why, Chaga. If you can you please release that child from the spell and return it to its pack? The expression of Chaga was full of bewilderment and grief. The efforts that he had made this far, and its result, were now being slashed and dumped because she thought the other way. Had Chaga done the same thing to her, surely she'd be angry, surely she'd be sad, but if she couldn't say that, if she didn't say that, Virch felt that she'd lose the sense of her own self. Sure enough to that, Chaga quietly opened his mouth. Virch. What? If I were to return this wolf to the forest, and then if it were to attack the village, would you hunt it down? I would hunt it down. You'll hunt it down, you'll kill it, and you'll eat it. I would eat it. Why? Even though wolves taste bad. If they were to kill us, they'd do the same thing as well. Thus, I'll do the same thing, to respect it as an equal. But you hunt birds and deer as well. When elves die, our remains will return to the forest and fertilize the vegetations. They eat that. You're not being reasonable, Virch. I'm not trying to, it's just Providence, Chaga. And without complying with that Providence, elven hunters, she couldn't hold herself true. Virch firmly believed that. Chaga haggardly shook his head several times. As I thought, I just don't understand, Virch. I just don't think that binding it with magic is crueler than hunting it down and eating it. Is that so? When that word was muttered, she realized that they had failed to reach a consensus. At the same time, she concluded that the views between the two in regard of the act of hunting were at odds with each other. Then enough. Virch, I won't ever hunt with you again. She couldn't hunt with those who didn't share that line. It wasn't a matter of skill, nor was it a matter of compatibility. The matter was about the pride of the elves that resided in the white birch forest. Because their point of view differed there, she could no longer go out hunting with him. Virch turned away from him and started walking. Wait. She could hear Chaga's voice at her back. As she passed, one of the onlookers on her way exaggeratedly jumped aside. Then, she left the plaza that way. That day, her bow was taken away, and she had to let go of her companion that she had been indebted to. Chaga, don't be so hard on yourself now. Well, I guess it's understandable, after he got shot down that harshly, though. But doesn't this make it clear? That hunting freak is just not your match, you know. Hey, don't put it that way, all right. The onlooker youths were now unanimously counseling Chaga, who was left behind in the plaza. They're just doing whatever they want, Chaga thought, even though they were pesteringly mocking me a while back. He had been thinking as selfish as they were in a way, and he found it to be unsightly. He couldn't sincerely take in their consolations, and he couldn't take in the other party's notion. Perhaps it was that side of him that struck Virch's nerves. Anyway, don't you think that she shouldn't have behaved that way? Thought so as well. I just can't understand what she did then. As I thought, that kid is just out there. She's a woman, but she spent all her time hunting, so, well, I guess I kind of saw that coming. The two elven women sure said some fine things, when the intended person is not around. Chaga wasn't a fan of these kind of people, though he had that kind of mask on him too, so it wasn't his place to comment anything about it. As he thought, he'd prefer someone who could say it like it is to the person's face. Someone like Virch. Even though we already said that much, you're still on about her. Chaga is really sick in his own way too. He's just helpless. Even though they said that, Chaga liked what Chaga liked, so it couldn't be helped. Chaga had always liked Virch from a long time ago. He'd always feel rejuvenated every time he saw how Virch moved like she was having the time of her life every time they go out on a hunt. Her profile that seemed to be about to burst every time she drew her bow, it was almost as if she was the goddess of the forest. It was beautiful. She was a stubborn one, and since he was a drag, she'd always scold him harshly over that, but she was never cruel to him, and she would never turn him away during her most prized moments, that was hunting. But it seemed that today it had finally came to an end. Chaga had made her angry and hurt her. He believed that what he did for her sake, but it instead hurt the pride of a hunter that Virch held dear. Even though he was the one who had wanted to keep seeing that sight when she was out hunting the most. Cheer up, Chaga. I don't think what you said back then was that mistaken, all right. Right. We hunt to protect the forest and the village. No need to add unnecessary aesthetics there. What she said back then was her own savage reasoning to justify herself when she killed a beast with her bow. Chaga also felt that he wasn't in the wrong there. The number of beasts that got driven from the Black Forest and wandered into the White Birch Forest had been rising from year to year. People from the outside world had been opening the woods and pushed down the monsters to its deeper reaches, destroying the beast's habitat in the process. If this were to continue, the burden of the village's hunters would increase. For that reason, using familiar to help them hunt should be seen in a positive light. There was nothing wrong with his line of thought. He could say that with conviction. Really, though, Virch's words still lingered in his ears. Asylum in exchange of obedience. That is the same as attaching a collar on it. I can't attach a collar on those who are equal to myself. Elves are an equal party to Mother Nature, and thus we can't bind it down, she said. Don't you pity this child? It was taken from its pack, bound by magic. The fact that it obeys us. Being obedient to those who is not the leader of its pack, that is just not how a wolf lives. She wasn't happy with how the beast was forced to yield, she said. When he recalled those words, the conviction that he was in the right began to fade away. In terms of hunting, her ways would always be the correct way. The beasts, too, knew her ways well. The wolf that Chaga had summoned, as his familiar continued to maintain its posture in standby, waiting for his orders. Just what does he think about this? Do you agree with me and reason that it's better for you to obey me and live, or do you instead agree with her and Providence that it's better for me to kill you instead? The wolf's eyes were cold and inorganic. Like a mirror, it continuously reflected Chaga's question back at him. Well, this is unusual. You fought with Chaga, and on top of that, you went home all dejected like this. So said Virch's father at the sight of her depressed self, sinking into the bed of her room. In his teasing tone was the certain air of his interest in this unusual occurrence. Virch's father was an excellent hunter, but sometimes he'd show a childish side that was unbecoming of an elf his age. Normally, Virch would reply his jovialness with a wry smile, but she wasn't in the mood for any of that today. So according to what I've heard, you fought because you disagree with his views in regards of hunting. Yes. There was no spirit in her answer, like a bow whose string got cut. During the 100 years' time she spent living, this was the first time she sank in her feelings like this. Her body was all heavy, as if she couldn't move at all. However, various thoughts kept going round and around in her head. She felt like fainting. Even before her superior and her mentor in hunting, that was her father, she didn't even have the energy to raise and show her face. Ignoring his daughter's poor manners, the father said, "But indeed, I thought that all you're doing is just playing with your bow all day long, which is unlike most women. But it turns out that you do have quite the firm principle when it comes to hunting. You don't hate the beasts, and you respect them as an equal opponent. That is indeed how an elven hunter should be. I think that your attitude is a splendid one that I can't even see in the young men nowadays, you know." Father, he was praising her without exaggerating it. Those words should have made her happy, but for some reason, her feelings didn't lighten at all. As an elf, as a hunter, Verch had always acted the way she thought was the right way. But what had been the result of that? Yesterday, she chased her game too far and was humiliated for it. She was rebuked because of it, and she had her bow taken away from her. And now, she had a fallout with her longtime hunting companion and friend. Though not very much so, now she felt that she couldn't think of herself as a splendid hunter. Even when she calmed her thoughts and reviewed the circumstances composedly, she would return to feel as bad as before. Besides, she could understand Chaga's reasoning. Recently, the number of beasts had been increasing, and a lot among even the most proficient hunters were at loss with what to do with it. If she were to take this into consideration, while it does go against nature's providence, that power was necessary to help the hunters to protect the village. She had crossed the line. The act of killing is terrible. Eating the meat of a beast without reasoning that it is delicious, all the while when the act of eating it is not actually necessary to keep on living, is even crueler to the beast. Thus, graciously forming a contract with a beast and gaining its obedience should have been the more compassionate choice compared to killing and eating it. She had crossed the line yet again. But the line that Verch had crossed so far into was different than theirs. That was the reason why she trampled on Chaga's kindness. Well, I guess it's a good opportunity, Verch? When she was deep into her thought, her father said something strange. Opportunity? What opportunity? Will he say something like those hard-headed old people, that she may use this chance to be more feminine from now on? But her father had just praised Verch's attitude towards hunting. She felt it would be something else. I've always thought that you and Chaga aren't much of a match. There's a difference between your hunting skills and his, and then there's too much difference between your temperament and his, too. When you have your confiscated bow back, shall we find another partner for you? That proposal was unexpected. Certainly, Chaga had been a burden to her. He was piss-poor both in the matters of handling the bow and pursuing the prey, and she didn't think that he was at all enthusiastic about hunting in the first place. Just like a chick would follow its mother, the man had just wanted to stick to Verch's back. Instead of an unreliable partner like that, of course pairing her with another hunter would be the sensible judgment here. From the beginning, she'd often pair up with someone else during large hunts with the villagers. Due to the elders' decision, those with meager skills in hunting would not be allowed to participate in mountain hunts. All Chaga did so far was to accompany her in her small-scaled, personal hunts, but still she'd always continue to pair up with him. No matter how far Verch would rush in, Chaga would always come along without fail. Even though she'd always shower him with warnings and scoldings, he would always meekly accept them. Other men wouldn't do that. Yes, their strength and their skill in archery would surpass him, but from Verch's viewpoint, all of them had no outstanding characteristics besides that. And despite that, the moment Verch carried a hunt and outshone them, they would always grumble in discontent, saying things like, even though she's just a girl. If she had the chance, she had always wanted to criticize them back, saying, even though you're a man to them. No matter how weak, small, and miserable Chaga was, considering that he was able to hold on to his willpower only, wasn't Chaga the manlier one here? Don't want to. And thus she gave her father that answer. The ones that Verch could approve of were mostly older men, and they had a wife or a lover of their own. For someone young like Verch to approach them would be reproachable, both from the viewpoint of the village's law and the viewpoint of her own morals. So how about hunting with her father instead? Well, he already had a partner that had hunted with him for a long time now. It was unlikely for him to let his partner go for his daughter, and besides, their hunter pride wouldn't allow it. And even if, though by some miracle, she was able to pass those impossible hurdles, she would still want to pair up with Chaga instead. After what happened yesterday, she could finally understand. The one for her was definitely Chaga. She'd moved too fast during a hunt, and because she was young, she'd have too much impetus. That was why she chased her game too far and went astray into the Black Forest. In exchange for his poor hunting skills, his thoughtfulness and cautiousness made him appear like the wise of the forest. It was because that remained behind her that she was able to hunt safely until yesterday. Besides, the first one that could admit that she was good at hunting was him. When she stole the march and brought down that bear, when others criticized her for being reckless and foolhardy, he instead praised Verch for her wit and bravery. Even though he wasn't familiar with the fundamentals of hunting, he could understand the context of amount of preparation and plan she had to strain when she brought down the bear, just by hearing her story. Chaga was the one who understood her the most, and he was her best friend. And yet, the way he engaged with Mother Nature, which is important to her as a hunter of the Wit Clan, differed greatly from her. And that was why she would never pair up with Chaga again. Even so, Verch did not want to pair with anyone else but him. Verch, you. The father's ears drooped in perplexion at his daughter's answer and her stubborn look. Look, you didn't hear it from me, but your bow will be returned to you soon, all right. Because of the recent state of the forest, they just can't afford to leave a hunter of your caliber alone. Is that so? Why would I need to lie? However, there's a condition attached to this. You are never to hunt alone. The Grands and Gramps do complain a lot about you, but for some reason they also hold your skills in high regard. And then, about this matter. Alas, an excellent young man had rushed outside all alone, and as a result died a dog's death recently. All they want is that the same thing doesn't happen to you. In other words, they want someone to keep an eye on her. In that case, I'll apologize yet again, but all the men that can be paired around my age are way too superficial to me. Taking example of what happened yesterday when I was being rash due to my ardor, they would without a doubt tag along with me. Not only would I die, my hypothetical partner would also die. Losing both of the village's skilled hunter at the same time would be the last thing they want. And that was why Chaga, who wouldn't let her do so, is absolutely necessary to Verch. Just why can you think that far now, but you can't think for yourself when you go out for a hunt? This kid. It's probably thanks to father's blood. Your partner would complain like father like daughter from time to time. That bastard, just what kind of nonsense has he been spouting at my daughter? Then, her father returned to the original topic. Well, what'll you do now? You'll be called in if the village were to hold a mass hunt, but they won't let you hunt outside of that. And unless you temper yourself by hunting, your skills will gradually rust. Eventually, you wouldn't be as useful during hunts, and you wouldn't be much of a hunter either. So find a partner somehow, said her father. Verch's answer was resolute. Then, I want to be paired with Chaga one more time. Huh? Her father's eyes went round. His ears twitched in doubt from what it had heard, so Verch repeated herself. I want to be paired with him once again. Don't be stupid. Didn't you just say that your opinion and his regarding hunting differed greatly, and thus you parted with him today? But you still want to pair him regardless. Once again, did you really say that? Yes, I did say that. I did say what I believed was right to Chaga at that place. Eventually, he'll be able to understand my viewpoint. When he does, I wish to be paired with him again. I don't understand, why do you insist on Chaga? That man. That man is necessary to me. She realized so as soon as she said that. When I hunt, if I have my bow and arrow in my hand and him on my back, then I don't need anything else. Had she just said that from the beginning, Chaga wouldn't have done that pitiful thing to that wolf. After he heard her daughter's answer, her father exaggeratedly looked up to the heavens. Hey, Verch, absolutely don't say anything like that outside, all right? Of course. It's something that I should know alone, and alone only. No, that's wrong. That's not it. He said as he shook his head several times. Her father's gesture at this time was strange, and thus Verch tilted her head for a bit. He restored his dignity by clearing up his throat. His looks changed from an amiable father to an experienced hunter in a flash. Well, whatever. If you've decided on a partner that you want to pair up with, then I won't tell you to search for another one. However, I'm also a hunter of the Wit Clan. I have no plans to entrust my cherished daughter to some mage who does not revere Mother Nature and binds down the beasts in submission. The spell goes against elven providence, and for that reason Gran does not teach it to the children. I will not accept Chaga unless he admits his mistake and returns the wolf familiar to the forest. That is my condition. That I understand. She could understand what his father said, but nothing could enter her emotionally burdened self-awareness at this time. Chaga had wanted to do something for the village and Verch, which was the reason why he obtained that spell, knowing that the spell was not in line with the elven teaching. Unlike the folks who simple-mindedly rejoiced at the sight of that spell, his feelings in regard of that spell was not that half-baked. Verch could also understand his rational rebuttal against her conviction. He might be timid, but he still was a proud man of the Wit Clan. Could he really accept what she said back then? No, in the first place, could he forgive Virch for saying that she would never go on a hunt with him ever again? She parted ways with him in front of those onlooking youths. Due to her opposing views, she had repudiated his kindness and the fruit of his endeavor while the public was watching. His pride could have been hurt, and his trust towards her could have already vanished too. If I were to propose us to pair up again, and he said no, what should I do then? As that thought crossed her mind, her feelings that had just gotten steady earlier trembled, her body turned heavy, and her head was assailed with an uncomfortable giddiness yet again. From what Virch knew, Chaga's eyes were always calm and gentle. But when she tried to recall him now, only those sorrowful and bewilderment-stained eyes came into her mind. What if he were to say something like, "Let's just stop all of this with those eyes"? No, as a matter of fact, Virch might have exhausted his affection towards her, and he might not give Virch such a gentle refusal. It could be that the next time they meet, he would deem her as a selfish woman, and thus his eyes would see her with scorn and repugnance. She imagined those eyes, and it overlaps with the monocular eye of the Cyclops that was looking down at her. It was scary. It was as scary when she was about to be killed by that monster yesterday, or probably it was scarier than that. Her foundation, which she had thought to be unshakable up until this moment, was starting to crack and crumble. She felt that her heart was contracting badly, and the entirety of her body was being folded into layers. "Well, there's no need to fuss over about the answer you just gave me. Just tell me if you change your mind. I can at least ask my hunting colleagues to assign their sons to go with you in turns. Just think about it slowly. After all, we're elves. We've got plenty of time." After he said so, her father left her room. In that room where she had been left alone, Virch was unconsciously hugging her knees. Her feelings were depressed to no bounds, her long ears drooped to its lowest point. What should I do? There was no strength in her murmurs. The vigor to resist her father's suggestion to find a new partner had dissipated. She was back into being a bow without its string. She didn't want to hunt with anyone but Chaga. However, she was afraid to see Chaga once again. No matter how hard she thought about it, again and again, the answer just wouldn't come. Rather, should I wait for Chaga to come and say something? That thought was the very definition of timidness itself. However, since it seemed to be the best policy at this time, it just couldn't be helped. Anyway, this had just happened. No matter how quickly I can prepare myself of what's to come, it might not apply the same way to him. So let's wait, there's plenty of time anyway. That's right, just like what her father said. There was enough time to postpone her decision as long as she wanted. No, this is no good. She panickedly shook her head. That was not how a hunter waited. Hunters would lay in wait in their prey's path in order to ambush them. That is how a hunter waits. Knowing that, the way she was now was like a rabbit that burrowed itself to the ground out to fear of its opponent. It was absolutely not a choice a hunter like Virch would choose in the forests. It was the right move for her to wait. But it was necessary to have a set time limit and plan an action should that limit passes. Otherwise, she'd keep waiting indefinitely. She feared that she wouldn't be able to bear it without ending up being bonkers. Let's give it a month. Considering her own temperament, she thought that was the limit for her to keep waiting. 1 month. Chaga should have been able to come up with something in a month. Surprisingly, he did have a stubborn side to him, so the chances for him to change his pet views were slim, though at least it would be possible for him to be able to digest her opinion during 1 month. What if Chaga wanted to meet her before a month? What should she do then? Various things flooded her mind. She felt like her head was about to explode. She was feeling restless, and her hands were all fidgety. When she thought that she wanted to do something, something evoked in her mind, preventing her from moving for some reason she could not comprehend. Well, I'm not qualified to laugh at Dre like this. She remembered about the benefactor that saved her life yesterday. When she was talking about the adventurer that bought her, she saw that Dre couldn't keep herself calm, just like how she was now. It was as if, no, I don't think of Chaga that wa. Virch shook her head to dismiss the idea that appeared in her mind. She admitted that she wanted Chaga back as her partner, but that's about it. That was why she wished that he'd stop doing things like making a wolf into his familiar, and for him to choose the same way of life like hers, where he'd deem all creations of the forest to be an equal friend to him. Otherwise, she'd remain to be sorrow as she was now, and her father wouldn't have him back as well as a hunting partner, of course. There was nothing else to it, supposedly. Definitely. I'm thinking too much about this. My thoughts are soaring toward a weird direction. While holding that swaying feeling that was beyond her control, Virch spent the night wide awake. In the sky beyond her window, the moon was not in sight. A night of new moon when only stars would grant their light. Under that night sky, what was Chaga doing? She wished that he'd think about the two of them and the direction that they were going to take from this point onwards, just like she was doing now. And also Dre. What was she thinking at that moment, separated from her companions, all alone in the forest? While thinking about the woman she had met yesterday and the man she had parted with today, Virch spent her time waiting for the next day to come in anxiety. If things turned out poorly, it was possible for her to spend her nights like this for the whole month. Of course, that was not meant to be. Chapter 22, Harvest Moon. 2 weeks had passed since then. Wit Clan's village was but a small one. Virch had wanted to avoid running into Chaga when she were to go out, so she stayed home as much as possible. She would lose her nerve were she just to stay at home idly all day, so she tried to learn needlework from her mother instead to kill time, in which she couldn't do all that well, as all she did was merely wasting materials and tools. She was exceptionally good when it came to skinning slain game animals, but as one might be able to expect, this was out of her element. She knew that hunting suited her nature more. And for her to hunt again, she knew she had to bring Chaga back on board. 2 weeks had already elapsed from the 1-month limit she had set, but at this rate, it seemed that she wouldn't be able to bear to wait for another 3 days. Enough time has already passed. No, not yet, it's still too early. She was spending that full moon night while harboring those conflicting thoughts. All of a sudden, it happened. Rumble, rumble. At the earth-shattering tremor that seemed to pierce her guts, Virch raised her face. What was that? The house shook, and small pieces of debris flew from the wall and the ceilings into her room. An earthquake. No, that's not it. There was a sound of something heavy hitting the ground from somewhere. That shouldn't occur in case of earthquakes. Rumble, rumble. Again, she heard that same noise. Was it perhaps her imagination? However, she felt that the noise just then was a little bit closer than the previous noise. Rumble, rumble. No, this was not a hallucination. The sound was indeed coming closer. Adding to that, the sound didn't seem to come from that far away, too. It was close, at the very least, it came from somewhere within the village. Rumble, rumble. This time, the tremor was even stronger. The noise was louder, too. In other words, whatever this was really close. Rumble, rumble, and if she were to recall correctly, rumble, rumble. She felt like she had heard this noise before somewhere. Rumble, rumble. Along with the loudest and closest noise she had heard yet, the light of the moon disappeared from her window. Did the clouds hinder the moon or something? Spontaneously, Virch removed herself from the windows. Darkness. It was pitch black outside. Weird. Be that as it may that the night was a cloudy one, the house which could immediately be seen outside of the window shouldn't disappear from her sight like this. And that was saying nothing of the fact that Virch was a hunter. She had confidence in her eyes. Even in the mountains during nighttime, she wouldn't lose sight of the footprints of her game. She thought it was strange, so she started to look around until she finally looked up overhead. The full moon. A towering round light stared down at Virch, but if the moon was still shining, then why was the sky so dark? Then she realized, full moons, there were 2 of them. No, one of them was not the moon at all. The light it reflected would occasionally appear and disappear, as if it was blinking. She saw it once. That light. G-U-H, G-U-H, J-U-H. A-W-P. That voice that came storming down from above, she remembered. Ah, that's right. That light, it was an eye. Also, that giant figure blocked the moonlight, and for that reason it was dark all over. As if it was satisfied by Virch's fearful shriek, it narrowed its eye. The Cyclops glint. That was the true identity of the second full moon. Virch, why did you What manner of? Her parents, who had come rushing in due to her shriek, inadvertently stopped dead in their tracks. Well, of course they would. This wasn't supposed to happen. This was the White Birch Forest, the land of rest for the Wit Clan, protected by the barrier of the tree spirits. A demon like this should not have appeared there. No, setting aside the appeared part, it would have been impossible for them to not realize its presence the moment it crossed through the barriers. Father, mother, quickly, run away now. Right. Come now, mom, quickly. Wait, just what is happening? Just run. After she watched her father escorting her mother outside, she started to flee the house as well. The reason why she started to move only after her parents left the house was not born out of filial devotion or courage. She was simply paralyzed by the sense of dread that she recalled, and for that reason couldn't move immediately at that moment. Move. And an elven hunter like me wouldn't be tied down by something like fear. Leaning on her trembling legs, Virch tumbled out from her house, as if it was waiting for that to happen. Guhhhhhhhhhi. With its fist, the giant sent the house where she was born flying. Wah! In the aftermath of the impact, Virch's body was easily blown away to dance in midair. As she was feeling her top and bottom switching again and again, she frantically attempted to correct her posture to brace her fall. She broke her own fall. She hit the ground with her back and rolled several times to reduce the impact before she rose back up. That flexibility and reflexes of hers were nothing less than the fruits of labor which she had honed in the hills and fields as a hunter. Bastard, how dare it did that to our house? She converted her fury to fuel her fighting spirit and suppressed her fear as she scowled at the soaring giant. She was still shaking, but not to the extent that she couldn't move because of it. She had no bows nor arrows with her, but unlike that time before, now she had her father and her fellow villagers with her. I won't be afraid this time, she gritted her teeth strongly. Right there, her father, who had jumped out of the house ahead of her, rushed to her aid. Are you all right, Virch? I am, more importantly, father. Where's my bow? Must have been blown off with the house, damn it. I did have to move on the spur of the moment there. But to think I didn't take it out with me. Well, how about that? Father and daughter, both hunters, neither with a bow. Now that it had become like this, she either had to fight with magic, which she wasn't accustomed to, or to ask for others' reserves. As her enemy was a formidable now, it was clear that she was at a disadvantage. But Virch had not fallen into despair just yet. The fact that it was able to breach the barrier without triggering a response and straight invaded the village was incomprehensible to Virch, but she was in her own stronghold now. She could unite with the villagers who must have been in their way after they heard the commotion, and strike it in one go with their superior number. Cyclops would be a difficult enemy to fight alone, but its assets were limited only to its giant build and its superhuman strength. If it were encircled and shot by spells and arrows from all directions, it would surely go down. What was that noise? CY Cyclops. A demon in the village. Screams rose from a house nearby. The commotion had been noticed by people. Father, others are coming. Let us join up with them and fight it. Right, got it. Mom, please go and alert the detached houses outside the village. I don't see how they wouldn't notice this, but there's always a case of one or two carefree idiots. Dear Virch, cruel as it might be, Virch's mother had no combat capabilities. She was a gentle lady who did not resemble her husband nor her daughter in that way. Just like her father had said, it was better to keep her away from the line of battle under the pretext of liaison. Virch's father turned his face away from his wife, who seemed about to cry herself, and raised his voice to call upon the villagers. Hearken, as you can see, we've got a demon in our hands. As of how it did get here, I have not the slightest idea. But as the proud ones of the Wit, there's one thing we need to do. Exorcise this thing who stands outside of the Providence and protect the peace of this village, this forest. Those with a bow, get yourself ready. Those who know magic, start chanting. OOOOH. Being an experienced hunter, Virch's father's voice calmed down the restless people around them in no time. While Virch was still sinking deep emotionally at that sight, she sent her mother away. Now, mother, as father has said. Very well, Virch, take care of him too. I'll keep that in mind, go now. She watched her mother's departure before she stared back at the giant as it stood there, illuminated by the moonlight. The Cyclops wasn't moving. It opened its mouth, both ends of it having its fangs showing as it gazed at them. It was laughing, realizing that Virch's mind was burning yet again. What is so funny? That the small people went into a panic. Does it find that fun? I'll make sure that it'll regret its arrogance later, Virch firmly swore. Apologies for my clumsiness, but please lend me 2 bows. Ours were struck in the surprise attack. Has anyone got some in reserve? What, an unarmed master huntsman is out of the question. Has someone got a spare bow? I've got one with me. What about the other bow? Unfortunately, I've only got what you see. Ours is a family of mages. So sorry, but we don't have one. Now, the troublesome thing was there was only one spare bow. Virch said. Then please use this, father. The thing that was taken from me hasn't been returned anyway. You stupid daughter. If we're talking about the right thing here, of course there'd be no way that a father would let his daughter go unarmed. Back at you, father. You're the leader around here, so you'll have to have one. You'll have to set an example for these people as well. Taking that into consideration, it would be the best for her father to take the bow here. Also, Virch was a nobody among the elves. However, even if she would fight only with the mana force which she was born with, she still would not be a burden. As a known, outstanding hunter to the people, and as a person whose position had already been established among these gathered mass, it was a given that her father should be the one who take the bow. Here your bow. All right, I'll gladly take it then. Virch, it looks like that now you think things through before you say anything, huh? As you haven't been going on a hunt for a while, probably that rush of blood of yours has calmed down a bit. Her father said, as he pulled the string of the bow he just received to inspect its condition. You jest, now more importantly. Yes, looks like it's about to move soon as well, huh? Most of the non-combatants have escaped, and preparations over here were about to be completed as well. Like it was pleased, the Cyclops narrowed its single eye. Guh, ga, guh. Rumble, rumble. While laughing and causing tremors, the giant took a step forward their way. It's walking. It didn't come running, nor it was pouncing at them, it just walked their way. Slowly. This action, they couldn't decipher the meaning behind of it. While they indeed were smaller in size compared to it, their numbers was superior, and on top of that all of them were either skilled in the arts of magic or the bow. And yet it still approached them with such leisure, truly the height of folly. Virch could hear the sound of teeth grinding in anger. It could have been her own, but it could have been the other elves as well. That monster, is it making a fool out of us? Then, it's convenient for us. Let's finish it in one go. As a reward for belittling us, we'll take your life in exchange. The elves' morale rose up. This is a good chance, but don't chase it too far. The elders will come to our aid sooner or later. As long as we can stay alive until then, our victory is guaranteed. Got it. Though it is indeed vexing that it is scorning us, everyone, crush it down. Have its one single eye behold our pride. At that word of command, arrows and spells were flying all over in the night sky. Virch also joined in by casting an offensive spell she had learned many years ago. Giants, especially Cyclops, were in fact weak against magic. Their intelligence is low and their spirit is also unripe. Both factors mean that their mana force is virtually zero. That also means that it doesn't possess an evil eye commonly seen in other monocular monsters. Regardless, its vitality is still formidable, and a lone mage would have a hard time taking it down unaided. However, the spells that were being casted here were cast by none other than a clan of elves, proficient in magic. And more than 10 of those elves were casting the spells at the same time. No matter how sturdy its giant body was, it wouldn't offer that much resistance against a volley of their spells. Or, that should have been the case. There, at that moment, Virch saw it. Just before the barrage of spells landed, a thin, clear light film enclosed the Cyclops. The spells exploded. But they exploded before they reached the Cyclops' skin. Just before that, the arrows were all repelled. There must be something at play in the air before they were being released from the bows. As a result, it remained unhurt. Impossible. Why was that a magic barrier? Magic shell on top of protection. No way. Don't giants lack intelligence? There's no way that they can use magic. The monster's single eye sneered at the elves' loss of composure due to the incomprehensible reality. Rumble, and then it took yet another step. Eek. Do not falter. Even if it can defend against magic, it won't be able to do it forever. Keep striking. Virch's father threw a word of encouragement at his faltering companions. Well, what he said was correct. They just had to somehow disarm its magic protection and take the giant down. You mages, is there anyone among you who can dispel that protective magic? That considering that it could even stand guard against spells with such scope and intensity. I predict that the protective spell was cast with a mana force so powerful that it allowed its barrier to do that. We can try to dispel it, but that force must be dampened to a certain extent first. So, in the end, there's no option but to continue. One more time, let's do this. OOH. They mustered their weakened willpower to try another all-out attack one more time. As she joined their attempt, Virch thought to herself, "Strain, I can't see Chaga's figure anywhere. That friend that she parted with awkwardly 2 weeks ago, he wasn't there." No, setting that aside, considering the current scale of emergency, the number of people who gathered there was too terrible. The people she saw there were residents who lived around that place, those who were already around when the Cyclops attacked. Reinforcements should have arrived from some time ago, and the village's strongest war potential, the elders, shouldn't have taken this serious state of affairs so leisurely, too. As it intensified its sadistic smile, the Cyclops took another step. Rumble. As if to shake off their very own fighting spirit, the earth trembled. The more it approached, the more overwhelming its figure became. A drop of its saliva fell from its mouth and hit the ground with a sound. One of the young elves screamed in horror at the sight. Hey, what are the others doing? The elders. What are the elders doing at times like these? Yo, you there, calm down. While Virch's heart was still being shaken, she rebuked the heartful cry that voiced the youth's question. The youth, however, shakingly, began to fall back. How can I be calm at times like these, Virch? Why do you think we can win against this monster with just us? Someone calm that person down. Its barrier hasn't been dispelled yet. No good. The spell is not wearing down enough. Crap, just what kind of ridiculous mana force was used to cast the spell anyway? There was screaming, mixed in the mage's reply as well. As the monster continued to ridicule their powerless, its giant figure blocked the full moon once again. A giant shadow fell in the elves' vicinity. Guh. No breakthroughs, retreat at once. As you lead your way outside the village, try to join up with the others. Her father did issue that instruction, but she wondered if he really believed that there was any chance of success in that. His expression was stiff, and cold sweat ran through his intrepid face. No reinforcements appeared at all. Even their moral support, the village's strongest mages, the elders, were especially absent for some reason. Then, as if to answer that question which had been flickering for some time now, BOOM, the elves' long ears caught a noise that resembled a distant thunder. What? The Cyclops attack? No, it's not. That sound was too far away. BOOM, another explosive sound from another direction. Then, at the same time, at the opposing side of the Cyclops figure, flames rose from the edges of the village. Could it be? As she trembled with fear, Virch finally was able to comprehend the meaning of all of this. It's not just here. Are you saying they're all over the village? Section. A little while before in time. The Wit village chief, who was doing his daily meditation in one of the rooms of his residence, raised his face as he abruptly realized something. There were deep smile lines among his clear-cut, characteristically elven features, and wrinkles were etched around his eyes. For a long-living race whose times of youth remain for 1,000 years, he was dyed that deep in the color of the aged. One could only guess how many months and years he had gone through. You there, old grand? A deep, calm voice, tinged with a vague hint of nervousness, resounded in that room. There was no one there but himself. And the moment he thought that he was only speaking to himself. I have told thee to cease with that old grand thing, haven't I, boy? Just before his eyes, the figure of an elven woman teleported into the vicinity of the reach of his hands. In contrast of the chief, this woman appeared to be youthful in appearance. If she were to be a human woman, she would probably in her later 20s. Elves do keep their early 20 appearance for a long time, so she must have been older than most elves, but here the chief called her Old Gran, and she called him boy. But Old Gran is, well, an old granny, right? Anyhow, you've maintained that appearance ever since I was a kid. And besides, if we were to go with reason, shouldn't you stop calling me a boy already? Humph, and since thou still can't understand how a woman hearts works like that, thou shalt always remain a boy. More importantly, since thou hast summoned me, I assume thou hast also realized it, too. After the customary exchange of impressions between the two was over, the old Gran said so with grim look. The chief nodded. There has been an upsurge of hostile mana force within the village, judging from the distortion of spacetime that I felt on my skin. A large-scale summoning, huh? Indeed. We must have been under the invasion of a certain someone. I don't know how they passed through the forest's barrier, but the fact that someone has brought down an army to suppress this village is for certain. The circumstances were grave. Judging from their magnitude from his perception spell, the enemy had prepared a force strong enough to possibly take down a human fortress town. From the time when the Wit Clan decided to take residence in this white birch forest, there was no crisis more serious in their history than what was happening right then. Is it humans? I've heard that those proficient explorers, the ones they call adventurers, would sometimes intrude through the barriers when they enter the forest. No, this magnitude. It couldn't be humans. Beats me. It could be the act of a spellcaster that stood out even among the humans, an evil deed of a fallen elf from somewhere, or probably a revival of some sort of an ancient demon. Either way, there's no answer to that question in this place. I don't think a discussion about it is necessary. Indeed. Old Gran nodded at the chief's words. It wasn't necessary to pinpoint the perpetrator right now. Rather, it was essential for them to cut down the enemy heading for the village post-haste and rescue their clansmen. Well then, time to teach the foolish outsider a thing or two. About who's who in this village, of course. I'm counting on you, old Gran. Ah, no, teach. Ho ho ho, been a while since thou called me that. Long hast thou surpassed me, and being called that way maketh me proud. Well then, shalt we? So she'd like to continue, but at that time. Good evening, I said as my greeting. The curiously monotone voice interrupted her. Who are you? At the chief's sharp-toned question, the door of the room quietly opened. What stood there was a small girl, her head lowered for a bit. The elaborately well-ordered elements was made in the shape of a young lady's face who was keeping her calm. Her graceful look would draw the admiration of anyone who glanced upon it, as if her beauty was shaped by the golden ratio itself. Rather than that of a composure, it was perhaps more correct to say that her expression represented absolutely nothing at all, and yet despite this there was something. A hint in that expression of hers that suited her adolescent appearance. Protecting her body was a silver breastplate and a similarly silver-colored, boorish-looking gauntlet. Other than that, her stomach was boldly exposed, and there was a wide slit on her skirt, but there was no mistaking that she was there ready for war. And upon a closer look, she was fully armed to her knees. The most curious thing that she wore was the stretched ear decorations that seemed to push their way through from her extravagant platinum blonde hair. Viewed from a distance, they might be mistaken for horns or the long ears of the elves, but upon a closer inspection, they were covered by something metallic. It would appear that she would have a hard time hearing because of them, but the girl didn't seem to find them to be such an inconvenience. The girl slowly raised her head, and her eyes that were once concealed, a pair of supernaturally golden eyes, were exposed to the two of them. Greetings, I said to begin my introduction. I am Fem, also known as Opus 05. How did you get in here? Rather, what happened to those who should have stopped you from getting in here? The girl who named herself as Fem awkwardly tilted her neck at the chief's stacked question. Syntax error. Please ask your questions one at a time. Earg, boy, is it the time to ask questions? A stranger appeareth in thy house at times like this, of course she is with the enemy. It finally struck the chief when old Gran agitatedly interrupted. She didn't come through intermediaries at that kind of present state and appeared just like that in his place. He didn't know to whom that girl belonged, but it was highly probable that she was an enemy. And indeed, Fem answered. Correct, I have said to mark the aforementioned statement. We are presently in a military operation. Our target is a certain elf living in this area. As I thought, you know, you people, on whose orders are you acting? I refuse to answer, I say as a reply. That information is still restricted at this time. Then she pulled her right fist and produced her left hand as she took a stance. It was a bare-handed battle stance. A female martial artist was an uncommon sight, but she had made her way there alone. From that, the chief inferred that her strength must have been extraordinary as well. She seemed to be a considerably formidable enemy. However, It is clear that thine aim is to keep us here, then I will just make sure that thee don't. Greater teleportation. Just before hostilities broke among them, a teleportation magic circle was drawn on the ground. Chantless teleportation had its risks, but their destination point was somewhere within the village that they knew well about. Even in 1 out of a million chance, it was improbable for them to have the coordinates wrong. But, what? The light of the teleportation spell's formation dissipated without its intended effect before it disappeared completely. It was jammed. The teleportation was averted. With this, it was for certain that the two were in a predicament, as they couldn't head to the village to provide their aid. Anxiety appeared on both of their faces. I jammed the circle's development upon contact with me. Combat assessment trial will now commence. Not wanting to miss the chance while the two were still shaken, with a howling sound, Femme sent her fist flying. Her aim was the chief. Just before her fist made a direct hit, somehow the defender's spell was cast as a bulwark in order to contain the impact. While it was a chantless attempt, it was still casted by the spellcaster of the highest order among the elves. The fist wouldn't be able to pierce through it so easily, or it shouldn't have been. What hit the defensive barrier was an incredibly heavy impact that sent the chief flying to the back, without killing him. His back was caught by the firm walls of the house. At that instant, along with an intense pain on his part, the sound of something cracking resounded in the room. The boy. While he still heard the fading voice of old Gran, the chief was expelled to the outsides. His body was bent backwards, his field of vision switched upwards. All the stars in the sky were falling. No, the only one swept away here was himself. As he was blown away by such a terrific impact, what he saw kept passing in high speed. At that point, the chief comprehended his circumstances, and despite the pain and the gasping due to the lack of oxygen, the chief managed to cast a spell. Protection. What he invoked was not an instantaneous super hard barrier that he casted a while back, but a spell that successively interfered with the laws of physics. As soon as his surroundings were wrapped with a thin film of mana, he crashed into a grove of trees, broke through them, crashed into another grove of trees, broke through them again. This cycle repeated several times until the chief's body finally hit the ground. Leaf mold was rolled up before it fell incessantly around him. As his mud-caked, graceful, middle-aged face warped in pain, the chief somehow could still stand up. He applied recovery magic to his shoulders, which had smashed through several trees earlier, and inhaled deeply to fill in his wrung-out, empty lungs. Cough, cough, ahi. There's probably a lot of blood in my windpipe, he thought as he violently coughed. It was a narrow escape. Had protection been delayed in its progression, he would end up in small pieces and scattered all over to become fertilizer for this mother forest by now. And, while it might either be good or bad luck, now he had successfully left his residence. It was possible that they couldn't jam teleportation from here. It was hard that he had to leave old Gran who had reared him and protected him ever since he was a child behind, but as the chief that presides over this forest, protecting the village was his absolute priority. The moment he heartbrokenly prepared a teleportation spell. It's futile. It was a shock that felt like an impact of a catapulted projectile. The forest's soil was overturned once again, its sediment blown away by the tempest. There was nothing that needed to be said, it was Femme. Perhaps she had leapt here in one go through the hole that he had made. Putting aside the fact that she could dish out an incredible amount of power with her fist earlier, just what kind of body did she possess to allow her to do something like this? We have jammed the entirety of the area, I have proclaimed. You will not be able to teleport within the area of the operation. As soon as the rain of blown earth and sand settled down, Femme readied her fist once again. To that the chief fearlessly smiled. So, your target was me. From the measurement of magic potency, etc., it was deemed that you have a higher threat level, I say to conclude. Is that so? Well, you've made my sorrow go away with that. The chief also readied his fist as he took a stance to prepare for a battle of spells. The enemy priority was himself. Then, old Gran, his teacher, could remain there. She was also one among the village elders. In fact, she held the second highest seat among them. If it was her, then she could calmly assess the situation and evacuate from there to aid the village. Even if his life was on the line, no, Even if his life was to become forfeit here, it was fine as long as he could hold this enemy off them. And then the village would be saved. That was the great trust he placed upon his teacher. Just as I thought you'll go with that, I asked away. What? Excuse my rudeness, I apologize. That was an unnecessary remark. He could feel anxiety spreading over his back at the doll-like girl's words. Somewhere. Did I make a huge oversight somewhere? Without filling herself with that kind of doubt, Opus 05, Femme, declared the following. Continuing combat assessment trial. I expect a lot of valuable data out of you. Don't die, boy. After she watched as Femme left her to pursue the chief, the elven woman, who was known as Old Gran, jumped outside the room. Her chest tightened in regret, as she had to abandon her favorite pupil that she had spent so many years with, her fellow companion who, together with her, had nurtured the village. But if she were to come running to his aid here, it would be an insult to how things were. Her favorite student was the village chief. Even in exchange of his own life, he would protect the order of the forest and the livelihood of his people. That man had been living his life with that pride in his heart for a long time. And thus, when the time came that he couldn't come to save his village, that duty would fall upon his teacher. It was supposedly impossible for the old Gran, the witch who was known as the great sage of the forest, but her eyes were tearing up. The chance that the chief would die then was an 8 or 9 out of 10. Mages weren't even vanguards, and he was up against someone with that kind of superhuman strength. He wouldn't be able to find the gap to dish out his trump spell, and at best, he would undergo a cruel torment leading to his death. The cruel providence of combat had already deemed him defeated and killed. No, if it was a mage his caliber, it was possible for him to survive against the barrage by utilizing his chantless spells. His opponent was a boxer that would use all of her limbs as a weapon. If he could deliver a critical strike against her feet, he could dull her movements and dampen her battle potential. There was a bit of a wishful thinking. But if she couldn't rely on such thoughts, she would find even standing difficult. He was her cute disciple, and now he still was her superior, her comrade, and her... Nah, let us stop there. Even though someone her age should have known better, now there was no spare time for her to indulge in her deep emotions that should have had its limits. What she needed now was a cool-headed, clear judgment. Based on the circumstances of the past and the possible future, the most optimal choice for her was to preserve the survival of the village. Now she had to cast away her thoughts of his pupil and become the old Gran that would show the village the way through. Calm down, she silently prayed to herself, and when she indeed became calm, she realized it. T's weird. There was an uncanny silence in the village chief's residence. Usually, she would find this peacefulness as something desirable, just like most elves who would enjoy the small things in life, but now it was different. Now it meant that the enemy even had the chief's living room in their grasp. So did all the people stationed in the mansion get completely annihilated? If that was true, then there was a single contradiction in there. It was the intruders, the one who named herself as Femme Fighting Method. While she indeed had incredible physical power, her movements were unrefined. If she were to go on about killing everyone in the mansion, the chief and her would have been bound to notice her. That meant that at least there were 2 intruders in the residence. There was another one besides Femme. Then, could it be the mage who did the mass summoning in the village? If they indeed were the same person, then they must have been extremely busy. They had to bring Femme while they attacked everyone in the residence while simultaneously attacking the village. That would be a poor plan. In the unlikely event that the intruder in the residence got caught by them, then the raid on the village would be called of as well. Then that meant, at the very least, there should have been another one. People that would go along with someone as conspicuous as Femme, someone who was raiding the village at that moment, and then another intruder who silently killed all of the people in the residence. At that moment, thump, there was a sound from the corner of the passageway ahead. It was the sound of something heavy hitting the floor. What the? She cautiously kept her murmurs inside her mouth and attentively watched the direction from where the sound originated. Surely it wasn't a piece of furniture falling down by chance. Someone was moving, hence the sound. What lay there on the other side? It wasn't the time for her to go staring at things, but she would go with the flow for now. It was careless for whatever they were to run into the old Gran here. Honestly, whatever stood there didn't have to earnestly leave from the entrance. It would be good if they left from the hole that Femme made in the wall as well. That would tell Femme's senses that someone had escaped from the residence. At any rate, now she had to prepare to ambush whatever was coming from the corner of the passageway. If she were to show her tail here, they might take that advantage and swoop down on her instead. The silence that pained her ears. The thing that came crawling from the corners broke it as it appeared, as the old Gran fired a spell towards it. Her eyes inadvertently went round. And I let Alice. Along with dry moans, what appeared there was something that fragmentarily looked like an elf. Its ears were long, and its hair was blonde. At the same time, however, it was decidedly not an elf. Its skin was chapped and completely dried up, its hair had lost its luster, and its body was like a withered tree. Its state was completely weakened, to the point that it couldn't be alive, and indeed for that reason it should have been among the dead. But while it was dead, it was nonetheless still moving. It was an undead, a lesser vampire. She unconsciously leaked out a dazed tone. A lesser vampire, a failure that couldn't be a vampire. When the vampire poured its blood, that was what someone who didn't have the aptitude to be a vampire or a resurrected corpse would end up as. A pathetic botchery of a dead one. And as something like that was present, it meant that. Yawuv guessed RIIGT. As if to confirm her belief, another figure of someone appeared there. Judging from its appearances, it was a young man of a noble stature. His looks could be deemed as refined. His dress was fine, his tops and bottoms were thoroughly decorated with magic equipments, and a cloak with bat wings attached to it enveloped his body. That was how a vampire would look like in the tailies of the common public, almost to a comical degree, even. That's right, a vampire. The parent of that lesser vampire, an intelligent, high-ranking vampire. A vampire, a lord class at that. Perhaps taking the surprised tone as a compliment, the vampire smiled widely. At that instance, from his lips, a pair of long cuspid peeked through. And that's another CORRECT guess. Well, you sure know your stuff. Maybe it's the aura of the noble of the night, which I have emitted all over my body. Or so I say. How joyful to think that I can meet with someone with eyes as keen as yours. Maybe it's the result after I haven't been outside for a while too. Lady Elf. He stretched his cloak to let it flutter, and he began to spin round and around, dancing. His act was that of a clown, but old Gran couldn't afford to laugh at him. A vampire, moreover, a lord class. No matter how skilled she was as a mage, this was still too much trouble to ask for her alone. After all, her opponent was a monster who could easily put on airs with the chief and herself, as he killed all the people in the residence. No matter how ridiculous he was acting then, this monster was really not a laughing matter at all. As she cautiously observed him, the monster suddenly stopped his movements. But hey, guess I'm a bit disappointed. They say that there won't be any witnesses deep in the forest, so I wanted to draw some blood. The village, which I actually favored, was assigned to my senior, so I had to make do with this sordidly men-filled, boring place of a house. Wasn't this supposed to be the chief's place? In that case then, shouldn't he have some healthy elven virgin ladies lying somewhere around here? Well, this won't do at all. You elves have poor fertility. That chief guy should have screwed some and made children of his own. And yet every single one I've encountered in this house were all males, and non-virgins on top of that. Well, I sucked them only after I killed them, so guess it couldn't be helped that they all ended up as lesser vampires. Dunno if some pure kid were mixed in there too. Anyway, for some dead corpses, their blood sure tasted good, right? After he grumbled and made his idle complaint, for some unknown reason he kicked his own subordinates, the lesser vampire's neck. In the end, the elf who had gotten his blood sucked after he got killed and turned into a moving corpse was now a genuine dead corpse. Or not. It didn't stay that way, as the corpse later turned into ashes and disappeared, just like that. Outrageous. Ahahahahaha, but I guess I'm LUUCKYYYYYY. The very last one among them turns out to be a pretty elven lady. Well then, m'lady, are you perchance a virgin? Well then, I won't kill you, but I'll have your blood, okay? Right now, I'll even throw in a bonus. I'll love you a lot after that, all right. What a great deal. He had a peculiar way of speaking, filled with violent mood, swings in between the speeches. This man is disturbed, old Gran engraved deep in her heart. If she were to be swept away here, she would helplessly have her blood sucked without fail, since there was such a difference of performance between a vampire lord and the other kinds within its kin. Unfortunately, my body hath outlived both my husband and my children. Apologies that I have betrayed thine expectations. Wah, that's unfortunate, you're a widow by death. And not only your husband, you outlived your children too. Said the vampire, whose name she didn't know before he began to sniff around. Lady, your spirit does have quite the ancient smell to it, huh? I guess you're at least 2,000 years old. That's strange. Elves do live long, but I didn't think they're supposed to live that long. Thou hast been saying only rude things to this woman from some time now. As she spoke, she felt that she couldn't stop her cold sweat from flowing. It wasn't like she could wipe it off now. Once he saw an opening, at that same moment he would strike. However, perhaps she could find an opening in him before that instead. Perhaps, in exchange of the power that it had obtained, vampires would have a lot of weak points. She could exploit that and prevail here. Enough of this impertinent talk, thou dressed-up corpse. Thou hadst me aged at 2,000. Then I shall let thee thoroughly chew those years' worth of experience. The vampire replied to Old Grand's sharp remarks with insane, loud laughter. His eyes were now a pair of blazing, radiant red eyes. Wow, 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 I guess I really am lucky. In a place like this, I might have found a lead to my master's goal. This is good, this is good, this is good. This is really good. Also, you're lucky too, lady. Maybe I won't get to suck your blood or kill you, you know? Well, granted, it's highly probable that there might be crueler things in store for you, but hey. Guess you're unlucky instead, huh, lady? Then madly, he bared both of his fangs. "'Tease fine," Old Grand smiled. That smile was partially a mere bold front. In a battle against a vampire, it was necessary for her to keep her composure. The strong point of a vampire was that they had the strength of a beast and yet the intelligence of a human. If she could anger him, starve him, and have him writhing, it was possible that he would abandon his human nature, his nature falling to that of a beast's, and then she could hunt him down and kill him. That would be the best policy. After all, to hunt was an elven duty. Well then, let the monster hunt commence, she said as she let out a rough fighting spirit that did not suit her young face. The elves were being hunted. Here and there, their village was overflowing with demons. The profane being with a human head, bat wings, and tiger body, the manticore. The wriggling, countlessly many-headed snake, the hydra. The scaled, giant rooster with poisonous breath, the cockatrice. And then there were ogres, trolls, werewolves on top of weretigers, direwolves. Those that were dyed with evil, and those that were born from the darkness itself. Those monsters were descending upon them. Elves, they kill. Humans, they kill. Beasts, they kill. All living beings these creatures oppose, a huge flock of monsters. As they faced those dreadful threats, those who found themselves petrified in horror heard the sound of footsteps from their back. Rumble, rumble. It was none other but the Cyclops, who remained invincible against all manners of spell that the mages fired at it. That noise was like an occasional reminder that it was drawing near from their backs, as if the one-eyed giant was a beater. It drove its prey in packs to be slaughtered, as much as its herd wanted. As long as the summoned monsters could kill whatever driven being it happened upon, then that was fine for them. What was happening in this village was exactly that. Let it be said once again, the elves were being hunted. HMPH, contrary to my expectations, this is disappointing. The woman, ignoring the pain and anguish that was occurring in the tragedy below her, curtly snorted. Her callous scorn melted in the night sky without anyone noticing. Chapter 23, like the falling rain in the forest. A thunder spear. Fired from the chief's palm, a spear of lightning ran through the sky. Its thick ray was like that of a battering ram. Just how much mana and might had been poured in there. Its velocity was as if it was literally a lightning bolt. That lightning, which seemed to mock even the wind itself for being slow, struck its target without giving the target any room to dodge. Ga. Femme, who was shocked throughout her entire body, leaked out a strange groan and twitched for a moment. However, she managed to shake it off using sheer force and drew close to the chief. She brandished her destructive fist at him once again. Attack, commence. The air split. Fallen leaves danced around before they fell back, while more leaves were torn and blown off from its trees. Disregarding the fact that she did indeed wear gauntlets, what was brought forth from her girly, thin arm. The force of her mere fist created a windstorm that seemed to mow the forest down. A blink moves. The scenery of the forest was distorted as the chief's body disappeared, before he reappeared behind Fem's back a single moment later. Rather than teleporting the chief to another space, the spell worked to bend the space and quickly move him within a short distance. And since it was different in concept compared to teleportation, it was hard to jam it. Therefore, the chief could use the spell to evade, but its mana consumption was large. In the first place, spells that interfere with space were already considered to be high-tier spells. If he were to use it continuously, he'd be running out of mana in a blink of an eye. Normally, Blink Move counted as a spell that people would avoid, due to the difficulty of learning it and its effect that did not live up to its mana consumption. But his former teacher, Old Gran, had said to him some centuries ago, "There will be a time when you'll find a spell handy, no matter what spell it is." Those words were etched in him, and thanks to that he barely managed to hold on to his life, though he didn't know for how much longer could he afford to keep it up. Bloody monster. The chief, an elf who had lived since ancient times that predated the human calendar itself, muttered in horror. He saw the aftermath of her brandished fist. The ground was upturned and the trees fell down. If he were to receive the blow, no, if it even were to graze him, he was sure that his flesh would be plucked off his bones while his bones would break, rendering him incapable to fight. In the other hand, no matter how much he tried to fire his spells at his opponent, it appeared that she wasn't even scratched because of it. What absurdity was that? However, if he couldn't hold on against this absurdity, he would die here. The village would follow too. Let me ask you once again, what are you? The chief asked Fem. For a while now, his spells had been hitting her directly. It would mean that whatever magic equipment she had wasn't the kind that interfere with and defend her from the spells itself. She could endure the chief's attack only by relying on her toughness alone. That way, there was no way that she was a human, and the chief did not think that she was a fellow elf either. He didn't want to think about the possibility, but could she be a demon? Or probably some sort of an avatar of an evil dragon? Without responding to the chief's question, Fem readied her fist yet another time. Verifying data. Correcting deviations. Changing pattern, self-improvement application test, commence. You just won't listen, huh? The fierce attack started then. Just when he thought that Fem's figure was moving, her fist came flying in without pause. Then another, then another, then another. Right, left, alright, left, right, left. The chief then made a big move to protect his right side. Fem responded by hitting his left side, left side, left side. Instead of the intense but unrefined punches that she threw a while ago, her consecutive attack was now lighter, but sharper. The weight of each blow was indeed reduced, but its basis, her Herculean strength, was still that of a giant's. The barrage of fists finally grazed the chief, who could only manage to avoid them within a short moment and scraped his flesh off to be eaten by the birds. Agh. He couldn't bear it, so he blink moved. He moved towards her back, she turned around. The way she turned her trajectory, it was as if she was dancing. It was so graceful to the point of it being cruel. She resumed her attack, but just before that, he grandly blink moved again. As if she had already predicted that, Fem rushed at him. The chief blink moved thrice. Fem followed after him each time. Did she read me? There's not enough time to do it the fourth time. Defend, defend, defend. Defender. The torrent of fists rushed against the makeshift defensive magic barrier. Sparks of fire flew all over as his magic barrier and her metal gauntlet collided. The chief's feet was dragged backwards, forming a furrow on the ground in the process. He couldn't completely cancel the impact. His wall raised a shriek. At this rate, his protection would be smashed to pieces, and the chief surely would be attacked from his rear and be killed. But during the several seconds before that finally happened, the chief saw a way for him to prevail. Heed my call. Thunder spirits of the heavens, lightning spirits of the earth. Gather ye in this place and be my arms. Ever since the beginning of the battle, this was the first time for the chief to chant regular spell. He had been pressured by Fem and was compelled to use only chantless spell because of that. However, instead of attacking him with heavy strikes, Fem chose instead to attack him with lighter fists now, and as these fists were chipping the barrier little by little, the chief had only a few seconds, but that was enough opportunity to cast the chant. Come manifest, ye great lord who presides over the 80 thunders. Dwell ye in the tip of my spear and strike my enemy. I won't let you. His mana ran amok as lightning surged. Realizing the chief's intention, Femme pulled her fist to a great extent. She was changing her style to single heavy punches again, with that kind of ridiculous strength. Surely she would manage to break through the cracked barrier and land a hit on the chief. The chief laughed. No matter what she chose, it was all the same. She would need to amass a lot of energy to pack that punch, a moment to amass the energy to exhibit its perfected might. That single moment was enough for him to complete his chant. For here in this place, in this moment, with the might of the heavens I shall crush the wicked. Kuranos. Her fist crushed through the barrier. Fragments of glass-like light danced around wildly. At the same time, the chief released his spell. Even among the spells that he had learned, this was the strongest among them yet. Oh, great forest, please do not forgive me who could not even strike the enemy without resorting to means like these, not even a bit. Life and death intersected each other, in a single moment that seemed to have lasted for an eternity. In that moment, such was the chief's penitence. The might of that spell also threatened the forest that he was supposed to protect, but if he didn't use it, he wouldn't be able to protect the forest either. While what he used were only chantless spells, it was still a fact that his enemy was a monster that could take mid-tier spells like they were nothing. Then, if he used a top-tier spell, that spell should have been able to destroy her completely. And then, unless he destroyed this enemy of his, he wouldn't be able to protect the forest nor the village. I will bear the blame for this. Therefore, please, protect the people that have received your blessing. The might of the released lightning strike. If Thunderspear had the force of a battering ram, then this one was like an avalanche. The spell, whose electric discharge could even distort space itself, became a torrent of flash that swallowed Femme and burned the entirety of the chief's field of vision. A top-tier lightning spell, in the forest, turns out that even the white elf chief is more senseless than I thought. There, above the village, with the light of the moon on her back, a woman grumbled. As her body was laden with presence-concealing magical equipment, probably not even the trained eyes of the elven hunters could catch the sight of her. Below her, the fire and the furrows that the lightning strike had left were burning the forest in a grand manner. There were fires blowing up here and there. In other words, it was a wildfire. Well, anyway, it's probably because his opponent is that one. Even for me, I don't think I can match her unless I do something like this. Doesn't change the fact that the whole affair is unsatisfactory, though. The woman snickered. An elf that received the divine blessing of the forest, their chief, of all people, would burn it down on his own volition after he found himself to be at his wit's end. She found this so ironic and hilarious, she couldn't bear to suppress her laughter. However, she couldn't afford to be laughing all night. This outbreak of this fire was unfavorable to the fulfillment of their objective. If the prey that they had carefully selected were to catch fire and die, then all would be lost. And no matter how much deep in the forest they were, if the fire were to continue to spread in a flashy manner, then chances were that it might catch the attention of the hairless apes outside of the forest as well. She needed to take an action, quickly too. The woman thought about something for a while before she broke into a smile, as if she had come up with a good idea. Well then, let's have a break, literally. The old Gran saw that light. That dazzling, ominous flash of lightning that fell from the skies. She instinctively recognized its true nature, and for that, her eyes went wide. Boy, you actually used that. A complicated feeling rose in her heart. Sympathy for the man who had lived his life caring for the trees for so long, only to burn them all together so that he could burn his foe as well. Remorse for her own powerlessness, for she couldn't be a helping hand for him, to the point that he was driven to do something like that. And the conviction that he should have won, for he had chosen to use that. Whoa, isn't that a top-tier lightning spell? As expected from the elven chief, he sure knows amazing stuff. Will this be okay, though? Releasing something like that in the middle of a forest like this. See, the trees caught fire, and now we have a wildfire, you see. The vampire jeered. His boots were currently trampling on the forest soil. Then what about the chief's residence that had both of them until a while ago? That place was already gone. It was, after all, a battleground between a high elf and a lord vampire. Of course, the aftereffect of the spell, exchanges between the two of them, would wipe it off from existence. Old Gran stared at the vampire sternly. "Thou, how dare thine lot stand to speak that way? Woe, Scary." He moved both of his hands to cover the sides of his face as he said, "Nope, nope," while making an exaggerated show of how frightened he was. The vampire kept fooling around unsparingly. But the reason why Old Gran was able to maintain her life until now was precisely because that vampire had been fooling and playing around. Elves are born with excelling magical prowess, but not only do vampires have that, but they also excel in physical prowess. In one-on-one combat like this, her defeat was supposedly already a given. Surely, her opponent thought so as well. The vampire ceased fooling around and shrugged. "Well then, lady, how long are you planning to keep this up again? Are you perchance thinking that if you can keep me until dawn, the morning will burn me to ashes?" Unfortunately, she didn't think that was likely. Vampire lords have extraordinary self-regeneration ability. Even if the sunlight, a vampire's weakness, were to get to them, surely they would have some kind of a feat to bring them back from the brink caused by the damage they received. And most of all, she wasn't confident that her supply of mana could last in a battle of spells with a vampire until then. Old Gran suppressed her anxiety and smiled confidently. "Humph, I have no need to wait that long. Karanos was the sign of the chief's victory. At this moment, he hath already left to save the village. He will ride on that momentum and come here eventually. It may take a while until he arriveth here, but I do not suppose he would be so leisurely as to come only until dawn breaketh." HMMMM. Ooh. The vampire grinned broadly. "Is that so? Really, is that so? Then it'll be weird if we don't start doing something as well, don't you think?" Kuh. What he said was true. It was the same power that had breached the white birch forest barrier and performed large-scale summoning to attack the village. If they were that proficient in magic, surely they would be able to do something like telepathy, and it wouldn't be odd if they carry around magical equipments to communicate with each other. With that, they were bound to be in touch in case of emergency. "Well then, as you wish, guess I'll take you on. It'll be fun to see if help really is coming for you too." "Shadowlance," he sneeringly shouted as he thrusted a lance made from a mass of shadows and approached Old Gran. With dark magic, he manipulated the virtual existence, then he added void element into it, a multi-elemental spell. An advanced spell that superimposed a rare element onto another rare element. And for him to chantlessly use it without effort, as expected from vampire lords, the existence that is said to reign supreme over the night. Of course, the Old Gran were not planning to take this lying down. Ray of light. What she produced from her palm of hand was a thick assembly of rays of light. It pierced through the Shadowlance, along with the vampire that stood behind it. Reason dictated that light vanquished shadows, and as such, in that clash of the two, light would prevail. A vampire was a creature of the dark. She wasn't as versed as humans in terms of holy magic, but she could expect that she landed a severe blow there, or so she thought. The vampire's chest absorbed the rays of light. "Graih, just kidding, did you think it worked? Ahhhhhhhhh. And then disappeared, while not affecting him at all. Was he able to excel against it, because of the magic defense imbued on the magical equipment he was wearing, or was it because of his innate resistance from his high magical prowess? Or perhaps, she didn't want to think about it, but perhaps was it because of both? Damn monster. Old Gran glared at the abomination that stood a few meters away from her with bitter regret. Even for elves, light spells, which did not belong to the 4 classic elements, typically were not their strongest suit. She was the most proficient caster in the village, but chantless spells weren't enough to land effective damage against the vampire. There must be another way to take this monster down. A weak point that I can exploit to kill him in one fell swoop. Something, anything. Then, what should I do now? Shall I increase my magical prowess one step further him? The vampire's complacent smile froze for a moment. He brought his fingers to his cheek and swiped something. It's raining. As if taking that word as a cue, droplets of water began to fall from the skies. It started raining. "'Tis raining." Old Gran flickered her eyes. It was a full moon night. Not even a single cloud was in view until a while ago. But now it was raining. Sure enough, when she looked up, dark clouds suddenly spread all over the nightly sky, to the point where they conceal the full moon itself. Old Gran intentionally disregarded that enigma. Even though if this was her usual self, she would have already realized something like this. Something like someone, somewhere was manipulating the weather in a grand scale. This was aid from the heavens. The flames of the chief's battle aftermath were being extinguished. Nay, anyway, my utmost priority now is to somehow deal with this vampire. The old Gran strengthened that will and started chanting. Oh, trickles of water falling from the skies, flowing to the earth. I order thee, water spirits far and wide. That incantation. The vampire went into blatant panic. Of course he would. What she was chanting was a spell to summon the water spirits. The rain had started falling, and if the water spirits were to act in conjunction to it, it wouldn't be impossible for her to generate an enormous water current. And vampires were weak against running water. Hearken unto my voice, may thee wash over and cleanse all impurity. Stop, I. Old Gran laughed at the vampire, who abjectly pleaded at the moment. He was exposed to his weak point. If he had the spare time to do that, then he would have jumped in and stopped her chanting. Blasted moving corpse, did the rot go all the way to thine brain cells, too? A hydra stream, a raging stream of water, gushed out from the seal of the spell. Even in the darkness of the night, the cascade of white foam flooded everything before her eyes. If only the rain hadn't fallen. The vampire's figure and his muffled curses were all submerged in the water. Fuhahaha, thou might be an immortal, but it was still not enough to surpass the ages I had passed, it seemeth. Old Gran gasped for breath as she released herself from the stance of the spell. She could feel that her body had suddenly become weak. Her body had run deficient of mana. Her opponent was a vampire. In the unlikely chance that the vampire could escape its weak point, that was the stream of water, she had to mow down a considerably wide area with the spell. The price for that was this sudden depletion of mana. Wheeze, this was not something someone my age should have undertaken, seriously. Besides, truthfully, there was another cause of this fatigue of hers. Not good, the spell. Her magic was undone. As the caster suffered from both the recoil of forcing herself to cast a high-tier spell and deficiency of mana, the invoked spell vanished away. As if to wash her adornments off, the rain kept falling. I suppose it's about time. Rumble, the sound of the giant's footsteps. In the rain that fell all of a sudden, the battle was still raging in the village. The monsters did not force their way through to attack. Instead, they cunningly rounded up the elves and hunted them one by one. Curiously, the monsters were mostly aiming at adults. They would deliberately leave the younger ones, while striking down those from the eldest in order of their age. These things, could it be that they're intending to capture the youngsters alive? Verch's father shouted his speculation. Certainly, if they were to think that way, then it was easy to understand this situation. They cull the adults, who'd be difficult to handle, and then sweep the children and the youngsters away. That line of thinking, it was as if, Father, are you implying that a human is behind this raid? Indeed, capturing elves as slaves is how humans would think. Her father nodded at his daughter's question. I don't think humans have the ability to manipulate the monsters this far, but from the way they act it certainly seems like it was them. After all, they'd usually go after the weaker ones first, right? He shot an approaching ogre dead, then tutted. Hey, I'm out of arrows. Has anyone got some spare? I'm out too, try the others. I haven't got any as well. To begin with, who the hell still have some with them anyway? Coming this far, the elves were running out of arrows. As Verch had ran out of arrows herself, she had been supporting them with magic, but she was at her limit as well. Her mana was now mostly exhausted. She had used up too much arrow and magic in the beginning of the battle against the Cyclops. The monocular giant, who was kept under the protection of the spell of an unknown person, was still able to maintain that impregnable barrier. The only mages who could dispel it were probably just the chief or the old Gran. It would have been better if people could understand that and preserve themselves, though. More importantly, what is the chief and old Gran doing? Aren't they supposed to be rushing in here? Surely you saw that flash of lightning a while back. That was the chief, there in the middle of combat there too. It seemed that both of them were being kept by something and thus couldn't come their way. Then, rumbles rumble, EKKK. As if to strengthen the pressure, the Cyclops took another step towards them. Verge couldn't tell whether that shriek was hers or someone else's. Don't be afraid. Am I not a hunter of this forest? Even though she desperately persuaded herself, her body just wouldn't stop shaking. The elves around her had a similar look as well. The difference of strength between them was overwhelming. The chief's aid was still not in sight. All in all, their situation was hopeless. The elves' morale were breaking down. So it's all over. No. Drip, drip. Tears were starting to fall from her eyes. How unsightly was that an appearance a hunter of the Wit Clan would expose in the sight of others. But it seemed that no one would criticize her over this. In fact, she had held well to be one among the survivors so far. We're finished, we're all going to die. Among them, it seemed that there were those who had already went past their limit long ago. Taking that into account, a young girl crying alone would surely count as innocent. She was making do just by crying silently. She'd probably be praised as a brave kid for that. Verge. The voice when the father called out to his daughter was a lonely one. If his conjecture that the enemy's aim was to capture the young elves was correct, then this would not result in Verge's death. But when an elven woman got captured, there could be a fate crueler than death waiting for her. And even if his conjecture was incorrect, the only possible outcome was for her to die here. With that in mind, as a father, just how hard for him to say something at this moment? There was also the thing about her mother as well. Although they had sent her away to escape under the pretext of liaison, the village proper had already turned into a hunting ground for monsters now. Her life was probably already forfeit. With that in her mind, she could feel that her chest were being crushed. Surely her father felt the same way as well. Rumble, rumble. The giant drew near. Along with that, the monster's encirclement against them grew narrower. At last, the coup de grace was coming. No. She had no bow nor arrows, and her mana had already exhausted. At this rate, would she meet her end by the claws and fangs of the monsters, or just as her father thought, would she fall captive to the person who had been pulling the strings behind the scenes? Neither was desirable for her. I haven't even met Chaga yet. Her mind was occupied by the thoughts of him, the one she had a fallout with half a month ago. If that was to be the last of their conversations, then that would be too sad. She wanted to meet him one more time and make amends. At the very least, she wanted to see his face. Chaga. The monsters steadily drew even nearer. So which one among them will leap out first? The manticore, the direwolf, the orc. The ogre, Verge's body was petrified at the sign of the approaching evil. Then, at that time, Verge. A spell broke through the house wall behind her back. Then, the face that she had missed for the last half-month leapt into her vision. Chaga. She cried the name of the person who clumsily landed near her side in disbelief. Hey, I thought the demons can't fit their figure indoors, so I went through the houses. Seems like I was right. And on top of that, he even uttered such bravado. His forced smile was stiff, and his voice and limbs were trembling all over, but still, she could feel that there was something encouraging about him. Why? Hey, brat, what on earth have you been doing up until now? She meant to say, why are you here? But it was interrupted by her father's shouting. To answer that question, Chaga pointed at the hole on the house that he broke through from. Dear, Mom's you. The one who appeared from there was Verge's mother, who was supposedly running towards the outskirts of the village. So she made it alive. I wondered when I saw Auntie running about outside with a strange look on her face, so it was because that huge thing, I thought that I should rush here somehow. But the village proper has already been riddled with demons. For the time being, I gathered all the arrows I could grab when I was running here and there with Chaga. She said as she presented the bundle of arrows that she brought in her arms. The surviving elves raised their voices. Arrows, we can still continue to fight. First, as the demons couldn't pass through the houses easily, let's go through there and head steadily for the outskirts. The white birch forest should be too narrow for the large-sized demons to traverse, and the spirit's blessing will hasten our mana recovery. Wait, Chaga, aren't you worried that they might just anticipate us when we leave the houses? And that is why we have this guy's nose. What came running towards Chaga's feet was that wolf familiar. It was impossible for Verge to suppress her complicated feeling about that sight, but given the circumstances, there was nothing she could do. With a stern look on his face, her father, too, asked him, Can you depend on it? It was because of this child that we could get here without harm, you know. Her mother stroked the familiar wolf to thank it. Surely it was fine to believe it now. Then Chaga turned towards Virch. Virch, take this too. What he handed over as he said that was her bow and arrows. Chaga. This howdy. When I went to the armory to retrieve the arrows, I took it along with me. Thought you'll be troubled without it. As if being shy, he scratched his cheek as he was saying so. As expected, the bow, which she hadn't held for a while, fittingly felt familiar in her hands. Vitality returned to her droopy ears. There were both her bow and arrows in her hand. Her companion, who she spent years together with, was also by her side as well. The pieces that she lost half a month ago up until now were now restored. The senses of a hunter, the will to fight returned to her. Chaga, thank you. Don't mention it, I'm weak, so if I can help you, who's strong, then it's fine. And I'm sorry, I said something cruel to you then. I'm sorry too. I was so engrossed in my attempt to be dependable to you, I couldn't get a hold of what's important to you. Just with that exchange of words, the ill feeling she harbored melted away as if it was never there. So she couldn't do something so simple as this, and she was troubled for half a month because of it. In spite of herself, she thought the whole affair was silly. Hey, you two, don't idle about. The battle is still going on. Yes. At her father's scolding, their voices intertwined. While gazing at the bitter smile that he floated, she knocked and fired. One arrow. First, the dire wolf, one fatal shot aimed at the throat of the demon, whose appearance was a profane mockery of a wolf. I haven't lost my touch yet. Half a month might have passed, but this bow still precisely works as an extension of my limbs. She released the next arrow, as she found joy in that. Her aim was the ogre. The arrow pierced through its eye socket and struck its brain, killing it instantly. Elven bows were enchanted with magic. If a divinely blessed user shoots an arrow with it, its power would surpass even that of a crossbow's. Ooh, the elves around her livened up. We can do this. The Cyclops is still tough to face, but it's not that difficult to cut away through the other guys. We'll escape according to Chaga's suggested route. First, we'll go to the forest. We'll join up with the chief and old Gran, and using the combined war potential as a leverage, we'll push the enemy back. I came to feel like that isn't impossible. No, we can do this. All right, we can still do this. There's still hope for us. One in her company cried out. Virch felt the same as well. That's right, we can still do this. But then that came. Hey, isn't it a bit too early to get excited now? A voice rung out from above. The rain had stopped. It had stopped abruptly, just like how the rain broke. The rain clouds had already disappeared as well. The light of the moon came back and illuminated their surroundings. There, floating in the midair and glaring at the villagers, was a certain someone. A dark elf. Her silver hair was dazzling even in the dark, in contrast of her dark brown skin that dissolved into the shades of the night. A pair of long ears similar to that of an elf's extended from the sides of her head. Certainly, that person was a dark elven woman, and Virch knew this woman. That woman, whose left eye was covered by an eye patch. Miss Dre, the dark elf who introduced herself as a slave of an adventurer, who had saved Virch when she wandered into the Black Forest 2 weeks ago. Then, why was she here? No, that was fine too. Virch knew that she was a terrific expert of a mage. If they could get Dre to help, then surely it would be possible to exterminate this horde of demon. Virch, you know that person. Chaga asked her in his confusion. Of course, she answered promptly. Yeah, that person. Answer. Answer. Answer, she could not. Suddenly her breath was seized, her voice couldn't come out. Only her lips was flapping and moving about, there was no meaningful words that came from her tongue. What's wrong, Virch? Get a hold of yourself. What is it? What the heck is happening? Chaga shook her shoulder. Her parents gazed restlessly between their abnormally behaving daughter and the unexpected intruder. Dre pleasantly stared the suffering Virch down. Her single eye, warped with joy, gave the same impression as the giant's eye. Hoo, what a foolish girl. If you're having trouble talking about me, then perhaps you should talk about something else. They couldn't get it. What on earth was Dre saying? Why was she laughing at Virch, who was suffering? What did you do to Virch? When Chaga shouted angrily at her, Dre's laughter grew even more intense. Her laughter felt as cruel as that of a cat when it was torturing a rat it had captured. My, what are you getting so worked up for? Ah, I see. So you're the Chaga brat, aren't you? Why did you know my name? Verch was as surprised as him. She hadn't spoken about Chaga with Dre at that time. There should have been a topic about him since he had always been with her, but somehow she found it embarrassing to talk about, so she didn't bring it up. Then how come did she know about Chaga? HMPH. It's a bother to explain. I'll just undo my spell now, you can guess however you want when you see the girl then. Dre said before she snapped her fingers. At the same time, something burst open inside her mind. A memory of what really happened that night was coming back. And if you do that, you'll be able to pass through the barrier and enter the village. While her head was feeling fuzzy and her thoughts were muddled, Verch was obediently answering the questions directed at her to the extent of her knowledge. The village's scale, its population, its notably powerful people, and the way to pass through its barrier. Most of them was supposed to be kept secret, but for some reason that she couldn't understand, she felt that she couldn't conceal them. When Verch saw that, left eye, she felt that she must comply with whatever she was ordered to. Dre nodded in satisfaction after Verch had told her the whole story. I see. I've heard the gist of what I wanted to know. Thank you. But there's something that still makes me curious. Shall I hear about it then? Yes, please ask me anything. After she acknowledged that, Dre began to scrutinize her with dangerous eyes and asked away. When we talked about idle things before I used this eye, I felt that you were hiding something in your words. Most likely it's nothing important, but I'm just making sure. Spit that out as well. Verch's body trembled. I'm sorry. That I can't tell. What? Why are you hiding it? Speak. Dre's left eye emitted a purple light. When Verch saw that light, the resistance that she felt in her heart began to gradually disappear. What I hid was about Chaga. What is that? My hunting mate. I don't get it. Why would you hide something like that? Because it's embarrassing. At that answer, Dre made a dubious look. I just don't understand. It seemed that her look was saying that. However, Verch, who had lost her resistance, slowly began to continue on her own. I really hold him dear, I just couldn't say it well. I'm embarrassed that I'd say something weird about him. That's not a reason at all. Apparently the girl herself hasn't settled the matter as well. I'm not good with words, I can't put his good side to other people, but I'm embarrassed, sad because of it. So long story short, it's just a brat's love affair. Tisk, I wasted mana for this, that's enough. From the way Dre was speaking, it seemed that she couldn't care less about what she kept in the depths of her heart. She tossed the secret that she held dear in the bottom of her heart away just like that. Verch's chest was hurting. The woman who stood before her eyes didn't pay that any mind and continued to talk. For the time being, let's just keep your mouth shut, all right. Your village is an exclusive one, so I have no idea about how the other villagers would feel about outsiders. Surely you'll feel bad if the others were to think ill of the person who saved your life? Yes. Yes, I'll feel bad. There. Good child, so, Verch. Absolutely don't mention anything about me to the villagers, all right? Ah, besides that, forget everything that happened since I showed you my left eye. Got it. That's it. Verch was made aghast by the memories that she regained. She told Dre everything by herself. The location of the village, the method of entrance, the details of their war potential. Everything related to this raid, it all came from her. So, everything is because of that. The miasma from the monsters that encircled them. The terrible smell from the husks of elves who had fallen in the battle. Both of them joined up and furiously agitated the insides of her heart. Your fault. She felt as if someone was whispering that to her. She felt as if one of the scattered bodies, one of her dead companion's eyes, was sending the blame her way. The reason that they came, the reason that we died, it was all your fault. Verch felt as if she was tightly grabbed by the stomach. An acrid sourness welled up from the back of her throat. She couldn't hold her vomit in. Blurg. Verch, are you all right? Chaga rubbed her back gently, but it couldn't offer her any comfort. She kept throwing up, and even when there was nothing left to throw up, her stomach was still cramping. Dre glared down at her. Ah, and here I thought you were a bit of a gutsy girl. It turns out you're frailer than I expected. Bastard, what did you do to our daughter? Upon hearing her father's cry, the woman culprit sighed deeply. Didn't I tell you just a while back? From the look of your girl over there, take a guess however you want that I told you. And yet you still ask me to take the trouble to explain it for you? That takes effort. So nope, no can do, Sai. You lot are slow on the uptake. I'm starting to doubt whether you people will be able to work properly if I were to take you back with me. So you're the ringleader behind this incident. You really are slow on the uptake. What are you saying now? You saw all that, and you still can't understand. She said as if she was admonishing her underperforming students. As they saw the way she behaved, the surviving elves around her began to get a hold of the situation. So the ringleader is that dark elf. She manipulated that many demons. That's absurd. What is she aiming? No, rather than that. Someone among them stared daggers towards Virch's direction. She cast a spell on Virch and dragged out everything about this village from her, huh? So the cause of this? It's your fault, Vrche. Several people affixed their glare her way. Her father and mother gazed at her with a look of disbelief on their faces. Chaga's hand, which was placed on her back, was shaking as well. Sint, stop it. She couldn't bear being stared with that kind of look in their eyes. Did you deceive me? She could bear it no longer, and thus, without thinking, she called Dre out with imploring eyes. She still couldn't believe that she was the culprit behind all of this. She wanted Dre to tell her that this was a joke. She wanted this nightmarish night to be all just a lie. However, Dre was just callously laughing. Deceive you? Don't say things that may sully my reputation now. I haven't told you a single lie, you know. Aren't you an adventurer's companion? This isn't what ordinary adventurers do. What a silly one you are, little white elf girl. I have no memory of telling you that he was a proper adventurer. I just saved you from a monster once, and you dropped your vigilance on your own just like that. Hoo. Besides, aren't normal adventurers already harmful enough for the village? Your village was destroyed, right? And yet, why would you do the same thing yourself? I told you back then, didn't I? I don't mind it anymore, so you don't have to worry about it. Yo, you told me that your companions were important, and yet, why are you doing this? It's not strange, I suppose. My action is in the interest of my companions. Elves have a variety of uses. If I can capture a lot of you people, it'll please me and my companions. When you said you went to the forest to hunt, yeah, I was planning to capture these demons. Since they're this many, even I had to work my fingers to the bone. Especially that Cyclops, it really took its sweet time before I can get it under my control. Thanks to that, I made you saw something scary. Yeah, guess I really am sorry for that part. The one-eyed giant returned Dre's words with a low laughter. That Cyclops was the same Cyclops that encountered her when she wandered into the Black Forest. So at that time, it had already become the familiar of that dark elf. That was why it pulled back simply with just that. All of this, you were planning this from the beginning. Why are you bad-mouthing me? The dark elf's face was distorted with even more malice. Me discovering about your village was totally just a coincidence. Surely, I wouldn't notice any of this had that day someone didn't foolishly chase a boar too relentlessly and leave the barrier of her home because of it. Ika. Hoo. I am thankful, Virch. Thanks to you, not only that I could produce good results for my master, I can get a hold of you people as an extra too, you know. Strength left her body, Vrche. Chera promptly supported her collapsing body. Even so, she still couldn't find the strength to stand. In other words, Virch came to conclude that this was all her fault alone. Me, a forest hunter that protects her village, what a joke. This happened because she met Dre that day. Because she had wanted to hunt the boar down on her own, she wandered into the Black Forest. It was because even though she was a woman, she put her all towards something like hunting. That meant, because of who she was, this happened. Because I fancied myself as a big shot, things became like this. Regret, guilt, and self-disdain were endlessly swelling up inside of her. She was so afraid, her body couldn't stop shaking. She wasn't afraid of death, nor she was afraid of pain. She was afraid to admit that her life was meaningless and worthless. No, rather, she was afraid to admit that her life brought nothing but harm. After all, through their eyes, everyone is saying that this is my fault. Her surviving companions were already glaring at her as if she was their enemy. It's your fault. Just because you're skilled with the bow, you think you're clever, and now this happens. You're unfit as a hunter. No, you're unfit as an elf of the proud Wit Clan. Such thoughts were loaded behind their silent glare. They pierced her entire body. Her father didn't say anything as anguish-filled look warped his face. Her mother, who still couldn't understand all of this, seemingly wanted to say something, but she was at a loss of words. The hand Chaga placed on her shoulder gripped her so hard it hurt her. Now, the only thing she was afraid of was to lose this warmth that seemed to be disappearing from her any second now. Hoo-hoo-hoo. It seems that you've come to hate being shamed by your fellow tribesmen than the enemy before you, huh? What an incorrigible white elf. This is why it was easy to ruin you. The dark elven woman laughed gleefully. She took her hand onto the eye patch that covered her left eye. Well then, let's wrap things up. And exposed the purple-colored eye that was hidden behind it. Watch out, Cyclops. V. Verch. Verch was moving out of reflex. She covered both of Chaga's eyes with her hands, then she grabbed his hand and rushed to the back. It was that eye. That ominous left eye was the source of Dre's unnatural power. Verch, who had been struck by its spell once, learned from her restored memories and tried to avoid seeing it as much as she could. Even though she appeared to be suffocating to death a while back, it seems like the decision to undo the spell came back to bite me. So she still has some energy with her. Dre's irritated voice ran through her back. Verch's parents and the remaining elves were all petrified when they saw the glint in Dre's purple eye. Don't look at that eye. It's an evil eye. You won't be able to resist it. So that's what she has up her sleeve. She was pulling Chaga's hand and escaping that place in desperation. It wasn't that she didn't feel bad for leaving her parents behind, she just couldn't help it now. And besides, she didn't want to lose Chaga, she didn't want him to be taken from her. Someone who would remain with her until the very end, her precious partner, perhaps more dear than just that. For her, who had just lost her duty, her pride, and her everything, only he remained. Her mind was in chaos and her heart was in tatters, but the feeling of not wanting to lose him remained. At the very least, Chaga alone must make it away. Truthfully, she didn't know what would become of her if Dre were able to capture her. But if she were to follow the demons, then she should have hated and fall to the hands of the lot who killed these many elves. Surely she'll meet a crueler fate than living as an ordinary slave. She no longer cared about what will happen to her, though, so at the very least, Chaga alone must make it. She firmly held that in her heart as she pulled him away. Tusk, I won't let this force me to shed any effort on my part. I can make the demons to chase after them, but there's a risk that an accident will happen if I do that, I guess. The pair was rushing to the hole that Chaga made to come to this place earlier. Just before that, if it's this spell, it should be able to stop them without hurting them. Verch could feel some unnatural spell engulfing her entire body. Chapter 24, The Past Cannot Be Undone. Run, run, run. Verch ran alongside with Chaga, escaping from the village that was overrun by the monsters. Just both of them alone fled to the forest, leaving behind her parents and companions, who will likely be captured by the enemy. Verchi, wait. She could hear the ragged voice of Chaga. Normally, Verch's legs were faster than his, and he had been keeping up to pace with her all this while. He must be in exhaustion and in pain, however, they could not stop now. The monsters led by that dreadful dark elf have already gained total control over the elves of the White Birch Forest and the village of the Wit Clan. There will surely be pursuers after them. If they paused here, they will be caught. Driven by this fear, Verch's legs moved. No, Chaga, keep running. Sweat trickled down from her forehead, and tears ran down her cheeks. Verch had been running and crying. How did it come to this? It was the result of that one hunt where she had chased her prey too far out. Just that alone is causing the village to be on the brink of destruction. She fully understands that it was her who broke the rules and who was at fault. But what she did was so insignificant. Many of her companions were killed, while the survivors will end up as the slaves of people with evil intentions. And who is to say even worse might not befall upon them? Why didn't the spirits of the forest and nature stop at just punishing her? She cursed, with all the vocabulary she knew, at the irrationality of the world, the cruelness of the world. Verch, I can no longer. Don't complain, please run, run. Verch was the one crying instead. She was running in the forest with one hand on her bow and the other, pulling him along. She had done this countless number of times before, yet why is it so tiring now? Because it is my fault that he has to escape like this. Because she had abandoned her parents and compatriots. Just from thinking, her heart, not her legs, could not move on. Even then, she could still feel the warmth from his hand, from the him that has kept up the strength to grasp her hand in return and the willpower to press on with his weakened legs. Sorry, Virch. Her heart ached from his distressed voice. However, Virch desperately ran with him. Let's try to run and... I can no longer hold back. Suddenly, her hand was pulled back with full force. Due to the sudden force on Virch's body from the opposite direction, her foot flew through the air and she tripped clumsily. Her white skin was immediately smeared by mud. What are you doing? She objected as she tried to stand up. That pull was definitely from falling forward or something, and not from simply stopping. She felt that he wanted to make her fall. Why would he do so? Chaga pinned the bewildered Virch down with his hands on her shoulders. Chaga. Ha. Chaga bent over towards her as he breathed heavily. Something is wrong, Virch thought. She noticed that Chaga's disorderly breathing was not because of his tiredness from running. The eyes that bore down on her did not have colors of reason. The colors of a starving greed from that of a savage carnivore. Virchie. Like. She has no idea why this was happening and cowered in fright. He wrapped his body around her and pressed his lips against hers. It was far too unrestrained to be a kiss, and the excessive violence involved made it depraved. It was the behavior of a beast. Even if she could push him aside by hitting his chest, she wasn't able to push back against the weight of a male, even if he was thin. Even the possibility of biting him was sealed off as he skillfully grabbed her chin. While doing so, he had inserted his tongue and started licking the inside of her mouth. And who knows how much time passed. As Virch's consciousness receded from the lack of oxygen, her lips were finally freed. Chaga, why at this? An animal-like breathing and the rustling of clothes was the reply to her tear-stained question. Virch did not know that the cause of what was happening to them was because of magic. Just before escaping the village, Dre had casted a spell on Virch in order to stop her. The name of the spell was Enchant Temptation. It was a spell that made the target bewitch and stir up strong emotions in the opposite sex. The attraction brought by the spell is in the realm of devils. An average male would lose their rationality in the blink of an eye, press the target down, and bring the target to their knees. Considering that, Chaga had persevered for fairly long if they managed to retreat into the forest. Still, Virch had no way of knowing that. She could only be anguished at having her first kiss stolen and be in fear that she would lose something more important to her. Virch. Chaga leaned forward as he let out a roar. A creaking sound could be heard behind the weight of the two of them. It was the bow. The bow was squashed under her back when she fell earlier. The creaking of a hunter's pried under an unbearable weight and a scream. Stop, Chaga, please stop. Woo. In the moonlit forest, a girl's screams repeated. At the same time, a snap could be heard. Section, splosh. At the coldness of the drop of water on his face, the chief woke up. Above him was the branch of a white birch, and the remaining raindrops dripped. Oomph. When he tried to lift his body up, blisters from his mouth burst. It seems like some of his internal organs were injured. At that moment, despite Femme destroying his barrier with her fist, he had blasted his magic at her. Unfortunately, he did not come out unscathed. Hack, cock. Through and through a monster. For the present, the chief healed the damage with magic and brought his weakened body up. He expended a large amount of magic and stamina to heal his wounds. Suppose he could run to the village, the amount of work he could do was suspect. Nevertheless, with this, he was victorious. He should have won. The spell he released was the highest tier lightning spell, Kuranos. It was an attack that had so much power that it could heavily damage the village, where he had used it. For somebody even like Femme who had incredible resistance to magic, it should not be possible to be alive after receiving that attack. He gazed at the center of where he directed his magic. Amazingly, Femme still appeared human-like even after receiving that big of a magic attack, but as expected, she could no longer move. Half her face had been blown away and her right arm that she had continuously attacked with was gone. There was also a large hole on her flank. She should be dead. And yet, Zeisti Rikav Uri. A crooked, crackling voice was released and that girl was able to move again. I am possible. Femme revealed half her face towards the shocked chief. Inside, the missing right half of her face. From inside, a mysterious radiance was leaking out. What is that? He understood that it was something like a brain, but it had an eerie luster unlike that of the brain of a living thing. Occasionally, there were pulses of light flickering. It was just like metal. Metal? You, by some possibility, are you a golem? The chief groaned in a shiver. Golems. It was a type of familiar that was made of an inorganic substance and are modeled after living things. They are powered by the spells that run in them. This girl's true identity was that. However, it was one that was startling high-spexed and had an astonishingly precise replica of a human body. With no response from Femme, the chief was simply muttering to himself. Functi 0N, OK. Right RM, right abdomen area destroyed. Gaga, vocalization mechanism abnormal. Restored. Main mechanism, computing unit Orichalcus brain, and main energy source, Vril generator no issues found. Continued combat is possible. And then, her left eye that was staring at the chief, shined. I apologize for keeping you waiting. In addition, your threat level has been revised upwards, giving up on capture and will completely annihilate. The metal contraption of a monster said, and she approached. The chief's body was unable to move. Exhaustion, hopelessness, and despair was draining his body of energy. From the beginning, he had no spare magic nor stamina left. At this juncture, he had no means to resist. You lot, who are you all? I do not see a need to reply. From the beginning, our true identity is kept strictly confidential. Femme drew up her remaining left fist. As though a blasphemy, it resembled the stance of an elf warrior drawing a bow. Why did you attack our village? I have confirmed that I have previously answered that. Our mission target are the elves themselves. What do you plan to do to us? I propose that you stay relieved. It was the first time Femme, with only half her face, changed her expression. The ends of her lips lifted upwards. It was a smile. If elves are capable existences, my master would surely bless you all with eternal prosperity. And then came the final blow. His final moment was silent. The powerful fist she soundlessly threw extracted his soul compassionately without pain. At the same time, she mercilessly abandoned his corpse to the night. Section, going a little back in time. Cough, cough, hatchu, ugh, disgusting. All the effort I put into this getup is wasted. That's why I told you stop, didn't I seriously? The vampire man said as he held out his dripping wet cloak. What should have been his weakness, running water, should have enveloped him, and he should have disappeared under the muddy waters. Yet he still appeared right before the old Gran. A preposterous figure covered with mud was there, with not a single wound. Impossible, vampires should be weak towards running water. The vampire laughed at the surprise of old Gran. Perhaps for the average vampire? On the contrary, I am made of something different, aha. This level of running water could never kill me, ohuho. Ah, since I'm an undead, I'm already dead. Well, in any case, leave your regrets for the afterlife. He clapped his hands together and laughed and laughed and laughed. All of a sudden, he sobered up and became serious. Behind those eyes were disappointment and contempt. He looked at old Gran, who had run out of magic and was unable to maintain her normal appearance, as though he was looking at bugs beneath his foot. So, what is with that? That's the trick of preserving one's youth for over 2,000 years. What a waste of my expectations. I was wondering what secret was there, but it's just about appearing young. Old Gran leaked out a shameful voice towards his criticism. Her hoarse voice no longer had the same luster as before. Her limbs became emaciated, and her hollow face was carved with countless deep wrinkles. She was an old woman. Even if she was a 1,000-year-old long-living elf, it was divine providence that she couldn't escape aging. The proof of that was right here. Her youthful appearance had been fake, something that was preserved unnaturally with magic. Could this be the so-called women's nature? Something like, I want to look young no matter how old I am, or did you want that chief to look at you as a woman? Ha ha ha, how laughable. Damn it, you made me waste all my expectations. Ah, if so, I should just kill you quickly. I already lost my desire to suck your blood. Shut up. She shouted to get back at his unrelenting mockery. Old Gran knew she could not fight back against her opponent. Elves are good at spells that borrow the strength of spirits. They were unfamiliar with holy magic that human priests can use. For her, who was unable to reach the level of a sage, even if she could use holy magic, would it have any effect on this vampire? And most importantly, this vampire no longer had eyes with the color of fun. He completely lost that mood and had an expression that says, "All that is left is work, and I just have to massacre the objective in front of me." She had been patient because her opponent was fooling around. The one that should shut up is. The vampire casually closed the distance and, you. As though he was kicking trash, the old woman's head was sent flying. The body of the owner collapsed with a thud. Looking down on it, the vampire gave a deep sigh. "It has been a while since I could go on a trip, and this is the result. Seriously, this is as uncool as it gets. Ah, how troublesome. I wouldn't mind going home quickly and drinking that awful cultivated blood. I wonder if Senpai would give me just a tiny bit of the virgin elf's blood. Surely I won't be getting any boo-hoo. Why am I so unfortunate?" The vampire, also known as Opus 04, Charles France Schmidt muttered as he disappeared into the moonlit night. All there was left was the headless corpse of the old woman and traces of a devastating magic battle that had unfolded. Section. Amidst the tearing pain of her body, Virch was crying. Averting herself from the dreadful reality, Virch shut her eyelids, and she was enveloped in total darkness. From her ears that were wilting and losing in strength, she could hear the endless painful gasps from Chaga. It hurts, Chaga. Why are you doing this?" "Virch, Virch, I can't do without you. Is it my fault? Am I in the wrong? Because you are like this, Because I'm like this, Chaga is angry and is suffering. Did I hurt him? Even though I wouldn't need anything else as long as you are by my side. Are you okay with me just being by your side? If I do that, will you forgive me?" "Virch, you are so cute, Virch. Very girl-like." "Yes, I am trying to be cute. I am trying to be a girl. I will no longer do something like hunting anymore. Come on, relax yourself more. Let me in." Like this, it became somewhat painful though. Chaga is smart, If he had entered like that from the start, it would have been better. It was because I am idiot I didn't know that. "Virch, I have liked you from very, very long ago. I love you." Yes. Virch likes Chaga too though. Her thoroughly broken heart, a mind that has lost several important things, filling the void with his words as the new parts. And so, Virch was slowly building up a new self. Section. Oh dear. It seems you have escaped pretty far away. At the voice from behind, Chaga stopped with a jump. The voice came from the Dark Elf, Dre, the mastermind of the group that had attacked their village this night. A terrifying sorceress that possesses a demon eye. Chaga became aware that such an existence was approaching. And then, the reality of the events that happened before his eyes burst in. A listless, feeble Virch laid flat on the mud. Surprised, he tried to wake her up, and a pair of slender white legs fell to the ground and hit the mud. They were her legs. He had been lifting them up till now. For what purpose had he done that? As he lost energy and became tense, a warm something left his waist. Virch's eyes were blank. What have I been doing? For such a weak-looking fellow, you sure a greedy one. Or could it be, because she had allowed you to do as you please? The woman from behind revealed an unsightly chuckle as she laughed at him. Chaga had no energy to retort it. What excuses could he make now? The stretched-out body in front of him seemed to be condemning him so. In any case, it is the last for you two. Come, or would you rather have your lower half sliced away and be unable to stand? Even then, a shaking voice was squeezed out of his throat, involuntarily. Why is this happening? He realized he had been lusting for her as much as his voice could call out while unconscious. And the one who had induced him to do so was Dre. He could not believe it. He could not understand how Dre could have calmly let the same sex as her, Virch, meet such a fate. That's why he questioned her. Dre replied in a voice that wasn't moved one tiny bit. You ask why. It is because it is the most efficient way of stopping you two. In any case, there are weak points of using other techniques to restrain the other. On the other hand, using offensive magic to hit you while escaping would make it such a waste, since I am supposed to capture you. That's why I chose to use a spell that mesmerizes males on her. The effectiveness of it is, as you see, you two are both within my grasp and are unharmed. That isn't the problem. What has gotten into you? The girl is bleeding quite a bit. I guess I can't really say that you two are both unharmed then. Well, I suppose it is still within the margin of error. Besides, aren't you the gentleman that she is so fond of? The inside of his head became hot. Absolutely cannot forgive this woman. She attacked the village, killed numerous of their brethren, and kidnapped the survivors. Moreover, she caused him to be the one to defile Virch. Above all, to a girl that he cherished. The burning rage in Chaga made him move. Summon familiar. He turned his face and utilized all his magic in this chantless spell. The wolf he had abandoned when escaping the village crossed the boundaries of space-time and flew to his side. Hatred gave him a temporary boost in power, and it became possible for him to cast a high-grade magic instantly. The edges of Dre's mouth elevated in amusement. Wow, you can summon your familiar instantly. A happy miscalculation. It seems that you are a higher-grade material than I had expected. Silence, my servant, kill that woe. Right before finishing the command to kill. Then I shall use summon familiar too. The ground shook as the giant that appeared trampled on Chaga's familiar. He could no longer produce a sound. It was too overwhelming. His fighting spirit that earlier erupted in a blaze was extinguished by ice-cold water. Grrr. She had summoned a one-eyed Cyclops. It was the Cyclops that had attacked the village and plunged his compatriots into the depths of despair. Chaga froze at her laughter. Hey, that isn't your food. Seriously, even if their low intelligence makes them easy to summon, this is why am I sick of them. Have you given up? Your lack of tenacity was unexpected. Well, it is a good thing that you understand since we can skip the pointlessness. He could not fight back against her mockery. He saw no way of winning alone. His compatriots were either dead or captured alive. Neither the chief nor Old Gran came. Virch was made into such a mess by none other than himself. Knees struck the ground of the forest. The sound of splattering mud stirred Virch. Chaga, sob. Tears filled his eyes upon hearing that the first thing she said was his name. Virch was always the one pulling the cowardly him along. He had done something very cruel to her. Although he has to hate his opponent who made him commit such an act, although he has to fight without sparing a thought for his life. The cowardly him couldn't even do that and was simply shivering. That made him very guilty and sad. Chaga, are you crying? Are you sad? Sorry, Virch, I. Virch slowly crawled beside Chaga, who had fallen to the ground, and gently embraced him. Then she faced Dre and said, Please do not harm Chaga. Dre rose her eyebrows as though she was seeing something new. That would depend on my master. Well, I could try negotiating. After all, you are the biggest contributor this time. I don't mind doing that much. Really? Certainly, it is my principle to never tell a lie, though I wouldn't correct somebody who was deceived. Well then. Dre, who was done talking, removed her eye patch again. The violet eye stole Virch and Chaga's consciousness. Feel free to take a nap. When you awake once more, you will be our comrades. I welcome you guys, you know? Oh, white compatriots. His heart melted away. A feeling similar to alcohol-induced drunkenness. Surrendering to that feeling, Chaga released his consciousness. Section. This really dents my confidence. I never expected for Femme to come back like this. I grumbled loudly while repairing the broken Femme at the atelier. With a quick look, it could be seen that her right arm, face, and flank were damaged. Apparently, the lightning magic had also caused serious damage to her internal mechanisms. You could say it was a miracle that her core parts, the computing unit and the generator, were still working. To think my latest creation that I had enough confidence to send out could return in this tattered state. Was I overconfident, or were the elves or the chief in this incident that strong of a foe? Consider it from the other side, Master. You were able to realize that you are too confident of yourself while losing none of your forces. Rather, this should be called a stroke of luck. Uni's attempt at consoling was painful. The result of making light of the bow-wielding and magic-capable elves was this. What kind of a large spell could do this much damage to a body made of orichalcum, a material well known to be resistant to magic? A mere village by the border had such hidden potential. I had to once again accept that the world was vast. ZZZ, sorry, Master. I have shamed you with my failure. No, you're not in the wrong. It should be my responsibility since I suddenly sent you into a real battle as an ability test. It was really careless on my part. I scratched my head as I said, I should have at least not been overconfident with Femme's raw defensive power, and should have at least given her some simple equipment to wear. In addition, I should have sent a few mass-produced golems as escorts to reduce the risk of damage too. The more I thought, the more many other areas of improvement became obvious. I would definitely make good use of this lesson for the future. It is unlike me to carry risks and continue gambling. In any case, this is a golem, huh? If not for the inside of her body being exposed, for real, I wouldn't be able to tell her apart from a living being. Du interjected. I called all of the Opus series to gather in the atelier. In order to not waste time, the arrangement was for us to have a reflection session while I fix up Femme. Recently, I have been extremely busy with a couple of projects. I suppose I have to quickly clear them all together. As I attached a newly assembled right arm onto Femme's main body, I replied, this is also part of this child's concept. A golem that exceeds a human in human capabilities. For that purpose, I had designed the complex orichalcus brain. A brain made of orichalcum. I was thinking about making something like that too, Albenial. Charles said. Judging from what he said, he probably didn't think of using of orichalcum to make weapons or golem bodies or a replica of a human brain. In my opinion, nothing beats orichalcum as a material for an artificial brain. For a material that is able to have various functions in relation to light, orichalcum is extremely suitable to a small-sized comp. Master, we are straying from the discussion. Ah yes, sorry Uni. We were having an after-briefing on the elves' capturing operation. As I apologized, I placed a completed head mask on Femme. And so, as we can see from the results this time round, it is mostly a plus. The brain-altered elves would be of great service to the dungeoning of the mountains. After all, they are experts of the forests. It won't be long before the regions outside the mountains would be filled with a lush forest. The forest-type dungeon is to prevent intrusion on the lighting facility. That is currently being built. If we set free monsters there, certainly it would be impregnable. The biggest contributor to this mission, Dre, puffed up her chest with pride. Thanks to her, we saved lots of trouble. Capturing many of the elves will bring up the progress of the plan to transform the mountains into a forest-type dungeon. I estimated it to double or triple the speed of completion. It is good that I do not have to worry about the maintenance of the forest after it is completed too. We do not have to send out any of us every single time since the elves live on site and will manage the trees by themselves. Also, half-hearted adventurers would not be able to perceive nor break through the barrier set up in Elves' Village, and would reduce the risk from adventurers. There is the potential of using guerrilla tactics in the forests when the time calls for it too. When a strong foe appears, the elves would put everything on the line to protect their home as well. This is truly a wonderful outcome, Dre. Even emptying the gold coffers of Marlin wouldn't be enough to gather this amount of elves. You were able to obtain them at no cost. Yes, I am deeply honored by your praise, Master. Dre energetically expressed her gratitude to my words. In contrast, Du had a mixed expression. Are you all right with that? About. Surely he was worried because her elf village had been attacked. From what I have heard, Dre's village had met its demise from invading humans. In a complete reversal, she was the perpetrator now. However, that is all in the past. I had tampered with her past. Obviously, everything I have done was to further the goal of our master as well as to receive praise. What are you worrying about? Right. Du-senpai is acting weird. Charles cut into the conversation with enthusiasm. Ah, yes. Why don't we try looking for the Dark Elves' village next? Dark Elves live underground too. And for me who lives underground here, I would be very pleased to have them. Are you stupid? Du frantically grabbed Charles, who spoke thoughtlessly. Dre seemed to be considering Charles' suggestion. Oh, an excellent proposal for somebody with an empty brain. Dre said indifferently. Of course it was like this. Her feelings towards her old clan and feelings towards the same race as her, a dark elf, had been completely changed. Now those feelings are directed towards my subordinates, and she would be unconcerned about her race. Maybe she feels a tiny bit of affinity, though. I know, right? And if there is somebody cute, I would really like to have one. In the end, it's about that. You are a pervert too. Long-living samples are precious. We don't have enough to allow any of them to be your plaything. Let me remind you all that we have not discovered a dark elf village. And we do not have the order from Master, so do not go searching on your own accord. Femme, whose repair was completed, added. For me, I think we should get our hands on the dwarves next. Their manufacturing capabilities are greatly desirable. Wow, Uni-senpai has weird tastes. Dwarf males are hairy and their females are stumpy, so I can't get aroused at all. Yes, they are indeed a bunch that seem to be useful to our master. I don't really like that mud-stinking environment too. Surprisingly, my creations were lively. Among them, only Dew was silent. Unlike Uni or Femme, he wasn't abandoned by all others except for me, nor was he like Dre and Charles, who had their allegiances switched to me. For somebody like him, he had his own peculiar anxieties. Well, if I still have uses for Dew, I won't say a thing. What is it, Dew? Why are looking so dazed? It is nothing. Don't say that, we are comrades, aren't we? If you make that kind of face, even I. Which is why I said it's nothing. Rejecting Dre's words of concern, he headed towards the door. The discussion is mostly over, right? I'm out. I'll be practicing my swings outside. Well, our discussion was indeed over, and I had no reason to stop him. Dre, who seems to have reasons of her own, had a troubled look on her and hesitated to call him back. Meanwhile, Dew kicked open the door violently and left. If we don't open, and close the door with care. Yes, Dew is all muscular strength, so it would be troublesome if the door breaks. Though I could probably fix it right away with magic, just like I can for other things, except for Femme. Throughout, I could tell from a side glance that Dre had been staring at Dew leaving. What happened? What made him so offended? I had done a meritorious deed, haven't I? He didn't even give me any praise. Opus 03, I have a question. Are the words of our master not enough? That isn't the problem, that isn't it. Oh, Fem-chan, don't bring unnecessary trouble to yourself. Don't venture in that direction, okay. Charles, who had been the junior, started to act like a senior. It would be incredibly helpful if he could maintain that calm composure all the time. Which reminds me, I had forgotten something. It's about something else, but Dre, about the thing you asked me about. When Dre brought the elves over, she had asked me. If I remember, it should be about a child she found in the village. Yes, is it about Virch? What is the matter? Yes, about that. Section, chronologically, this happens much later. Chaga was hurrying back home. The survivors and him have mostly gotten used to this new land known as Marlin. Their daily life did not differ that much from the past. They took care of the trees, hunted the beasts that were multiplying too quickly, and protected the barrier. However, there were definitely things that have changed. Firstly, the number of elves in the Wit Clan had been reduced considerably. The lives that were lost that night did not return. The chief, Old Gran, Chaga's family, and many other adults disappeared in the pruning incident, or more accurately, massacre. For a simple reason that they didn't have enough capacity to bring back all the elves, they were killed. Regarding that, Chaga's soul was unperturbed. There are two reasons for this transformation. The elves of the Wit Clan no longer subscribed to the great providence of nature. Their target of worship now was the devilish alchemist living underneath the mountains. Binding the spirits, nurturing the forest, taking good care of the family and bearing children were also all for the sake of that monster. Chaga and the survivors were altered to be unable to rebel even if they had such antagonism against him. And the third change was, oh, it is a big catch again today, huh, Chaga? Yes. While chasing a large deer, we also came across 3 stupid adventurers too. Walking towards him was not Virch, but her father. Just like the few remaining adults, he was altered, gained more power, and now acts as the trainer for young elves like Chaga. Training for what? Of course, hunting. Wild beasts that act as food, monsters that are multiplying too quickly, and finally, adventurers who intrude into the forest. Chaga had learned from him how to efficiently hunt to perform those tasks. But really, now that you have become such a competent hunter, I can hold my head up high. That a weakling like you could have grown so splendidly. Thank you. To protect the forest and his clan, he readies his bow at the unknowing and pitiable humans. As expected, he does not feel any emotions towards these people. These adventurers would attack elves just like they would monsters or enslave elves to sell. And yet, they were shockingly weak foes. Whisper some honeyed words and they would easily believe you and expose themselves. Tell them about a safe place, lure them into a monster nest, and all that is left is to shoot an arrow at their backs. After taking down the adventurers, he would call Dre and the rest with his amulet-type equipment and hand them the adventurers. I hear that they are useful materials for research. They welcome dead bodies but very much prefer a living body. Also, if we capture a skilled person, there would be rewards. Especially the precious imported spices, everybody in the village would be happy to have them, because it goes well with meat. That's why adventurers who come trespassing into the forest are considered as delicious prey. Verch's father continued in his speech. Could it be because of that? Maybe young men do change when they need to run a household. Perhaps. Hey, what is with that half-hearted response, even though the hunt wasn't that tiring? Or is because you are worried about your wife, who is waiting at home? That is so. Just as he has said, Chaga's mind was all about his partner. He wanted to quickly see her, and yet, that wasn't exactly the case either. Nevertheless, whether it is the Chaga of today or the Chaga of the past, his mind was thinking about her. As the conversation continued, they reached their village. Compared to their warm and gentle white birch village, their new village was smaller, darker, and intolerably gloomy. Even then, it was their home. The important things are here. Chaga and Verch's father went the same path and went into the same house. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back, dear. Good work too, Chaga. Verch's mom welcomed them as she carried around her stomach that had grown much larger. Normal elves do not give birth to many children, especially so for parents who have raised a child as big as Verch. This was the instruction of the alchemist. All female elves that were able to be pregnant were to make children. It was to increase the population of elves, he said. What comes after that? Was it simply to strengthen their fighting prowess or to use them for experiments? Chaga constantly prayed that his child does not end on the operating table. While Chaga was lost in thought, Verch's mom went inside the house and raised her voice. Come on, Verch, come here too. Your beloved husband is here, you know. Immediately, the sound of footsteps could be heard as she came over. Chaga, he is back. Verch spoke with a slight lisp as she flew into his arms. Chaga, I felt lonely. Crying like a child, she rubbed her head on his chest. Verch's parents gave wry smiles, thinking, that's our child all right. Good grief, I have told her so many times to be careful, because her stomach is getting bigger. Really, she is still a child after so much time. She has never changed at all. Ugh. Chaga was lost for words. Once again, the thin fabric of hope he held onto was crushed. After that, the girl he was reunited with as his partner completely became a different person. Regretfully, there are things I can do, and there are things I cannot do. That alchemist had told him as he returned the transformed her. Her mind was long broken when she got here. She is trying to forget everything that happened that night, so it doesn't seem like she would be cured even if I restored her memories. It would be meaningless to make her forget the things she has already forgotten, right? Well, it might be all right to forcefully fix her by altering her brain. Still, I do not know how her brain was structured in the first place. If I altered her like that, she may or may not be the same person even if she has a functioning mind. In short, the Verch that Chaga once knew was broken since that tragedy. The culprit was none other than himself. Considering that risk, we can only wait and see if she recovers on her own. After all, elves do live for very long. A peaceful lifestyle may someday bring her back to normal. At the end, would such a day really come? As he asked, the alchemist revealed a wide smile. To raise that possibility, first of all, you need to ensure that the you, who she treasures so much, continue staying safe. So please do not accidentally lose against those boring opponents. Well, you can rest assured. I will give it my all to improve your abilities. Among the samples we have collected in the village, you will be the last I would work on, and that means I can take my time to do so. This is also in a way, was it Verch? That child has been incredibly helpful this time, so this falls under compensation. Feel free to accept it, E31, Altered Elf 31. And so, Chaga gained power. His hunting abilities was nothing like the past, and his magic power was enhanced. That is why he is one of the excellent warriors protecting the village now. The village he wanted to protect no longer exists. All that is left is the nest of familiars that exists for that devil. This is not the village that he wanted to protect together with Virch, the White Birch Village. Chaga, what is it? Are you sad? Virch made an equally sad expression as she asked. She had really changed. Her speech and behavior was that of a child, and just a little bit would set her crying. She would worry when Chaga is not with her, and on days he went out hunting, she would definitely be restless. Even though she was the one who brought him out to hunt in the past. That is not true, Virch. I am happy to be back home with you. Really? Wah. Ahahaha, it's getting heated, newlyweds. Yes, this reminds me of the past. Her parents laughed, unaware of her transformation. This is also part of the arrangements by that devil. He said it was to minimize the changes brought to the surroundings due to Virch being in her current state. It looks like he had tampered with their memories and made them believe that Virch was always like this. And so, this family continued on their daily business with little obstacles. Female elves originally did not hunt. They just needed to virtuously support their husbands. Though her mental capacity is that of a child now, she was still able to slowly learn how to do some house chores. Thus, there were no problems. In this village, there was no place for the proud female hunter. If there was, it only exists in his mind. She begged for cruel things to not happen to him, and so, their memories together were taken away, and it can be said the cruel things did not happen. For Chaga, though, that was a cruel choice she made. Only he who cannot accept the new her is left behind. Because of that, his anguish continues. Oh yeah, we caught a couple of deers. Here, look, quality meat. Meat. Ugh. Virch cowered in fear at the meat her father was holding. Was it because the faint memories of all that blood from that night remain? She had come to dislike meat. She could eat some small amounts of roasted meat, but she avoided raw meat. Surely she would no longer eat wolf meat. Come on, isn't this the meat that your husband caught? It will be roasted nicely, so make sure to finish all of it. Chaga did. Oh, okay. Then I will give it my best shot. If I do my best, will I be praised? Yeah, if Virch tries hard, I will be happy too. After encouraging her, Virch smiled happily. Chaga involuntarily thought that her smile was like a full moon. A fleeting smile, like that of the moon from that night, which could be covered by rain clouds at any moment. A smile like sunlight filtering through the trees, a strong and indomitable smile. That expression he fell in love with no longer exists. This girl isn't Virch. This was not the first or second time he thought this way. She now reminds him of the familiar he had summoned that day. The outer appearance was the same, but the interior was completely different. That pitiful beast. Her words, which he thought to be cruel at that time, now seemed to be correct. He finally understood why it was kinder to respect and kill them. This was a punishment on him for distorting Providence. It was a punishment for using a spell that old Gran, his magic instructor, did not teach, for betraying Providence. That punishment manifested itself as him destroying his beloved and having to live with the wreckage. So when can he redeem himself? Is it the day she returns back to normal? Would such a day ever come, would it? An elf's life was long. Compared to a human, it may seem like an eternity. Rather than a blessing, it is more of a curse. One that he cannot break free from. That devil wouldn't like to have his subordinates to silently disappear, and so had already made arrangements by altering his brain. Chaga would have to face the proof of his sin for his entire life. A long, long life. Chaga, what is it? Let's have our meal soon. That's right, Virch. Virch pulled Chaga, who was deep in reflection, to invite him to the dinner table. He stopped the painful thoughts and entrusted himself to her, who was pulling his hand. It felt like his nostalgic first love. Chapter 25, Complication. All right. M14 to M22. Confirmed measurement error. According to the blueprints, those stones should be 5 centimeters more to the right. M22, affirmative. I will correct the behavior of the golems. Over. Rapid progress was made at the Lightingcombe Dungeon facility, which was located at the mountain summit, directly above the lab. A large crystal, manufactured from quartz mined from the mountains and optical fibers, function to change refractive index to adjust light output is provided, were installed to bring light underground. All that was left was the construction of the outer section to repel intruders. All these were thanks to the influx of mass-produced slaves. I made Lobert procure slaves to work at the mines, but when it comes to him, he would negotiate the price as much as possible. That's how we increased the manpower by 52 people, much more than expected. And this is despite procuring a few high-quality slaves advertised as virgins, which I couldn't care less about. Lobert, please have some self-respect. No, wait, since it is for my sake, maybe he doesn't need to do that. And so, I spent day after day messing with the slaves' brains, but I suppose it is a good thing since it had a good outcome. It resulted in all of these mass-produced slaves working together. We would greatly shorten the expected construction time. If one were to shift his line of sight to the foot of the mountains, a thick and dense forest would come into view. This was the accomplishment of the Treants, a forest-type monster, who planted trees that were from areas that were similar in climate to Marlin. And the Treants were also enthusiastically taken care of by the E-series, elves who were brain-altered and grew rapidly. Altogether, this allowed the completion of the Sea of Trees. In addition, Dre also released monsters captured from different places. With this, it won't be possible for half-assed adventurers to reach the lighting facility. Ignoring the incident with the elves, she really did a good job for me. Since winter, the project to construct my new lab has truly been progressing. Governance is not an issue either. The land reforms early this year were successful, and we forecast a bumper yield. As for public safety, Dew, who has pent-up frustrations, has been going around destroying crime syndicates to release stress. Peace is the greatest. The slave miners were sent to the mines to first start on the preparation work. It shouldn't be too long for the real mining to begin. That's right. Everything is going smoothly, or so it should be. What is wrong, Master? Uni, who accompanies me at all times, sensed my uncertainness and asked. No, it isn't anything. It's just that everything is going too smoothly. That worries me, on the contrary. Just simply a hallucination. I replied to explain to myself rather than to her. I should have nothing to worry about, but somehow, I can feel my chest stirring. I do know I am overly sensitive to things, though. As I formed my thoughts, Uni unexpectedly said, with much respect, I do not think that everything is going smoothly. What do you mean? Master has been focusing on the development of the lab and the governance of the land, so I had purposely not presented my suggestion. I know that it is disrespectful to even guess Master's mind, but I believe that might be the source of Master's unconscious anxiety. Carefully pondering over what she had said, there were certainly a few things I had left completely untouched. Frankly speaking, it is just troublesome, and it is a field that I am much unfamiliar with, so it isn't something that I can assertively tackle right now. Intelligence collection of the outside world, isn't it? Yes. Master is now preparing against his elder brother and is taking a defensive stance. It is sufficient for the moment, but that may not be the case forever. It is as Uni says. We now have the large-scale, 3-layered dungeon as an evacuation shelter to prepare for the worst, but it is ultimately just a lab and an evacuation shelter. My experimenting potential would be massively reduced if I make a mistake politically, lose my social standing, and confine myself here. I would need an appropriate social standing if I wish to procure slaves as experimental subjects. To make sure that I can continue doing that, I am constantly countering against my elder brother's plans, but if his plans aren't producing results, his next strategy will become stronger, cleverer, and subtler eventually. And to do something about it, I might have to increase the reach of my tactics. As my territory, Marlin can withstand most attacks. However, in the end, it is only a defensive battle on an isolated stronghold. If the opponent attacks us seriously, one day we will lose. After all, the opponent lies at the center of authority, the capital. I wouldn't know what kind of contraption they would come at us with given enough time. Battles are like this. There will come a time when it is crucial to make an attack. I definitely have not made enough preparations for that. What comes after setting up a defense is not defending, but aggressively crushing the enemy. Another way to put it is that currently, even after fortifying the defenses here, I have no measures to deal the enemy a blow. That is the seed of my worry, and also what Uni is pointing out as not going smoothly. I see, it is exactly as you've said. We are almost done with fortifying our defenses. It is about time to make preparations for an attack, right? I am very grateful for the consideration, she said as she lowered her head deeply. I should be the one doing that. I might have ignored this problem and treated it as just my imagination if she did not point that out specifically. All right, now that I have decided, let's take action. I suppose I should consult Victor on this. Yes, for such a matter, it would be good to consult an expert. After all, he was originally a spy after me. Regarding this matter, he would be most familiar with my influence. He should be able to offer some good advice. It should have, though, intelligence gathering to understand the situation in the capital. It will be difficult with the current circumstances. Victor appeared sullen as he said. Victor was both the illegitimate son of a count and also the illegitimate son of a marquis. He was my number one person to go to regarding the complicated intricacies of aristocracy. And this is the Victor who is claiming it will be difficult. This is wholly out of my initial expectations. Is it really that difficult? For example, you could brainwash the nobles you have befriended and establish a spy network. The opponent is Marquis Lavallee, you know. He must have considered the possibility of me turning coat when he sent me to you. He is the kind of man who even considers that even if you have failed to persuade me over, I may go against him by taking over power. I'm afraid even if I contact my acquaintances, the outcome might be him taking advantage to frame us as rebels. The idea he brought out was in vain, as he flatly rejected it immediately. Nevertheless, he certainly did not hold back against his biological father. Well, I am not in a position to say anything about it since I, myself, am being targeted by my biological brother. That would mean a sloppy attack would backfire on us. I do think it is a good time to start work in this area, though. I am impressed that Your Excellency is finally thinking about something befitting a noble. Unfortunately, it would be tough to extend our intelligence to the capital in one go right now. Then there is no helping it. Instinctively, I gazed at the ceiling. Victor, you really have a bad personality, The person who cut into the conversation was Jean-Jacques Laubert, a wicked person who would do anything for money, and also my domestic affairs official. What do you mean, Laubert? Your Excellency, Victor is saying that conducting investigations in the capital is difficult currently, but he is not objecting to conducting intelligence operations. Do you understand? He fluently proclaimed. In short. Do you mean something like, if you want to shoot the commander, first shoot his horse? Indeed, it is too reckless to plant contacts in the capital all of a sudden. That's why we should go for the lords in our surroundings first. And then, all His Excellency would have to do is to make use of their influence. That is your plan from the beginning, right? Laubert winked playfully. I'm sorry to say I have no interest in a man's wink. I'm sure Victor feels the same. He let out a huge sigh. Laubert, please do not look too down on His Excellency. Wouldn't it be troublesome for us, as subjects, if we do not let His Excellency learn how to survive in the aristocratic world? If it is regarding other topics, I would do the same too. But the matter at hand is of great urgency. If His Excellency does not respond quickly, it might result in an inconvenient situation. It seems that Victor wishes to teach me kingcraft. I have been in this world for 20 years already. Frankly speaking, it is too late now, but even then, it is better than not trying at all. If His Excellency stays the same as he was during the banquet for the completion of his residence, his flaws will be exposed. He bluntly said. Uni, who had remained silent till now, tried to offer her thoughts on the matter. As a maid, I am unable to make a conclusion on this matter. Saying so and so, to show that she would not intervene. What in the world, even Uni is turning against me. I had a taste of what Caesar felt when Brutus betrayed him, or how Nobunaga felt when Akeshi Mitsuhide attacked Hinoji Temple. Have I ever put my useless knowledge from my past life to practical use as much as I am now? Chief Maid was the one who made it possible. Well, thanks to that, Victor and I were brainwashed though. Thank you very much. Yes. Let's forget about how I don't behave like a noble. And so, specifically, how shall we proceed? To get to the point, my popularity with the lords nearby are low across the board, isn't it? I forcefully brought the topic back on track. Winning over the nobles around us, as Laubert has mentioned, would be a considerable challenge. After all, when it comes to my reputation, it is the lowest. I am pretty sure that any nobles who would want to associate with me are long gone. If you're thinking about that, please try thinking harder. As always, he sounded annoying. As I have said, make that a topic for next time, So, what exactly are you proposing, Lobert? How about systematically brainwashing all of them? This guy just said something really outrageous. I attempted to figure out his true intent by staring hard at Lobert's expression. What exactly is he thinking to have suggested something so brazen? Is he trying to do something like Victor, to steer my thoughts in the right direction? Then, what is Lobert's correct answer? Reading further into what he said is useless. This man is probably being serious. Victor said to me, "What? Really?" My eyes blinked. I wouldn't think that he would have put forward something so violent and lacking in common sense, no matter how vulgar he is, how fond he is of cheating, and how he loves to strike on people's weaknesses. Speaking of which, it is incredible that Victor has not rebuked Lobert at all. I forgot to mention that I am for it too. After all, Your Excellency is a man who would not entrust a job to simply any noble acquaintance. Oh, I see. That's what you mean. Considering my reputation as of now, employing ordinary tactics would be futile. If so, our first move would have to be extraordinary. That's what he is suggesting. Please don't come to an understanding so easily. Well, that being the case, we have to promptly make use of Miss Dark Elf's demon eye or the ominous gas and mess with the noble's brains. As you know, Your Excellency wouldn't trust subordinates if they have not had their brain altered. Yes, that is indeed true. I absolutely cannot use people who might have the slightest chance of disobeying me, especially at crucial moments. Lobert continued. Also, wasting time now would give more time for the Marquis or your elder brother to plot against us. We ought to establish the external intelligence network before that happens. As you know, we are dealing with the centralist faction itself, led by the Marquis. If we form our own faction, they cannot easily oppose us. I agree too. Now that brother has won favor with the other party, I doubt he would care about his appearance to end me. The sounds of clashing swords we have had up till now are nothing but early skirmishes. If he does not know what cards I can play, maybe he would go all out the next time and mobilize the entire capability of the faction. It is within the realm of possibility for it to happen today or tomorrow. If that is the case, then my only option is to create my own faction and resist. What? Which faction would want me? Of course not. There are no factions who want somebody as uncouth as me, and I would definitely be made an underling and be used. There is the option of usurping control of the faction from within, but gathering factionless lords in the vicinity would be faster and safer. However, won't doing this give the centralists a reason to intervene? I think there is also a possibility that it would be reported as a blatant attempt at rebellion to the throne. A good question. Victor somehow appeared delighted. Maybe he is happy that I asked a question he had expected. Your worry is unnecessary. Charging us for rebellion is their final move. There wouldn't be a need to hesitate if it just a single county, Marlin, but if we can gather several lords in the vicinity, what do you think would happen? Ah, I see. I was convinced. If multiple nobles are convicted, it is quite possible for a civil war to break out. No, if I have that suspicion of that happening, without a doubt, it would happen. When it comes to the crime of rebellion, the sentence is almost always the noose. Rather than being killed, it would be much better to go out and kill them back. I do not believe one bit that the lords, suspected of rebellion, would be given a fair trial, since we are talking about the bunch of people who control the court of justice at the capital. With that in mind, once they have suspicions of rebellion, we have to really raise an army. Either we make the centralists compromise by showing our military might, or we simply go with the flow and destroy them. Or we make the capital crumble from within, choose an appropriate royal to take the throne, and dye the capital with our faction. If there are idiots who are not aware of the predatory eyes of foreign countries, there is also the fear that the throne would be usurped that way. Either way, Marquis Lavallee would want to avoid that kind of outcome. If they try to subjugate us, it would lead to a meritless internal conflict that would seriously damage the kingdom's power. We can be glad for the imaginary enemy, St. Gallen or Malbyher. Certainly they could demote the lords as much as they want, but before they are able to reorganize themselves, other countries can take advantage of the situation. Of course, other countries would not conquer the entire country, but there is no way to avoid an intervention in the civil war. At best, foreign countries would offer a token reinforcement to receive some easy benefits for the future. At worst, they would support the rebellion by the side and install a puppet government when it is over. We would end up inviting looters after accidentally starting a fire when only trying to create smoke. Putting the cart before the horse could be a good thing too. Also, even if the intervention of foreign nations is prevented, next would be the need to reward nobles who distinguished themselves by suppressing the rebels. Probably, the lands destroyed by war would be given to these nobles, and that gives rise to the next feudal lord. That being said, be stingy with the rewards and the unhappiness of the lords would become the seeds of a new civil war. It was one of the reasons for the demise of the Kamakura shogunate. That is something that I learned in my student days in my previous life. That is how it is. That tactician would prioritize keeping the kingdom in one piece. It would be unthinkable for him to eliminate us by military power if we succeed in creating a faction, as that would be the start of breaking up the kingdom. It is highly likely that he would resort to negotiation and coercion to break apart the faction. Though with the Lord's brains altered, there is zero chance of anybody betraying us, no matter what kind of maneuvers he uses. I see, I have fully understood. Uni seemed to have understood and backed down. The more I listened on, the more attractive the idea of turning nobles into my subordinates by brainwashing was becoming. Nevertheless, there is a glaring problem I cannot overlook. Wait a moment. I can understand that we have to bring the nearby lords into our control to compete strategically with the capital. However, establishing a large faction would bring my status up to a feudal lord and would affect the power balance between centralists and decentralists' conflict, won't it? Yes, that is correct. Victor nodded blatantly. Is there any problem? He seemed to be saying. That would pose a problem for me. I have my hands full with governing and alchemy research. I would have to say sorry to being part of a large-scale political strife. That's right. My core business is being an alchemist. My goal is to achieve immortality, an eternal life. I have once stood in that dark and cold death, a place where I couldn't even feel fear. I absolutely find no joy in bickering and fighting over power with those corrupt nobles. Have they forgotten about that? Just as expected, Lobert shook his head with a troubled look. Your Excellency, at this juncture, this is our only option. It is impossible to maintain the same scale and environment for research without your position as the governor. And, as long as you are a governor, you will forever be at odds with marquises who plan to increase the land owned by royalty. We can only fight. Victor added on. It is as Lobert has said. As we are biding our time to build up our strength, we have kept such ambitions to ourselves. However, with your Excellency's efforts, this land has rapidly prospered. It is the best time to get the jump on our enemies and secure even more power. Our conversation has become much bigger. We were supposed to be discussing how to set up intelligence networks inside the capital. Isn't it thanks to you that the conversation has become bigger? In order to achieve your mad objective of immortality, you had so easily turned us, your enemies, into your pieces. Speaking of which, your Excellency's very existence is like poison to the world. No, an enemy of the world. Would your Excellency realize your objective, or would your Excellency sacrifice many more lives to get as close as possible to the objective? It was as if he was talking about a demon king. I think there is no logic to that metaphor, though. In the first place, wasn't your Excellency's brother the first to show hostility? And also, won't Marquis Lavallee be unable to target you had you brainwashed and turned your brother into a puppet when you were in the capital? Since we are talking about this, I have to mention that I established a method to safely brainwash people who hold murderous hostility only after coming to Marlin. Had I carelessly performed the operation during those days, he may have developed unnatural behaviors that would appear as abnormalities to the surrounding people, or in the worst case, he might turn into an invalid and cause a big scandal. You must have been too naive about blood ties. For me, I do not plan to ever forgive that old geezer no matter how much I advance in rank. If I could, I would want to strangle him to death with my own hands. He bragged. This was a man who was cast aside by his father and is using his grudge as a motivator. Is it something like that? Don't you think it is foolish to put one's life on the line for a reason like that? Well, everybody has something that they have to do, or they could never live happily. Even for me, I can quickly decide to trade a happy, cultured life in order to attain immortality. Anyways, Victor has a surprisingly warped personality. His original political ideology is the same as the Marquis centralism. Could he hate somebody who is both blood-related and share the same way of thinking that much? Well, this might have been some side effect from altering his mind. Since we are in a rush, shall we begin? Uni proposed abruptly. Both Victor and Lobert started with their eyes widen. What are you saying, Chief Maid? No matter how you look at it, that is. Marquis Lavallee and Count Linus Aubignol. It would suffice to erase the two of them, won't it? Is it possible? With the combat capabilities of the Opus series, it is possible. Uni declared without so much as a blink. Certainly, my masterpieces were unparalleled in their fighting abilities. An outrageous attempt to gain control of the royal palace and usurp the throne is difficult, but for something like breaking into the security of a noble and taking the single head of the owner is no trouble at all. But that is no good. Rejected. The only people to die from that would only be the Marquis and His Excellency's brother. The remaining lords in the centralist faction would gladly start putting pressure on us as revenge. After all, that would mean the death of the faction leader and the death of a count too, though he is a new one. They will either see it as work of the decentralists, or as something that I did as somebody who opposes Linus. In that scenario, the only change would be our enemy and exacerbate the situation. Just like we have reiterated over and over again, our enemies do not consist of solely those two. We are fighting against the faction itself, where numerous other nobles belong to. That is why Victor and Lobert have started pestering me to create a faction. The deaths of two of them would not ease the distress I carry. There was a person from the world in my previous life who said, "Death solves all problems." But the main reason he was able to solve problems was that he had the authority of a big country. It totally does not apply to me, who only has the control of a single region. Uni lowered her gaze apologetically. I have made an impertinent remark. Please forgive me. Do not worry. Actively giving your opinion is being loyal, isn't it? Your Excellency, although you can think so far ahead, why can't you behave anything like a noble? I won't die from the lack of etiquette, but I would die if I cannot think this much. I replied to Victor, who had a dumbfounded look. That was besides the point. In any case, it is clear that is our most sensible option currently. I express my gratitude. Using that plan is our only option. I hate this. It is not okay to do simple brainwashing operations on people like nobles, since they stand out, right? Doesn't that mean I have to do a mountain of these bothersome operations again? I remember not too long ago, when I was brainwashing many elves. Their main duty was to hunt intruders who step into the forest, so they needed to have a high degree of self-control. Thus, I had to perform the same level of operation as I did on Dre and the others to them individually. To even imagine that I have to repeat the same thing again is depressing. Please persevere. Normal means of forming a faction would be tens of times more tedious. No, in fact, for a Viscount, trying to make a faction would end up as a failure. Lobert spoke as though he was rebuking a child. Indeed, what I said contained the selfishness of a child. Because it is troublesome, so I don't want to do it. That kind of logic does not apply in the adult's world. Is it uncool to push the troublesome work away from myself and rant about how unfair it is? I got it. I will do it. Uni, are you done with the list of nobles' names that came during the banquet? Yes, of course. Master, pass that to Dre and mobilize her. The reason to invite? Let's just have it as, if you are free, please visit Marlin. We shall brainwash them one by one without rest. I feel somewhat ashamed of pushing Dre too hard, but she is a subject that is full of enthusiasm to work. She would definitely do her best this time too. And then, Lobert cut into the conversation. Please wait. How about sending a person from your retainer group as your messenger instead? Naturally, the messenger brings along the usual brainwashing gas. It would appear more natural to promote this retainer in case somebody scrutinizes this maneuver. I see that is extremely important. True, let's add that to the plan. The first wave will be sending a messenger from the retainer group, and if the other party does not bite, Dre will be sent as the second wave. Let's go with that. Good. Very well. Then, Uni, I'll leave the arrangements to you. Yes, certainly. I will instruct the mass-produced types and prepare the materials immediately. Her figure disappeared without a trace. Simultaneously, I started my own preparations. Also, Labert, what is the matter? Could you help pick out nobles with especially terrible characters while we are at it? As much as possible, somebody who is hated by the populace would be nice. He blinked his eyes in curiosity at my instructions. I do not mind, but why? As apology to brainwashing them, are you going to spend the time needed to fix up the bad governance of their territory? By all means, no. Is there any gain for me in doing so? If there are any gains at all, it would be the small improvement in reputation of the faction and the strength of the territory. However, for me to move based on that minuscule degree of return is ludicrous. Firstly, managing my own domain was troublesome already, so I have zero intention to butt into other people's affairs. If that's the case, then your Excellency intention is, somehow I have an immensely terrible premonition about it. I concur. Surely it is something good for nothing again. Laubert did a facepalm as he said while Victor gravely nodded. These two together are disrespectful retainers. What? It is nothing that significant. I just wanted to do some rehearsal before gathering all the lords together to make a faction, cum intelligence gathering organization. Rehearsal. Right, a rehearsal. These are no longer slaves used for experiment, nor elves used for repelling intruders, but an organization of conspicuous nobles. Before actually starting up the faction and making our moves, I need to have some experiments done in advance, right? Experiments. That's right, experiments. By stepping onto unfamiliar grounds, problems will definitely arise. Before that, it is obvious that I have to wash out all those problems beforehand. While we on this topic, it is also for the plan to stop the Centralists' conspiracy. Your Excellency's experiments and the plan, is it? As expected, I only have bad premonitions about this. Victor let out a deep sigh. This was typical of a human who has experienced it with his own body, a sigh that holds back his true emotions. Section. 1 month later. The capital, Brausan. Under the refreshing summer sun, overlooking the landscape of the capital is the terrace at the Aubegnal residence. It was an exclusive meeting room for Linus Strain Aubegnal and Marquis Lavallee. From the first time the Marquis came to visit, it became an unspoken agreement between them. He did not know that perhaps he was insinuating that he preferred the scenery of the city, brimming with the authority of the royal family rather than a garden that boasted the luxury of an aristocrat. Your younger brother seems to have gotten busier these days. As usual, the Marquis got his tea from Linus and spoke whatever was on his mind. Yes, I heard about it too. That he has been interacting with the low and medium rank lords in the area, or something. It was something hard to fathom from Linus' point of view. That his alchemy-crazed and lacking in common sense younger brother could be acquaintances with other families. It was utterly unthinkable that his brother, with his disposition and aristocrat capabilities, could do something like that. He did not even consider the possibility that after giving Tullius the territory, Marlin, he would enthusiastically interact with the lords nearby. Nobles are creatures that move because of prestige and to put on appearances. Otherwise, it has to do with money. Marlin is a remote area within the kingdom, and its lands are barren. It seems that Tullius has gotten involved with operating the copper mine, but it would take a while before it turns a good profit. It is unlikely for other nobles to properly socialize with him with his current financial standing. From what I have heard, the other party has been quite passionate about it. I did hear that he was a self-centered boy, but he does have his way with people, huh? Ho-ho, even this old bones would love to learn a trick or two from him. The Marquis' lips were inclined, but his eyes hardly quivered. He wanted to know his trick. It means he thinks that there is a catch about Tullius' movements. Linus had the same thoughts. Tullius Shernan Aubegnal would be interested in other nobles? Impossible. He lacks class, dignity, and above all, he sheds needless blood. There is no noble who would rate that coarse man highly. So, how did he do it? This was where he was completely clueless. With regards to that, does the Marquis have an idea as to his trick? That is why he will quietly listen to what he has to say. He might be an old monster that he dislikes, but his wisdom is still useful. Furthermore, this was the old geezer who made him join a faction which had an opposing ideology from him. If he does not draw out one bit of his wisdom, it wouldn't be a fair trade. Well, then. If you insist, Perhaps it is something to do with what he spends all his time and money on. There might be a clue from that front. Alchemy, if there is anything unique about Tullius from the other nobles, it would be that. Is he saying that he has a bargaining chip from alchemy that gives him an edge when negotiating with other families? If I had acquired more information, I would come closer to the truth. However, I tried to take a bite of him, a few years ago when your younger brother was reorganizing his group of retainers. But the people I sent over somehow became overwhelmingly pleased with him. They are so preoccupied in their work that they have not written a single letter back. It has been this lonely forever. In short, even the spies are not sending replies. In the worst case, Tullius might have won them over. Your younger brother has exceeded my expectations. Ugh. He hates to admit it, but that is the only way to see it. Tullius has been handling things far too competently. He is smoothly managing his territory, reinvigorating the barren fields and getting involved in copper mining. Furthermore, he has evaded all the moves they have made from here. The adventurers he sent during early spring when his residence was built had returned with useless information too. He sent many other spies for other reasons, but it is a remote place where few come and go in the first place. Strangers to the land weren't able to do investigations that were too conspicuous, and most of them yielded nothing impressive. And now, you say, he is doing a good job interacting with other nobles. This is like the painting of a young noble performing brilliantly. No, I will not admit it. Linus lightly shook his head sideways. Tullius couldn't possibly be fulfilling his duties as a lord with normal means. That heretic who fed drugs to the slaves, who gouged the organs of humans, who burned the corpses of dead slaves in the garden. That is a brilliant noble? It is not even a joke. What does that make his life then? He had put in much more work than others. The infamy of his foolish brother negated all his efforts. Not only has he not been rewarded for his effort, but he has also fallen to being the hunting dog of this old and ugly villain. It cannot be that he, who has taken the righteous path, is inferior to Tullius, who took the unorthodox path. That should have been the case. Stay calm, Count. Having the Marquis point that out, Linus released his hands, which he had unconsciously grasped tightly. It appears that he was too hot-headed. Marquis Lavallee took another sip of tea as he grinned. We cannot allow this, Count. How can you show your face to your faraway brother with your heart this disturbed? As you say. Linus desperately ignored the old man's provocations. The Marquis always does this. He would freely stir up his emotions and smoothly sneak in his plans. He had been done in by this move a countless number of times. There was no mistake that he would once again whisper an evil scheme to him. As Linus considered that, he adjusted his seating posture. Sure enough, the Marquis abruptly asked, "By the way, Count, how old are you?" 26. Why? Why this question now? Linus was stunned. There was no way this apparition of a geezer could not remember the age of whoever he was talking to, let alone not knowing when their birthdays are. These celebratory events that happen occasionally are considered important socializing events for nobles, and even more so for this old man who was scheming. A fine age, is it not about time to welcome a wife? Marriage, as ashamed as I can be, ever since my engagement broke off, I have not been blessed with another suitable match. He feigned a bitter smile, as much as he could to hold back his frown. What is he saying, this damn geezer? Ever since that dumb brother of mine damaged our family's reputation, there was never another talk about marriage. Linus thought as he seethed in anger. There wouldn't be a woman who would like to come to a slave-murderer family. Neither would parents send their daughter here. His first fiancée left for that reason too. There are people who are eyeing the Count family status, but Linus wasn't 30 yet. Unmistakably, they were waiting for him to grow older to see him panic to find a bride. The Marquis smiled. In all likelihood, he knew that. Ho ho ho, that is such a waste. There are not many gentlemen with a status as high as yours. So much so that I cannot bear watching that manliness rot unmarried. What do you say? Would you rather I try taking care of that for you? It arrived, huh? Linus killed a groan that was about to emerge from his throat. Was he plotting to pull him in further by marriage? Like I will take that bait. As soon as this old geezer bites the dust, the foundations of the centralist faction will waver. Considering that, there is a good chance he can re-establish his independence then. By deepening their relationship through marriage, even that possibility will disappear. as he was about to show reserve to that. Moreover, with the elder brother's marriage ceremony, won't the younger brother have to return to the capital? I do think it would be a good opportunity to have a private chat between brothers. Linus's motion stopped. Make Tullius come to the capital? What is the purpose of that? What is he thinking? Linus frantically searched for the answer in his head and realized. It is a good opportunity to cut Tullius from his territory by calling him over, using the marriage ceremony as a pretext. Not only does he need to put a pause on gathering nearby lords into his faction, there is also a high chance that there might be an opening to spy on Marlin. Furthermore, if he can come up with some kind of an excuse, he could imprison him here and destroy the lords he had gathered in the meantime. It is also possible for internal turmoil to erupt among his retainers in Marlin. Above all, if he makes a single blunder while in the capital, he can use that as a reason to execute him. And when that happens, there will be many people who are willing to be witnesses. Up till now, Tullius was able to evade all his tactics because he was laying traps on his stronghold from all the way here. If he was able to turn that around, this time round, maybe he could control the life and death of that demon. The Marquis deepened his smile. He had an expression that says he had long predicted this. How about it? Not a bad deal, is it? Indeed. Linus walked right into his trap. A plan to kill his brother, the shame of the family. For that purpose, he is making use of something as sacred as a marriage. He has made his decision. If the Marquis has somebody to introduce, surely it will be a good match. Ho ho ho, to meet your expectations, I shall put in my best effort. The Marquis' loud laughter got onto his nerves. From the start, he did not carry the fantasy that marriage is about love and romance, though he did not approve of using boorish tactics like this to murder his kin. Probably, the date for the marriage would be 2 to 3 months away. Wait, it is this schemer we are talking about. It is quite likely that it would take a month at most. This was a plan to seal off Tullius' movements, and if they do not hurry, they might lose the opportune timing. If so, he would have married somebody he had never seen for the sake of killing his brother, and that he would surely hold negative thoughts while building his family. Not to mention, with the additional bond formed through marriage, he would be one more step closer to becoming the old geezer's puppet. He felt like tearing out his heart. I am willing to go this far, Tullius. He had degenerated to becoming this nauseating old monster's piece, because he chose to kill him, who holds the blood of their ancestors. He had already shown how much he was willing to sacrifice. So, please let me kill you. Beneath the bright midsummer sun, Linus Strain Albaniel prayed deeply into the dark. Chapter 26. Albaniel's Bride. I don't really have a knack for names. The boy smiled awkwardly. They were in a dark basement that was illuminated by the dull glow of a lamp. Never mind that. I am not expecting anything great, though. It does not matter, she thought. She cannot recall her previous name. She might have a name, but that memory disappeared. First, she wanted him to grant her a new name because she wanted to thank him. With her past and present disconnected, she no longer sees herself as herself. She was trash, a relic of a human who was defiled, hurt, broken, and scorned by all. She was doll-made from such. Her current self was incompatible with a human-like name. That's why any name will do. Having been reborn, she needed a new name to live on with this body and mind. He contemplated for a short moment before saying, "How about this? You are my number one, so I think a name associated with one will be fitting." Such an unthinking name fitted perfectly into the whole of her heart. In the words of the old, it could mean unification or unit. Encompass everything in one, simply into one. A name that sounds short and simple befitted somebody like her. It was appropriate for the current her, who was broken into pieces and resurrected back into one. She muttered her given name over and over again, to allow the name to sink into her tongue and ears, to make sure she never forgets this name. Her crude pronunciation bounced back from the cold wall. "What do you think of it? If you do not like it, I can think of another." She shook her head sideways. Her lips quivered as she tried to put the words of approval on the mouth that she likes her name. That was what she intended, but was she about to pronounce it properly? "Really, I am happy that you like it." Sure enough, he smiled broadly. It was a gentle smile, but there was coldness and enthusiasm in his eyes. For a human, those eyes were filled with contradictions. He was equally as mad as she was broken. He was uneasy around her when she was a human wreck, but now he was drawn into her doll-like self. "Then, shall we go? I have to introduce you to everybody in the mansion," he said and held her hand. The girl, who was destroyed and revived, timidly pinched the sleeves of the boy, who had revived and became mad. She followed his footsteps with an unsteady gait, taking the stairs to go above ground. Ugh! After exiting the basement, the glaring sunlight seared her eyes. The light of life. Her empty heart could once again feel life. Anyways, being alive is wonderful, don't you think so? The girl turned back to conceal her excitement and nodded to the silhouette of a smiling boy. In a way, that was the beginning of everything. The start was not his rebirth, but the birth of her. It was the day when the insane, man-eating monster found his destined person, and it was also the day the broken and insane doll fell in love forever. Section. This really brings back the old days, I nonchalantly said, as I surrendered myself to the mixed rhythm of horse hooves and wheels. In reply, a fellow passenger replied unamused. "Old days, it has just been 1 year. That is nowhere near nostalgic." He was due. For some reason, he was unhappy. Let's see. I wondered if he recalled something unpleasant about traveling by carriage on this path. We were now traveling in the opposite direction on the same path we used last year. What brought us here is this slip of paper in my breast pocket. It is a wedding invitation from my elder brother. Wait. I didn't know that brother of mine has a fiancé. I know his first fiancé ran away after hearing the rumors about me, but when did he find a new partner? While thinking about it, I opened my mouth again. Because are we in a similar situation? Just remembering the same event does evoke strong emotions in me. This is the path we were on last year, when elder brother expelled me out of the capital. This time, he is calling me back. Oddly, my fellow passengers were identical. Other than me, Du and Uni were with me. Du is my bodyguard while Uni is waiting upon me. Still, isn't this a weird combination? Hey, Master. Don't tell me you intentionally chose this group. Your suspicions are unnecessary, said Uni. It is simply the case of who from the Opus series are suitable for this. Only you and I are suitable. She added, Dre is a dark elf with a demon eye. Just her existence alone would raise eyebrows, not to mention that if her abilities are found out, the secret of how my faction is being created might be exposed. Charl is out of question. Bringing a vampire lord to the capital is akin to picking a fight with the world. Femme is not as risky as Charl. Her high performance as a golem is like the black ships during the end of the Tokugawa shogunate of this world or a modern nuclear weapon. It would shock the other party excessively, and most importantly, she would be considered an Upart since she was made with the legendary metal orichalcum. I could not bring her along. That is why only Uni, who has been serving me from the beginning, and Du, who currently has the rank of a military officer among my retainers, could accompany me to the capital. Nonetheless, they are too much fighting power to protect just me, though. Don't you get stressed easily these days? Since it is not too often that we leave the rural areas, wouldn't it be good for you to have your fun in the capital? As expected, Du snorted unpleasantly at my attempt at a joke. Don't say absurd things. The women in Arkwell, no, especially in Browsun, put on too much perfume. And even if I wanted to try out my skills, it's not possible for there to be a thrilling fighting arena in the capital where the Imperial Guards are. Well, there's some truth to that. Arkwell Kingdom is also known as the Kingdom of Natural Arts, and seems to be at the forefront of fashion, I think. I don't really know the details, though. As such, perfume fashion has its roots in the capital, Browsun. There are perfumes that some men have difficulties getting used to. The practice of bathing is not widespread in this world yet, so without perfume, one would be even smellier, though. There is almost zero chance that Du could meet a foe strong enough to satisfy him. Just like he had said, the most elite of Imperial Guards protect this city. Public safety is good, and the difficulty of nearby dungeons are not high. One reason for Uni only being a C-ranked adventurer after rampaging and fulfilling that many quests was this. For Du, who was born in a place as chaotic as St. Gallen, he would prefer women with a refreshing disposition. A place second to Omnia would be considered a boring destination. Why would I know Du's preferences? I am not born from a tree, nor am I a non-living thing. I can learn that much just by observing him. Ops, my bad. You are one of those girls brought up in Browsun, huh? Do apologize to Uni as he just remembered, but this is Uni we are talking about. But I am the slave of Master. She gave a doubtful look. Ah yeah, true. As expected of, due to return a stiff laugh. Uni saw herself as a slave, as a tool before seeing herself as a female. I think it would be good for Du to have realized how Uni thinks after working together for a year, though. Well, Uni has the capability to get angry at the sexual harassment from who, so I'll leave the misunderstanding as it is. Du awkwardly tried to change the topic. But about that. I wonder what tricks your brother is pulling this time around. Are you talking about the wedding invitation? Victor and the others did say that it was definitely some sort of conspiracy, didn't they? When I received the letter, I made sure to have a discussion with them. I can only think that he would call for me at this timing to hinder my creation of the so-called faction as well as something else. This much was obvious even if nobody told me. But as long as he is not Pygmalion, he cannot create a single person. So how was he able to find his partner? That is one thing I could not figure out. I fear it is a political marriage arranged by Marquis Lavallee. However, each and every person in their faction have their own interests. Among them, are there any family that would gain anything from marrying into the Albinyal family? No, that's not what I'm saying. Using something as important as marriage like a tool, he would go so far as to use himself to eliminate Master. Well, if it is an efficiency-obsessed person like you, I would find it easier to understand, though. That was disrespectful. I do hate waste and futility, but I do have the heart for romance. I retorted. Femme was made in the image of my tastes, and the maid attires that Uni and the M-series were wearing were also personally designed by me, since using an ordinary design would be somewhat unfashionable. I am not the kind of person who would cut corners and only care about function. I can only claim to be obsessed with the efficiency of our daily meals. I gave the job of ensuring the meals provide us with a balanced nutrition to a person like Professor Grauman. I might be number one in hating waste in the Arkwell Kingdom, but surely I am not that renowned across the entire Ithusela continent. So, Master, what do you look out for in a marriage partner? A maid would be able to take care of my meals, and I am in no need of money now. Fighting power? No, how can I ask of that from a bride? Somebody who feels the same about my ideals on immortality and who would support me in realizing them. The bare minimum would be to not be a hindrance to my plans, though. Somebody who has a fitting social status would be better, too. We are back to efficiency, aren't we? Du had a look of disgust. That is what they say, Du. A marriage between nobles is all about efficiency. Whether the female has a matching family status, a proper upbringing, and whether she can bear children. All these are the considerations that come before love and romance. Romance would come in the form of concubines after one has fulfilled his duty to the family. Even my elder brother would be aware of his role. Businesslike and thorough, just like how Dre does her work. Well, that's why some nobles who cannot accept their duty escape into the fantasy of a romance while young. This is not some original philosophy that I came up with. It is one of the ways of doing things shared by all nobles in this world. In any case, because this is a feudalistic society that places importance on the family, there is nothing that can be done about the patriarchal society and the lack of choices for females. To overturn this kind of thinking, people have to open their eyes to democracy and human rights. Not only am I not interested, the nobles who have authority on this matter would be reluctant to approve such ideals. Had I been born a female or a commoner, perhaps I might be eager to do something about it, though. Also, it's the same kind of thing for commoners, right? About that, For nobles, a wife that is lowly in status and who has no hope in advancement are not preferred, and for peasants, they look at how much they think the female is able to give birth. For merchants, they wouldn't marry poor people, neither would their daughter want to. It boils down to the same philosophy, no matter the social class. First and foremost were status and utility. Emotions come second or third. In this world, the only form of marriage freedom is a restricted one, where the pool of partners are filtered from the onset. For some people, they don't even have such a freedom. What comes after choosing a person not from this refined pool of partners was, at best, an unrequited love, or in the worst circumstances, a breakup. No good end is waiting. That is why most nobles run along the path of having a mistress and ignoring their marriage. Though, that is the source of large and small tragedies. On second thought, perhaps the social class with the most freedom to choose their partner would be adventurers. Their job relies not on their partner's status, but on their skill alone. There are some adventurers with remarkable ability like do who work under nobles too. Of course, they are unlikely to marry the king's daughter, but even then, the broadness of their partner candidates from the lowest class to the highest ranked is overwhelming. Oops, looks like we went off topic. Let's go back to the main topic. By the way, Uni, what do you think? Yes, what is it? About my brother's wedding. As I have said, I do not think I will hesitate at all if the marriage is for strategic reasons. From Uni's reaction to the matter, she must not think much about it. Normally, Uni would reply immediately. I think Master is correct. Let's see, we are talking about that prideful count though. I can't imagine him happily conspiring on his own wedding. It means he is at his wits' ends if he cannot happily use such a strategy, and yet he goes for it. We did shift from a defensive stance to an offensive one. My elder brother, who detests me most extremely, felt that, on the contrary, we are extending our reach to him. I won't be surprised at whatever option he chooses at this point. Now that you say it, that seemed to be right. Never mind disliking my brother. This entire farce might be instigated by Marquis Lavallee. He would want this political marriage to completely suck elder brother into his faction. It shouldn't be that difficult to smooth talk a less than 30 years old youngster into a marriage. I heard this from Victor, that this level of smooth talking should be possible for that old geezer. Incidentally, I left Victor in charge of Marlin while I am away. He is too close to the Marquis. I have no fears of a rebellion because I tweaked his brain, but with his erratic behavior, who knows what he might pull off. That is why I left him in Marlin. Accompanying me on a separate carriage are Lobert as the leader and my other staff members. All of them were chosen based on their weak links to the Marquis. On the contrary, there is a chance the Marquis might suspect this unnatural setup, but surely, he wouldn't think I would bring along people who were once in his camp. What happened to Uni, though? For some reason, she turned taciturn. She has always been a quiet one, but she usually does not hold back if she has an opinion. Is something wrong with her condition? I remember what happened a year ago. The day a maid malfunctioned when we were traveling on this path. It wasn't a big deal since it was a mass-produced type, but this time, it is Uni. She is an irreplaceable existence, and I lack the tools to do maintenance now. And we are heading straight for the enemy headquarters, too. It is quite possible a fault in her would cause some problematic situations later. Still, it should be fine, I guess. I took the optimistic view. After all, she is my ultimate masterpiece. It is inevitable for a small error to occur, but it is unlikely for a problem to derail the entire plan. If it does occur, she would handle it on her own, and if it is beyond her, she would tell me. That is what Uni is. How about paying a little more attention? Du muttered as he scratched his head. He seemed to have noticed Uni's behavior. For a guy that appears like a musclehead on the outside, he was surprisingly sensitive to what goes on inside a person. I could tell from that too. However, it is of no use to worry about that now. What is it, I wonder? I feigned ignorance and changed my line of sight to the scenery outside the window. We were tracing back the steps we took a year ago, but the difference this time was that we did not meet any bandits. Section. The Albanule residence was preparing for the joyous wedding ceremony. Be that as it may, it was still the place of conspiracies. The ringleader for this event, Marquis Lavallee, took position in the terrace and helped himself to tea as though it was his home. So, it is true that your relationship with the Marquis is very good. Linus grimaced towards the lady who sighed. She was clearly being sarcastic. Do not say that, Lady Simone. I had received extraordinary help from him for our wedding to happen. Then could you say that with more delight? Even then, your way of speaking to a person who is about to be your wife is too formal, is it not? She had cut off Linus' retort with one stroke. As she has said, she was the one who would become his wife tomorrow. They had only met a month ago. It was the night before their wedding, and their relationship had not progressed much since their first meeting. She showed dissatisfaction towards him at every moment, but she had the magnanimity to not show it at official events. If one were to wish for more, Linus would prefer one who was a little gentler, but her looks were top-notch. The social standing of her family was not something he was not bothered by, but for a political marriage, she was a good candidate. Simon's family was the kind of cold door which would not be disagreeable to their daughter marrying into a count's family. It was probably because of her status that she could so be selected as the bride of this rushed wedding. Nevertheless, she was a daughter who had received education as much as her family could provide. After the wedding was decided and her parents came to give their greetings, they had to force a smile. It could be seen that they did not want to marry off the pearl in their palm to a notorious family. They would have definitely preferred a more upright family, even if their rank was lower. This once again made Linus feel inferior. Comparing her parents with that annoying, foolish brother of his, they were truly praiseworthy nobles. He felt somewhat guilty that he was snatching their adorable daughter like a kitten for a political scheme. With that in mind, he was unable to rebut. He is making an express visit the day before the wedding. I have to offer the appropriate hospitality for that. Then can we get on with it quickly? I think I will be very uncomfortable with such an important person near me. She was boldly saying that the leader of the faction should just get lost. It was understandable. This wedding was organized by the Marquis' insistence. Before the Marquis used her like a chess piece, used her like a prop for a stage, she was probably living her own life. And for the sake of the plan, it has led to this. Not just Linus alone, but the person on the receiving end would no doubt be frustrated as well. This pair had the same sentiments on abhorring that demonic geezer. Their only common understanding was that, I understand too, that man does not intend to stay for long. Replying half wishfully, Linus headed back to the terrace. The Marquis was enjoying his tea and using the servants of the residence like his own. It was the same old cheekiness. He hopes that he would kick the bucket after dealing with Tullius, but with his liveliness despite his age, who knows how long more he has to live. If one is unlucky, he might live till his 90s or hundreds. There were vulgar rumors saying that he is growing more and more active in bed despite growing old. He should just die from indulging in sex. Swallowing that curse down his throat, Linus lowered his head. My apologies, looks like I made you wait for long. Lady Simone did not want to let you go. Is she jealous? Ho-hoo. The glint in his eyes were cold as he gave a weak smile. This old geezer should be able to discern the enmity from the two who would be newlyweds from tomorrow. Moreover, he was able to do this. He must have a very thick layer of skin on his face. I beg your pardon, but was there anything lacking in my hospitality, since you had to pay a visit? You were the bastard who organized this wedding. As long as you don't go senile, surely the day of the wedding is hammered into your head. So why are you here today? Towards his intent-loaded words, the old Marquis narrowed his eyes in what appeared to be delight. Don't need to rush. Your hospitality is sufficient. Lavallee took another sip as he said, and then he revealed a rare frown as he gazed downwards. Oh, nobles, we have not forgotten our rage. What should have been the peaceful residential area of the nobles was filled with a coarse roar. It appears that there was a male laborer with a white cloth tied around his head parading in the street. He was shouting and making some exaggerated gestures. Behind him were 10 or more tired-looking men and women following. There were people holding up crudely made straw flags that had, "Spare the people bread," or "Nobles' wine glasses are filled with our blood," on them. We demand freedom from our oppressors. Commoners who call themselves activists, Linus snorted in open contempt. There was growing number of these kind of people in Brauson as of late. They were a shady group consisting of impoverished laborers in the city or peasants who fled from rural areas. They chant magnificent-sounding slogans like cut taxes, elevate the status of commoners, and so on. But in the end, they are just people who had gone broke, vulgarly squeezing every benefit they can for their empty stomachs. Essentially, a Niji no Matsubara uprising in a different place and with some makeup. That would be the opinion of Linus. No, the opinion of the nobles in power in the kingdom. What are the guards on duty doing? How can they let such a fella enter the nobles' street as if they own the place? What is the world coming to? Linus let out a sigh to the lot, who were ruining his mood the day before the wedding, perhaps including the old geezer. The foolish masses who know not of submitting to the nobles, of not being satisfied with the tax, and who do not reflect upon their uneducated self before challenging the politics of the kingdom. Linus lamented that a collar would not suffice for these people, and even slaves would be better than them. It is so, it is so. This is the result of a chaotic governance. As such, we have not a moment to lose to bring this country back to orthodoxy. Marquis Lavallee blurted out, I see the masses as works of clay. If you correct only their form without a strong structure, they are very prone to crumbling. What they need is the support of a strong foundation, a firm and resolute pillar. In short, what he wants to say is about the royalty's authority. Linus became self-aware of his face becoming grim. Your great opinion is rather painful to the ears, but I am preparing for tomorrow's joyous occasion. Please show some reserve. While Linus was the groom for the wedding, he was the matchmaker. He probably did not come here for a boorish political talk. Linus glared at him as such a thought spread within him, and then Marquis Lavallee made an amused grunt. Which is why I told you not to be in a hurry. My reason for today's visit is, here, you can call it a gift for the wedding. This was something that would make your younger brother happy, something that he tried all possible means to find previously. And I finally got my hands on it. If it is agreeable, do you want to hand it to him for me as the host? A gift, that is. Linus gulped. Gift was a code for the trick during the wedding. Has he prepared the plan that controls the fate of Tullius? Marquis Lavallee held out a box wrapped in wrapping paper to Linus, whose eyes were full of expectation. From the feeling on his palms, he could tell that the inside of the box was light as nothing, while the wrapping itself was relatively thicker. In all likelihoods, a detailed plan was written beneath the wrapping. Linus realized it and carefully unwrapped the package to ensure the wrapping did not tear. As expected, the wrapping which were layered over and over had detailed writing beneath them. This is. He was utterly amazed by the contents. Is it possible, such a thing? It was a scandal related to a certain noble. In the past, he would not have believed that this noble had a relationship with his brother, but with a single thread, Tullius became intertwined with that incident. What a strange coincidence. And with the scandal as the basis, he can chip off the fighting ability of his foe, thus restricting his future movements. The details of such a plan was written. Did it surprise you? I, too, did not expect to find a material as useful to this extent. To be safe, I examined the lineage to confirm it, and so I was late to pass this to you. Please forgive me. The Marquis explained to Linus, who was in bewilderment. To sum it up, it means he has already gotten evidence for this. Such a large-scale conspiracy. With the Marquis' experience as a schemer, it was impossible for the root of the plan to be founded on misinformation. Absurd. Of all people, Linus begun stuttering. He could not help but respond like that. If they put this plan into practice, and if they are not careful, it was quite possible for a family dispute to occur for a certain highly ranked noble. There is a chance for it to affect the politics in the capital. However, Linus had no qualms at all to go public with this information. For a plan made by an old schemer who lived his life calculatedly, this was a plan where the pros would outweigh the cons. He must have calculated accurately that no matter how many disturbances are born out of this, ultimately, this will be a plus for them. Linus himself had no significant relation to the noble affected. Conversely, it should definitely have a psychological and political impact on that foolish brother of his. It was that kind of conspiracy. The only problem at hand is how much does the target know about this? Regarding this, does my foolish brother have any clue of it? Who knows, though if he was aware, he would have handled it appropriately. Linus contemplated for a short while. There are no such traces as far as he knew. In short, Tullius was completely unguarded against this conspiracy. It is set in stone. This plan will surely settle him for good. Linus was strongly convinced of it. The Marquis said as though chiding him, who became restless. It is just that this old man does not know what plan the youngster has. I wonder if your younger brother would receive this gift with pleasure, with only just a prick to his heart. He was talking about how the nature of the plan was not to drive Tullius to an end immediately. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. If this plan were to be a success, Tullius would lose a great amount of his forces. At the very least, he is anticipating a big turmoil. From there, a second or third arrow would surely do him in. Still, that he was aware of such a fact and prepared this level of a scheme, as expected, this monster was no ordinary person. He was his second most hated person, but he was glad to partner with him temporarily. For the first time ever, Linus bowed his head down to Marquis Lavallee with sincerity. I am deeply touched by your deep consideration. I am sure my foolish brother would be very pleased with this. If possible, he wanted to be called to the heavens just like that. He did not desire to fall to hell. As long as that demonic child dies, nothing matters. Hurry up, Tullius. The wedding is tomorrow. His loathsome brother should arrive in the capital, the latest by today. Arriving just barely on time was unthinkable for nobles, who should be leaving extravagance and surplus for all things. But that would prove as a blessing in disguise, as there is no fear of Tullius having an inkling of this plan. For now, I welcome you with my arms wide open. As he was thinking, he casually gazed downwards the terrace. The mob that were chirping aloud earlier were fleeing in all directions like the babies of a spider as the guards chased them. There was no choice but to do this since they made sport of power and authority. Chapter 27, Marriage Blues. As expected, the job he entrusted her with was harsh. Firstly, to ensure that she does not shame the noble she serves for even a second, she went through rigorous etiquette training from the maids in the residence. She was trained intensely to move and speak according to the other party's social status to show respect. She was completely looked down upon by the maids teaching her, because she was a slave. Even if she was a person important to their master, they made sure to pick on her whenever they could, though they did not go as far as to treat her violently. They would beat her mercilessly if she made any mistakes, and it soon became a daily practice for her lowly self to be abused. She did not utter a single word of protest. There was no problem with the contents of the training, and it was also for the sake of her master. For his sake, wholly for his sake. Just like how she had been given her name, she fully accepted the training. After 3 years, around the time when the other maids could not longer put up with her master's deeds and quit, she became complete as a maid who would not shame her master no matter where she went, even though her body was so small. In addition, he had her train her body. Right from the beginning, she solely ran on the fields. This was to build stamina for future training, he said. It was like forging steel. Strike the iron while it is hot. Remove her weaknesses and give her strength so that she can never crack nor break. After she gained a certain level of stamina, the amount of basic sword training she was given increased. While one was growing, it was not good to learn a fixed style, so all she did was repeat and repeat the basics. The guidance of the boy, her coach, or more like his commands, became useful. She made not a single complaint. It was because the stronger, the faster, and the more skilled she became, the more smiles she can evoke from her master. All for him. Just like how she had received her name, she trained tirelessly. After a year passed, around the time when the man contracted to guide her master started indulging in liquor, she became strong enough to beat the average adult. When her fitness and skill with the sword grew to a certain level, magic and thieving lessons began. She demonstrated an aptitude for wind and earth magic. It was surprising that she would learn the complete opposite type of magic to the female adventurer whom she received guidance from. Her thieving lessons were, in a certain sense, crueler than her other trainings. Especially the training to conceal and erase her presence for several days per session. It was because she could not learn other skills during those periods. She showed no signs of slacking during training. She refined her techniques, heightened her magical skills, mastered her techniques in thieving to the extent of being an expert, all so that she could have a wide range of abilities to be of use to her master. It was for him. Just like how she had received her name, she devoured all there was to learn. After 4 years, she even eliminated her teachers to seal their mouths when they suspected her master of abusing her. The toughest part of her training was actually working as an assistant in alchemy. Right off the bat, she learned the recipe to make medicine, studied the basics, and concocted potions to secure funds. Those were fine. However, her master bought slaves with the money they made and started using them for human experimentation. She had to treat those people, who wore the same collar as her, inhumanely. The spectacle of expending them like tools was terrifying. It was not because her master killed them, nor was it because she was killing them. It was not that it was scary to imagine herself being killed by her master like them. It was about becoming useless and meaningless subjects to the master like them. That was scary. Her body was revived for him, and the broken pieces of her heart were stitched together for him too. Rather than being a short-lived thing to him, she wanted to be of greater significance to him. That was why she devoted herself into various fields of study. She did not let out her worries. It was an unnecessary worry since she was still useful to her master, and she would be eliminated like her precedents without hesitation when she becomes useless to her master. Since she existed just for him. Just like how she received her name, her sins piled up. After 4 years, when she exceeded expectations, she went knocking on the door of the Adventurers Guild alone. He, her master, was a cautious man. While he praised her loyalty, deep down inside his heart, he definitely had his doubts. He did not consider about having a yardstick for showing her affection, joy, and patience. The reason for that was, ironically enough, that she was too excellent. Every time he made her master a difficult task, she gains new strength. In the 1 in a million chance if she decides to betray him, she would be able to kill him instantly. He feared death and sought after eternity. He longed to reach the state of immortality, even if it meant sacrificing each and every being in this world. That is why he was afraid that she would act beyond what is expected of his pawn. If she acts beyond his control and spoiled his plans, who knows if she might betray him and point her blade at him. If he detected any signs of that, he would surely dispose of her, a talent whom he personally groomed without hesitation. She did not want that. Dying was fine. If she ended up as a sacrifice for him, she was more than willing. However, she did not want to end up as a hindrance to his goals. The reason was that she was born to be useful to him. That day she begged of him, "Master, I have a request to make." "What is it?" "Please make me a more complete slave." The tendency to rebel was a useless function. It was a deeply rooted redundancy. She wished for her master to remove that. He smiled happily. Aha. It was a smile from his heart. He was a youth who always had a smile on his face and appeared gentle, but that was entirely a disguise. Not once has she seen his genuine smile. The day her bandages were removed and she was born. Since that day, he had never showed that smile. Her chest tightened uncontrollably at the sight of it. "I have always been hoping to hear that ever since I got my hands on you." She exhaled deeply. She processed what he said and came to an understanding. Everything he did for her was so that she would say this. Providing hot meals, tasty sweets, a clean bedroom, the luxury to clean herself, praising her, being lenient with her. Everything was for this. She regretted what she had said. Sorry to have kept you waiting and for the trouble of operating. She should have said it earlier, she thought. Section, well, is it not, elder brother? It has been a year, hasn't it? I raised my voice in joy as I should be, for a person returning home. Brother even specifically went to the entry hall to welcome me. Of course, I thought nothing of the sort that he would be there to welcome me, because I could see him chatting with other guests here and there. I believe he was in the midst of welcoming guests who came from afar. Tullius, you came back. It must have been a great trouble for you to come a long way for tomorrow's wedding. Linus said with a smile befitting a young noble, no matter which angle you look at it from. This was supposed to be the heartwarming reunion of brothers, but brother chose to use great trouble, but not a single word of glad or happy. Oh boy, it has been 1 year already and he is still such an immature person. How can he lead a marriage life like this? I offer my sincere congratulations for your wedding. I am equally as happy as you are. Elder brother is indeed the pillar of the family. Even as a foolish younger brother, I feel at ease knowing that you are settling down. Ha, don't say that, Tullius. I am still a youngster. The way you put it, doesn't that mean my marriage seems delayed? Oh, how discourteous of me. Looks like I have many ways to go. Dew and Lawbert, my attendants, were enjoying our conversation from behind and said something. Please translate it for me. First of all, His Excellency said, please stop meddling with me since you're going to be married from now on. And his brother replied with, I refuse. And whose fault do you think it is that I am marrying this late? That was rather accurate, but that was so mean of you, Lawbert. In any case, from our conversation, I have ascertained that my elder brother has no intention of changing his attitude from here on. Well, with that marquis by his side, the prospects of that happening were dim in the first place. Next, a woman forced herself into the conversation after entertaining a guest. Oh my, how mean. Not bringing me along to greet your younger brother. Lady Simone. Lady is unnecessary, dear. From the way she spoke, this woman must be brother's wife, and of course my sister-in-law. In short, my superiors. Perhaps it is wise to show some etiquette in advance. Pleased to meet you. I am Count Linus Albanel's brother, Viscount Tullius Shernan Albanel. Oh my, how polite. The woman stared in surprise. Most likely, she has heard of the bad rumors about me. About killing slaves mercilessly or about being lacking in etiquette befitting a noble. That is the truth of the matter, though. Then I shall introduce myself too. I am Simone Meslier, from the Pontauban Baron family. I will be the wife of your elder brother from tomorrow onwards. Let us get along well, Viscount. Her flawless behavior was polished, and she had the presence of an honorable lady. Her family's name was not well known, but it seems like her parents were very strict with her upbringing. Not to mention, she was a beauty with a refined look. It looks like elder brother has found a good catch. So much so that marrying into this family, made notorious by me, seems to be a waste. Meanwhile, I increased the level of courtesy after receiving her introduction. Please do take care of me, Countess. W.O., is he actually properly greeting somebody? Who is he? He appears to be His Excellency. Could it that our master has changed for the better? Do and Lobert, I can hear you guys. Especially, Lobert. I am behaving as he wanted me to, so why is he making all those remarks? Putting aside the extremely rude bystanders, sister-in-law smiled gently after receiving my greetings. Seems like rumors are not be trusted, huh? I am glad to have an outstanding brother-in-law. Not at all. I was young while I lived in the capital and did do some childish things. I feel very apologetic for you to have heard such disgraceful things. As I said, I remembered the days when I was in the capital. I really did do some inefficient experiments in the past. With my skills now, I do have confidence that I can prevent at least 30% of those deaths. Cough, cough. All of a sudden, elder brother interrupted with his coughing. I do think it is good to have a better relationship with your soon-to-be sister-in-law, but Tullius, you should bring your retainers in. I shall grant them an audience. In essence, hurry up with the introductions and get inside. Perhaps he did not want his younger brother to stir up weird things in his new wife. Indeed, I cannot bear to let them continue waiting either. Lobert and Do. These two will represent my retainers and will introduce themselves. Huh. The two of them who were called for took a step forward and went on their knees. Having a meeting with the Count gives me great joy. My name is Jean-Jacques Lobert. I work as a governmental official of Your Excellency's brother. I am extremely grateful to have an audience with the Count. I am Du Schwarzer, a military officer under your brother. Du's introduction was pathetic compared to Lobert's perfection. This is the result of him speaking like an ordinary person too often. When I return back, I shall let Dre know of this so that she can tease him. Elder brother controlled himself at Du's behavior and ignored him while focusing on Lobert. So you are Lobert? You come from the Lobert Baron family. Yes, I am the fourth son. If my memory serves me right, I hear you are a well-read youngster. Please do continue supporting my brother. I am extremely thankful for the undeserving praise. On the surface, Lobert was behaving respectfully, but what about how he really feels, I wonder? Surely something along the lines of, if you knew that, then why didn't you employ me? And, you are Du Schwarzer. I seem to have met you somewhere before. Yes, I was extremely discourteous then. He repeated whatever Victor and Lobert told him to say in a disjointed manner. He was referring to the rude way he spoke to him a year before, when we were departing. I did not think Du would ever meet elder brother again at that time, so I let Du speak as he wished. Well, that was immediately after I had finished with his adjustments, so there was not much time to correct his way of speaking too. It is fine. If you have reflected on it, I will not nitpick on each and every mistake. Thank you very much. The edges of Du's mouth was shaking from speaking in an unnatural way. Still, it is very surprising to see that you have been included among brothers' retainers. With all due respects, my vulgar self am you undeserving of Master's patronage. Hey, why does he seem like Charles before he was reformed? Also, elder brother has a terrible disposition. Surely he can see that he is bad at speaking formally. And yet, he continued on while letting out a slight laughter. Just when I thought I should step in to stop the conversation. Oh, Miss Simone seemed to have noticed something at the end of the line of my followers. There was a person in maid uniform who stood out among the others who were kneeling as she completely prostrated herself. Needless to say, that was Uni. Nobles show respect by showing their faces. Lower-class nobles and commoners like Dew and Lobert kneel, while slaves like her have to prostrate themselves. It was cruel, but such was the logic of this country, or more like of this entire world. She is. As disgraceful as I can be, she is my slave and a maid. Goodness gracious. Miss Simone was in disbelief. Uni was a slave. The lowest of social classes. It was common sense to not mention an existence like that in a setting like this. For a wedding ceremony, it was basically a custom to not bring attention to oneself as a slave. Bringing a slave was, of course, out of the question. However, I have nothing to do with such customs. The other slaves were currently on standby outside the residence and would be stationed at an inn during the wedding, but Uni was special. She was my most trusted bodyguard and attendant. I brought her here knowing brother and sister-in-law would say something about it. Even then, if they said they did not want her to be around, Uni could easily hide herself in the ceilings. I beg your pardon, but could she be allowed to stay in the residence? Allowing a slave during a wedding. As expected, Miss Simone could not hide her bewilderment. Her response was extremely natural as a noble who received a proper upbringing. In fact, her reaction was the most appropriate of the various scenarios I predicted. She has to be your attendant. Also the fact that she is my longest-serving follower. Just for reference, how long? For roughly 11 years, I would say. That long? She was slightly astonished from the figure I gave. That is to be expected. She has been following me since I was 8. Uni was 6 years old then. She was really a slave that has served me well for a long time. That is why she is the one I know the best among my followers. Once again, could you overlook this? I do not mind. Right, dear. Miss Simone looked towards brother. Why, no, what is it? Could you also let this pass? This much should be fine, right? Oh, what a capable woman. She is really a waste for elder brother. Actually, perhaps only a person with such an assertive nature would be able to marry elder brother. If possible, I would want her to stop brother's conspiracy from the side, but that might be too much for her alone. From the perspective of the social standing of her family, she also would not have an influential voice both in official capacity and in underground discussions. As such calculations whirled in my head, I looked at elder brother. Do as you please. He turned around abruptly. Weird. Given elder brother's nature, even if he would relent in the end, I would think he would at least appear more displeased than that. After all, Uni should be most hated after me for him. Victor did suggest that it is possible for Marquis Lavallee to be second, though. In any case, Uni was one of the collaborators of the long-spanning experiments that brother was disgusted by. Why would he agree with this so easily? I do not feel that there is a trick here, but perhaps he is trying to appear magnanimous to his bride. Thank you. I strive to express my loyalty once again to both of your deep benevolence. HMPH. Brother snorted unpleasantly. Why does he hate me to this extent? I am not a big fan of elder brother from the start, but I did not detest him so much that I would murder or brainwash him. Though, the main reason is that the risks are too high to do that. And yet, elder brother was betting the entire family, even running the risk of destroying the family to have a shot at killing me. I do not understand. Firstly, ever since I went to Marlin, I managed to revitalize one of the deadweight regions in the Count's territory. I have been properly paying tax as stipulated by brother and the kingdom. I did not, however, report on an important mine. Well, since I am giving much higher returns, it would be preferable if he forgives me for the suffering I caused when I was in the capital. It would be better for me to have one less enemy too. As I pained over the antagonism between us brothers, Miss Simone walked up to Uni. Please raise your head. Yes. However, I am afraid this lowly self. I am ordering you to look up. Uni looked up after the brief exchange. It was not that sister-in-law was being haughty, nor was Uni overly servile. This was the normal exchange between a noble and a slave. Miss Simone gulped instinctively. That is to be expected. Even for me, as her master, to not judge her with bias, Uni was pretty. So much so that her terrible condition when I first bought her would be unimaginable. Nobody has said anything ill about Uni's looks. The most they would say is that she has a seductive face. Sister-in-law stayed silent in surprise for a while before opening her mouth. What is your name? I am called Uni. I do not have a family name. He said you have served him for 11 years. But are you still serving as a maid? Yes, there are some other things that I help with. Towards Uni's reply, Miss Simone placed her hand on her temple as though she was troubled. Next, she appeared to have made her mind and turned to look at me. Sir Tullius. Yes, what could it be, Countess? How long do you intend to keep her as a slave? What? What a minute, I do not understand the point here. She gave a big sigh at my perplexed look. You know, Sir Tullius, as your sister-in-law from tomorrow onwards, let me give you a piece of advice. Yes. What are you planning to do? Keeping a female servant by your side for over 10 years. Countess Simone raised her voice sharply as though her gentleness previously was an hallucination. She is angry. Why? It is unavoidable to fall in love with a partner with a great difference in social status while single. Still, you cannot be treating females, even if they are slaves, like pets, no. You know, there is a proper way to select. Hey, Lobert, what is this lady saying? She has probably misunderstood the relationship between His Excellency and the chief maid, I guess. While I did not know why I was being preached to, Du and Co. were whispering behind me. Is that what this is? I have an inkling as to why she became angry at me from their whispers. Countess. No, sister-in-law, there might be some misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? She stopped her incessant verbal onslaught. Hugh. Looks like she was a woman who can listen to others. With the temporarily sense of relief, I continued my explanation. Uni and I are, with all due respects, not in the kind of relationship as you are imagining. In any case, looks like she thought that Uni and I had an extraordinary relationship in terms of men and women. Hence, I had to be honest with the facts. Miss Simone was like a pigeon who was shot by a pea shooter. Also, she had an expression that was in obvious disbelief. Really? Yes, really. Even though she is that pretty. I do admit that, but on the other hand, we do not have such a relationship. She was a cute slave, so we do share some physical contact here and there, but I do not remember going too far. In the first place, if I did that, there was a chance her stomach will be filled with a heavy baggage, and her capabilities would greatly decrease. I can make preparations beforehand to avoid such a circumstance, but there is no 100% guarantee. If it means we have to abort the baby, it would have a considerable impact on her body too. It may not harm her loyalty towards me, but the impact on her mentally could be a variable. Her body was not something to be used for satisfying one's lust. Well, it would be a different story if I were to achieve my goal of immortality, though. I digress. Miss Simone looked at me as though I was a rare species in a zoo or something. She was a daughter of a noble. She would have been taught thoroughly about her duties after marrying into another family. Her education would surely include manners in the bedroom, more specifically, about men's sexual appetite. Putting it all together, it certainly might seem hard to believe what I said. Elder brother's eyes were wide open in surprise too, and his face was turning pale too. Was it that surprising? The girls in the same school as I was when I was at the academy were able to accept that Uni and I did not have that kind of relationship. Something like, since you are such an oddball. It is not that unthinkable that as a male you might be lacking in something, though that sounds impolite, unbelievable. Her head swung to the side in confusion, but I too am in confusion. Somehow this ended up as the discussion for our first meeting. Though I say so, I have no proof for it. I would guess so, then let's leave it at that. Looks like she backed out, even though she does not seem to fully comprehend. In any case, ending it off like this is helpful. No matter how lacking I am in noble-like hobbies, I did not want to continue the conversation while there are still other nobles around the entrance. Somehow, I led the topic into this. I apologize for keeping you here with it. No, I too have bothered you with this on the night of your wedding. After exchanging apologies, our conversation ended. Nevertheless, while she was a little carried away with her assumptions, she was a woman with a good heart. I am totally for brother and her to build a happy family together. So if he backs down from now on, I would not have to waste unnecessary time. Speaking of which, brother seemed to be brooding over our earlier conversation. Why would he be that affected by the kind of questions his younger brother was asked? Section. My apologies, I somehow spoke without discretion. Do not worry. It is rare for anybody to maintain composure when speaking to that guy. While offering words of console to Simone, Linus was frantically battling with his internal turmoil. That annoying slave killer, who treats moralities as though it was tissue paper, has not laid his hands on that female slave. Can such a thing be possible? Or maybe, precisely because he is inhumane that he lacks such human urges. In any case, he suddenly remembered the day he first ushered Marquis Lavallee inside the residence. That day, after being cornered by the Marquis, he released his anger on a nearby female slave as much as he wanted. If he could not hit something, if he could not release by turning it into a violent impulse, he would have gone mad. No matter how he reflects upon it, it was the most deplorable event of his life. After that, whenever he could not control his temper, he would take it out on the slaves. He found that part of himself to be most irredeemable. That female slave was, at present, still in the residence. If he carelessly fired her, somebody similar to the Marquis might start a pointless investigation into him. Even then, finding an appropriate reason and killing her was not an option too, since he was reluctant to fall to the likes of his younger brother. Like his younger brother, perhaps he has already reached that point. For Linus, that was his worst fear. No. He shook his head and tried to erase his doubts. Nobles having sexual relationships with slaves might be an act that is frowned upon, but that may not be the case too. What about Tullius the slave murderer? Even if there are no laws preventing it, such an appalling thing might make a timid person faint. Hence, he should be much better than his younger brother. It is unavoidable to fall in love with a partner with a great difference in social status while single. Still, you cannot be treating females, even if they are slaves, like pets know. You know, there is a proper way to treat. The brunt of Simone's words turned from his brother to him. Linus has a relationship with a slave. Not with any ordinary etiquette too, he treated her violently like how he would for pets. A proper way to treat a female slave? Not once has he thought about it. What if Simone was let known to this fact? He instinctively shut his mouth, a sudden surge of nausea. Are you okay? Your complexion does not look too good. Simone sounded worried. It was not that she loved Linus. There was no such time to develop such sweet feelings with their rushed engagement, rushed wedding, and other matters. In fact, she should be holding scorn for him, since the wedding was used as a strategy against his younger brother. However, she was an impartial person. She even felt pity for that eerie slave earlier. While she might look down upon the bitter feud he has with his younger brother, she has shown understanding towards how he treats other nobles. That is why, if she knows about how he uses a female slave as an outlet for his vulgar acts, she might just disappear in the blink of an eye. It is nothing, he replied, as though persuading himself. Right, there should be nothing more to it. From the beginning, he did not expect to even dream of having a harmonious, loving marriage. Couples are made to preserve the bloodline that is no more than an agreement between men and women. There might be room for love to grow if both parties have matching natures, but one cannot possibly wish for that, as it is something that comes down to luck. Marriage is about marrying first, then finding common ground between partners. Then she should hate him from the start. A person who is concerned with having his flaws found out then must be nuts. Simone sensed his stubbornness and let out a small sigh. If that is the case, then please try to stay dignified. It is as though I am ill-treating you if you go pale before the wedding, is it not? Sore. Also, there was a glint in the corner of her eye. You still will not forgive your brother. Simone could clearly see the disgust he has for his brother. Although both of them did not love each other, as a daughter of a noble, she viewed the wedding ceremony with importance. It was the day she reveals the results of spending half her lifetime improving her grace and refined beauty. It was the one big moment of her life. There might be some rare people who experience it several times, but those people are the exceptions. It would be perfectly normal for a normal woman to be unhappy with their big moment being used as a ploy. However, it was not that Linus was sloppy with the event planning. It would be extremely troublesome if he was exposed to have made light of the holiness of a wedding. Of course, even if I have to put the heavens and gods on the line, I will never forgive that demon. That was the determination of his that motivated him to make use of his wedding as part of the strategy. Do you have such a deep grudge against him? What are you saying now? Surely you would have heard what he has done in this residence, have you not? After all, Simon's family was the Pontauban family. Their family was the kind of cold door that had to follow the whims of other nobles and be forced to have their daughter marry quickly into another family. It should be impossible for a person like that to be unconcerned with the rumors among the nobles. She should be well aware of how his foolish brother soiled their family's name. The truth of the matter is that the day when they exchange marriage vows would be the very day she steps into the castle of a demon lord. Does that not give her face cramps? Indeed, I did hear of the terrible rumors about him, but is that not a thing of the past? The past? Linna's face turned grim spontaneously. Do you know, when I ordered him to leave the capital for Marlin a year ago, he killed slaves as a parting gift. And that was when he should be busy preparing for departure. How much can change in just 1 year? Remembering what happened was annoying enough. Tullius, who was told to lock up the basement where he did his slave-killing research, decided to kill all his remaining slaves and prepared an elaborate cremation. Either he was finishing up the evil research he was doing with the slaves, or he just enjoyed killing slaves. While I am at it, there was a boorish man called Deus serving Tullius. I heard he was employed right before his departure and had only spent 1 night in the residence. I should have seen that scene. I wonder what kind of person he must be to serve such a madman. She sent a sharp look of rebuke to Linus, who had raised his voice. "Shh, quiet down." He was lost for words. They were still in the entrance hall. Guests who were bored were chatting with one another, and there might be somebody else coming from outside. Right now, the surrounding guests were sending looks of puzzlement to the groom. "Sorry. Please make your excuses later." Certainly, he did do some conspicuous misbehavior a year before, but has he not worked seriously as a lord of his territory? Now that he is like that and you try to push him aside, what should I make of it? Ugh. In the first place, punishing him by death for misbehavior is too much, and if he is obviously running afoul of the kingdom's laws, then is the job of the High Court of Justice. At any rate, I cannot think of any logic behind you hatching this plot to reject. That is enough. Linus held his palm up and uttered. She was right logically. It was a sound argument. However, if he could become patient from listening to sound arguments, he would not be directing all his murderous impulses towards his brother. Additionally, the damage done to Linus and their family was not so shallow that reason could heal it. The harm dealt by Tullius' notoriety for killing slaves was not something that could be compensated by his achievements of revitalizing the rural area. I am the head of the Aubenil family. The family head is not seeking for your opinion. As such, Linus, the family head, decided that Tullius ought to be removed. This decision was not something a young lady, whom he was engaged to only 1 month ago, could overturn. I see. Simone took a step back and stopped talking, perhaps giving up on changing his mind. Linus snorted and tightened his cravat in an attempt to hide his anger. There was no way she could prevent the Marquis plans during tomorrow's wedding, no matter what she thinks and what she does. The only people who know the details of the plan are Linus and the person who devised the plan. She could not possibly give a clue to Tullius since she knew nothing, and even if she rushed to the High Court, nothing could be done. The most cunning part of the plan was that there was nothing illegal about it. Even if Tullius sees through the plan, all that awaits is disappointment from failure. There was no way Tullius could come up with a counterattack. Whatever Simone is thinking or is going to do, it has nothing to do with Linus. She was not somebody who could even affect him on the surface level. She was nothing more than the backdrop of the stage to welcome the target. Strictly speaking, as a person from Marquis Lavallee's camp, she has already outlived her use. Of course, she was still an important tool for the Aubenil family to carry on by bearing a child. Tool. Yes, a tool. A tool to provide an heir to her husband, and a tool to show others the facade of a happy family. A wife of a noble is, in the end, all about these goals. Inadvertently, Linus remembered his mother's face. A woman who his father never paid much attention to when she was alive, a woman who lost her life in exchange for giving birth to that demon. Her sad-looking face overlapped with an image of Simone. I am doing what father did. A father who incompetently and stupidly ignored his own shortcomings while demanding excellence from his children. The stupidity to let mother die unsympathetically and letting that monster lead to the downfall of the family. With the recognition that everything is going back to square one, his stomach started to ache, and he could feel something thick rising up in his throat. Ugh. He tried to withstand his nausea by placing his hand on his mouth. He could tell that he was going pale. No. He should be different from father. He was different from that imbecile who turned a blind eye to his own failings, who blamed Linus for his mediocrity, who let mother die after giving birth to an unwanted child, who died in fear of Tullius. Rather, he was the one trying to cleanse the flaws within the Aubenil family. And what about him being taken advantage of by Marquis Lavallee, leading to this situation beyond his control? Didn't I say this is not true? You are the same as your brother. Somebody declared aloud. Your brother kills slaves while you violate slaves. Don't they only differ by the weight of their sin? You are the same as your father. Somebody laughed. In the end, you and your father are both causing the downfall of the family for Tullius. Nothing much has changed, no? You are just a man from the Aubenils. Somebody said in disdain, all men from the Aubenil family are the same. The disgrace of nobles, trash with zero value. Who was laughing at him? Who was scorning him? Simone, mother, father, Marquis Lavallee, or Tullius? Or could it be himself? Shut up, I am different. With the growing nausea in his stomach, Linus shook his head many times over and endured it. It was a hallucination. He was seeing a hallucination. Surely it was the doing of Tullius. It was definitely a shady magic or drug that he had concocted, since he was always doing those shady experiments. As long as Tullius is gone, his suffering would end. As long as he disappeared, he should be as happy as everybody else. He told himself repeatedly while swallowing his nausea. This time, Simone said nothing. Chapter 28, Ghost of 11 Years 1, the next day. Tullius Shernan Aubenil, who had been assigned an overly bleak-looking room, said, Lobert, is this enough as a script for the speech? There were several sheep parchments in his hand. It was a script to address the guests as a representative of the family. He waved it in the air playfully. Dew was hanging around the wall, not knowing what to do with his boredom. Officially, he was a military officer, but he was actually a combat weapon that cannot betray his master. And so he was stuck in this room as a bodyguard. However, it does not seem like his turn will be up anytime soon. Before staying for the night in the room, he had thoroughly searched the room and concluded that there was no possibility of a trap. He did not feel the presence of any assassins among the bodyguards of the guests. If so, for a person like him who only knows how to hack and slash, he was useless here. Thus, while keeping up surveillance of the surroundings, he absent-mindedly observed his master's actions. Having been called by their master, Lobert adjusted his appearance while replying. There are no problems with it, master. I made corrections to some trivial details, but overall, it appears to be a faultless script. Seriously, how are you able to write such a draft despite not acting like a noble normally? The young noble remarks were rude, but Dew wholeheartedly agreed with him. When it comes to Tullius, he is always about efficiency and about minimal effort while appearing to be entirely clueless about the formalities of a noble. Why is it then, when it comes to things like writing a wedding address, he would be able to come up with it without any grumbling? I haven't had my own wedding ceremony, though I do have much experience with them. Oh, I am poorly informed of the weddings that your excellency has attended. Who invited you? Even if I told you, you wouldn't know who. It happened in my previous life. Tullius ended it off with a joke. His joke was not funny at all, and yet he was having a good laugh. Previous life? Is there really such a thing for a villain like you? Don't you normally go to hell and not become reborn, for cases like yours? I am only like this now after being born into this world, or maybe after I died once. Isn't that so? If one doesn't experience death, how would one know its fear? For a joke, he was particularly tense, or maybe what he is saying is the real deal. Dew shook his head frantically to shake off the thought. It was madness. It is impossible to be reborn. Reincarnation belongs in fairy tales. Or maybe he found a way to create such a phenomenon after teaming up with that vampire to do experiments. Let's leave that joke aside. More importantly, Your Excellency. I think the speech will be fine as long as you do not do it ad lib, but what about the dance during the night party? Your Excellency might become the object of ridicule if Your Excellency cannot even do a simple social dance. Lobert said in an attempt to change the topic. Indeed, that was also on Tullius' mind. Normally, Tullius would be either stuck in his lab or attending to governmental affairs after being pestered by Victor and the others. He did not seem very good with moving his body. At the end, Tullius grumbled, "It is true, though. Well, I do it sometimes as a hobby. Not very good at it, but I doubt it would be disgraceful either." "You can dance." "Really?" They openly reacted with shock to their master. "Excuse me, no matter how unlike a noble I am, it does not mean I am unable to do everything, you know. The only stuff I do not do are pointless things like learning how to rule or something like that. I have been taught the general stuff too. Even my table manners is not that bad, right?" Thinking back on it, Tullius has never shamed himself on the dining table. He prefers to have something like a sandwich on one hand while doing work, so he rarely has to eat in a formal setting. While we are at it, please do not leisurely walk in the corridors while slurping black tea. What's wrong with it? It's not like I am doing that in front of the guests. If you can behave tactfully in front of the guests, then I have no problem with it. Tullius frowned at Laubert's overly blunt advice. Dew added, "That is somewhat remarkable, master, that you would earnestly go for something like dance practices. I know about the negative effects of lack of exercise. It is a physical activity I can easily do at home. That is why I put effort into it." That was very Tullius-like. If he did not keep his body up to shape, he would not be able to live long either. He was a man who pursued immortality, a man who feared death more than anything else. He would do some exercise if it means increasing his longevity, and since it is an indoor sport, it was not unbelievable for him to show some enthusiasm for it. However, for Dew, the picture of Tullius Aubenil dancing in step with another lady was too difficult to imagine. "I would be a little embarrassed at some parts which I am unfamiliar with, though." Embarrassed about dancing? Laubert was puzzled. As long as he did not forget that he was a noble and did not do anything too rude, something like a social dance should not be a difficult task. So he was slightly puzzled as to why there was anything to be embarrassed about. He was not like Dew, who rose from the ranks of a commoner, and the fact that a demon like him would know the concept of embarrassment was a startling fact of its own. Dancing would involve holding hands with a girl, and there may be some body contact too. Wouldn't a normal person find it embarrassing? Master appeared to be more mature for his age, but when it comes to dancing and the like, he would actually be worried about such things. Dew said teasingly. Tullius frowned again. "That cannot be helped, right? I was a normal Japanese in my previous life. My only experience with dancing was just folk dances." Tullius sounded like he was whispering to himself towards the end. It seemed like he was still continuing with the joke. Nevertheless, what was a Japanese and a fuku dance? Speaking of which, who is my dance partner? I have no clue who is my dance partner even now. Since we're talking about the groom's brother, you should be assigned a suitable lady. Does seem possible you might be assigned somebody weird to get back at you. Would it go well? Since it is the wedding of a count, I doubt he would intentionally do something that would lose him face. Doing that would affect his name too. Oh, that is true. Still, Dew thought, the secret feuds must be nerve-wracking if they have to even consider a dance partner. He would feel much at ease by settling everything by brute force. As Dew was absorbed in his dangerous thoughts, Tullius let out a deep sigh. In any case, I would not like it. I would have to pay attention to an unknown woman and match her pace. I have my hands full with myself. I would much rather have Uni dance with me, though. What are you saying? It would be a miracle for her to be able to attend already. To make things worse, you want her as a dance partner. Even if the Count does not disagree with it, it is still impossible. Right, Chief Maid? Laubert invited Uni, who had remained silent, to the conversation. She was always by Tullius Aubenil's side, unless she is running an errand for none other than him. What weighed on Dew's mind was how quiet she had been from earlier. She was always a iron-faced woman with few words, but being silent up till now was strange. He even tried to make some risky jokes to Tullius earlier. Normally, as his loyal subject, Uni would have rebuked him right away. Yes, I think it would be too conspicuous for me, since my social standing would be questioned. Right. Your Excellency really does not know when to give up. Right, there is nobody who doesn't know when to give up as much as me. In any case, it is unfortunate since I would be most familiar with Uni as a partner. Hold your horses. Uni as a partner. Does that mean Uni know how to dance too? Dew asked as soon as it dawned on him. she replied in a monotone voice. Yes, I am usually the partner for Master during practice. Uni is the only suitable person, since she is close in age to me. The dance teacher did have a bitter-looking face, though. Of course. It was unpleasant to find out that a child from a count's family has a maid, much less a slave, as a dance partner. It was what they would expect from Tullius, since he was really a man lacking in social common sense. Incidentally, an inconvenient truth rose to the surface with respects to do. Speaking of which, am I the only one here who does not have dancing as a hobby? Ah, now that you say it. It was unthinkable for a woman to invite, due to a dance, from his bodyguard-looking appearance. Well, if it comes down to it, you just need to try to avoid stepping on her foot. My reputation would not change much at this point, even if people find out I have vassals who do not know how to dance. What is that supposed to mean? Of all people, he was being lectured by Tullius on how to behave at a dinner party. Reflexively, Dew put his palm to his forehead. Tullius laughed happily. Why don't you start practicing when we get back to Marlin? Don't you have a suitable partner too? That's a bad joke. His master was most likely referring to her. It really was a bad joke. Even now, Dew did not know how to approach her, all the more he could not ask her out for a dance. After Dew turned his head away to avoid the topic, Tullius passed the baton to Uni next. So, Uni, you have been rather quiet, what are you thinking about? Even considering his own uncouth standards, that was way too straightforward. Certainly, Uni was acting weird during the ride here, but shouldn't he ask in a more delicate way? Have you realized? We have known each other for a long time. You would be able to solve a trivial problem on your own, but if it has kept you thinking for a few days, surely it must be a problem beyond your capabilities. No matter how you hear it, it was a dry way of speaking. She was a girl who was brainwashed as a slave and had accompanied him for many years. Dew could not help but think that he should have been more sensitive when asking about her troubles. Tullius would sometimes show concern for his subjects on a whim. It was truly sometimes. For this man, who only cares about living long, his true nature was to be kind to himself. The humane affection he randomly shows at times were probably a form of self-love. The affection was likely directed to part of his own existence. Dew felt that, from a year of working under him. As expected, it was impossible for this man to show another sympathy. Meanwhile, Uni struggled to reply to his question. I just thought, all of a sudden, about, since Master's elder brother is having a wedding, that it is also about time for Master to welcome a wife too. She said as she cast her eyes downwards. So that was what she was thinking about. Dew could sympathize with that. This iron-hearted girl was even younger than Tullius, who was not even 20 years old. It was unbelievable, but unlike the mass-produced types, it seems that her emotional faculties were left untouched. He was a master, close in age, that she has served for long and whom she had sworn loyalty to. It was not far-fetched for her to have extraordinary desires because of that. Also, she shows the most joy whenever Tullius behaves flirtatiously. Compared to Dre, who had her emotions towards her clan altered to loyalty towards Tullius, there was a stark difference. Still, was it because of the talk I was having with Dew in the carriage? Tullius continued without showing any signs of consideration for his subjects. Still, it is a problem. Now that my elder brother is married, the ball is now in my court as a viscount. Since Marquis Lavallee is using the marriage as a way to bring elder brother into his faction, I wonder if I could use the same strategy too. I would think so. You would be able to take your time, since you are in control of it. Shockingly, Lobert agreed with Tullius. The Marlin of now is quickly being revitalized, even the mines are operational. The profits are not high as of now, but would be promising in the future. The Centralists must have planned a script like, putting a bell on Your Excellency with a wedding, and putting Your Excellency to death when Your Excellency is ripe and ready to be eaten. That's nasty, Lobert. Did you pester His Excellency to dig the mines after reading that far ahead? It is the notoriety of His Excellency. I was able to see the big picture with the Count's wedding and Chief Maid's concern. After all, the reputation of the Aubigneul family is terrible. I did not think that the Centralists would have the Aubigneuls family head marry so fast and try to set up a wedding scheme on His Excellency too. The two of them were deeply engrossed in discussing the Marquis faction's plans and countermeasures for it. So, what shall we do when that happens? If it comes down to it, all we need to do is to brainwash the entirety of the partner's family. That might be asking for too much. Yes, the Marquis is also notorious for his schemes. He should have already realized that His Excellency has a technique to capture the human's heart. I believe he has prepared somebody from an important family living in the capital so that his spy would not have to move to Marlin. Hey, doesn't that mean he would not be giving face to His Excellency's elder brother, who was given the daughter of a baron's family? Well, Victor did say frequently that the Marquis was not the kind to give a hoot about a youngster's face. That depends on the perspective. It can be seen in two different directions. For example, Sir Linus could ask the Marquis to find a good match for his brother. It can be argued that he wanted his brother, who lacks control, to be paired with somebody who could guide him in the right direction. Wow, that sounds like a plausible argument. Man, I am getting sick of this geezer even before we met. Tullius endured his headache. According to that script, if it is a partner other than my elder brother's wife's family, it means this family would have some flaws too. And when the Marquis wants to eliminate me, he just needs to make up some false charges on that family. It would be a disaster if he gets to restrain my movements and possibly get an excuse to kill me, free of charge. I would want to suggest that we leave for Marlin as soon as Your Excellency fulfills the bare minimum of showing up for the ceremony. Once we are done with creating the faction, we would have a reliable hand to play for defense. The absolute worst scenario I can think of is the Marquis might force down a wedding, while Your Excellency is staying in the capital. It is as you say. Stopping by the capital brings nothing but misfortune. I wonder if I should have prepared the plan to leave early as we have discussed earlier. Depending on the circumstances, I am prepared to execute the most dangerous plan of all. Tullius changed the irrelevant discussion back to something that had to do with him instead of others. The plan to escape the capital in order to counter the Marquis plans to stop him. It was a plan that required Dew and Uni to put their lives on the line. They made various plans, but the most dangerous plan that Tullius was referring to was the most depressing, last-ditch attempt to escape. Frankly speaking, it was a demonic plan, no, more like pure violence, that would make Marquis Lavallee look like a child. Nevertheless, there is no choice, I suppose. Unbelievably so, Lobert endorsed the plan, though he did so half-heartedly. Dew could not help but open his eyes wide. Hey, Lobert, did you forget what the plan is all about? I am well aware of what that plan is. It was the suggestion of His Excellency, but in any case, Victor and I both attended that meeting. That was the case. The Opus series mobilized for issues relating to alchemic research. For governmental and strategic affairs, though, Tullius would often settle things with them both. Still, the plan they had prepared was for escaping an unlikely danger. The plan was so vicious that Victor cautioned them to not use it unless it was for that specific danger. Why did Lobert give his consent so easily? I cannot understand. How can you feel like using such a thing? I mean, even you. It is not something you can understand. Lobert shrugged his shoulders. He interrupted him to prevent him from saying that he was born from the capital too. In reply to that, have you forgotten? The operations that Victor and I received are in the same generation as Dre's. The operation preserved our old personality and intelligence while changing our values to place His Excellency as our priority. That is why, compared to you, who lost the ability to rebel and had obedience placed, it is natural that we have differences in thinking, right? Dew, who even had the nickname of Double-Handed Sword, as a warrior, made a gulp. He was overwhelmed by a noble who he could kill with his finger if he so wanted to. He had forgot. Anybody who sat beside Tullius Aubenil-Chernan was a tool. Even Lobert, who habitually nags and scolds Tullius, was nothing but a puppet. Whenever he expresses an opposing view from his master, it was because he wanted to compensate for Tullius' mistakes or lack of knowledge. It was merely a function left behind intentionally. When giving long-winded explanations, Lobert's expression and voice would not contain a trace of ill intention. He showed little restraint in doing so too. That was how fearsome the brainwashing was. Once again, Dew realized the unorthodoxy and skill of the alchemist who turned him into a tool. Victor's case was somewhat unexpected, though. After I tweaked his values and placed myself higher in his system, his hostility towards the Marquis, who had oppressed him, overheated. Well, that is not the point, though. Tullius looked at Du, as though he was a teacher looking at a failing student. I know you are unenthusiastic about it. I, too, do not want to pull out big stunts. However, staying in the capital for long would definitely be dangerous, and the Marquis and the Centralists would surely deal a blow to us in the meantime. Considering that, our best option would be this plan. It is the most efficient method to reach your goals. Oh, so you do understand. Tullius chuckled lightly. For Du, it was a topic that he felt far stronger on than simply unenthusiastic. Still, it was not something he could shirk away from. It was not like he could come up with a solution that could convince his master, and even if he wanted to stop the plan, he could not do so. His brain had already been altered. Furthermore, I did mention, according to the circumstances, right, we would only use the plan after considering all other options. Right, Lobert? Yes. It is a plan that I do not wish to use as much as possible, too. The risks are high, and we would come up with a separate plan later as well. Edge. In the end, Du could only click his tongue in dissatisfaction as a form of protest. Of course, for the thick-skinned heretic, it was not something he would even feel an itch from. Tullius turned to face Uni in an annoyingly happy mood. Something about this. Uni isn't acting like Uni after all. It seems like you are a bit sick, thinking too hard about an idea for my sake. Thank you for the excessive words. What I said was nothing more than just a trigger for this discussion. Uni's face appeared to be more iron-plated than usual. It was an expression that showed that she was just a subject serving her master, nothing less and nothing more than that. Really? Du was doubtful. The worry that talks on Tullius' wedding might come up. Shouldn't what she said be actually related to something deeper than that? Even though she was able to put it into words, it was not something that would bother this girl for so many days. No, such humility is. It happened when Tullius started to speaking. Knock, knock, light knocks could be heard from the door. Excuse me, it is about time for the banquet. The voice of a servant could be heard beyond the door. Tullius snapped his fingers in a rare show of displeasure. He dissolved the sound barrier that ensured that their secret discussion would not be leaked. Yes, we are ready. We will be going now. Is that so? Then my apologies. The sound of footsteps faded. It is about time. Shall we go? Yes. The maid responded to the master's prompting. Meanwhile, his other subjects left the room. While heading for the hall that would be the venue for the banquet, Du could feel a cold sensation that made one shiver. Was it because of the darkness from the discussion they had, or? In any case, no matter how much I think, it isn't something I can chain. He shook his head, dispersing the chilly sensation. That was just a way to stop overthinking, but, indeed, there was nothing he can do no matter what he thought. Section. From the perspective of a younger brother, elder brother is a magnificent person. Linus Aubeniole's ears seemed like they would rot from listening. On this fine evening celebratory party, Tullius was singing the praise of Linus as the representative of the family. Tullius spoke fluently without a tinge of redness on his face as he stood on the stage in the hall. From a look, one might assume he was a good-natured young master, doing his best to congratulate his brother on this occasion. However, that was not the truth. He was a demonic child that would bide his time in the womb of his mother and would not mind destroying the family so long as it benefits himself. As a member of the glorious kingdom, he is a person who would not spare any diligence to improve himself. He was a strict brother that I was unworthy of. I could feel his relentless spirit even though I was immature. Tullius sang his praises continuously, just for appearances. The lies he spouted was nauseating. It is truly the blessings of the heavens that this brother of mine, under the guidance of Marquis Lavallee, can marry my sister-in-law, a beautiful bride. Linus felt like shouting, ridiculous. The whole reason for the Marquis getting closer to him was because Tullius fooled around, leading that geezer to have his eye on him. If marrying Simone was suggested by the Marquis, then the main culprit was Tullius. And he even dared to call it blessings of the heavens. It was almost laughable. It is truly a joyous day. I wish from the bottom of my heart and believe that elder brother would build a happy family with sister-in-law and uphold the honor and traditions of the Aubeniole family. I sincerely offer my congratulations to the newlyweds once again. And that concludes my address. Thank you for the kind attention. Linus covered half his face while enduring his dizziness. It was as though he could not hold back his tears after listening to his brother's speech. However, if he felt like crying, it was because of how pathetic he thought the speech was. What in the world did his foolish brother say? Uphold the honor and traditions of the Aubenyal family. So he means to leave the responsibility of the Aubenyal family, which he had polluted as he pleased, to this married couple. The audience gave a round of applause as his foolish brother stepped off the stage. Linus did not, however, overlook the bitter smiles on some of them. Ridiculous, wasn't it? Comical, wasn't it? They should be carrying the same emotions as he did now. After all of the nobles who live in the capital know of the infamous deeds committed by Tullius. Unintentionally, he let out the sound of teeth gnashing. Simone tugged on his sleeves to chide him. Sorry. If you are truly apologetic, please fix that expression of yours before removing that hand. Linus relaxed his tensed-up facial muscles while his right hand remained on his face. He could feel the rigidity and warmness from his hand. Surely he was seething malice, like that of a demon from hell, even though the real devil was the man who just brazenly gave a hypocritical speech. Just a little bit longer. With that thought in his mind, he could somewhat calm his heart. It will not be long before the banquet, which the Marquis had arranged for, would reveal its tricks. Somehow or another, he had regained an expression suitable for showing others, and shifted his line of sight to Tullius, who was returning to his seat. If everything is going according to the Marquis' plans, then this was the timing when something should occur. Good work, master. All I did was talk in front of some people. It is nothing impressive. That was Tullius' annoying slave that he had shamelessly brought to the wedding. Linus could clearly see that girl moving the chair for his master. He could also see the expression of the experienced adventurer, though he could not decide if it was exasperation or admiration. And the fourth son of the Lobert family, who seemed to be saying something. Surely he must be engrossing himself in the attention from the audience. Look, the man who gave that shameless speech is taking a seat. Those gossip-loving guests should be observing Tullius, being fascinated by what kind of face he was making. Even if they were not gossip lovers, the Marquis, the matchmaker for the wedding, would have encouraged them to do so. The invited guests surely had their eyes fixed at Tullius and that girl who waited on him. Ugh! With the sound of a short shriek, the sound of a wine glass shattering on the floor could be heard. The guests all turned to look at the rude person who created the source of the sound. He could see Marquis Lavallee making an overly surprised expression while berating an aging madam. My goodness, how did this happen, Countess Carton? You look pale, though. Well said. The culprit who miraculously dug out the buried truth and who set up today's ceremony feigned kindness skillfully. The woman called Countess Carton seemed to have not heard the Marquis. She froze on the spot while staring at the female slave who stood behind Tullius. It was as though she was looking at a ghost. Cold sweat was trickling down her as she shivered. That was natural. What she just encountered was truly a ghost of the past. Perhaps a better way to put it is that she was a demon who escaped death and returned alive. It cannot be, firstly, that girl. What is wrong, Josephine? You couldn't even hear His Excellency, the Marquis. Her husband, Count Carton, tried to take a look and became involved. However, the Countess herself cut him off. Dear, you cannot. You cannot look. What is it, Josephine? That is making you so flustered. Despite already making a scene, she continued making a shriek at an attempt to stop her husband. In the blink of an eye, the guests began talking among themselves. Tullius became aware that this was a scheme of some sort. He stiffened his usual happy-go-lucky expression and watched what became of Countess Carton. However, he was too late. By then, the Marquis gave his final push. What is the matter, Count Carton? Your wife seemed to be greatly shocked. It is something I cannot understand myself. Being urged by a person of higher rank, surely he could not pretend to not see what was unfolding. The Marquis hugged the Countess to calm her down, but in fact, he was preventing her from escaping and looked at Tullius. And then, Count Carton caught sight of her. The cursed girl bounded by a silver collar. Anna Marie. The old lady on the Marquis' arm became stiff as she murmured in shock. Stop the jokes, dear. That girl's age is far too different. His shaking voice was barely audible from where Linus was, but that was likely what he said for the most part. What a silly excuse. Linus smiled. That was because it was as good as admitting that he had a good idea who that person truly was. Then, could she be the child of her, Henrietta? Count Carton's expression swapped between delight and astonishment. "I've won." Linus had to desperately control himself. His abdominal muscles cramped up and laughter pushed all the way through his diaphragm into his throat. Nevertheless, exploding in laughter now would only spoil the entire plan. He had to continue appearing like a member of the aristocracy and maintain his cool. "Dear, I know, do you know who she is?" He replied to Simone, who sent a doubtful gaze to him and called for an attendant. Not long after, a bewildered manservant rushed over. "What is the matter? Can't you see? Count Carton's wife has fallen ill. She must have lost her mind. Bring her to another room." "Yes." The manservant immediately carried out his instructions. He might think it is weird, but this was the Aubenol residence, and Linus was the master he served. Linus glanced back to the spectacle after being satisfied with the correct use of his authority. "And so this means you know what is going on." He completely ignored the sigh of his bride. Section. Du could not comprehend the development before his eyes. His master had given his address without a hitch and returned to his seat. Then came the aging madam who made a fuss and was escorted outside by the guards. And now her husband approached. The ceremony program order was ruined. Yet the groom, who should be most perturbed by the incident, did not seem to lose his cool and in fact was totally calm. It was crystal clear that this was the plot of Linus and the Marquis. They long knew that they were using the wedding as an excuse to execute their schemes. Nevertheless, it was completely unheard of for somebody to execute their plan right in the middle of the party. "I am Tullius Shernan Aubenol, the Viscount of Marlin. May I humbly ask for your name?" Tullius took the initiative to greet the hesitating old aristocrat. Du copied Lobert after he gave him a poke with his elbow and bowed to the old aristocrat. For Uni, who did not have a chair as she was a slave, she kowtowed at the same time when her master made his greeting. "What?" Du could felt discomfort from the expression on the old aristocrat. No, more accurately put, it is from the direction he was looking at. The old man's eyes went right past Tullius' respectful bow and was completely focused on the floor behind him. He was staring at Uni. It was an unimaginable sight. A noble would ignore the greetings of another noble and focus on a slave instead. Certainly, it was rare to find a slave at such an auspicious event. However, manners should be a greater priority than curiosity. That is what it means to be a noble. So then, what does this exception mean? It was then the old aristocrat turned to face Tullius again. His eyes were vividly colored with revulsion and disbelief. It was as though he was looking a robber. His master had been seen with scorn by many other nobles, but his level of hatred was equal with that of Linus. Finally, the old aristocrat introduced himself. "I am Count Pierre Simon Carton." He introduced himself concisely, without any politeness nor friendliness. Rather than having an improper upbringing as a noble, he was saying that he could not be bothered with it. Du could feel a cold, murderous intent emanating from behind him. It was Uni. Even Tullius and the normally dispassionate Du were offended by his greetings. For this slave who prioritized her master over everything else, it was not absurd for her to carry this much anger. Nevertheless, she kept it well under control. Probably nobody else apart from Du at the party could perceive her killing intent, though. In fact, Lobert appeared to be completely unaware of it and was instead deeply thinking about the Count Carton. That was how deep she could suppress her killing intent. Count Carton continued speaking without noticing the intensity escaping Uni. In addition, this time he looked at Uni again. "You, raise your face. You have a death wish," Du thought. Of all people and of all timings, he was calling out to the silver wolf without giving face to her master, and when she was already irritated. Would this not mean that because of her, her master was being trampled upon? Du knows nobody else who exhibits as much loyalty as Uni. He was made to listen to commands, while Dre and Charles were altered to be loyal. Femme was simply constructed to be loyal. But from what he heard, this slave went as far as offering her brains to demonstrate her loyalty. A natural lunatic. One might even think she was even crazier than Tullius. Anybody who dares to use her as an excuse to offend her master would not have a simple end. For the silver wolf, her master was like the reverse scale of a dragon or the cubs of a tiger. Of course, this was not the right place for her to show her temper. He knew she was capable of controlling herself if acting in revenge would only hurt her master's interests. Maybe there was no change in her outward expression, but surely he had already incurred her wrath. Probably, this noble would face a gruesome end depending on how Tullius commands it. However, I am afraid this lowly self. Uni replied like how she did to Simone yesterday. The emotions in it was completely different, however. There was a slight shaking in her voice. And then Lobert turned pale. He might not have the skill to detect her murderous intents, but he should be well aware of her personality. The only times when her voice trembles like that was either because of an auspicious event related to Tullius that made her happy or a calamity related to Tullius that angered her. Evidently, it was the latter in this case. Even then, Count Carton continued to approach Uni. "It is fine, show your face." Your Excellency, Count." As expected, Tullius spoke out in a troubled voice. Nevertheless, Count Carton did not respond to him. In fact, he made some hand gestures to brush him aside. He was telling Tullius to stop bothering him, just imagining Uni's expression now terrified Du. Finally, she raised her face. "Oh." After seeing Uni's face, Count Carton trembled. "So you finally realized her anger?" Du thought. In any case, his behavior changed. The Count was shedding tears. He was crying and smiling. They were tears of joy. He grabbed her shoulders with his trembling hands and raised her up. Unbelievable. How could somebody like a count touch a lowly slave at such an event? Even Du, who was unfamiliar with etiquettes, knew that it was an unpardonable act. The only kind of noble who would do that would only be Tullius. The Count said in tearful voice. "That voice and that face is an exact copy of Anne-Marie." "Count Carton, Anne-Marie." Lobert murmured in confusion. Speaking of which, this man likes to research on rumors surrounding nobles. Perhaps he had a clue what this was all about. Still, Du had no time to ask him, and the events continue to unfold. "With all due respects, Count, is there anything this one can help you with?" "Henrietta?" Uni asked in a sharp, robotic voice. The Count replied by calling an unknown girl's name. "Or my long-lost daughter." He hugged her. "Is her?" Du could not help but raise his voice. Long-lost daughter of a noble? Uni? That cold-blooded girl who was a slave, a maid, an adventurer, and that demon's assistant. What on earth is he joking about? What is it? "Did you hear what did Count Carton just said?" If my ears serve me right," he said. "Long-lost daughter. Are you out of your mind? Isn't she a slave?" "Kay, keep quiet. This is a wedding rite." All of a sudden, there was an uproar among the nobles. If he could make a fuss, Du would also want to do so. The situation was clearly beyond Du. He was a swordsman. However, there was nothing a sword could do in this situation. "I am Uni." The deeply moved Count could not hear Uni's attempt at protest. He wept and continued to hug her. "I see, so this is it." Tullius murmured with an annoyed expression, as though replying to him. "Oh my. This is..." An elderly and skinny noble appeared. He appeared to be rather old from his white hair and deep wrinkles. But Du could feel his overflowing vitality from his slim body that allows him to move freely. He then made a fake smile to hide the sharp glint at the corner of his eyes. Du immediately realized who he was. "Pleased to meet you. Are you Marquis Lavallee?" Tullius came to the same conclusion and lowered his head before the other party could. The old man, Marquis Lavallee, cackled. "Indeed, I am Lavallee. I would certainly like to praise your quick-wittedness. However, I cannot admire guessing the other person's name on the first meeting. It would be rude to make a wrong guess." While maintaining the smile on his lips, his eyes met with Tullius. "My sincere apologies. I have embarrassed myself." Yes, humbly recognizing your mistakes is a virtue. Why, most youngsters would let intelligence get ahead of them. What is most important is to measure one's own capacity, isn't it? Don't you agree, Viscount Tullius Shernan Aubigneul? He spoke gently, but the meaning his words were scathing. "Stop trying to act smart. You are just a fledgling young lad. Recognize your own limits. It is the height of lunacy to oppose me. Du could understand that much. Thank you very much for the kind advice and for patronizing my elder brother. No, I am in fact extremely grateful." Tullius shrunk back his body and replied. He had a harmless smile on his face, but the ends of his lips were rigid. It was not the normal expression he usually puts on display. Du could tell that he was irritated. Regarding the advice Lavallee gave, Tullius only said that he was thankful, and he did not mention that he agreed. "By the way, Your Excellency, the Marquis. It is rather crowded here, but are you perhaps an acquaintance to Count Carton?" he said while making side glance to the noble who clung to Uni while crying. Lavallee made another fake smile. "Ah, I do have some personal connections to him, but to think he would be making a mess out of this wedding. Goodness gracious, I had no idea this would happen. If that is the case, at least try to act a little more anxious." Du cursed him silently. "Still, this would be like throwing cold water on your brother's wedding. What about it, Tullius? Why don't we leave this place temporary and listen to what Count Carton has to say?" "Oh yes, indeed. I do feel bad for ruining such an auspicious event." Tullius obediently agreed to Lavallee's proposal. One could say that he had no other choice but to accept it. An issue potentially disrupting the flow of events for the wedding occurred. Even if he was being led on by his opponent, he had no other choice but to leave this place. The old Marquis narrowed his eyes in a smile when Tullius agreed. It was triumphant smile. "Good, let's go then. Count Carton. You come too. How can you, of all of nobles, ruin such a splendid occasion?" "Why yes, Your Excellency the Marquis, this lady. Of course, she can come along too. After all, she is the person of interest to this matter, or more like, the spark for this incident." Bringing along Uni and the perplexed Count, they left the venue in an orderly straight line. Along the way, intense glares from curious nobles rested between Tullius, Uni, and Count Carton. Most likely, this incident would spread all the nobles in the capital. Du may not be able to figure out where the Marquis plan would end, but he was sure of that in the least. As long as Tullius was in the capital, he had nowhere to run. Chapter 29, Ghost of 11 Years 2. After moving to a reception room, Tullius and Count Carton began their meeting. The observer for the meeting was Marquis Lavallee. It was something they have to be extremely thankful for, since the matchmaker for the newlyweds had to leave the ceremony temporarily to bear witness to this. Count Pierre Carton sank into the sofa and called out to Uni, who stood behind Tullius. "What are you doing, Henrietta? Sit beside me." "Sir Count, please forgive me, I am." Tullius waved his hand to cut off Uni, who was trying to reject the offer. "I am just a viscount while he is a count." In short, Tullius' court rank was inferior. Regardless of whether Uni was really Count Carton's long-lost daughter or not, Count Carton was superior in terms of social standing. The order he gave his slave was effectively an order to Tullius. "I have acted thoughtlessly, master." Uni bowed down to Tullius, demonstrating that she was, in fact, the slave of Tullius. Count Carton glared at Tullius as though he had murdered his parents as she did that. No, Du thought about it again and decided that it was as though Tullius had murdered his child. If what he said was right, Tullius had effectively turned the Count's daughter into his slave. Moreover, though the Count might have been oblivious, he had sent her to dangerous places as an adventurer, which exposed her to perils. If it was possible, surely the Count would want to shred him into pieces. Though if it came to that, Uni would protect Tullius at all costs, while Du himself would follow the orders planted in his brain to protect him too. Count Carton finally relaxed after Uni obediently sat beside him. Instead of his usual sharp glares, his eyes were now filled with compassion and love as he looked at his daughter. "Count Carton." Marquis Lavallee sat on a recliner that was placed in between two sofas. Tullius is also perplexed by this issue. "Could you summarize what has happened again?" It was extremely irritating to hear it from the mastermind himself. One cannot help but think that he should simply explain it himself since he already knew what was up. "Pardon me, I understand." Carton nodded with a stern expression. Gradually, he started to speak. "This all began 11 years ago." He sounded long-winded, like an aristocrat and also like an old person. To sum it up, the story was like this. Count Carton was originally an illegitimate child of a baron, a person of similar origin to Lobert. However, Pierre Simon Carton had a talent that Lobert did not. He was skilled in magic. He became a court mage, and with his shrewdness, he was given the peerage of a count after making a name for himself as a consultant in the royal palace. It was a big rise in status. Majority of nobles would meet with failure and disappointment in their lives, even if they had talent in magic. The power struggle in the palace was intense. My own humble beginnings were also fraught with hardship. It should be fair to say that Carton's success in life was a miracle. He gained prestige and authority that exceeded his own family's. He even managed to be pushy towards his elder brother, who used to boss him around. He was truly in the pinnacle of his life. However, even he had a weakness. Children. After much difficulties, he finally became a count. It was human nature to want to pass on this peerage to the next generation if possible. Nevertheless, his wife, who had followed him through the years when he was lowly ranked, could not bear children for the longest time, and they continued to grow older. It was only a matter of time before Count Carton's family name would disappear in a single generation. As a last resort, he could adopt a child from a relative, but he wanted his own since he worked hard to achieve all this. He disliked the idea of having an adopted child inherit the family estate. What if the child does not get along with me? With that in mind, Carton secretly kept another woman. She was a lowly commoner. Apparently, Anna Marie was a beautiful woman. She had a graceful look that was rare for a commoner, and while she bore some resemblance to nobles who got on Carton's nerves, she was totally unlike them and had a kind heart and a gentle disposition. She was supposed to be a tool for giving birth, but Count Carton fell head over heels for her in an instant. He frequently visited the home he gave her and spent time intimately with her. It was not long before Anna Marie gave birth to a girl. Her name is Henrietta Pola Carton. That was the real name of Uni, the Count's first child, according to him. Count Carton danced in joy. He was at an age when white hairs started to grow, and finally, he had a child. She was an adorable child that bore resemblance to her mother. Of course, he doted on her. He loved his daughter so much that just thinking about her would numb any pain. When she was born, somehow, his first wife, Madame Josephine, became pregnant. She was already in her mid-40s then. Was his youth rejuvenated because of the Count and Anna Marie's tryst, or did Josephine's efforts finally come to fruition? Either way, it was strange. The Count's crying mistress and her daughter were detained in their home against their will. It was to prevent his wife, who was pregnant at an advanced age, from suffering a shock. After trying so hard for a baby, what if a woman with comparable beauty to her appeared with an adorable baby at their home? Surely, she would be angered, and a premature birth or a stillbirth could happen. It would mean endangering both the child and mother. Furthermore, Josephine was a woman with a bad temper. Surely he could not let Anna Marie and Henrietta get too close to her. And finally, Josephine gave birth. This time, it was a boy. Count Carton was relieved. Since it was his first wife giving birth to a boy, he would be the heir. As the mother of the heir, Josephine's position was secured. If that is so, surely she would not be overly perturbed by the existence of his mistress and their daughter. As long as the boy grows up in good health, he could one day quietly bring Anna Marie and their daughter into the household. However, that did not come to pass. Yes, both his illegitimate daughter and heir son grew up healthily. But with Josephine's disposition, she did not become gentler after experiencing pregnancy, and in fact, she became even more stubborn. Possibly because she was already old, she became an overprotective mother. Apparently, jealousy and suspicions built up over the years as his wife. She would go red just at the sight of the Count speaking to maids and would suspect adultery. In the worst of cases, she would show her jealousy to wives of other families. It was not just once or twice when she fired a maid without consulting anybody. Once, she even beat a maid till she had permanent scars because she had a bad mood that day. While they were not maids, there was still no way he could bring up the topic of his mistress and daughter like that. Little by little, time passed without the Count talking about them, and it happened when Henrietta became 6 years old. Section: My wife saw me going back and forth from the mansion. The Count said in an anguished voice. Du felt it was strange. How could he have deceived his wife for 6 years? No, in fact, it was much longer if you considered the time when Anna Marie was pregnant. My wife harped on the matter. Blaming me on infidelity was just the start of it. She blamed it on me learning bad habits from my noble friends and acquaintances. She even brought out anecdotes from when I was low-ranking. I couldn't stand it. At times like that, a man can never best a woman's mouth. Especially so when one has a guilty conscience. Even so, I was in the wrong. Although my wife was able to bear a child, I did not have faith in her and relied on another woman. That's why I stayed silent and listened to all her complaints, enduring till the end. I thought she might keep it up for the entire night, but I totally did not expect her to nag about it till noon the next day. He might have been joking, but nobody laughed. The atmosphere in the room did not allow for it. Nevertheless, the nagging relaxed momentarily after that. The Count was a noble, and Madame Josephine was of similar descent, even though she was of slightly lower class. The Count assumed that she would understand that he was doing everything he could to preserve the bloodline and maintain the family. But he was wrong. It was when everything simmered down, and I painstakingly arranged for a meeting with Anna Marie. The Count grew quiet. He sent a fleeting glance to Uni. She respectfully distanced herself from the Count. "Dispense with the formalities, come here." And she complied in a reserved manner. The Count heaved a sigh and continued his monologue. It was probably something that she did not want to be asked of as much as possible. Her expression became gloomier. One day, Josephine braced herself and told me. She suspected that Anna Marie had cheated on me. The Count spoke indignantly. He probably did not believe it was true. He appeared to firmly believe, even now, that his jealous wife fabricated it. She said she had already found her secret lover, and she claimed in glee that if I met Anna Marie, the truth would come to light. She did not spare a thought for me. Du was amazed at how he could say such shameless words. Wasn't he being too selfish to expect her to be considerate to him even though he had committed adultery first? Du himself was an uncultured man, but in any case, he could not agree with what the Count expected. "So what did you do?" Tullius urged him to continue. He had most likely wanted to prevent the Count from straying into idly complaining about his wife. Even now, the story was rather long. As a fellow listener, Du wanted him to get to the point and finish it. Carton openly showed his displeasure and continued. "I tried to meet her, though it did not go as planned. When I summoned her to the main residence, Anna Marie, oh my poor Anna Marie, it was plain as day that she was worn out and defeated. It was certainly not the face of a woman who committed infidelity. What had happened to her was something else. I cannot even put it into words." The Count covered his face as he said. Du could sense the direction the conversation was heading, and he could feel his face stiffening naturally. The secret lover his wife conveniently captured, the worn-out mistress whom he summoned. Connecting the two, a revolting plot emerged, despite it being so. "So you say it is hard to put to words, huh?" This guy, Tullius, held no consideration for him. "If I cannot hear about the details, then I have to respectfully decline here, though." "Watch your mouth, brat." Sure enough, the Count stood up in a fit of rage. At this rate, he might possibly jump over the table between them and hold Tullius up by the nape of his neck. In order to prevent that, "Lord Count," it was none other than Uni, "please calm down." Carton was flabbergasted at Uni's monotonous rebuke. That was probably natural. The reason he was unable to describe the exact details was because he was trying to be considerate to this girl, whom he believed to be his daughter. "But Henrietta, shouldn't it be fine, Count Carton?" Marquis Lavallee, who appeared to be observing quietly, finally interrupted. "It is quite obvious that this girl is still unconvinced that she is the daughter you speak of. Expressing oneself candidly might be more productive then. Even your Excellency, Marquis." "Count," he spoke in a deep, ghastly tone. "Continue with the story. This will not be resolved if you don't." "I apologize for my impoliteness." As though he could not swallow his indignation, Carton sternly nodded and apologized. He continued solemnly. Anna Marie, who had been accused of adultery, was largely taken aback. She was so shocked that she fell from the chair she was made to sit on. The moment she saw that, damned Josephine, she claimed that this commoner woman had been unfaithful. She claimed that Anna Marie's shaken expression as evidence of such. Anna Marie could not even defend herself. From how I saw it, she panicked not because she was afraid of being accused, but because she felt directly threatened. Another way to say it could be, she sensed danger to her life. I see. Tullius appeared to have understood something. Danger to her life. In short, a kind of physical danger. And the false charge of adultery. With all these information gathered, anybody can easily come to a conclusion what had truly happened. Basically, even if she did not commit adultery with another man, one way or another, that had to turn into reality. The Count was trying to say that Josephine must have planned and plotted to do that. It is not possible to know if that was the truth or not. It had happened 11 years ago at an unknown family. What is certain, however, is that their marital relationship was at a state where the Count would have such suspicions. Sorry, please forgive me for asking impudently. What happened after that? Josephine brought the court officials to her side with her countless connections. From start to end, she gave Anna Marie a hard time and said that the fault laid with her. A court. By court, do you mean the High Court of Justice? Tullius spoke in a shocked voice. He must have been surprised that such an organization was involved. Due thought. The High Court of Justice was the name of the institution that governs the judges of the Arkwell Kingdom. They are mainly in charge of administering justice, recommending new legislation to the throne, and etc. Honestly, it was a place of gathering for aristocrats and civil officials and has little to do with Dew, who lived his life with the sword. Just remembering the general details that somebody told him of what happens in the High Court was enough to make his head itch. After all, it was quite unusual for his wife to not care about appearances and use her connections. Though Dew did not know what kind of rank the civil officials at the High Court held, the Count glared at Tullius. I would like you stop interrupting me. That was disrespectful of me. Tullius apologized obediently. Well, it is true that urging a person to continue with the main story and breaking his train of thought was a somewhat disrespectful act. No matter how I appealed for her innocence, my words held little weight as they believed that I was blindly covering for my lover. Everybody was saying that it was a good opportunity for me to prove who was the legitimate family. In the end, Anna Marie was thrown out. Henrietta was also caught up in it too. A tragic tale. His wife must have bribed the officials so that they would pass a heavier sentence. Also, the young lady who had turned 6 years old was also accused to be the child from her adultery. Either way, it was nauseating to imagine what had conspired behind the scenes. It was difficult to prove Anna Marie's innocence. Nevertheless, I thought I should at least save Henrietta, who had no reason to be punished too. However, when I had finally managed to control the situation, I received word that Anna Marie had been thrown to slums where public order was poor. The Count had to cover his eyes as he was about to tear up. Countless new smudges formed on his handkerchief. I was told Anna Marie and our daughter fell into the hands of a ruffian. If Uni was really the daughter of Anna Marie, Henrietta, that must mean she had been sold to the slave market after that. And then Tullius Aubenul purchased her. The story was starting to make sense. I thought both mother and child had passed away. I never thought I would see them ever again. That was how I lived on until today. By some miracle, I was able to meet Henrietta today. Unable to control himself, the Count turned to look at Uni. What does he see in her face? Did he see traces of the sweet memories he shared with his lover, or perhaps the warm memories he made with her daughter in the short amount of time he spent with her? Or was he thinking about the times he will spend with her from now on? In any case, he had finished his long story. Tullius then said, "So, what does the Count want to do with her?" "Naturally, to take her back. I shall rightfully give her the status that befits my rightful daughter." The Count replied, brimming with determination. From his retelling of the past and the emotions he had shown to Uni, that was an answer to be expected. That will, once again, cause a ruckus from your wife, right? She will not have a word. If it really comes down to it, I would do what I have to do and make the heartbreaking decision. His words implied that he would divorce his wife. His daughter, even though she was from a concubine, had already fallen to a slave. Considering the circumstances, he has no choice but to take a firm stance against his wife, even though she had faithfully followed him for many years. According to the Count, Lady Henrietta had been given an exile order from the High Court. What can I do about it? It was Marquis Lavallee who had cut into the conversation. It is not like she is a stranger unrelated to the Count. And the Count is so happy at reuniting with your long-lost daughter. Since it is a coincidence that I bear witness to this reunion, I can offer my assistance in this auspicious event, despite my fragile bones. What the heck is he trying to say? That was the first thing on Dew's mind. Everything here was the plot of the Marquis. Section. Finally, he can understand what he was trying to pull. The whole goal of this conspiracy was to remove Tullius' longest-serving and most valued asset. Uni had been concealing her true abilities from outsiders, but one can infer how strong she is from her nickname as an adventurer. He must have been thinking that such an asset is too dangerous to be in Tullius' hands. And she has been serving Tullius for many years. She most likely has the most information about her master. Surely, they would not be able to get anything out from her mouth, however. That is something that one can only find out after obtaining Uni. Any good strategist would mark her as a target for capture. The worst of all was that, at this point in time, Tullius had no tricks to prevent the progression of events. There are too many witnesses to escape by force or to brainwash everybody. Even if it was possible, it is quite certain that some unnatural evidence would be left behind, and an investigation could result from it. Ah, I had forgotten the most important thing. Is there any proof that she is your daughter, Lady Henrietta Fall of Carton? Tullius fought on, but it was likely to be futile. Lord Tullius, as her father, do you think there is a chance that I will mistake my own daughter? The Count refuted contemptuously. Her shade of black hair and her jade-like emerald eyes, Henrietta had been born with an exact resemblance to Anna Marie. Surely you had more than a single lover with black hair and emerald eyes. Are you still trying to argue? Even Josephine had mistaken her for Anna Marie's spirit. That is enough to prove that this girl is my daughter. No, I am referring to a more concrete kind of evidence. For example, a similar mole on her back or something. Marquis Lavallee appeared to be alarmed. Tullius had likely heard from Victor that it was a common trait between father and child. However, against an experienced strategist like Lavallee, it was likely to only appear as a bluff. Count Carton glared at Tullius. I shall ask you, how long have you owned my daughter? It has been 11 years, Count Carton. Due expected Tullius to show some hesitation, but he replied frankly. It was inevitable. It is not difficult to conduct investigations to figure that Out and Marquis Lavallee had likely done his preliminary investigations on it. If he lied, it would cast a negative light on Tullius and might make it worse for him later. Carton scoffed. I have been separated from my daughter for as long as that too. With this level of coincidence, even I believe that she is Lady Henrietta. Lavallee quickly recovered from his internal turmoil and stepped in to trap Tullius. Also, many other guests saw the ruckus earlier. Perhaps among them, some of them may recognize her mother, Anna Marie. There are many people who can tell that they are mother and child. No. There could be as many witnesses as he wanted, especially among those who stood to gain something from the Marquis. That was why he decided to make this unforgettable event, a reunion between father and his long-lost daughter, occur in the middle of the wedding. Gossipers would spread news of this throughout the entire capital, if not the entire kingdom. If it came down to fielding witnesses, Tullius stood no chance. After all, he was most hated by other nobles. Many would testify against him. Conversely, none would testify in support of him. No matter how notorious Lavallee was as a schemer, it pales in comparison to Albenyl's notoriety as a slave murderer. He was completely checkmated. HMPH. Tullius made a long sigh, a long and deep sigh. I am deeply impressed by your excellency's wisdom. As a person of lesser standing, I am humbled. And then he bowed towards Lavallee. He was surrendering. At the very least, there was nothing he could do to retaliate in this situation. The Marquis narrowed his eyes. Apart from celebrating his victory against his prey, he was also praising Tullius' ability to gracefully accept defeat. In any case, it was an expression that only victors can make. Please wait. Uni spoke up. Her expression was the same as ever before, but her voice trembled. Once again, Dew could feel a strong chill. Uni was emanating such a strong aura that it felt that it might explode any time. Beneath her ironclad expression, waves of emotions surged as though it was a stormy sea. In the worst-case scenario, even Tullius might not be able to calm her down. That was the extent of her anger, Dew thought. What is it, Henrietta? Nevertheless, Count Carton carefully asked her. Was he really a former court magician? Dew could not help but wonder. No matter how skillful she is at erasing her aura, it was quite a level of anger and murderous intent. Anybody worth his salt should have already sensed it. I apologize for everything before, but I am Uni. Uni continued to insist that she was just Uni and not Henrietta Fall of Carton. It was all pointless, Dew thought. At this juncture, even if the person in question claimed not to be the person, nothing would come out of it. In the end, even if she screamed and shouted that she wanted to remain with her master, it would only appear to the nobles that as a long-serving slave, she had been excessively brainwashed. Well, that was exactly what Tullius did, only that he actually did mess up her brain. There was also the problem of reliability of testimonies. Carton was a court magician who had distinguished himself with service, while Lavallee was the leader of a faction that claimed to be #1 in loyalty to the court. Not to mention that they would have already prepared evidence for this situation. In comparison, the other side was Tullius, the slave murderer and alchemy-obsessed child, and a slave. It was plain as day who the nobles would side with. The matter would only progress towards Carton's victory, no matter what master and servant said. Even if Count Carton was completely lying about Uni being his daughter Henrietta. You poor thing. Are you still saying that, my daughter Henrietta? Tullius Aubenil, seems like you have trained the Count's cute daughter very well. The two nobles scowled at Tullius, as though he was forcing her to defend him. Other nobles are probably going to make the same assumption. The more Uni tried to protect Tullius, the less favorable the outcome will be for Tullius. This entire ploy, Tullius had lost. Carton became worked up. As expected of a former court magician, or if the story until now was accurate, Uni's father. Seemingly in response to her anger, he seemed to be channeling his magic. Please use your ability or talent to sense her aura, thank you. Du thought to himself. Uni was almost at her limits. What would happen if she turned her murderous intent into magic and directed it at them? If Tullius does not immediately order her to stop, surely the two old bones would be killed. An indirect way of suiciding. Of course, Tullius would not permit bloodshed at this time and place. Section. Release. Crack, a dry crackling sound. The sound came from Uni's throat. It was an awfully idiotic voice. One might describe it as age-appropriate. Uni was dumbfounded. It was just the moment before Uni would have murdered the Marquis and the Count, who might be her father. The young girl's expression remained the same, but she was actually being suppressed and was paralyzed. A hard object fell to the ground, rolled on the floor, and hit the wall. It was the collar. The silver collar, the origin of her nickname, came off. Lord Tullius, what have you done? Oh, Your Excellency. Surely a former court magician like yourself would know of this level of magic. Tullius referred to the events, which happened in the blink of an eye to the Count, casually. This man was truly careless. Had Tullius not stepped up, this person would have been slaughtered by his own daughter. Nonetheless, this was an unexpected measure from Tullius. It is the magic to erase the contract that binds us as master and slave. Well, this was actually my first time using it. Release. This was the one and only effect of it. With the master's own will, the chain that bound the slave to her mast was destroyed. That was all. The destruction of the collar was thorough. The collar that fell off Uni's neck vanished into silvery dusts of sand. It would probably be impossible to recover the collar once again. This was the first time he saw release being used. It was extremely rare in this world for a master to free their slaves. Since it has come to this, I imagine it would be more peaceful for all of us if I freed her myself. Master. Uni faced Tullius and spoke in a grating voice. Du could see that she was trying to ask why. Lobert was surprised too. Uni looked like she was smiling while crying. Please let this be some joke. Such was the expression on her face. I can smile as much as you want, if you please let that wish be true. She pleaded with her eyes. For somebody who was called Silver Wolf, her expression was far too fragile. An admirable deed, Lord. Not at all. Anybody who submits to your excellencies would naturally go to such extents. Tullius said while bowing deeply. Dispassionately and detached, he continued. He intended to hand Uni over to the Count. Why? Mass. Please stop addressing me as that. He mercilessly cut off her attempts to cling on to him. His tone of voice was ridiculously polite too. While he was speaking to a lady, he had never taken such a friendly tone. He spoke in a way to get his point across. It is not good to continue speaking like a slave. Doing so would greatly sadden His Excellency. Just like how I do, please use a more friendly way of speaking. How could I, Master? Such a way of speaking is. Smudges were formed on the carpet on the floor. She was crying. Uni lost her composure and was crying. He would have cried too. Being separated from her master, whom she had devoted everything to, not to mention that he did not even try to prevent it. Uni's devotion to Tullius was apparent. It was like being abandoned by her god. However, there was nothing more that he can do. It was the only way to survive given that they had no way to defend against this conspiracy by Lavallee and Linus. Otherwise, he might be charged for ruining the formal ceremony by having a dispute with a noble family of equal standing, and be punished by the head of family, Linus, for a just cause. If that is so, then he should try to minimize the damage and gain Count Carton's forgiveness by giving up on her. Speaking from the point of view of effectiveness, this was the most appropriate solution. Marquis Lavallee pleasantly smiled. Yes, yes. Lord Tullius is not only a viscount, but also the second son of a count family, while Lady Henrietta is also the daughter of a count family. It is befitting for both of you to treat each other as fellow nobles of equal standing. I heard much from your brother, but as a young man, you are quite capable of discerning right from wrong. Not at all. Tullius evasively smiled as well. Is now the time to be smiling? Annoyance welled up in Dew. Unlike Dew and Dre, who had been picked up, Uni had been accompanying him since he was young, and she was about to be snatched away. He had no choice but to abandon her, but surely he could have made a more honorable expression. So I take it that you are fine with me bringing Henrietta back. Count Carton asked haughtily. Tullius was notoriously known as a slave murderer and man-eating snake. To take her daughter back from such a person, he must have felt the need to use such an authority. He saw him as a cold-hearted person who needed no respect. Oh, are you returning home without continuing with the rest of the ceremony? How could I dare to show my face now? That is true. Then I shall personally explain the situation to my brother. Finally, Tullius stood up from the sofa and opened the door for him. He was ridiculously polite and humble. Lobert and Victor had spent so much time and effort to correct his etiquette, but to no avail. Yet why is he only behaving so well currently? Well then, Your Excellency, I shall take my leave. Yes, do take care, Count. It was as though Lavallee was the owner of this place, even though this was the building of the brother of the head of the family. Nobody raised a protest regarding that. The girl who should have been most dissatisfied was completely absent-minded. One might assume the world would be coming to an end from Uni's expression. She was pulled away by hand by Count Carton. Then, when they passed each other. How long are you going to act like that? It is very troubling. Please come back to your senses and fulfill your duty. Ugh. Once you have calmed down, take your time to reflect. Think carefully on how you wish to lead your life. A life's journey is very long, after all. Tullius' speech sounded cliched and was a poor attempt at consoling her. One could not tell if her heart was closed shut or not. Even then, Uni turned back and looked pleadingly. Tullius wanted her to give up and did not spare her even a glance. The distance between the two grew quickly. By the way, is Your Excellency returning? Won't the newlyweds be unsettled by the disappearance of their matchmaker for this long? While holding the door open, he spoke to Lavallee, who was inside the room. He spoke as though he had forgotten entirely about the whole fiasco with Uni. I guess so. While puzzling about why Tullius held no lingering attachment to his servant, Marquis Lavallee stood up from his chair. The same applies to Lord Tullius, doesn't it? As the groom's brother. Indeed, indeed. Yes, if we are going back, we should make haste. At long last, he started to speak in an exaggerated manner. He was so loud that he could displease the other party who was leaving. Certainly, as somebody who had lost to Lavallee's scheme, one could understand the need to cozy up to him in order to prevent future hindrances. Yet, shouldn't he be less obvious? While Lavallee appeared to be in a good mood, he had very cold and harsh eyes. He was suspicious at Tullius, who has yet to show any signs of being dealt a blow. Well, it is good to show concern to your elders. However, it is not praiseworthy to be too humble to others without a good reason as a viscount, who has been conferred land by the kingdom. As expected, the Marquis spoke sharply. Even if you bend your head low, I will not hold back. I cannot see any reason why you are doing so. In fact, you are the enemy of my faction. You are a noble of the rural area defying me from the borders. Tullius decoded his gaze as such. I am grateful for the kind warning. Dew felt goosebumps from Tullius' words. Light shone fiercely from his eyes as he smiled. It was not an expression that he showed his experimental subjects. It was not something as joyful as that. It was not an expression towards an obstacle. It did not contain the right level of indifference. It was the light of contradiction, a mixture of hatred and cold rejection. It was first time Tullius Shernan Aubenil showed his hostility. Chapter 30, The Room Without Her. A dream, she saw a dream, a distant day that played out a long, long time ago. In front of her was a small yet stylish house. She went past the door and entered the corridor. She opened the door. There was a woman doing needlework by the fireplace. Mama. Oh ho, what is it? What a waste of your cute face now. The young and beautiful woman stopped her work and greeted her crying child warmly. To avoid injuring her daughter, she placed her sewing tools by the side and embraced her gently into her chest. Her emerald eyes reflected the emotions and anxieties of an affectionate mother. The child sobbed and whined. Everybody was mean. They said they didn't want to play. Oh dear, did you have an argument with your friends? The child swung her head side to side in response to her mother. After a short pause, she painfully told her mother, they didn't want to be friends with me. There was no way she could have had an argument with non-existent people. This child had not a single friend. The mother gloomily lowered her brows. Surely she had a clue about what was happening to her daughter. The child continued complaining while being unable to empathize with her mother's distress. Your mother cheated. Making friends with nobles is unfair. That's what all the other adults say. Commoners hate stories of upstarts too. Especially so if it was about getting closer to nobles who were a pain in their butts. Particularly in the case of this mother and daughter. Playing with the kept woman is going to infect us with disease. You get infected with an embarrassing prostitute disease. Thus, they hated the noble's kept woman and her child. They were half-baked existences that could neither be considered a commoner nor a noble. Since she was a woman who stood together with their oppressors and her daughter, the child of such parents, the masses who lacked authority and wealth probably to be a target to beat up and release their pent-up anger. Instead, they would likely only show their disdain and talk behind their backs so frequently that even their children would remember what they have said. Sob. The mother found it hard to control herself and embraced her daughter. Mama. The child looked at her mother strangely. Sorry, because of me. Drops of warm tears trickled down to her cheeks. Mama, are you crying? Are you hurting somewhere? No, I am fine. I am fine, but I am sad that you had to suffer. The mother shivered while choking on her words. She was definitely blaming herself for everything. If she had been born to a proper noble, she would not have to be ill-treated by the children of commoners. If she had been born to a wealthy commoner, she would have been able to make new friends. Because I am a no-good parent, I have caused difficulties for my daughter. No, even Mama is crying. The daughter who was in her arms twisted and turned at the unease she felt. Mama isn't no good. Among the adults I know, Mama is the kindest. Sniff, thank you for saying that. The mother bravely returned a smile to her daughter's childish consolation. Then she caressed her head gently. The child smiled at her mother's warm sensation. I love Mama. That's why I want to grow up to become like Mama. The young mother could not help but strain her smile slightly. Her way of smiling appeared to be hiding some kind of pain. That is no good, not good. She tried her best to correct her in a joking manner. The child blinked her eyes in surprise. Why? I am sure that you will become an adult more upright than me. She looked as though she was praying or dreaming. Compared to me, who is a commoner, you have the noble blood of your father. I am sure you will become a wonderful lady. Papa. Yes, the papa that you love dearly too. She spoke with a slight tinge of red in her face. He is a splendid and kind person. He has been saying that her wife will not be able to calm down now, but one day, he will welcome you into their household. Papa will bring me in. Not come here. Their house is far grander than this. And then, he can spend more time with you too. Really, Papa will play with me more often. The child shouted in exhilaration. She must love her father. Just hearing about her father makes her so happy. Towards her innocent smile, her mother forced a smile. For that day to come, you have to study hard. I am not allowed to just play. Right, you aren't allowed to. You have to listen to your papa. The child moaned in protest, but soon she seemed to have noticed something and looked up. What about Mama? If I follow father, what will Mama do? The child seemed to have realized that her mother avoided talking about herself. She sounded unsure again, Her mother's expression became clouded. I will not be able to go. Why? The wife will be enraged at me. She squeezed slightly harder at her child's hand. It hurts. Sorry, I suddenly. The mother quickly tried to soothe her child, who started crying again. Once her daughter became calm again, she continued. Mama cannot go. Because Mama isn't the legitimate wife of Papa. Mama isn't a wife. Even though Mama is so loving with Papa, is it different from the storybooks? Man and woman meet, fall in love, marry each other, and build a happy family. A plausible story from a fairy tale for children. The mother gloomily nodded. Yes, because Mama isn't a wife, you have had to suffer. She said and hugged her daughter closely again. You shouldn't become a woman like me. Please do not become a mother who makes her own child cry. Do as your father says and become an upright lady. Please become a beautiful bride one day. Will Mama be happy if I become a bride? Of course, Mama will be very happy. With her hand, she gently combed her child's hair. Make a promise with Mama. If you ever find somebody you like as much as Papa, make sure to become his bride. Make sure to never become like her, and end up being looked down upon as a mistress. She was probably trying to convey this implicitly. Bride of somebody I like. The child clumsily repeated what her mother said. She was still a small child. Definitely, she did not understand the meaning and the weight of love. Nevertheless, she seemed to have perceived her mother's fervor and soaked up her wish. I promise, I will definitely become a bride. She declared aloud. She was undoubtedly smiling from ear to ear as she declared. Good, do not forget it. Okay, Henrietta. The mother was smiling like a budding lily. And so, the mother's wish was carved into her child's heart. Become an upright lady. Find a wonderful romance. Become a beautiful bride. Surely such a pure and innocent wish would. That must be a glitch. The girl who awoke from her dream shivered as she said that. Section. He wasn't one to fantasize about the wedding night, but it wasn't like he had been hoping for this either. Linus Strain Albaniel could feel a sense of depression welling inside him. My humble apologies for the disturbance. Marquis Lavallee made a smile as he made himself comfortable. He leisurely sipped his tea while sitting cozily on the sofa. He made sure to not dirty the formal clothes he wore during the banquet. On the other hand, Linus was wearing a pair of casual pants and a gown on his upper body. It was not a fitting appearance when in the presence of guests, not to mention towards a marquis, but it could not be helped since it was this hour of the night. Also, he had just finished making love, took a bath, and rushed here for this meeting. If you are apologizing, you could have at least waited until morning. Linus did not hide the stiffness on his face. Unfortunately, something happened at the banquet. Anyways, what do you plan to do if the other guests noticed the groom escaping from his bedroom so early into the night? Everything had ended, and he was just about to sleep when he was called here. It was good that he was called afterwards. If he had been in the middle of it, he would feel very uneasy about it. And I was already chided by Simone. As one would expect. That's why I called for you at 1 a.m. The Marquis shamelessly declared. Linus could feel an impulse to smash up his wrinkled, ailing face. Don't make that face, Count. It is a waste of your handsome face. It is late. Make it quick. He urged him to continue while enduring his irritation. He had been joking around, but for him to so suddenly call for him would mean that it was likely something that required an immediate discussion. It is none other than your younger brother. As expected, Linus was both in name and in reality a member of the Centralist faction. There were many things he could be discussing with the Marquis on such matters, but for him to call him up this late, it had to be about none other than Tullius. What has happened to him? Did you not witness the complete success of our plan? At the very least, that was what Linus was thinking. He had no choice but to let his first slave, a being equivalent to his arms and legs, be taken away. And he had to personally sign off her as the illegitimate child of a count. For somebody who lacked political power in the capital and was as hated as he would never be able to find a way to break free from this conspiracy. The plan had gone exactly according to how the Marquis imagined it to be. Still, the Marquis was currently fretting over something. He did not resist as much as I had expected him to. That was all, Linus sighed. That's just by appearances. He is not one to show his emotions easily. In fact, the more his heart is in turmoil, the more he likes to stick on his friendly grin. I'm sure that is what happened. As far as Linus can see, Tullius had taken a rather huge blow. He managed to keep up with his fake smile even after the ceremony. However, there was not one thing that went smoothly for him. In short, his smile was nothing but a bluff. Or simply put, if he had not showing his frustration or anxiety, he must have his emotions behind a mask. Ho, well observed, as expected of brothers. And please stop with the jokes. Besides, surely your excellency has already foreseen such a possible development. Lavallee was a person who had spent more than twice the age of Tullius at scheming. There was no doubt he could comprehend the bluff of a greenhorn who had only spent a year in politics. About that. The Marquis rarely mumbles. More often than not, he would speak with great confidence or try to amuse himself by controlling the flow of the conversation. What has happened? That brat. I could tell that he was trying to hide his anger, indignation, and anxieties. I could see his hostility in his eyes and mannerisms. However, Lavallee stroked his beard as he said. He was steadfast. The Marquis momentarily made eye contact when Linus parroted back. Exactly. Your little brother has tripped on our plan and lost his most treasured asset. Then, shouldn't he be thinking of countermeasures? Now that he said it, that was certain. He reflected back on his countless of experience with himself and this old man. He would normally think of a counter as soon as he understood the possible ways the trap could play out. And while thinking, signs of hesitations should surface. Observing the level of hesitation in somebody else was usual fare for Lavallee. Tullius understood his defeat and started flattering Lavallee with his mask without a trace of hesitation. In fact, before the Count made any requests, he took an extreme measure of removing the collar of a slave. That was simply too quick. He should not have had enough time to come up with a countermeasure. Indeed, it was abnormal. So is this what you are trying to say? Tullius might take action even after being caught in our plan. Perhaps a way to reverse the situation. Which means that was what he was thinking of when he realized his defeat. That would be the best interpretation of the situation. The Marquis nodded. Also, your younger brother had freed his slave, Lady Henrietta, by his own hands, which means the possibility of him aiming to recover her is low. Therefore, the other possibility is, you understand now. In order to escape from the next phase of our scheme, he will try to escape from the capital. Linus made a small moan. It was no joke. There was no other better opportunity than now to murder Tullius. He had few people with him and was far from his stronghold. If they let him escape now, he could run back to his base and play hide-and-seek from there. If he managed to get away, he would restart his progress on forming his own faction. It would become exponentially more difficult to target him. This was not expected. That he, a demon who massacred all his slaves, except for her being the exception, would abandon her and run away. Seems like he would run away. After all, it was about protecting his life as a noble. It seemed that he could not be concerned with a single slave nor his honor. If he chose to take her back, that would mean pitting against Count Carton. Not only was it a losing fight, but it would also cost him time too. If he prioritizes his own life, he would not do something as meaningless as that. He would not do anything meaningless. Right, that was a principle of his. So, I believe there is a chance that the brat, your brother, would attempt to flee tomorrow. Oh, so that was what the Marquis was concerned with. If that was the case, then it makes sense that it was an urgent business. It was certainly important enough for him to call him out even though it was in the middle of the night, not to mention his wedding night. Still, it was a separate matter altogether on whether he can pleasantly receive the Marquis. I shall instruct my men to tighten surveillance on him. At the same time, as my right of the head of the family, I shall inspect all forms of letters in advance. He could easily make an excuse that he has to make contact with his fief. In fact, the wheat harvest was nearing. He could say he has gotten wind of the population rioting and escape from the capital. Even if he tried to investigate the matter later, he could report that it was resolved with a discussion. In order to safeguard against that, it was essential that he use his authority to keep his letters and ensure he is never able to read them. If worst comes to worst, he could fabricate a letter, but that would not work if he keeps up surveillance on him and prepares for it. In this circumstance, he could also question the origins of the letter. Lavallee seemed to have the same opinion. That should be fine. I shall also send people who are good at acting stealthily. I am greatly in your debt. Linus lowered his head while hiding his annoyance. He wasn't about to welcome the Marquis spies in his own mansion. However, if this was the price to pay for cornering Tullius, there was no reason for him to decline. Well, let's go as planned. Yes. Let us prolong his stay until we are ready to strike again. The plan was to trap Tullius until the faction he was making at Marlin loses contact with him and are alienated, while further plotting against him directly in the capital. The doll-like maid not being able to act as shackles were beyond their forecast, but the conspiracy will proceed nonetheless. Henrietta Pola Carta. No, the Silver Wolf. He had sent an adventurer group called Band of Green to investigate, and they reported that she wasn't a threat, but there was no way he would believe that. After all, she was a monster that had lived on for 11 years as a slave of the slave murderer. She probably knew how to conceal her abilities. The dimwits he sent must have been deceived by her acting. Linus was fully aware that many of the things that Tullius did in the shadows were likely 80 or 90% carried out by her, and that she was extraordinary as can be inferred from her nickname. It was sufficient to have removed her from Tullius. All he has to do now is to make a fine meal of him, who was isolated in his territory. The sense of victory drawing near was intoxicating enough to make up for Linus' ruined wedding night. Nevertheless, Lavallee had to be a wet blanket and gave him some final words. Do not let your guard down. Section, moving back in time by a little. It was around when the banquet ended and most of the guests were leaving, when those who were staying over went to their respective rooms. Tullius retreated back to his room the moment the celebrations ended. He then fished out something among his luggage and immersed himself in some kind of work. Dew and Lobert remained silent while watching his chilling tenacity. All right. What Tullius had nimbly put together was a pedestal with a crystal. It appeared to be a mini altar that had been luxuriously decorated with gold and silver, one that a pagan would have to secretly worship their gods. Its true identity was a long-distance communication magical equipment. The original equipment was much bulkier, but he had spared no concern for the cost of the materials and went all out to create a smaller model which could perform better. Moreover, he disassembled it and placed it inside his traveling bag so that it could be used portably. It was the same thing they used when they were hunting monsters, as well as what was given to Dre before she attacked the elf village. The last time they tried, it was able to allow communication between the outside the country and the underground lab in Marlin. Since they were within the country, surely there would be no issues with using it. Hello, Command, this is Master. I repeat, hello, Command, this is Master. This is Opus 3, Command, reading you loud and clear. Your instructions, Master. The magic-infused crystal vibrated rapidly, transmitting Dre's reply. Of course, a barrier has already been erected to ensure the conversation does not leak outside the room. Without a change in expression, Tullius gave his instructions to Dre on the other side of the communications. An emergency situation has occurred. We will stick to Plan D. Mobilize all of the Opus series. Over. Plan D. Dre gasped. What he was referring to was a battle plan that they decided beforehand for the most extreme circumstances. It was a plan that even Dre, who had single-handedly crushed the elf village, would shudder faintly at the thought of it. Something had happened such that Tullius would activate all of his masterpieces. Do you copy? 3. Why, yes. My apologies. Due to the emergency, we will activate Plan D. Mobilize all the members of the Opus series. Over. Positive, do you have any other questions? Tullius dispassionately gave out his orders, with a composure akin to Uni's coldness. At any rate, things progressed efficiently. Nothing else mattered. Such was the way of speaking of an inhumane machine. I believe that Member 4 is dangerous. Tell him that no tactless dining out is allowed. When the need arises, give him the command, take a good look at my face. Roger, also won't 5 be too conspicuous. With some dressing up, it will be all right. With some accessories, and it should work out. He gave out his instructions with some secret lingo, just in case somebody could listen into the conversation. From Dew's perspective, Tullius had lost his cool. Yet, he was calmly angry. This was because Tullius Shernan Albenul was not somebody who would suggest bringing out the entirety of the Opus series. Not to mention that Linus could interfere with Marlin if the remaining of the Opus series, who were supposed to safeguard Marlin, were mobilized here. Even if the mass-produced products like Victor were enough to deal with the interference, a normal Tullius would never choose this option. Any other questions? Lastly, what about the traveling expenses for us? None. That's why I said it was an emergency from the beginning. Go through all the travel plans by yourselves. What? Forgive me, Wilco. Opus 03 will definitely execute Master's orders. Over. I will be waiting. Over. Dre, who was clearly shaken, did not hesitate in her choice of words, and Tullius cut off the signals. Without a doubt, he was irritated. Usually, Tullius would have added a joke or two when conversing with his subordinates. While Tullius was disassembling the equipment and keeping it back into the bag, Dew called out, "Are we really doing it? Master, didn't you hear what I said over the comms?" Without a pause in his hand movements, Tullius replied. Just like as he was during the comms, there was a cold, slicing sensation in his voice. "Is it all right to abandon the chief maid? Isn't there a chance she could get involved?" Lobert expressed his apprehensions. Plan D, the plan to use force to escape, might possibly implicate Uni. However, their master replied curtly. And so? He was trying to say, so what of it? Dew felt a flash of fire rising to his head. You. He was about to step out, but his foot stopped in midair unnaturally. It was the order that was inserted during his brain surgery. No matter how much he loathed or felt disgusted at his master, he could not raise even a finger against him. It was clearly still in effect. Hasn't Uni, that girl, showed you the greatest loyalty among everybody? He cried out. He did not have to say it. Dew did not hold any romantic feelings for Uni. Considering that she was almost fanatical like their master, he would more likely classify her as disliked. Nevertheless, he knew very well how loyal and how hard she works for her master. In fact, he felt pity for her who had been released by her master's own will. And yet, the culprit who made her what she is could utter. Yes, what of it? He acted as though he had not given it one thought. In fact, she wouldn't want to be a burden to me. Stop acting like you've always had. However, she has now been abandoned by her master. She was a pitiable woman who cried and tried to cling on, but failed to achieve anything and was taken away. Would such a woman die for her master's sake now? The operation on her brain was of the same generation as Dew's. Their emotions were left intact, whereas their sense of betrayal was replaced with obedience to his orders. Now that she was separated from Tullius, who knew what she was thinking. Are you worried about Uni? Knowing her, she would be able to do something. Even after being that shaken, Lobert said, Dew felt the same. It was harsh seeing Uni mentally break down, and she did not even put up much of a fight when that old noble pulled her away. With her current state, it was hard to say if she could even bring out half her usual capabilities. Would she be able to single-handedly deal with the average ruffian like she always did? Would she be able to adapt to the chaos that Plan D would bring? In the time before we execute our plan, there should be sufficient time for her to calm down. I estimate with 80% likelihood that she would be fine. 80%? Well, I think the rate of survival is on the high side. Anyways, isn't it another issue of whether it is okay to leave her here? You fear the leak of information. That would be a waste of your concern. Tullius promptly sat down on a chair after keeping the communication device. Even if she was tortured, there is no way she will disclose anything since I have tinkered her brain to never do anything intentionally to disadvantage me. I expect them to have no choice but to directly investigate what I have done to Uni by checking her body. But what can the alchemists of this country achieve? Nothing happened too when I was at the Galerian Magic Academy. The Galerian Magic Academy was an institution based in St. Gallen, and they are at the forefront of research in magic. If Academy failed to produce any meaningful investigation, then the Arkwell Kingdom, which was behind them, would surely be unable to find anything. They would learn nothing even if they decided to dissect her. After all, I am not at a level of surgical skill where I would leave behind any traces. The brain is a delicate organ, and if I left anything big enough to be considered a clue, it might have already caused some impairment to brain function. In fact, rather than causing any damage, what I did was to fix her brain and facial scars. Not even a full rundown investigation can produce any clue. First of all, she was the beloved daughter of Count Carton. There was no way he would agree to torture or even dissect his own daughter. The speculations he made were disgusting. How could he speak of the girl who had supported him thus far like this? He made it sound like he would not have a problem even if Uni would be cut open. He knew he had very little human compassion, but he didn't know that he was so devoid of it. Even the cold-blooded Lobert appeared to have a frown on his face. Which means we won't be attempting to rescue the chief maid from His Excellency. Yes, we won't make such a move. Escaping from the capital is our utmost priority. His conclusion was to not rescue her. Tullius leaned back in his chair. Section. Also, there is a chance that her body would be returned to us. Body. Dew instinctively blinked at what Tullius had just said. What was he trying to say? Did they not already mention that Count Carton had just been reunited with her beloved daughter? Surely you understand, Lobert. Well, I can guess to some extent. Hey, fill me in. Explain it properly. The two of them stared at Dew like he was failing student in school. Didn't I say so before the banquet? A political marriage. Lobert mixed in a sigh as he said. The high nobles in the capital would have heard enough about His Excellency from Marquis Lavallee to not carelessly approach His Excellency. And Uni, who is at marriageable age. Where do you think a suitable partner can be found? I wouldn't know of such a. He was unfamiliar with the ways of the nobles. Asking him was pointal wait a second. Don't tell me. He realized. Tullius, with an amused expression, gave a round of applause to Dew, who was wide-eyed in shock. Well done. That's right, Count Carton is that kind of person. Being a count based in the capital, Carton would have definitely heard rumors from Lavallee. Since he would harbor animosity towards the person who made his daughter a slave, it was unlikely that he would personally head down to Marlin even if he sends an invitation to Marlin. More importantly, his daughter was Uni. If she were to be able to return to Tullius, maybe she might happily accept the marriage. The truth was likely that it was a strategy that would lead to Tullius' death, and that her job would be to lengthen his stay in the capital for as long as possible. It would be dangerous if marriages to other suitable ladies were arranged with Tullius too. It was not a far-fetched idea that they would attempt to do so. Would the Count agree to it? That was the crux of it. Why would he hand over his most treasured and beloved daughter back to Tullius, of all people? So long as Count Carton's claim that Uni is his daughter was not a lie, it seemed like he would not agree to this. If that is the case, then. Nope, the Count was probably telling the truth. The theory Dew had at the back of his mind was shot down. Tullius continued. When I bought her, I could tell that from her body that she led an aristocratic life and, most importantly, had an above-average magic power. Considering that she is of roughly the same age as Henrietta Pola Carta, it's highly unlikely for there to be anybody else other than her. Up until now, haven't you been interested in Uni's past? Well, I've only been interested in her abilities. Additionally, at that point of time, Uni's memories were all in a blur because of the trauma she faced. So I did not have much of an opportunity to ask about her true identity. Actually, Uni herself would probably have greater difficulties, remembering that she was once Henrietta. If that was the case, it was harder to imagine that Count Carton would be on board with this. Still, Lobert shook his head. He would be on board, or at least be made to go with this plan. No doubts about it. Heh, aren't you showing way too much confidence? Where is your proof? The Carton family was built in a single generation by Count Pierre Simon Carton. The lands he had been given is considered small when compared to his title. Since he is a new established aristocrat, he did not have any land given to him from the kingdom. In other words, he would be in opposition to the landowning nobles and would be part of the centralist faction. In conclusion, the relationship between Carton and Marquis Lavallee was not one built on friendship, but of political interests. To add on, since his family was recently established, not only does his family lack history, but even now with this scandal, his position in the centralist faction would surely be diminished. And what if the leader of the faction, Marquis Lavallee, decides to ask him to hand over his daughter for marriage? He will not be able to disagree. Isn't that right? Tullius continued to assert his argument. Certainly, if he values the family's position, he cannot refuse. In the first place, he sought after a mistress in order to preserve the bloodline of the family. He did not get involved with Uni's mother, Anna Marie, because he wanted to play with fire. He merely wanted to achieve a certain result. He would definitely be pained to lose his long-lost daughter, but he would eventually make the heartrending decision to hand her over. If it was Lavely at the heart of this plot, he would pick somebody whom he would not feel bothered even if he had to sacrifice him. As deduced, Count Carton was unlikely to be influential within the faction and would be a prime choice for sacrifice. The other members in the faction were mostly people of families with a big social standing and rich history. So it might be difficult to persuade them to be the sacrifice, and even if they were forced to listen to the order, they might become another problem later. He would lose his daughter by the very same authority that allowed him to gain his long-lost daughter. How ridiculous! Tullius commented, it was truly ridiculous, truly hopeless. Lavely probably would try to finish things up while he was still in the capital in order to attach a collar onto Tullius. Tullius estimates that it would take less than a month for him to be done. The reunion between father and daughter was just a fleeting dream. While it might be bad news for Count Carton, that doesn't mean it is the same for the rest of Carton's family. According to the Count himself, not long after Uni was born, the rightful successor was born too. What Laubert was trying to say was that the shrew, Josephine, managed to give birth to a son in that period, a child they had when they were both in their 40s. He does not know how he was raised, but in essence, that was what the Count mentioned in his long story. If the son died prematurely because of birth defects, then he would have been talking about making Uni the legitimate successor instead. Since nothing of the sort was mentioned, it is safe to assume that Carton's son grew up normally. If Uni returns to the family, it would also be a reason for a domestic squabble. Hence, the people around the Count would try to get rid of her. If things go sideways, men who might try to marry into family could appear. Not only would they secure themselves as a descendant of the Count's family, they can also be married to a peerless beauty in the process. For young nobles, such an opportunity would surely be irresistible. To prevent infighting over the inheritance, he would look for somebody with lands far away from the capital. For example, a certain somebody who works as a viscount at the edge of the kingdom, a man with an unknown relationship with his daughter. This would be extremely pleasing to the legitimate wife, who once ousted Uni. Certainly it seems that everybody apart from the Count will not be a good thing. However, would Uni want to come back to your side now? Why would she go being a treasure sword to becoming an old scabbard? Dew was particularly doubtful about that. Wouldn't Tullius simply be chased by bothersome things and end up losing his asset? Nevertheless, Tullius refuted him. If that is the case, Uni has truly become a treasured sword. She would not be easily swung. Huh, what do you mean? Do you not understand? The Uni from Marlin that went through all of this was both Uni and not Uni. She is the Count's daughter, Henrietta Fall of Carton. I would not try to make such a highly esteemed person fight the way I have been making her do. If Count Carton got wind of it, he would angrily press for a divorce. But even before that, Laubert took over Tullius' explanation. If His Excellency were to make the woman he should be protecting stand on the front lines, His Excellency's social position would falter immediately. While there are many nobles that became adventurers, it is entirely unprecedented for a married woman to continue doing so. In fact, if she was ordered to do so by her husband, the rumors would become even more intense than the human experimentations on slaves. That would be more than enough reason for His Excellency's brother to punish His Excellency. Indeed, she had become a treasured sword. No matter how smoothly she can cut, she was a sword that could never be swung. A person would only injure himself by recklessly swinging this sword. The joker that Tullius held on his hands became the old maid. So the only use for Uni would be at most as an alchemy assistant. Furthermore, there is no need to patiently wait for me to use Uni. The public should have sympathy for the Count who has to turn over his long-lost daughter. If carefully utilized, he can come up with false charges against me out of the blue. For example, he could claim that I used the fact that she was a former slave to look down on her or to force her to do disgusting acts in the bedroom. If such rumors last long enough, Count Carton could use it as a reason to intervene. Either way, Uni will be used as a tool to pressure Tullius. It was sickening. Knowing that she was a crazy woman, or more like a woman crazy in her loyalty towards her master, hearing about such a future was enough to make Dew feel like running away. How cruel. If Uni catches wind of this, she might kill herself on the spot. Not possible. If she killed herself, her reason for doing so will be speculated and be used as an attack against me. After all, she went from being a slave to a noble in a single night. Many would come to the conclusion that for such a lucky person to commit suicide, her spirit must have been broken due to the mistreatment she faced during her time as a slave. That would be the thoughts of any respectable noble. With her intelligence, Uni should be able to guess this outcome no matter how weak she has become. It was too cruel. Even dying was not an option for her in this circumstance. Now that it has come to this, the greatest mercy we can offer to Uni is Plan D. Lobert earnestly declared. It's the chief maid we are talking about. Between her own existence and His Excellency's benefit, she would not hesitate to discard her life. Amidst the coming calamity, nobody will suspect she took her own life if she was found dead. Well, as he tried to make a reply, he noticed a slight moisture in his breath. It basically meant that Tullius wasn't thoughtless towards his longest-serving and most loyal subordinate. The expression Tullius was holding now was no longer the anger and anxiety he thought he saw earlier. It appeared to be anguish. Was this simply a trick of the mind? Nevertheless, the verdict by Tullius was still as ominous as before. In order for him to escape from the capital, he called for his subordinates to throw their lives away if they become a hindrance during the turmoil. Hey, wait a minute. All of a sudden, Dew had a sudden realization. Wasn't there something strange about what Tullius said? If Plan D was executed, Uni will die by her own hands. While he spoke of her death as though it was set in stone, what did this man say earlier? I estimate with 80% likelihood that she would be fine. 80%. He was referring to her chances of survival after executing Plan D. There was no coherence between her definitely dying and the fact that if she committed suicide, it was a situation where one cannot suspect that she took her own life. Why? Why was there such a contradiction? Hey, master. Have you finally understood? Tullius revealed a smile to Dew. It was his first smile ever since they returned to the room, and he put on a solemn expression. At first look, it was tender, loving smile, but in fact, it was an inauspicious smile that possessed arrogance and insolence. Chapter 31, Silver Wolf Revived. My humble apologies. Are you awake, milady? She turned to face the person who called her in an unnatural way. The maid opened the room's door and was looking in nervously. How may I help you? She responded in her normal flat tone. The maid was bewildered at Uni's choice of words. Sorry, milady. I am the servant, there is no need to be formal with me. Yes, please be relaxed in addressing me. Ugh. Only now did she realize that the person before her was a maid like her. In fact, she was a maid that was her junior. Therefore, there was no need for her to be overly respectful with her. However, she did not dare to put it into words. She had spent a full night before understanding that doing so could possibly put her master in an unfavorable position. Then I shall take you up on that. What are you here for? Yes, I am here to inform you that it is time to wake up, but milady is already awake. I have come to help you change. I can do it myself. No, please let me. The maid had a troubled look on her. That was to be expected. It was most likely that the butler or chief maid had been given detailed instructions from Carton. Thinking about how troublesome it might get, she decided to let the maid help her. What do you wish to put on? Frankly speaking, Uni wanted to have her maid uniform back, and if possible, her chief maid armband too. When she was brought in by Count Carton, she had her uniform swapped with sleepwear, so she was now wearing normal clothes. Her mind was completely in a daze since then. Her uniform was first grade, personally handcrafted by her master. Even if her body was autopsied, no clues would be found, but the same could not be said for her equipment. Low-grade materials were used to allow the uniform to appear inconspicuous, but it should not deceive a trained eye. Uni feared that if it were to be analyzed, the enemy would be able to infer her master's technological capabilities. Also, the maid uniform was an important gift that her master bestowed on her. When it was decided that she would start adventuring prematurely at the age of 10, she was given protective armor by her master. She had requested it to be an apron dress. She repeatedly insisted that it was so that she could be reminded that her entire existence was to serve her master whenever she was on the battlefield. He had been rather surprised at the request. Still, he quickly designed it and tailored a masterpiece. Since then, whenever she grew taller, her apron dress was redesigned and she would be given a new one. It was one of the few precious possessions she got from her master. It was proof of her memories with her master. It carried a mountain of affection and attachment to her master, but unfortunately, she would never be able to wear it again. "Milady, it is nothing. I don't really have any preference, so I shall leave it to you." Absorbed in the past, she accidentally said something unfitting her status. To completely leave somebody in charge of her clothes would also mean to push the full responsibility to that somebody. She could recall how troubled she felt whenever her master did the same. She could not defy him, nor say she was unable to do it, so she devoted herself to studying male fashion. Recently, she had been adding the latest trends by consulting Victor and the rest whenever there was a chance to. Taking a deep breath, she calmed down again. She had gone off point again. She had yet to come to terms with reality. Even though she was now neither maid, nor adventurer, nor even a slave, she still could not accept it. On one hand, she was slightly satisfied at the fruits of her completed education, but on the other hand, she believed that performing what she has learned would cause trouble for her master. If she could not behave in a way that would satisfy Count Carton, he might use it as a reason to blame her master, who had rescued and raised her. "My apologies, that was thoughtless of me. I take back what I said." She bowed to the maid, who was completely dumbfounded at her request. Because her bow was way too deep, the maid panicked even more. Measuring the right amount of seasoning was such a bother. Seriously, the weight of a noble's head was too heavy. "Do you mind showing me what is there to wear?" "If that is the case, then the clothes are kept in this closet." She became evidently relieved and guided her to the large closet inside the room. Inside the closet were enough clothes for a lady around her age to wear for a full year. She took a random set of clothes to test, and it seemed to fit her. "Didn't I arrive here last night?" "Ah, the clothes here belong to the madam, your mother." She promptly replied to her doubt. "Mother, these belong to Anna Marie. The Count must have secretly kept them here." The more she examined the clothes, the more the clothes did appear to be out of fashion. They were clothes that appeared too plain for a noble lady. She could understand, however, if Anna Marie wanted to avoid the attention of others. Still, it was amazing how he managed to keep this from his legitimate wife, Josephine. She was a deeply obsessed and jealous woman who had framed Anna Marie and hired hooligans to assault her. She was a brutal and merciless woman that even got Anna Marie's daughter raped and disfigured her face before selling her as a slave. Count Carton's infatuation with his lover must have not been normal, to have kept this many of her possessions from Josephine. Leaving that aside, she started to consider among all the clothes. What clothes should she choose? Considering that she had met almost none of the family members because of how hurriedly she was brought into the residence last night, this would be her actual unveiling to everybody. She had many other things to think about, but dressing up well here would surely be of some benefit to her. However, it was ultimately just a first impression. If she dressed up to the nines, it might leave a bad impression on Josephine and the heir whose name she did not know, and it could possibly be used as evidence to criticize her upbringing. With that said, if she dresses too conservatively, it would upset the Count who wanted to show off his daughter to everybody. Finding the right balance was challenging. How about this? After some hesitation, she picked up a scarlet one-piece. It was a design that was mildly showy for just wearing at home, but for a woman with fair skin like her, choosing a plain color would cause her to look dull. She had always been an attendant waiting behind her master, so picking dull colors was suitable. However, this time she focused on choosing something that went against her instincts. With that in mind, she aimed for the color red, which was likely to be eye-catching and not too fanciful. Sure enough, as the maid helped her put on the clothing, the maid beamed in great delight. "I think it is a brilliant choice. As expected of a person with the blood of high nobility." She was too insensitive. It was her bloodline that led her to where she was now. She could now empathize with how her master felt when he wanted to hide his talents and avoid the seat of power. There were too many details that she rather not pay attention to, and too many things she would rather not do. Nevertheless, she knew that the maid held no ill intentions. For somebody randomly assigned to the Count's long-lost daughter, she was a rather kind-hearted person. Even though she did not possess magic powers, she wanted to bring her back, have her undergo the brainwashing, and make her a subordinate. She freely contemplated about such matters as she let the maid change her. It did not take too long for a trained hand to change her. The mirror reflected a familiar, yet unfamiliar person. Wow, Milady is so beautiful. Milady must be the most graceful lady among the 4 countries. The head of the family would be able to hold his head proudly. Uni stared at the mirror motionlessly as the exaggerated praises went in one ear and left the other. The person she saw was a living copy of the Anna Marie she faintly remembered from her memories. She could somewhat understand how Madame Josephine could mistake such a person as a ghost. There were some minor differences in their hair length and expression, but it was entirely possible for somebody to joke that they were 2 peas in a pod. In fact, her dead expression was a reason why others believed she was a ghost. It might not be simply the result of the Countess' delusions that she saw Anna Marie's ghost. One could sense the depth of grudge of the woman from the netherworld by looking at the girl in the reflection. Did she want Henrietta Carton to be welcomed into the family to that extent? Somehow, she managed to suppress the repugnant words that were about to emerge from her throat. Something was really wrong with her. If she was functioning normally, she would have wiped the vulgar thoughts clean immediately. Still, she had to avoid any big mistakes, even if she was underperforming. At the very least, she needed to maintain her flawless record until Plan D was executed. Section. Before we start with breakfast, there is a person I wish to introduce. Come in. At the same time, when the person on the other side of the door heard the count, she opened the door to the dining hall. The young lady, who became her direct master from yesterday night onwards, gracefully stepped into the room and smoothly transitioned into a bow. She is my daughter, Henrietta. I am Henrietta Pola. Pleased to meet everybody. She lowered her head in sync with the count's introduction. Standing behind her, the maid felt only strong satisfaction from her clear voice and elegance. Last night, when she heard that the head of the family, Count Pierre Simon Carton, had reunited with his long-lost daughter and brought her back, she was greatly shocked. She was so shocked when she was told that she would be her attendant that she forgot her manners and responded with a single huh. What boggled her mind the most was the alluring beauty of this young lady. Her delicate skin was lily-white, and her large emerald eyes looked like jade. Together with her well-shaped cherry blossom lips and her straight nose, she was so beautiful that one might consider her to be from a painting or a statue that came alive, rather than an actual human being. She looked pale from exhaustion last night, but now that she had somewhat recovered from her fatigue and put on makeup, she looked absolutely dazzling. I heard that she was born from the mistress, but oh my, who would have thought that she would be this much more prettier than her mother? There was a saying that one could perceive the looks of a mother from looking at her daughter. A wife as jealous as her would never leave out any possibilities. The butler and waiters, and of all people, her half-brother, appeared to be captivated by her. Other maids like her were either feeling bitter at the difference in their beauty, hiding their faces in embarrassment, and some even had eyes of longing. The only exception was, wow, as expected, it wouldn't work on the madam. Madame Josephine's face went pale and started shivering in fright. She heard that the count, who was accompanied by Lady Henrietta, took a later carriage to return home last night. Her husband, who had been so overjoyed at reuniting with the child of his mistress, stayed behind. The humiliation she felt must have been unimaginable. And to add on, she was the person that instigated the whole scandal of kicking the mother and child out 11 years ago. Everybody who worked in the residence knew that as a fact. I know some of you already know, but she had been unfairly implicated in her mother's wrongdoing. However, she will probably be proven innocent by a second trial by the High Court of Justice, which will happen soon, and we will officially welcome her into the family then. Some of you might think it may be too hasty, but please, treat this child well. It was as though Count Carton's words were rubbing salt into the madam's wounds. It was the same as declaring that what she did in the past was wrong. It should deeply hurt the pride and authority of the first wife. Clearly, such an insensitive act would rekindle the jealousy of the madam. I only hope that my mistress would not be dragged into this fight, though. First of all, her wish was likely futile. When Josephine expelled her mother, she listened to nobody and framed her with adultery. This was the daughter of the woman she hated so much, and this time, her daughter had both youth and beauty. There was no way that such a jealous wife could control herself. Since she was now Henrietta's attendant, she could not pretend it was somebody else's business and felt uneasy. Well then, how could we let you keep standing like that? Have a seat, Henrietta. Yes, father. In the instant she said that, the Count's dignified look vanished and loosened. While it was unbecoming of a person of his age, she felt that it was impossible to control one's emotion when called like that by a cute daughter. After all, he had lost his daughter before she grew to independence. To react with a wide smile was more or less normal. Yet, was it actually possible for Madame Josephine to ignore that, despite her obvious flushing and swelling of eyes? She kept her thoughts away and helped Henrietta take her seat by pulling the chair out for her. Since it is breakfast, I usually wouldn't ask to raise our glasses, but let us at least celebrate the return of my daughter. And with the Count's cue, breakfast began. Oddly, breakfast was quiet. Not even the traditional grumbling of the madam and clearing of the throat by the Count. The Count was bashfully gazing at his daughter having breakfast, while Madame Josephine appeared to be looking around to find an opportunity to say something. The madam probably wanted to make some snide remarks if Henrietta made any discourteous behavior. Unfortunately for her, she used her tableware flawlessly and even drank without making a single sound. She heard that she worked as a maid for an aristocrat before her reunion with the Count, so perhaps she remembered the proper manners from then. Her flawless conduct could only be described as admirable. On the other hand, the eldest son, the heir, made clinks and clanks while handling the fork and also loudly slurped the cold-served soup. Cough, cough. Sorry, father. Finally, he was startled by his father, whose good mood was ruined. One might not be able to tell who was actually the child that was just brought into the house. She wondered whether it was right to pamper a child, even if it was a child who the madam gave birth to in her late childbearing ages. The person in charge of his upbringing was none other than her master, Madame Josephine. Being highly strung up and overly protective, she let him constantly pick up bad habits, so much so that everybody now refused to take on the role of teaching him. And what they were witnessing now was the result of her overzealous parenting. The maids, who were often ridiculed by the madam, did not go as far as to smile in such a situation, but there were darting glances at each other. However, now that she is Henrietta's maid, she could not feel that way. That was because the madam would now be using the master she now serves as an outlet for her humiliation and frustrations. Finally, as the meal approached its end, Josephine fired the first volley. Henrietta. Yes, how may I help you, ma'am? Way to go, she thought. As the trial had yet to occur, she was still not yet considered innocent. She was not of status to address the first wife of the Count as stepmother before obtaining approval to do so. There was much thought in Henrietta's reply, but surely the madam would take it the wrong way and think she was being impertinent. In any case, it wasn't like she could please the madam either. What the aging old lady wanted was to nitpick and find ways to condemn her. Sure enough, the madam twitched her brows. Honestly, it is quite surprising that you are such an elegant lady. I am most thankful, but surprising. Indeed, with only your face as the exception, your manners are completely different from your mother's. She didn't seem to know how to sit on a chair. Josephine. Count Carton couldn't help but intervene after she made such an improper remark. What Josephine was referring to was probably that one time when Anna Marie was expelled. She heard that when the madam accused Anna Marie of committing adultery with another man, she was so shocked that she fell off her seat. If the incident was entirely fabricated by the madam, then just falling off her chair would be considered a light reaction in comparison to the accusation she faced. If it was her, she might have fainted or even have a heart attack. But really, the madam's jealousy and arrogance was hardcore. To think she could utter such words to the daughter of her husband, who was recently brought back home. No matter how much confidence she had in her status as the first wife, couldn't she have at least controlled herself until the Count was no longer in sight? Still, Henrietta was impressive. She did not even flinch at the outright insult at her mother. For the sake of my mother's name, I wish to contribute as best as I can to the family. Such was her reply. She showed modesty, defended her mother, and even retaliated against the insult on her mother's name in a single sentence. She could hear many gasps in the dining hall. With this, many of the family members would probably no longer see her as simply an illegitimate child, but as a well-refined lady. The other maids in charge of her were also amazed. When the maids met her for the first time last night, She looked worn out and did not say anything before shutting herself in her room. Most of them must have had expected her to be unable to fight back against the madam since she looked so timid. But to think she could stand up against her like this now. Their worries from last night were unfounded as they found themselves in admiration for her all morning. At this juncture, she would think it is far better to back down, but Josephine wouldn't do so. In the Cartons family, as long as one was female, Josephine would often corner that person with her authority as the Count's wife. If she had her eye on you, the only way to soothe her anger would be to prostrate before her and beg for forgiveness. Aren't you one with a clever mouth? Thank you very much. Is this how you were disciplined in the previous house, the second son of Albaniel? The surrounding people were roused up by the name she stated. Oh, Albaniel. The second son. She almost couldn't control herself and forced her mouth shut. Section, the second son of Albaniel. It was a notorious name among the circle of nobles in the capital. Of course, commoners who served the nobles in their residences would also have opportunities to hear about rumors. She also heard about him in such a manner. She remembered those rumors. Tullius Shernan Albaniel, also nicknamed as slave murderer or man-eating snake. He was a devil that bought slaves, brutally killed them, and burned the corpses to their bones in the garden. And he did all that before he turned 10. It was one of the ghost stories that might haunt you in your dreams if mentioned before bedtime. Such a name should not have been uttered at all during mealtime. For a timid person like that eldest son, he was already covering his mouth with a napkin and staring at his half-sister with a pale complexion. And who wouldn't be like that? If what Madame Josephine was saying was right, then Henrietta worked for that monster. The rumors about him were enough to make one's hair to stand, after all. It was disrespectful. But there was no way she wouldn't be the center of attention in such a circumstance. Josephine looked triumphant. Everyone who had initially looked at Henrietta as though she was a refined and intelligent lady started to show a sense of aversion, yet intrusiveness towards her. The name thrown out by Madame Josephine had such an effect. Yes, it is as you say, ma'am. However, Henrietta was unperturbed. The Madame's hollow victory faded and everybody looked on in surprise. Even the Count dropped his utensils suddenly, hitting the plate with a sharp noise. In a smooth transition, Henrietta rubbed her eyes and continued. Masked my apologies, he was the one who brought me back to life without any scars. The Madame reacted violently. The tablecloth on the table slid, causing the tableware to fall onto the floor and break. Madame Josephine unconsciously raised her clenched fists, accidentally pulling the cloth. The piercing breaking sound enveloped the silence. Are you okay, ma'am? You do not seem to be well. As Henrietta said, Madame Josephine's face completely changed. Droplets of cold sweat formed on her face, and her dilated eyes were dyed reddish-brown like a frog. One might even wonder if Henrietta casted a spell, causing the madam to turn into an evil frog. Brought me back to life without any scars. What could such words mean? If the madam knew the meaning of those words to some extent, then it was easy to deduce what happened. It was said that Anna Marie and her moved to an area with bad public safety after being chased out from their homes, and then they were met with mishap and could no longer be contacted. Most probably, they weren't only kicked out of their homes, and as to what exactly happened, the madam must have had a hand in it. If not, the few words Henrietta said should not have produced such an effect on the madam. It wasn't too far-fetched for a woman this jealous to not just separate her husband's mistress and their child, but also to finish them off mercilessly. Count Carton managed to discern the true meaning behind those words and came towards a certain suspicion against his wife. Josephine, you. The Count's growl made the madam's shoulders shiver. Everybody appeared to be sending looks of suspicion at how she behaved too. Ironically, her son was looking that way at her too. He knew exactly what his mother's temperament was like. The ill feeling towards Henrietta bounced back to the madam. She spectacularly countered the attack by the madam, which had utilized the social taboo, the second son of the Albaniels. Do not feel well. I am going back to my room. The madam jumped out of her seat and tried to leave the dining hall. Because she violently stood up, the chair toppled to the floor loudly. In a strange twist of events, after criticizing Anna Marie's bad manners with the chair, she herself did the same. Her unseeming handling of the chair was for all to see. After giving one last sharp glance at Henrietta, Josephine left. What remained was an ear-piercing silence, a dreadful atmosphere, and the ruined dining table. The Count sighed, while the eldest son held onto his fork and knife and stared into blank space. The plate that he was eating from had fallen and broken into pieces. In the midst of this uncomfortable situation, Henrietta stood up and bowed deeply in apology. "I am very sorry, everybody. I have committed such clumsiness despite being invited for breakfast." "Raise your head, Henrietta. Don't say such things like being invited as though you are a stranger. This is now your home, okay?" "Right." Count Carton spoke in a soft, coaxing voice. It sounded unbecoming of a count, but then again, it was the first time he had a meal together with his daughter, and this happened. Considering his daughter's feelings, he would have to try to behave as soft as possible. Henrietta seemed to have taken the hint and obediently raised her face. "I am very grateful for the coup father's consideration. Unfortunately, I have caused the madam to be angered. I want to express my apologies to her afterward." "No, your thoughts alone are enough. That would worsen her condition. I will relay your kind intentions to my wife. That way, it would cause less conflicts. I feel ashamed to have caused so much trouble." Once again, Henrietta bowed. With this, Henrietta had succeeded in getting the Count to directly help her plead to the madam for forgiveness. While he was a husband that made her jealous all the time, it was much better than Henrietta personally going to seek forgiveness. She did not know if she had planned this, but if so, she was adept at concealing her true intentions. Next, Henrietta approached the eldest son. Fascinated by her graceful movements, nobody could say a word. Henrietta picked up the broken pieces of the plates and murmured, "Alchemy." As though time had been reversed, the plate was back to its original state. Magic." She was amazed. Count Carton was formerly a well-accomplished court magician. It was not too surprising that his daughter, Henrietta, was able to use magic too. But to think she was capable of restoring damaged things so perfectly, and with hardly any chanting too. "Its shape is restored, but it should be more prone to breaking than before," she said as she placed the plate back onto the table. The eldest son's eyes sparkled. Amazing, elder sister, there is no need to be so humble. Let me take a look. Wow, the design is the same as before." "No, I believe it was just a pretentious act compared to father, who is a court magician. I have poorly fixed the plate." No, don't need to be so humble." The Count's face cramped up. It was quite likely that the Count was unable to fix broken objects as well as Henrietta did. After a fleeting glance at her innocent half-brother, she turned to the servants who stood behind in standby and clapped her hands. How may we help you, Lady Henrietta?" "When the plates fell and the food spilled, my brother's clothes were soiled. Please help him wipe it off quickly or give him a change of clothes." Behind her crisp and gentle voice was an intensity that didn't take no for an answer. She had splendidly given an order to her subordinates without losing her class. She behaved as though she was used to ordering servants around. The servants who had been ordered were stunned in confusion. My apologies, milady." "Save your apologies for my brother. How long do you intend to leave my brother, the heir of the estate, in such a mess?" I will do it right away." The fear-stricken servant pulled out his handkerchief and started to wipe off the dirt from the eldest son. The eldest son looked at his sister from another mother in bewilderment. Isn't that over the top, sister? I can wipe it off myself." "I do not think so," Henrietta replied firmly. Those who serve others have to always bear in mind to protect their master's appearances. It is absurdly foolish to leave dirt on their master's clothes. Also, since they are working as servants in a Count's family, don't they have to show an equal level of servitude? "Why, yes. If they do it again next time, please scold them. Magnanimity and generosity are both virtues that a noble should have, but it is also the duty of a noble to guide the people below him. And they have been in the residence for much longer than me, though I believe they would not make the same offense again." An all too painful logical argument, and Henrietta was still a maid just yesterday. She was harsh on people in her old trade. I have to pay more attention too. She engraved it onto her heart. She would be most observed by Henrietta as her attendant. Henrietta had the full rights and responsibility to reprimand if there was a need to. If she carelessly made a mistake, she would surely be scolded even more harshly than that servant earlier. Her beautiful, yet terrifying master made a courteous bow to the head of family. As a newcomer and somebody who has yet to be pardoned in an official trial, I apologize if I overstepped my boundaries. Count Carton raised his voice and laughed. There was shock, confusion, and above all, joy mixed into his voice. No, that was splendid. What you have said makes perfect sense. I am very proud of you. Thank you for the praise. Perfect. From the perspective of her maid, she could not have any complaints about Lady Henrietta. She knew her table manners, how to show indebtedness, how to fight back against the first wife, guided her brother, and displayed dignity to the servants. She was also talented in magic, as one would expect of the child of a court magician. Furthermore, she could do all these naturally while maintaining the right posture and behavior. Perhaps even the royal palace would not have such a dazzling beauty like her. Looks like I am now serving somebody incredible. She was thoroughly convinced of it, as she observed the Count brilliantly smiling, without maintaining the solemnness a Count should have. After the breakfast, she returned to her room and heaved a sigh of relief. Acting as a noble was uncomfortable. It was hard to move in her clothes, and most agonizingly, her neck felt empty. She longed for the weight of silver that she had gotten used to. It was proof that she was his slave, proof of their contract with each other, and a keepsake of their 11 years together. Her master destroyed it. The mistake lay with her. If she could clearly remember what had happened in her past, her master would have been able to predict and prevent this incident. She believed in that. Henrietta Pola Carton is a ghost from the past, a person disconnected from the current her. Now that things had gotten to this state, she could now recall the events that transpired in her past. The days she spent with her mother, the laughter of her father who came to visit once in a while, and finally, the day when she was broken beyond repair. One day, she and her mother were chased out of their homes. She was unaware in the midst of the chaos then, but she now knew that it had to be Josephine's plans. Her mother was assaulted by hired thugs, and because of that, Josephine could accuse her of adultery and banish her from her position as a mistress. The innocent and carefree Henrietta did not realize anything apart from her mother being in low spirits that day. Naturally, even if she was aware, she would not have been able to do anything as a 6-year-old. And then, they were expelled to a shack in the slums. Before they had time to get used to the inconvenient and rundown conditions, Josephine appeared. Together with a group of disgusting men. The fierce woman had no intention whatsoever to let the mother and child of Carton's lover off with just accusing them of a crime. She said so herself. A whore would always stay a whore, she said. As long as you continue living, you would just cozy up to another man to climb the ranks, she hissed. As such, she would take the wretched face she needed to maintain her business, she raged. And then, upon her signal, they violated her mother. The wave of humans overwhelmed her and enjoyed their sacrifice like animals. Just when she thought it was over, it was her turn. Unable to hold back after Anna Marie had been assaulted, Josephine turned to look at her daughter, who moved not an inch ever since the beginning. She violently attacked her. She carefully and conscientiously destroyed her facial features. After fracturing her bones, she would purposely heal her with defective magic so that it recovered in a crooked way, resulting in her appearance as a raw piece of human flesh. And finally, Josephine showed her the failure of her face with a hand mirror. Josephine made sure to force open her inflamed eyelids so that she could have a good look. Henrietta Pola Carton probably died at that instance. Not when she was assaulted without reason, nor when her mother laid flat on the ground without moving. She wanted to be a splendid woman. She wanted to be in a wonderful love. She wanted to be a beautiful bride. This pure, innocent, and dreamlike wish was entrusted to her from her mother. Such were the dreams the young girl vaguely held onto. The moment she realized that it became impossible, she no longer thought of herself as a human being. When she finally regained some form of consciousness, she found herself thrown and sold at a slave market like a slaughtered pig. And then they met. "You, what is your name?" She remembered that she was troubled when a random boy asked her that while her mind was still in a thick fog. Henrietta was the name of a human, definitely not the name of a dirty slab of meat like her. That was why she replied honestly that she did not know. The moment she spoke, she lost her consciousness again as her last bit of energy left her. The next time she awoke, she was in a dimly lit cellar. She was in a state where she could not move, and there was a boy single-mindedly working on her destroyed face. There was some pain, but she did not feel like telling the boy. She was already a dead person with a moving heart. She was the shell of a former human. That was why, even if she was cut into pieces, she did not mind. If possible, she wanted to slip away as quickly as possible. Not too long later, she smelled a strange scent and fell back to sleep. This went back and forth for an entire week. Yo, number 1, today is the day I will remove your bandages. She did not know how to reply as she gazed up. She did not understand the meaning behind his words. The 6 years of her life experience that she accumulated had already been dispersed into fine pieces. At that point in time, she did not even possess the basic knowledge of responding like a human being. As though he was moving a corpse, he pulled her to a chair to sit and made her face a mirror. Before this, Josephine had made her stare into a mirror to crush her soul. After her heart broke, she no longer thought anything of it. She silently allowed him to do whatever he wanted. However, she was deathly avoidant of her reflection, so she kept her eyes shut. Wonderful. When she heard that, she opened up her eyes. The face that she lost a week ago was facing her in the mirror. She became overwhelmed with emotions. Wait, she no longer had any attachments to her looks ever since she was destroyed and died. The truth was that this captivating person in the mirror was another person. Another person who was, at that moment, completely excited. It is okay for you to be here. I am happy that you are here. The person in the mirror seemed to be wholeheartedly affirming. Her day-to-day life had been disrupted, her very life was threatened, her dignity was stolen, her mother died, and she lost her looks. Thanks to him, she could once again breathe. For the first time after becoming a relic of Henrietta, she felt the will to live on. In fact, that was not a revival, but a birth. The underground cellar was the womb. With the boy's delight injected into the pitiful girl, she was born. Her voice trembled at the realization. Thank you very much. The first thing she said were her words of gratitude for him. Thank you for helping me. Thank you for your joy. Thank you for being here. After her clumsy appreciation, he hugged her. Why, I should be the one thanking you. You did a good job hanging on till now. This was a valuable research experience. While being enveloped in both his warmth and his faint body odor, she etched his words into her mind. Her broken heart was being repaired. Amidst all that, something foreign to the old her seeped in. Perhaps that was the thing called love. As she was reminiscing, her mind wandered to how they met. It could not be helped, she thought. She had been living as his property for more than twice as long as she lived as Henrietta, after all. She was a piece of property that existed to make him happy, to satisfy his demands, and to help him reach his goals. She reminded herself that she was such an existence. However, such days were over. The collar to represent that she was his possession was not on her neck anymore. As she felt grief and loneliness, she remembered what her master told her at the end. The voice she heard as she left the reception room at Albenyl's residence. Yes, right. If we are going back, we might as well go quickly. He seemed to be addressing Dew and Marquis Lavallee. But in truth, the message was for her, as Carton pulled her with him down the hallway. For somebody who hated inefficiency and excessiveness, he would not have raised his voice like that. If we are going back, we might as well go quickly. Basically, it meant that she would not be recovered and they would use the retreat plan. And since he went as far as to inform her of that, it would mean that he wanted her to know in advance that Plan D would be executed, since she would be separated from him. And the instruction was for her to die without making it look like suicide during the chaos when the plan was in operation. Her chest tightened at the thought of it. Ah, my master is such a compassionate person that he would take the risk of being found out by the Marquis and grant her the honor of taking her own life, since she has degenerated into a useless person who would only bring harm to her master. And to allow for it, he created a situation where her death would not be considered suspicious by others. Now, there is no need for her to have a protracted life of meaningless. She did not want to die quickly, but to keep living while being of no use to her master was a life worth less than trash, even if she could live 100 or 1,000 years. A mountain of trash was still trash. As a maid, she should have been quickly exterminated. It appeared that her master understood her and was showing his gratitude. Having received this much favor despite her incompetence, she had to hinder the plans of Count Carton to attack her master as much as possible. It was her final duty to do her best before she killed herself. She firmly decided. Even though she no longer wore the collar, she would definitely accomplish the task given to her. For that, she has to. "Excuse me." "Ah, yes. How may I help you, lady?" She called out to her maid attendant, and she replied on the spot. "I feel cooped up in the room. It should be fine for me to walk around the house." "Yes, yes, please do so. Please feel free to do so. As the master has said, the house is the lady's home." Firstly, she verified that it was not a problem. It would be better for her to walk around the house so she does not appear to be brooding to the Count, and also, she would be able to grasp the layout of the house if anything occurs. That was the judgment she made. The maid took her hand and opened the door. "This must be the first time Lady is living in the mansion." Yes. She came to this house before, but that was during the aforementioned scandal. Thus, yesterday night was the first time she lived in the mansion. "May I impertinently suggest that I guide you?" "Thank you." The Carton residence was not much bigger than a viscount's, as one would expect from a new count. Browson was the capital, but it did not have much land. One might even call the streets cramped due to the walls surrounding the capital in 4 directions. While Carton was conferred the rank of count, there might have not been sufficient land space to build a large mansion for a newcomer. And this might explain why the Carton family gets a very good salary from the court. The residence was well stocked with things like furniture and art pieces. The largest masterpiece they have was a portrait of the Count, painted by an up-and-coming artist that they had to pay very well to hire. There was a small signature at the corner of the portrait. She remembered coming across the name. It was the name of a person who studied human anatomy in order to create realistic portrait paintings. In one of her master's personal research books, there was an illustration that this person was responsible for. He was prejudiced against her master for carrying out experiments on slaves, and yet he employed a person of his kind to paint his portrait. However, she did not feel like laughing and sighed instead. Furthermore, there was a lack of uniformity among the artworks she could see, as the other paintings hung in the corridor did not match with it. It was all for show. The only possible explanation she could think of was that these expensive and trendy art pieces were bought at random. She tried asking the maid about it. "Who bought these paintings?" "These are the madam's. Does Milady think they are in bad taste too?" She could see why now. Josephine had been wedded to Count Carton a long time ago. That is to say, she would have an equivalent status to an illegitimate child of a baron. She was probably much closer to being a commoner rather than a noble then. And when her husband became successful, she became the wife of a count. She could easily understand her interest in art as a nouveau rich and her jealousy and hatred towards women of low status because of the similarity. "I am no expert in the arts. Openly expressing such an opinion would be cause for trouble in the future." Of course, she answered evasively. "Oh, there is something that Milady is unfamiliar with." "Naturally, since I am human." In truth, a person's affinity to art was unrelated to whether one was human or not. Opus 4, who puts on airs of a noble all the time, did not appreciate art. Femme would be entirely ignorant of everything except for combat. For the long-lived Dre, she would be familiar with dark elf culture. She soon realized that among the people she knew, possibly only Victor and her master would be familiar with such things. Her master remained indifferent to aesthetics and decorations, but was extremely talented when it comes to making things. He was so good that he could easily come up with a finalized design sketch for equipment. Also, his creations like Femme were so well made that Femme's eyes could mesmerize others. As she became sentimental, the maid brought her about the residence. Well, it was not that impressive of a home. It was an ordinary home furnished with expensive and labor-intensive fixtures. When she asked to look at the servants' section of the house, the maid told her that it wasn't a place fit for a lady to enter, but she could tell that it was not because she was being humble. For a small house like this, the servants were likely squeezed too. Perhaps even the slave maids at Marlin lived more comfortably than them. On the other hand, there was a plain mixing room in the residence, unlike most other homes of nobles. That made it appear like a former court magician's house, but even then, that room was shoddily made. The underground basement that her master had when he bought her was, as a matter of fact, somewhat larger than this. She noticed it when she was in Galerin. Indeed, magicians did not seem to place much emphasis on alchemy, while she was walking and pondering over such things. That's why. Start reconsidering from now on. A hysterical shout could be heard. Section, what is the matter, milady? The maid beside her looked at her perplexedly when she stopped. She probably did not hear it. She had spent time training as a ranger by a thief. Her hearing was naturally beyond that of an average person. You have been deceived. We don't even know if that girl is truly Henrietta. The owner of that voice was Josephine, which meant that the speaker earlier must have been Count Carton. There was no other person in the house except for the Count who she would speak to about such things. Next, a retort could be heard. No matter what you say, this is my decision as the head of this family, to welcome that child into the family. And that head of family had been deceived by that girl. Any number of girls with black hair and green eyes can be found from Browson. Do you seriously think it is possible that your long-lost daughter would appear at such a time? HMPH, that was the same reasoning as the slave murderer. What did you say? Josephine raised her voice in disbelief. She held the same feelings. He forced her master to free her, and now he did not even bother hiding his contempt for him. In the first place, the reason she was not dead now was because of him. If he could call his daughter cute, it would not hurt to show some gratitude towards him. Yikes, is it the master and madam? The maid finally realized there was an argument. In the meantime, Josephine's voice became heated. In the first place, recognizing an illegitimate child now would cause a rift in the family. I have said, and will say it again, there is still time to turn back. Retract the report for the trial to the court right now. With regards to the peace in the family, the madam was right. The heir in this family was, no matter how you looked at it, inept. Her master could somehow disguise and cover up his deficiencies in behaving as a noble. As for the heir, even his servants did not like him and did not actively make up for his shortcomings. And finally, a new child appeared. Even if this child was female, it would surely greatly affect the family. There was a fear that the husband of this girl might try to usurp the family's fortunes. One way to avoid that was to, as Josephine had mentioned, not recognize the child in the first place. For every effect, there was a cause. If he understood that this would lead to a negative effect, then all that was needed to be done was to negate the cause for it. This was the most cost-effective way to nullify the problem, but the Count, who had been captivated by his daughter's cuteness, would not accept that. That's enough. If you continue being so obstinate, I have some other considerations to make too. Considerations. Consider who shouldn't stay in this family, between you and the child. Ah dear, what are you saying? See, as expected. If Josephine does get kicked out of family, as the Count had indirectly suggested, the heir's already weak authority would weaken further. Not to mention the countless people that would take advantage of their domestic squabble for their own gains. The other option to deal with the reunited daughter would be to marry her off to a family that could not or had no need to take advantage of the Count's family. So long as Count Carton did not give up with trying to bring her into the family, this would be the likely resolution. Her guess for the most promising candidate would be Tullius. He held territory at a faraway land and would thus have little effect on the capital. Also, his family status matched up, and most importantly, he had a deep connection with her. The Count might dislike such an arrangement, but Marquis Lavallee had likely planned this out a long time ago. By using Count Carton's family, which was under the Marquis' control, he could indirectly interfere with activities happening in Marlin. In the worst case, he could make use of her to get Carton to slander Tullius and execute him. One did not need to think deeply to guess what might play out next. She did think that this was an opportunity to become his bride. Or more like, she played around with that idea. However, that would not be what Tullius wanted from her. He would rather not have the burdensome existence known as Henrietta Pola Carton with him. That was why she was hinted of Plan D and ordered to counter by killing herself in a way that appeared to be murder. Rest assured, Master, I will definitely be successful. She herself had wanted to do it. Her desire to be tied in marriage to him were just vestiges of Henrietta and not herself. The romance, or love rather, that she wanted was not something calm and soft. She wanted to offer her everything, as though a good tool meeting a good user. Becoming a couple and becoming equals would be outrageous rather than surprising. Such lingering attachments were the reason she, who should have been striving to be his perfect tool, became lost, useless, and separated from him. The spirit from 11 years ago, as well as Josephine, who created it, continued to haunt her. That was why she had to cut it short before it became a hindrance to him. "Are you okay, milady?" The maid's voice made her come back to her senses. The maid was looking at her worriedly. "This is too much for milady after all." Let's go back. We won't know when madam would leave the room too," the maid said and pulled her arm along. For a moment, she could not understand what the maid was saying. Could it be, by any chance, that she thought she was fretting over what Josephine had said? It was a misunderstanding, but there was no point nor reason she should correct her. By the time she finished her thought processes, they were already back in her room. The maid seemed to be rather fixated at what Josephine had said and snorted with satisfaction as they were walking. "Madam is being very cruel, isn't she? Ugh. Questioning the origins of milady is too much. That isn't something to speak to the master about." She sounded polite and all, but she was really just trying to order him. That is just so selfish. "Stop." She opened her mouth unintentionally. The maid was shocked greatly. "Ah, milady, did I displease you?" It was certainly foolish to step outside her boundaries as a servant. However, she did not mind that. She did not fault her for that. "What did you just say?" Please repeat once more." She stared at her, waiting for the maid to repeat herself. That is just so selfish. Before that, is it? She sounded polite and all, but she was just trying to order him. That was it. As soon as she heard that, she had a flashback of yesterday's night scenery. The scenery when her master told her, "How long are you going to act like that? It is very troubling. Please come back to your senses and fulfill your duty." Maybe it was because she was hinted at Plan D at the end. Somehow she had clearly forgotten what he had said earlier. Those words were what he said to her at that time. They sounded like they were for the daughter of a count, but weren't they orders to her? If she was ordered to kill herself, wouldn't it be sufficient to just indicate that they were using Plan D? Such a long-winded way of informing her to do her duty was unnecessary. That was how Tullius Shernan Albenil thinks. If so, what was the true intention? Please, come back to your original duty. Come back to your original duty? She understands it. She was unsightly at that time. She was overly shaken by the loss of her collar, as she did not expect to be separated from her master. Under those circumstances, it would not be surprising for him to judge that she would not be able to understand a roundabout order to suicide. Then what else did he say afterwards? "Once you have calmed down, take your time to reflect. Think carefully on how you wish to lead your life. Life's journey is very long, after all." Life was very long. That was absolutely not something you say when ordering to die. He still had no intention to dispose of her. Then, she should not be planning to die. Neither should she simply carry on shamelessly living like this. Without a moment to lose, before the plan goes to fruition, shouldn't she return to her master's side? "You are brilliant." "Yes, what do you mean?" Without paying too much attention to the blinking maid, she fell back into deep thought. She was an idiot. The answer had already been there, and yet she could not even see the question. This was a bug, a problem that had been with her some time ago. Once they succeeded in escaping, she would definitely head straight to the lab to get some tuning. Returning to my master. The broken parts had returned to where they belonged. It was similar to what happened to her 11 years ago, but there was something different about it. Back then, Henrietta became Uni. However, now she is back to being Uni. She would return to his side. Overcoming all difficulties in doing so, she would not let Carton and Lavallee get in her way. She needed to get everything prepared and ready before the time comes. This house had that, and above all, this was Browson. It was the place she had grown used to for many years and was also the hunting grounds of the Silver Wolf. With resolve, Uni lifted her face. And she decided, tonight she would make her move. Since right now there was barely any time left. Chapter 32, Countdown to a Comeback. Do you want to make a deal with me? A deal? When she broke the silence between them, the aged woman's eyes became round, and a sarcastic smile appeared on her face. HMPH, and I wondered what you were about to say, and of all the vulgar options, a deal? You finally showed your true self. A ploy to threaten me and reap benefits for yourself. Ignoring the aged woman's narrow-mindedness, she replied, "Please do not misunderstand. I have only one wish, and that is for everything to return to the way it was." The way it was? Are you actually saying you want to be the head of this family? It seems your misunderstanding of me was far greater than I had expected. She finally broke her blank face and made an obvious expression. She was sick of her. She knew she was easily suspicious of others, but this was just paranoia. Sighing at the difficulty of convincing her, she continued, "I am very certain this deal I speak of will be of great merit to you. Stop beating around the bush, hurry up and get to the main point." And who was to blame for delaying her from her main point? Well, she did not say that, as that would further complicate matters. She decided to start with what she wanted to hear first. "I am talking about sealing away the ghost from 11 years ago." "What did you say?" That must be a common point of irritation for both Madame and I. As she spoke, she went closer to the aged woman, until they were at a distance where both of them could smell their perfumes from each other. "I, too, find that Henrietta is in the way." Section. This was a nearly impossible event in the last 10 years, but Linus seemed to be in a good mood when he saw his younger brother, Tullius. After all, after he had made his foolish brother stay in the capital, his wry smile had disappeared, and his irritation became increasingly obvious. Marquis Lavallee made use of his connections to invite both his brother and himself to a social gathering. That has carried on for the past few days. While Tullius had been careful not to reveal his faults in his etiquette during the wedding, he would surely slip up eventually at one of the gatherings. Normally, he remained shamelessly composed when being scoffed at by others, but currently, he was forced to extend his stay in the capital. Now that he was in a helpless state without anything to protect him, the insults had a different effect. During the functions, he would appear unperturbed, but when he returned to the mansion, he would appear to be depressed. Other times, he would see him complaining to his accompanying servants. It was a tremendously good feeling. Up until last year, he was made to do many things because of him. He could feel a small release from the many years of pent-up resentment. Naturally, every time Tullius slipped up, the honor of the Aubenol family suffered. Nevertheless, Linus decided that he would endure it for now. Soon, Marquis Lavallee's next move will be played. And then, once that was settled, the bell known as father-in-law would be placed on Tullius' neck. Since the Marquis has strings connected to the bell, he could ring the bell anytime he wanted to. With regards to the encirclement to finish him off, there might be some added expenses needed to clear up the dirt. In any case, the more and more disgraceful Tullius became, the greater Linus' share would be. The Marquis did not visit today. Drinking tea on the terrace felt better than ever before. The only issue now was, I didn't think she was this immature. As the days grew colder, so did Simone's gaze. However, it was not a big deal. Linus simply feigned ignorance. "What are you saying?" "As the elder brother, personally helping my little brother meet with fellow important people in the capital is my duty. It would help him immensely, you know. I am saddened that you think so immaturely of me." The meaning of words changes according to the speaker. Simone appeared overly exasperated. I wonder whose idea it was to have the reluctant lords arrange continuous parties and diligently invite us. That certainly had Linus dumbfounded. For some reason, Simone sympathized with his foolish brother. Was it because of the impression he left when being introduced to him? Or was it because she empathized with him as another person getting caught up in the plans of the centralist faction? Whatever the reason, she did not have good taste. Even Linus did not want to team up with the monster-like Lavallee's faction had it been possible. However, it was better than letting Tullius run wild for even a second. There were conflicts between his own beliefs and the aims of the centralist faction. Nevertheless, as somebody who thought about the future of the country, he had to do something to stop his mad brother from his dangerous experiments. His brother was a person who would not mind piling up heaps of slaves' bodies and sullying the good name of their family to complete his experiments. For now, he appeared to be a pitiable youth being targeted by his brother and an old man, but his true nature was the opposite. For the sake of argument, he could understand if she did not like the means to put Tullius to death. However, this woman appears to loathe the act of killing Tullius. She could not understand. She must have heard about the ghastly rumors surrounding Tullius, so how could she be so friendly towards such a person? Now, there is no need to be so angry. It is about time the ridiculous ruckus would end soon. Yes, right. That is perfect. That is why we are married, but do not seem like a couple at all. Simone shrugged her shoulders. Her husband was called out for a strategic meeting during their first night, and since then, he had been devoted to his work. She could not help but be sarcastic. In short, a fiancé would be found for my brother-in-law, yes. I am talking about Marquis Lavallee doing his best as a matchmaker. Soon enough, a poor girl would be made a pawn of the old geezers once again, and who knows what would happen next. Looks like she did not completely read the old man's hands. Feeling somewhat superior, Linus decided to drop some hints. Perhaps the fiancé would be happy at such a development. After all, they may already have some secret relationship. Oh, I was ill-informed that there was such a girl who feels that way towards Tullius. Isn't there one? You know this one person too. Don't tell me. Having realized what the answer was, Simone frowned. Indeed, it is Henrietta Fall of Carton. The very moment Linus said that, he felt an overwhelming sense of delight. With the flip of a table, the annoying ace up Tullius' sleeve became the joker that would deal Tullius a death blow. The Albaniel family's greatest calamity and his right-hand man will soon fall to hell. Imagining such a scene excites him greatly. Of course, even for the Marquis, there might be some difficulties in persuading the father, but it is just a problem of time. There should be some concrete development by next week. Isn't Tullius a lucky fella? She is a person with good looks and already has an intimate relationship with him. Even for a person like Linus, he at least had an eye for beauty like many other nobles. He had to admit, though, based on her looks alone, that eerie girl had a beauty that would rank among the highest in the kingdom. Though if one looked beyond appearances, she was a supporter of the demon who wreaked havoc on this family. I didn't think you were such a despicable person. HMPH, is there a need to be so concerned? Apart from Tullius, I'm sure that girl would find it a match made in heaven. She would be finally winning the heart of somebody who did not reciprocate to her 11 years of accompaniment. Simone, didn't you lose your temper at my brother's way of treating her? In the end, isn't she just a tool for your plans? If it goes according to your scheme, what would become of Henrietta? Her apprehensions were about the treatment of Henrietta after Tullius is dealt with. Of course, after Tullius meets his end, what is left would be a widow who had been married for only a short while. Count Carton would not want to have his daughter's history be besmirched by it. Still, it was not anything compared to her former status as a slave. However, that would only come to be if their marriage came to be. Just trapping Tullius into a marriage with her was plenty problematic. He had no intention to tell that to Simone. Telling her now would only make her angrier. He remembered the investigation report written in the plans. If the Marquis investigation was accurate, then the girl is no longer a virgin. That bad wife inflicted such a terrible fate on a 6-year-old child. Even for somebody like Linus, who had to endure vulgar scandals about their family because of his little brother, he could not help but feel sick at it. However, if that is the truth, then they would make Tullius bear the crime of that, and report to Count Carton that he had forced sexual relationships on her before marriage. HMPH, seems like the Marquis plans are well thought out. Basically, things would happen this way. If what Madame Josephine did 11 years ago came to light, the reputation of the Carton family would suffer. The legitimate wife had used merciless means to torture the illegitimate child. The terrible name would cascade down to even the heir. Before that, if they could have Tullius, who was already notorious, draw all the attention, it would be better. Tullius claimed that he did not have any sexual relationship with that girl during the night before his wedding. Surely, the simpleton would be able to figure out that if no blood is found on the mattress when Tullius has his first night with her, then it would become fodder for gossip. With this plan to push the blame onto Tullius, the Carton family could solve all their problems by making them Tullius. Count Carton's conviction to do it was an unknown, but the risk for his family would be overwhelmingly reduced with such a scheme. It was either become a widow or deflowered later, but either way, both are better options. Linus couldn't care less what happens to the girl who assisted the slave killer who had ruined his family. Why so serious, Simone? For you, Tullius, and that slave? Oh, I mean the Count's daughter. Anyways, aren't you all still strangers? Yes, indeed. Simone spat out, and I am very much unacquainted to you, Linus. Linus recoiled at the hostility in her voice. Linus had only met her 1 month ago. He had mostly left her alone while burrowing himself in political schemes. For her, there was no big difference between Tullius and himself. In fact, she might even feel some affinity to his victimized brother. Ridiculous. He shook his head at that thought. Tullius might be a noble, but to actually let one's guard down to that slave killer? Impossible. It was preposterous that she felt closer to him instead of a proper and upright noble like himself. We can get to know each other little by little. We have lots of time for that. It took him all his energy to say it. Simone's only reply was a scornful laugh. I wonder, how can somebody who cannot give his blood-related brother affection give any affection to an outsider like me? I gave him enough chances and time. His loud shouting caused the table and the cups on it to violently shake. The cold tea in the cups spilled on the table. Simone was surprised at Linus' lack of patience. That happened 11 years ago. In the meantime, how many times have I tried to urge him to change? It was Tullius himself that ignored my warnings and continued with what he was doing. I can no longer tolerate it. Linus knew his eyes were becoming glassy, but he did not stop. Why must he show patience to his brother now? How many things has he lost because of him? His wife was completely unaware of all this. It was the same every time he was asked about or shown the deeds of Tullius. Every single time, the gazes that people sent him became colder. It did not make sense. Why was he suffering from all this? I have had enough of accompanying you, Simone said and turned heel. Well, even though she was his wife, she has hardly accompanied her husband in his work. Ah, sure. I don't need you to accompany me. Linus silently gazed at the outdoor scenery instead of Simone. Completely unreasonable woman. Normally, she would be impertinent, so why is she acting stupidly when it comes to removing his brother? However, he did not care. The role he wanted Simone to play in the first act was complete. That is, inviting Tullius to their wedding and trapping him in the capital. She was the partner he needed for this role. All that remains for her to do is to bear his child. He had no time to spare to play games with this woman. As a governor of a count's family land, he had many documents to read and approve, and he had to form connections with the lords and princes in the centralist faction, as much as he detested it. He was also too close to Lavely. If he did not maintain a tight-knit relationship with the other lords, one day he would be cut aside by the senile man. He planned to create a breakaway faction someday, but that would only be when he can protect himself and his family. So before that, he had to try his best to pretend to be a patriot as much as possible. Arg, damn it. Thinking about it made him frustrated. He felt somewhat better when he saw Tullius being on edge, but his frustrations were starting to pile up again. Work was tough and thinking about his family was agonizing. Linus had been working so hard for his family. First, it was his father, next it was his most despicable brother, and now, his wife. Of course, she was not at the level of his lunatic brother, but she was enough to depress him. It was not that he was depressed with her in bed, in fact, her beauty was a lifesaver, but the daily conversations with her. He initially thought that she was an astute woman. He believed she would fulfill her duty and protect the family, even if there was no love in their relationship. Unfortunately, she became weird after his brother appeared. Originally, she had some misgivings about the schemes, but lately, her dislike for it had been increasing. Despite it being her job to help the family flourish, she was showing sympathy to the greatest threat to their family. His annoyance grew worse. His pleasant mood while drinking tea earlier disappeared elsewhere. He wanted to beat up anybody who came into sight. He felt like venting all his frustrations on somebody. Section. He turned his head to the voice. For a moment, he wondered if Simone had came back to apologize for her mistake, but he was wrong. It was a female slave, the usual female that served him. What is the matter? He sounded like he was growling. Just as he was looking for an outlet to vent his frustrations, she appeared as though she could see what he was thinking. That made him further irritated. There was a loud sound, and the ma'am left. It got on his nerves again at the very mention of ma'am. He was already considering if he should beat her. Nevertheless, he still had some self-control. If he did something like that, it would just give Simone another reason to blame him. And then, you are looking for me. Don't test the patience of a noble, you collared slave. How audacious. Linus said and extended his hand, pulling the slave's hair violently. Obediently, she let him have his way as usual, and the sound of lips smacking leaked. As he retired to his room, he locked the door, so as to get further excited from when it was Simone as his partner. Section, really, your brother is such a jerk. Please do not say that, sister-in-law. It is troubling for me to hear this. Tullius responded with a bitter smile to his sister-in-law, who came to pay a visit to his room. Simone poured her grievances to none other than the notorious second son of Albaniel, Tullius. Before she met this villain, she was still apprehensive of him. However, after having a real conversation, she found him to be a calm and gentle person who should not be hated by anybody. In a stark contrast to the rumors, he was kind to his slaves, and she could not see how the maids were subjected to horrible treatment. Uni, or more accurately Henrietta, was perfect in both her education and beauty, so much so that she had suspected if she was his lover. After Henrietta was taken away, the replacement slave maid also maintained a similar level of cleanliness to Henrietta. Not only the maids, the male slaves dressed in butler clothing were the same. It appeared as though the rumors, which shocked the capital, were untrue. Still, isn't alarming for the newlywed wife to hang out in her brother-in-law's room. Weird rumors might start. Tullius said so with some anxiety, though it was already too late for that. Rumors have already started when I was married to this family. Things like what happened such that I had to go to the Albaniels. So much so that the remarks have gotten beyond rude. Sigh, I guess so. Forgive me. He gave a slight nod, appearing as though he had never heard of the rumors. Compared to Linus, who was conspiring with others on others, she had less to fear of Tullius. It isn't like I am alone with you, right? She said as she gazed around the room. Lobert, a young low-grade noble and due, a renowned bodyguard were standing by the wall uncomfortably. A butler and a maid pair of slaves were prostrating themselves before her. These slaves were really well trained. Please stand. I allow you all to stay relaxed. Thank you for the considerations. Get back to your work. Bart. Emily. We are grateful. After receiving permission, both the slaves relieved themselves of their prostrating posture and returned to their jobs. What were you making them do? Tea preparations. It is about time for tea. Would you like to join in, sister-in-law? It might not taste as good as the rare leaves that brother uses, though. Simone was drinking tea with Linus just earlier. Still, their conversation was unpleasant from start to end. Hardly anything enjoyable. I will be pleased to. My throat feels dry from all the talking. Ha, it looks like you will be staying here complaining all day again. Gosh, how surprising. I thought things would go well for brother with a lady like you. You must be joking. Her voice was completely flat. Tullius took notice. Was it that surprising? Tullius, do you know what kind of woman your brother likes? Well, he would prefer women with dignity and grace. He was always nagging about etiquette and formalities in the past. True, he does consider those important. But I do not think he considers those traits important for the wife of the main Albaniel family, nor as Linus Strain's partner. Oh. While the slaves adroitly set up for tea time, Tullius continued listening to Simone. I mean, isn't it the case? The ultimate role for the wife of the main Albaniel family is to bear children and raise them. That is something which does not require an emotional bond between him and I. That does not sound appropriate for a newlywed. It is because I have just married that I am able to say this much. I knew from the very beginning, Linus would not be a good match with me. She could recognize that much from the interactions she has had with him up till now. Linus does not desire her. The reason why Simone was in this home was not because he wanted her, but because she was good for the circumstances. She was the person randomly selected to fit his need of getting married at the right time. Of course, most marriage between nobles were like that. Love can be cultivated after marriage. That was something that could not be fought against, as well as it being the price to pay for a luxurious life that a commoner could never achieve. A noble ought to have patience and act within one's assigned role. She knew that. However, Linus had not shown Simone the minimum level of respect to his partner, who was fulfilling her role as his partner. Everything he said was for his convenience, and nothing he did was for her consideration. He acted and used her coldly while pretending to speak with respect. At last, the one thing that he is most concerned about, and the one that could make him laugh, is the schemes targeted towards his brother. It was ridiculous when he tried to make her agree when what he was saying was in disdain of his only kin. There would not be a woman who would open her heart to a heartless man like him. Scratching his cheeks, Tullius replied. Just for reference, then what kind of woman would brother prefer? Oh, shouldn't that be something one would hesitate to ask a newlywed? Sorry, that was careless of me. I was joking, I do not mind. I have taken a liking to your candidness. As she said that, Tullius became visibly perplexed. His age was supposed to be the same as Simone or 1 year younger than her, but his expression was so childish. Somebody who matches him, perhaps a woman that is completely opposite of me. A complete opposite of sister-in-law. Yes, for example, a woman who would stand quietly beside without making any objection, even if she did not have a proper noble upbringing. A sweet and modest wife who hides beneath her husband's shadow. Honestly, as a male, what do you think of a woman who is that convenient to her husband? Isn't sister-in-law not lacking in modesty? My modesty is only towards traditions and courtesy. What that person desires is modesty towards himself. As for me, I am increasingly trying to act according to how a splendid wife should. Haha, so you mean that would make any man lose their nerve? I can kinda get that. I am somewhat like that too. Indeed, there are times when he feels like that as a docile son. He appears so harmless in reality, but for some reason, there are so many rumors surrounding him. Lose their nerve. Have we ever seen Master lose his nerve? Hardly ever. His retainers were whispering something barely audible. As Tullius tried to strain his ears to listen closely. The tea is ready. The male slave called Bart placed the cups quietly on the table. Thank you. After receiving the thanks from Simone, the butler quietly bowed and took a step back. Tullius also received a cup and saucer from the maid. Peering into the cup, she noticed that the color of the tea was tinged with a slight yellow rather than red. There was a peculiar sweet fragrance to it. What is this? It is an herbal tea. I have had rosehip prepared for today. The tea was infused with some herbs. Among the nobles who enjoy drinking high-quality tea, there are some that denigrate it by calling it a tea substitute. But when Simone was at her home, it was something she had during her breaks when she was studying. Well, she did not use rosehip before, but it was still nostalgic. I prefer it lighter so it might taste somewhat sour. Feel free to add some honey or jam. Really? Then I shall have the same as you for starters. Indeed, it tasted sour, but was on the mild side. There was some gap between associating the fragrance with sweetness, but that would vary from person to person. It was not bad. On the other hand, Tullius grimaced as he sipped his tea. Too strong. He murmured, it seems that this was brewed stronger than what he would have preferred. My apologies, master. No, it is all right. I made you prepare the tea, on a short notice after all. To the apologizing maid, he waved his hand graciously in forgiveness. However, he appeared to be looking far away, as though he was thinking about somebody else. He said that the maid was made to brew tea at a short notice. Then, who was in charge of this normally? Section, could it be anybody else other than that girl? No Henrietta Fall of Carton, the girl who was Count Carton's long-lost daughter. Tullius claimed that their relationship was not one of man and woman. He said that not to belittle Henrietta, though. Simone found herself thinking about them as Tullius tolerantly sipped the herbal tea, which was not in his preferred flavor. Hey, Tullius. Yes. The person who used to make that tea, was it delicious? Curiosity got to her. Yes, very much so. He replied while looking distantly. He was clearly in low spirits. That feeling struck her chest, which was worn out from her dry marital relationship. As she had expected, that girl was no ordinary existence to Tullius. Else he would not have her serve him for 11 years, and he would not have brought her to Albenyl's residence for the wedding. It might not be a relationship between sexes, but it was a relationship that ranked as high as it. Surely, there must be something in their relationship. She was one of the people who tore apart their relationship. Even though it was her husband and the Marquis that planned to call him to the capital and start an incident during the wedding ceremony, she still bore a large responsibility for it. Strangely, her heart ached. For him, it must be far worse. How could she have thoughtlessly asked him such a question? Don't worry about it. Sister-in-law has nothing to do with it. But I do not mind. Anyways, that child was excellent. Even if she is not with me, I am sure she will do well. He took a large gulp of tea to hide his emotions, and he commented that the tea was too strong. His face was that of somebody enduring something bittersweet, just like the tea he drank. "You are kind. I have no interest in pointlessly bringing up unpleasant things with others. These guys who I push around would be greatly shocked at you calling me kind." "Right, do." The man who was brought into the conversation smiled awkwardly and tried to reply. That was when, "I will not trouble master. Go away, it is an emergency." It sounded like there was a quarrel in the corridors. Tullius was under surveillance by Linus now. He aimed to stop him from going anywhere by inviting him out for social gatherings and effectively put him under house arrest. Thus, for anybody to meet with Tullius, he or she must first obtain permission from the head of the family, Linus, though Simone was completely unaware of that. It seems that there was a guest forcing his way to meet Tullius. Finally, the guest stormed open the door. He was a man dressed in lawyer robes who looked like a government official. "Is this the room of Marlon Viscount Tullius Shernan Aubenial?" Tullius seemed unperturbed by this haughty man who suddenly appeared. "Yes, you are right, I am Tullius. The High Court summons you. Please comply immediately." Simone blinked her eyes in confusion at this scene. The High Court of Justice was the kingdom's judiciary branch that arbitrates on conflicts between nobles. Their power comes from the royalty, and all nobles, whether powerful or weak, must comply with them. Tullius is being called to such a place? Why? Simone held her breath, wondering if this was a plot in action by her husband and the Marquis, but Tullius smiled without any hint of worry. "Your worries are unnecessary. If the verdict is truthful, then nothing will befall me." "Verdict, Tullius, what did?" "Sorry, the summons seem urgent, so I will leave the explanations for later. May I have some time to change?" Tullius cut the conversation short and spoke to the man. The man brushed his mustache and thought for a bit. "Very well, it will not be appropriate to be dressed in ordinary clothes. For the sacredness of the trial, I shall allow that. I shall be waiting at the carriage in front of the residence. Please hurry up." He gave the approval. "I already know that." His reply was full of positive energy, as though he was about to be reunited with his lover. Simone could not make sense of it. She could not make sense of it. The maid working at the Carton's family was at the height of confusion. The reason was because of the illegitimate daughter of the Count, who she started serving 1 week ago. For the entire day, she presented herself with intelligence, so what was she doing now? Has she gone mad? The scene before her made her consider such an impolite thought. "Ah, this is the one attire I like the best." The Lady Henrietta was wearing a maid uniform, a deep red one-piece with a snow-white apron over it. To finish it off, she wore a white brim on her head. Without a doubt, this was the appearance of a maid. Certainly, her prim and proper attire suited a girl like her, but under no circumstances did it match her status as the Count's daughter. "Where are you going with that maid uniform?" She could not help but ask. "I am just giving back what I gave the Count." "The Count, what is with her now, treating the Count as a stranger again?" "No, the bigger problem is—" "Please stop, mistress. We are attending the trial at the High Court of Justice. You have to be wearing something that matches your status." Right, despite being called into the High Court as Henrietta, she specifically picked this appearance. Despite attending the strictness of the trial, the Count's daughter chose a maid uniform. It was completely devoid of any reason. Her mistress replied calmly, "Then it is less of a problem. I am wearing something that fits my status." How so? In which kingdom is there a lady who wears that to face lawyers? In complete disorder, she forgot to maintain her behavior as a maid and shouted. Henrietta did not look like she was angry, neither was she smiling. "Exactly. There is no such lady who does that." She was at her wit's end. She said that, but what she was doing contradicts herself. "And I like to apologize to you as well." "No need to apologize. More importantly is that summons." As she tried to refute her, Henrietta bowed deeply. She almost wanted to burst into laughter. That was definitely not a level of respect a noble should be giving towards a servant. It was like a slave giving respects to a commoner. Her mistress in the maid uniform continued to speak. "I am deeply sorry for pretending until today." She could vaguely hear the collapse of something as she apologized in an overly polite manner. She could sense a big destruction coming. "I am not Henrietta Fall of Carton." What was she saying? the maid was thrown into greater chaos. The girl in the maid uniform continued. My name is Uni. I work as a maid and I am a slave. Chapter 33. Dad Who Can't Shut His Mouth and His Unsmiling Daughter, Part 1. At the local courthouse, the visitors' gallery was brimming with curious nobles, despite the sudden court session. Nobles are the kind of people who cannot turn away from gossips. It was a pitiful habit which without, they were unable to survive. It was because they might lose their position in society if they were unable to unravel each and every thread of information in society. Uni did not hold any contempt for their behavior. In fact, she was grateful. All of them would now become witnesses to she and her master winning the court trial. They are the messengers who will rapidly spread the results of the court trial to the rest of the capital. As such, they absolutely had to win this trial. While waiting for the trial to begin, she surveyed the faces in the court. Count Carton was sitting at the core of the defendant's dock. He appeared to be agitated. He looked straight at her and was sending signals of disbelief. He had been called up as a defendant with very short notice, and Uni, who he believed to be his daughter, was seated directly opposite him while in a maid uniform. All of these must be adding up to his confusion. Marquis Lavallee was a witness on the defense side. He was whispering and berating the count. Although he was acting as a fine old Gramps who was concerned for the count, sometimes she could sense irritation directed towards her. His plan, which had almost been perfect, was starting to come apart with this unexpected gap. Surely, he was upset by the current turn of events. Josephine was sitting at the core of the plaintiff's side of the court. Her facial expression was bad. Was she starting to feel awkward about accusing her husband, or did she feel confidence from her persuasive accusations? Well, her physical condition was not satisfactory, but if she overcame this, nothing else would matter, she thought. And most importantly, oh, it has been a week. A young man called out to her casually while sitting down. Her most beloved master, Tullius Shernan Aubigneul. Master. Her eyes became moist, and she almost wanted to shrill in excitement. She was not allowed to serve him, unfortunately. Everything rested upon this trial. Uni silently bowed as though she was praying for forgiveness. Section. Linus could hardly believe that they were playing such a hand. He had a stiff and unpleasant look on his face, as though a bug got into his mouth. When he received news that Tullius was being summoned to the court, he rushed to the visitor galleries alongside with Simone. Accordingly to their plan, the trial should be occurring 3 days from now, in order to officially recognize Henrietta Pola Carton. After that, she was supposed to act as a belle on Tullius. To think she would take her supposed father, Pierre Simon Carton, to court instead, it was truly a bolt from the blue. What is the trial about? No matter how bewildered Simone was, it was not like Linus knew any better. He had chased after Tullius once he got the news that he had been summoned. He did not even have the time to gather more information. Well, the count's wife is the plaintiff, which means this is a Carton family's internal dispute. Then why would Tullius be a witness? That was the one thing that perplexed him. He was extremely certain that the only connection between Tullius and Count Carton was Henrietta, the former slave named Uni. Thus, he could not figure out why he was currently siding with the Countess in a domestic family dispute within the Carton family. Linus could not help but think non-stop about these doubts. That was when an old noble entered the court wearing a set of gaudy lawyer robes. He sat on the highest seat reserved for the judge. He was the presiding judge for this case. He sat upright, cleared his throat loudly, and the courthouse became quiet. I declare the commencement of this trial. He spoke with dignity, fitting for a person in charge of administering the kingdom's laws. The judge paused for a few seconds, allowing everybody, the accused, the accusers, and the visitors to take in what he had said. Then he prompted the prosecution lawyer. You may read the indictment. Yes, sire. A young lawyer unraveled a roll of parchment. Pierre Simon Carton, a count of the kingdom. While holding such an authoritative position, he has been engaging in debauchery in recent years, especially in the corruption of the moral good of the family, like a ball of yarn unwound. Basically, engaging in leisure amusement while having responsibility. It was a stock excuse to bring down ostracized nobles. Obviously, nobles need to attend evening parties and garden parties to build rapport with other nobles. A noble must have met a political obstacle if he was being prosecuted based on such a reason. Well, this condition was applicable for Count Carton, who belonged to a new generation of noble and had a scandal. What Linus found incomprehensible was the fact that it was the Count's wife suing him for it. While she was an incredibly jealous person, she was still the Count's wife who had accompanied him through thick and thin. Hence, why would she be doing this? Additionally, Count Carton is accused of stealing Marlon Viscount, Tullius Shernan Albenyl's slave. An uproar arose from the crowd. Count Carton's face was flushed red, either because he was angered or because this was not what he had expected. All he did was to take back his daughter. Why was he now being criticized before everybody for stealing? Linus found it hard to swallow too. Disregarding Carton's daughter's insistence, she was definitely blood related to the Count. Even now, Linus found it hard to believe, but he confirmed it when looking through Marquis Lavallee's investigation reports. If she was indeed blood related, then Count Carton definitely had the rights to request her return. Even if she was the child of a mistress, it was still extremely inappropriate for her to be a slave. Linus' doubts were answered as the accusations continued. Furthermore, he is accused of lying that the slave is his child. He lied to reject returning the slave back to the Viscount. This greatly runs afoul of the laws of this kingdom. What? Linus was completely overwhelmed. Simone was similarly in some confusion, but she was simply surprised. For somebody who knew the truth, his disbelief was way more than that. Lied about the slave being his daughter? If that was the truth, then indeed, Count Carton's legitimacy would not hold weight. But Uni was Henrietta Pola Carton. She was the Count's child. Calling that truth a lie was nothing but a pack of lies. Count Carton was infuriated, so much so that he was no longer red but purplish. If this goes on, he might even suffer a stroke before the trial ends. He committed this barbaric act despite still having his main family. With the Count's conduct, his ability to uphold responsibility is in question. As such, the Count's wife has requested that her husband retire. That is all from the plaintiff, Josephine Louise Carton. You gotta be shitting me. Sure enough, as soon as the reading ended, the Count stood up and shouted. The claims made were all false, and saying he tried to steal his own daughter was downright ridiculous. Of course, Linus found it incredulous that Uni was actually the child of a noble, but her age was consistent with Henrietta's age. Moreover, she was bought by Tullius at around the same time she went missing. It cannot simply be that these were just coincidences. What other motivations could the Count have other than to bring his daughter back to his family? It was impossible for the Count to have any other reasons. The judge rang the wooden clapper bell. The accused is to remain silent until he is called. GRR. The Count was indignant, but he did not return to his seat. He would be called to give his statement anyways. The judge did not censure him further and continued. Well then, the accused may now voice his opinions. Section, yes, Judge. Count Carton adjusted his collar and stepped forward from his seat. There are no grounds for these accusations. Which parts of the accusations are you referring to? Everything. The Count glared sternly at his wife as he shouted. As one would expect of a person accusing her own husband, Josephine was pale. In any case, it was amazing that a wife so attached to her husband would actually raise a lawsuit against him. Most likely, Tullius was pulling the strings here. Linus glared at his brother, whose cheeks were slightly lifted. Linus had been observing Tullius ever since his wedding ceremony. Normally, his people kept a watch on him in the mansion, effectively putting him on house arrest. The only other times he could go out was when Linus brought him out for social gatherings. There were no other opportunities he could have had to contact the Count's wife. Since Tullius was sitting beside her, it was evident that they were in the same camp. But how? Also, he moved his sights to Uni, who was strangely wearing her maid uniform to court. Her enemy was right by her side, and yet she was this composed. The former slave was as brazen as her master. In any case, what does it mean for Uni to be dressed like that? There were limits to madness. It was as if she wanted to tell everybody that she was a maid. Wait a minute. In an instant, Linus suddenly understood the picture. Anyways, why would Madame Josephine be raising such a lawsuit? Simone, that is. Linus responded. It appears that the maid is now working together with the Count's wife. She is, how can that be? Simone let out a dry laugh. For Henrietta, Josephine should be her enemy who chased both her and her mother out of the family. While Simone did not know more than that, according to the Lavalley's investigations, it was way worse than that. It was unbelievable that she could work together with such a person. However, Linus shook his head. Do you not understand, Simone? Including the events 11 years ago, the two of them have always been calculating the pros and cons of everything. What? Just listen, he explained to his perplexed wife in an easy-to-understand way. First of all, Madame Josephine is putting her son as the head of family, before he is considered useless. People were already talking about how stupid and simple Count Carton's son was. So if the Carton's family only has this son as the successor, what will happen when an illegitimate child of an appropriate age was brought into the picture? It would be the start of a major conflict within the family. The illegitimate child may not be a male, but even a female would be plenty of trouble. If the husband of the daughter was given the role of head of family, who knows if he might abuse that power? Also, with the Count's eccentricity, it was entirely possible that he would directly let his daughter become a count. Marquis Lavalley had planned to use that as an excuse to push Henrietta to Tullius and have her burden him. However, that plan was not known to Josephine. They needed her to be genuinely shocked when she saw Henrietta, and if they collaborated with somebody as egotistical as her, she might have made some absurd demands as part of the negotiations. Anyways, she understood the gravity of the situation and took action. Josephine was equally the Count's wife as well as her son's mother. She endured 9 months of pregnancy to give birth to her son when she was middle-aged. It was not strange for her to choose her son over her husband, even more so if the person creating the crisis was Count Carton himself. In short, it is about self-protection. On a whim, the head of the family brought back his daughter who she chased away 11 years ago. The Countess' position in the family would surely suffer as a result, and it was a possibility that the Count would divorce her to protect his daughter's standing in the family. There will not be a happy ending for an old woman on the brink of divorce. She would have to give up on her lavish lifestyle and be looked down upon among social circles. Countess Josephine was known to be very prideful because of how she and her husband rose from the ranks. She would not be able to handle a descent from her environment now. Secondly, that maid has an abnormal level of loyalty to Tullius. She was suddenly introduced to her father and the person who killed her mother. And yet, because of her loyalty, she has chosen to ignore it all. To top it off, she has obediently assisted the slave murderer in his deeds for 11 years. Even if she was coerced into everything because of the slave obedience spell, she should have gone ill mentally from being forced to do those things. In fact, the majority of servants in the Albanil family went crazy and retired from work after catching a glimpse of Tullius' experiments. Uni was abnormal in being able to remain indifferent while participating in those experiments. No matter how pretty she looks on the outside, she was a devil abetting his brother in madness. From his investigations, there were many people who disappeared after insulting Tullius. She must have done something. She made a temporary alliance with her enemy to secure a return to her master. Dragging her father down from his leadership role in the family was probably just collateral damage. If they can forget their enmity towards each other, it is entirely plausible that they join hands to bring down Count Carton. This was Marquis Lavalley's blind spot. He did not expect Josephine to put down her grudge, for her to turn her back on her husband in order to stabilize her son's future. Now the circumstances are so dire that one might say that their butts are on fire. It did not occur to him that the quiet maid would have the capabilities to persuade Josephine, who was so obstinate. It does appear to make sense. Yes, logically so. Linus nodded to Simone's reply. He knew that it was highly possible that Josephine and Uni were working together. But whether they had a good chance of winning this lawsuit was a separate matter. There was nothing to prove the nonsensical charges they were trying to accuse the Count of. If they believed they stood a chance of winning, then that must be one of the few merits of a female shallow thinking. Finally, the Count amazingly suppressed his anger and reorganized his rebuttal. Firstly, I do not remember corrupting the morals within my family. If they are referring to the case which happened 11 years ago where I kept Anna Marie as a mistress, it was because I wanted her to bear me a successor. As evidence of that, she gave birth to Henrietta before Josephine gave birth to our son. Additionally, Is it not the responsibility of the head of family to make sure that there are other successors, just in case the original successor is frail and sick? Therefore, even if I hid the existence of Henrietta for 11 years, it is no crime. Exactly. Josephine was already 40 and did not get pregnant. That was why Count Carton tried to bear a child with other women. He had no other benefits to do so. Even if he was blessed with children, infant deaths are common. Even if the Count decided to keep his mistress after his first wife gave birth, it would not be a problem. Nevertheless, objection. Josephine raised her hand in the air. You have permission to state your objections. Thank you very much, Judge. The accused is trying to evade the accusations. What? The Count was dumbstruck. The judge rang the wooden clapper bell in response to the Count's shock. The accused, the plaintiff, has not finished her objection. Yes, my apologies. The Count backed down. Of course, he did not forget to stare daggers at his wife while backing down. Josephine continued calmly and unperturbed. Then, I shall continue. The fact is that my husband's outrageous actions are ongoing even today. Unbelievable. The judge raised his eyebrows. On the other hand, the Count made a soft sigh. He was amazed at the absurdity. With much embarrassment, we frequently replace our maids, and the culprit for that is my husband, Pierre Simon. The Countess declared aloud. The visitors became boisterous again. Have you heard? Yes, it is as though Count Carton wants to lay his hands on the maids. Don't be ridiculous, that is just hearsay. Objection. This time, the cry for objection came from the accused. The reason for firing all our maids was because of Josephine's jealousy. Besides, any degrading suspicions are irrelevant. Count Carton spoke without pause. As far as Linus was concerned, Count Carton was in the right. While Josephine's jealousy was not as well known as Tullius' notoriety, many people were aware of it. From the rumors, any maid that spoke to her husband would have a vase thrown at them and be cruelly disfigured before being chased out. All this should have been common knowledge to the nobles in the visitors' gallery. However, Judge, of all times, Tullius decided to raise his hand. I am afraid that this back-and-forth argument is a waste of time for everybody. It would not be good to prolong this judgment, right? Indeed. Then, it would make sense to request for evidence for the Countess' claims. I believe the burden of proof lies with the plaintiff in such situations. Linus laughed coldly. How shameless of him. He spoke as if he had nothing to do with the Countess, even though he was in the same camp with her. This was just suicide if the Countess was unable to come up with any convincing evidence. That was why he was a person who lets his slaves do everything for him while locking himself up at home. Stupid brother was stupid. Certainly, that makes sense. Well then, do you have any evidence, plaintiff? Yes, I shall call my list of witnesses from the antechamber. The Countess was completed level-headed. Impossible. Count Carton could not hide his indignation. I swear, I have never laid my hands on the maids working at our residence. Is that evidence worthy enough to make a judgment? Tullius countered. How could he act like they had a plan? He should not have had any coordination with Josephine. The only link was Henrietta, Uni. Tullius should not have the time nor ability to contact the Countess. How could he have complete confidence that the Countess has witnesses prepared? Meanwhile, the trial continued. We will now take statements from witnesses. Enter. Yes. Section, there were 6 witnesses who entered the courthouse. All of them were young women. The oldest among them looked to be in her early 30s at best, while the youngest was in her late teens. The rest of them were in their 20s. All of them looked attractive, but their clothes were old and worn out. They were probably commoners. Standing out among them were 2 women with large scars on their face. Plaintiff, who are these witnesses? To the judge's question, Josephine replied with a pale expression. They are all former maids who were expelled because they were unfaithful to their master. What? The Countess' confession stirred the visitors again. To think she would seek help from these strange adulterers to censure her husband. And this is the jealous Josephine we are talking about. Just like the rumors, there were some of them with scars on their face. How dare she still use them as witnesses? The visitors could not hide their wonder and exchanged whispers around. The gathered witnesses were not as beautiful as Uni, but they were all people which would make Josephine look much worse in comparison. And these people were all standing by the side of the Countess, so what exactly does it mean? Anybody who knows a fair bit about the situation would be very confused. And eventually, some would come to the conclusion. The Countess and the victims were all standing against the Count. Perhaps it was the truth that the Count was involved in misconduct. Objection. Just as the direction of the trial was changing, Marquis Lavallee raised his hand in objection. Judge, as you can see, the witnesses brought in are people who might be facing difficulties in their lifestyles. Do you not think the authenticity of their statements are in question? Are you claiming that the plaintiff has bribed them? Indeed. The Marquis nodded. It was true that it was possible for these people with scanty livelihoods to be bribed, even by a person they hate. As a matter of fact, there was a person here who did not mind conspiring with the Countess, even though she killed her mother. Objection unsustained. What? The judge rejected the objection. Just because they are commoners and poor, well, it does make them susceptible to bribery. However, the same could be said of nobles too. Peerage, rank, formalities, social hierarchy, benefits, there are countless ways to get a person to bend their testimonies. We cannot have a trial if we were to reject people from the witness box just from this reasoning alone. It was a valid argument. While they should check for fake testimonies, possible bribery or contradictions, they cannot do so strictly, else the trial would be unable to progress. Marquis Lavallee could not have come up with such an elementary excuse. What are you thinking, old man? Even Linus, who was the Marquis' ally by circumstances, felt confused. Naturally, he did not think this was just a blunder. There must have been some deeper meaning behind it. But he has not understood it yet. The Marquis sighed deeply. It appeared to be a forced sigh, but that was because Linus knew the Marquis' tenacity regarding his schemes. Judge, surely you will not be ignoring the origins of these witnesses and make a judgment based on their testimonies, right? Yes. Well, please excuse me then. Now that you say it, I think it is extremely reasonable. After making his token resistance, Lavallee returned to his seat. The judge looked pleased. The judge probably had to be reserved in the presence of the Marquis. The High Court was the place where nobles were judged in accordance to the laws and authority of the kingdom. However, in practice, it was a tool to purge local nobles for the centralist faction. Even now, the court was actively being used to purge nobles. He might have handed out unfair judgment on the instructions of Lavallee before. And now, Lavallee was trying to defend the accused. He must be happy that he could use sound logic to corner the other party's argument. I dislike this geezer even more now. Of course, not as much as his loathing towards his brother. Witnesses, please give your testimonies in order. Why, yes. The former maids gave their testimonies in turns. No. The contents of their testimonies were enough to make Simone blush, and that was all she could say to Linus. The witnesses were not simply just reciting their testimonies with a detached expression. They were speaking in stutters and blushing as though they were ashamed of themselves. The actions of the Count towards them were truly outrageous. Elle lies. I have never done such. Silence, silence. The judge rang the wooden clapper countless of times to Count Carton, who insisted on his innocence. Opinion towards Carton within the courthouse was swiftly becoming cold. The women who were violated spoke without any hint of hiding anything. Perhaps it was not a lie that the Count has been committing such debauchery in his private life. Such were the combined thoughts of the visitors. And finally, Uni broke her silence and moved. Madam, it looks like Master has not realized his faults. Yes. As the Countess replied, her face grew pale. As expected, accusing her beloved husband like this was difficult given that she had been devoted to him for many years. Why do it then? Linus thought. Josephine seemed like she might faint before the trial ended, so Uni urged the judge. Now that it has come to this, I think it is foolish to continue with the other testimonies. Other testimonies. Linus narrowly avoided voicing out his surprise. Was she trying to claim that there were more witnesses even after their concentrated artillery fire, the former maids? The Countess, with her weak expression, seemed to agree with Uni. Judge, we brought other family members from the residence. Should they give their testimonies too? The others from the residence. Speaking of which, this was a conspiracy to bring down Count Carton. Unfaithfulness and misconduct were just the means to bring him down. If the goal was to switch the head of family, then those who would be implicated included the vassals of the Count family and the servants. these people would be more than willing to give their assistance in such a scenario. If they were not, they would have already relayed the betrayal to the Count. And if the switching of head of family was successful, there were the risks of punishment for not helping. Let's assess them. More witnesses from the plaintiff, please. With the permission of the judge, the butlers of the residence entered the residence. They all confirmed the testimonies of the maids, and when they looked at Count Carton, they looked pale, as though the world was about to end. Section. Uni was considerably pleased with how everything was moving according to plan. Everything from the Countess' accusations and the former maid's testimonies. Everything they said were done with Uni's preparations. With the help of the brainwashing scent. It was a tool Uni was familiar with. It was invented way before Dre got her magic eyes. While it pales in comparison to Dre's magic eyes in terms of wait time and effectiveness, it was still sufficient to brainwash most people. Uni had been abducted from her own point of view and did not carry with her the ingredients to concoct the brainwashing scent. However, Uni was an experienced adventurer who had been active around Browson. This was the Uni who Dre claimed was not human. She easily entered the dungeons around the city and collected the necessary ingredients. There were apparently people hired by Marquis Lavallee to keep watch on Uni, but they were only observing from outside the residence. Once night fell and the curtains rolled, she could use her spell Greater Teleport and not be caught. If the observers were not highly proficient like the masterpieces Tullius created, then they would not have had any chance to even detect Uni's killing intent, let alone spellcasting. That was how she could cast a high-level spell without being detected. After gathering all the ingredients, she mixed them in a preparation room in the residence. For Uni, this was the most difficult task of them all. It was extremely inconvenient as the room was compact and the equipment was old. The first thought that came to her mind was that even the old underground lab at Aubenyl's residence was far superior. After the painstaking work of concocting the scent, she used it generously. She brainwashed everybody at the Carton's residence. Next, she tracked down the maids that had been fired and brainwashed them too. And that was how she arranged the events today. To accomplish all these alone within a week was considerably difficult for Uni. Despite the results of it all currently being displayed in the courthouse, Tullius showed no signs of admiration. Master is expecting this level of effort from me. Uni began to feel a strange, warm sensation in her head. Her master trusted her to perform perfectly. He believed she would overcome the obstacles even after she helplessly fell under the trap of the enemy and became useless. He knew that she would recover from this. Uni tried her hardest to fight off the gooey ecstasy she was feeling and maintained her expression. Anybody who was looking at her now would not notice anything amiss, and yet, underneath it all, her emotions were like a swirling whirlpool of lava. I have to concentrate on the trial. Uni braced herself mentally. Whether or not she can return to the usual days of serving her master depended on this trial. By no means was this an easy walkover. At the moment, they had the upper hand, but the opposing side included the master tactician, Marquis Lavallee, who knew what tricks he might pull when it came down to it. I think we have heard enough about the truth of Count Carton's misconduct. Give me a chance to explain myself. Do you have any evidence or witnesses? The Count choked on his words after being given a sharp glare from the judge. He could not think of any evidence or witnesses to call. The usual list of people he might call his vassals were testifying against him. There was no other evidence that could dispute the events that happened at home. No, right? Then your request is denied. I declare the defense lacks witnesses and evidence. The trial will proceed. Count Carton's appeal was ignored, and the trial continued. The indictment first accuses the Count of immorality at home. Second, stealing Uni from Tullius, and finally, lying that Uni was his daughter. Among the three, it has been proven that the first was true. However, it did not mean the trial was now over. Tullius' winning condition is to get Uni back before Plan D was executed. That means the longer the trial took, the greater chances of losing. That would mean abandoning Uni and escaping without her. To avoid that, they have to accomplish a complete victory at this hearing today. For Marquis Lavallee and Linus, who were pulling the strings from behind to trap Tullius in the capital, they would welcome the prolonging of the court proceedings. They might have to tweak their plan slightly, but nonetheless, there was enough time to continue with the plan to get Tullius married. They could just replace Uni with somebody else. There was no need to be fixated on using Count Carton's daughter. Any other girl from a noble family would be sufficient. Lavallee was not one to care about the minute details. In any case, for Marquis Lavallee's faction, all they had to do was to defend against one of the 3 accusations. Overall, Tullius was in a disadvantageous position, but since she stepped into the ring, Tullius joined in the fight. Next, we have the accusation that Count Carton stole Tullius' slave. Please elaborate, plaintiff. Ah, yes. Tullius was prompted by the judge since he was the victim who had his slave robbed from him. As Tullius leisurely walked towards the witness stand, Uni smiled as though she was looking at something dazzling. 1 week ago, Valden Count Linus Aubigneul held a wedding ceremony. Tullius began to talk. Linus, who was most probably attended the trial as a visitor, would be grimacing when his name was called by her master. Count Carton and Madame Josephine saw my slave, Uni, and my slave. Uni felt utterly blessed to be called that. The vibrations in the air translated into bliss all around her head. The Count was surprised to see black hair and green eyes similar to his mistress, Anna Marie, in her. Immediately after, he fell in love at first sight and used her similar traits as an excuse to ask me, the rightful owner of Uni, to. He even said, rightful owner. He declared loudly that she, the lowly slave, was owned by him in front of the array of nobles seated here. Uni was no longer bothered by her emotions. It had already gone beyond the normal emotional senses. Her stomach painfully contracted, and she could feel her heart racing. Naturally, she made sure to conceal all of that. It was completely foolish to behave inappropriately during the trial at the High Court. She placed her hand on her chest while maintaining her blank look. Hand her over. At that time, I was considering the legitimacy behind the request, on whether he was lying that Uni was his child. Objection. Henrietta is my child. Count Carton interrupted in an unsightly manner. How unpleasant, cutting into Master's speech like that. Uni fumed. Once again, the judge went for the wooden clapper bell. Rejected. I have not asked for your opinion. Thank you, Judge. Well, let's continue. I did not reject the Count's request. After all, Marquis Lavallee was present, and he shared the same opinion with Count Carton. Was there any room for me to decline when I am so young? Thus, I let go of Uni, who was wailing and crying. I waited for the law, Your Honor, to one day restore the truth. That is all. Tullius ended his speech. No matter how you looked at it, it was a tragedy. Her most important collar, which had never left her skin for 11 years, broke off that night. Her collar was infused with magic and would grow to match her body. That was why that collar represented her growth and her memories with Tullius. She had endless grudges against Lavallee and Carton for cornering her master to break the collar himself. As Uni was silently contemplating, the judge looked in Carton's direction. The accused, do you have any counter-arguments? Yes, Judge. The Count mustered all his willpower and answered. He seemed to have recovered quickly from the earlier setback. His magical potential and his stubbornness did resemble his behavior. Ignorant that his blood-related daughter was getting sick and tired of him, Count Carton puffed up in pride and stated his argument. Tullius Aubigneul is lying. Which part of it was a lie? It is definitely a lie that he is claiming that she isn't my daughter. This man agreed that Henrietta was indeed my daughter. Looks like the second accusation was in the bag. Uni smiled. The aim of this second accusation was to have the Count say that. They had planned for him to say that from the very beginning. She was not the one who came up with this plan. Tullius came up with this plan on that very night. Objection. Tullius immediately raised an objection. I don't remember saying anything of that sort. He declared with complete confidence. He refuted the claim without a shred of shame. Uni could sense the peacefulness and formality in his expression. Ever since he arrived at his seat, Uni had been unfortunate to not have caught a glimpse of his face. However, being able to see his straightened back in an imposing manner was plenty for her. Leaving that aside, Count Carton flew into a rage at Tullius' denial. What in God's name are you saying? Didn't you free my daughter from her collar and handed her over? Section. What a hot-tempered person. Just as Uni was annoyed, she remembered how she would sometimes lose her cool when it had to do with her master. Their similar tempers did make them seem like parent and child. Oh, how could I have forgotten what I said back then? Right, Uni? Her master looked over and she nodded. He was trying to confirm that she had made preparations. Of course, she had already brainwashed Count Carton too. She had already brainwashed everybody in the Carton's residence. Why would she make the head of family an exception? As much as possible, she had to do something about this man so that she could return to her master. I remember now. Then could you repeat exactly what I said? Of course. You said, since it has come to this, I imagine it would be more peaceful for all of us if I freed her myself. Uni had brainwashed him to speak the truth when Tullius asks. No matter how useless Count Carton had become, he was still a former court magician, and that was how Uni inherited his abilities and possessed a large amount of magic. In order to prevent any resistance against the brainwashing, she did not try to make unreasonable demands like stop having animosity against Tullius, stop being fixated on your daughter, or anything regarding Josephine. Still, the brainwashing was enough to make him answer this question. If it was not forcing him to say lies and instead forcing him to say the truth, it was much easier. Tullius smiled victoriously. Exactly. I released her collar because it was the most peaceful option of them all. Furthermore, this happened during the wedding ceremony. Count Carton was of equal rank to the groom, my brother, but was more distinguished because of his long years of service. Wouldn't it raise a large ruckus if such a person went around telling everybody that my daughter was made into a slave, to everybody during the ceremony? Next, Tullius looked towards Marquis Lavallee, who sat behind Count Carton. Right, surely you would have seen that I was trying to avoid that situation. Marquis Lavallee, the matchmaker for the wedding ceremony. Indeed, having a ruckus during the formal wedding ceremony would damage your brother's reputation. Lavallee spoke with a hint of sarcasm. As the matchmaker, and as a high-ranking noble that clearly understands the rules, that was the only answer he could have given to that question. Lavallee then glared annoyingly at Carton, who gave Tullius the opportunity to say that. He probably believed that Carton had been provoked by the youngster and carelessly spoke the truth. Had the Count played dumb and said something else, they could have easily defended against it. However, that was actually impossible. Uni made sure of that. So the point of contention was whether I admitted that Uni was Miss Henrietta. Yes. Well, forgive me for asking, Count. When did I ever imply that? You. Didn't you persuade Henrietta with words fitting of a Count's daughter? Your way of speaking proves that. You said she could speak to you on an equal level. Exactly. I remember praising you for that, and Mr. Tullius was nodding then. This time, Marquis Lavallee did not leave everything up to Carton. He added promptly after Count Carton. However, Tullius, Uni's beloved master, had already predicted this a whole week before, so there was no way he was unprepared for it. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? Mistaken? What a strange thing you say. I am sure it was a misunderstanding. Your Excellency must have misunderstood. He did not immediately give a clear answer and vaguely answer to annoy them. In doing so, he made the whole thing seem less scripted. Just as the judge got impatient and reached out for his wooden clapper bell. Count Carton, I said, not at all. Right. Carton, what about it? Without allowing the Marquis to interrupt, Tullius continued pressing for an answer. The ringing of the wooden clapper bell followed immediately. Plaintiff, what is the point of your question? Before that, just as a precaution, I like to further make clear of my question to Count Carton. Count Carton, His Excellency, the Marquis, complimented me when I spoke to Uni as an equal. And then I replied with something along the lines of no, not at all. Am I wrong? Yes, you did say that. But what is the point of? Did you hear that, Judge? Tullius looked up towards the judge. At that instance, Uni could see her master's face from the side. A smile filled with confidence and wit. It was the same face he made when they finished an experiment and got a good result. She has seen that expression many times before, but no matter how many more times she saw it, she would never tire from it. The judge nodded. Ah, yes. Count Carton did say, you did say that. The scribe has recorded that. Thank you very much. As you have heard, I replied to Marquis Lavallee with not at all to reject it. Towards a Marquis who was an elder and who was the matchmaker for my brother's wedding, I tried to be as diplomatic as I could be in voicing my reluctance. And then Tullius looked at Lavallee again. Please forgive my poor upbringing if my modesty made the Marquis misunderstand. Was there a better way I could have put it? I greatly apologize if there was. So in the end, Mr. Tullius did not recognize your slave as Miss Henrietta. To prevent any further misunderstandings, I will make it clear and apologize. Not once have I accepted that as fact. The Marquis was irritated at Tuilius' resolute denial. Then, why did you change your way of speaking to her? I remember saying this to her then. It is not good to continue speaking like a slave. Doing so would greatly upset His Excellency. I was simply ordering her to change her way of speaking, as that would make the Count unhappy. Would anybody ordering their slave sound that formal? I assumed that this situation would remain like that for some time. I mean, Count Carton would be really angry if I treated her as a slave. Won't that make you really unhappy, Count Carton? Of course. Would any father be pleased when their daughter is treated as a slave? Carton responded honestly, thanks to the brainwashing. It will only look like a slip of the tongue to a bystander. Marquis Lavallee could not help but show disdain for Carton. Uni looked over at the visitors' gallery and noticed Linus and his wife. The young count was also disappointed with the elder count's disgraceful behavior. He had rushed the wedding in order to execute the plan. Anybody would be angry that there were so many big flaws with the plan. Simone seemed to look interested, though. I shall be more careful in pouring oil over the count's raging anger. I am deeply regretful that the count thought I had acknowledged Uni as Miss Henrietta. Objection. Mr. Tullius behaved as though he was complying with Count Carton. You even went as much as to bow. Am I wrong, Mr. Tullius? Lavallee gave up on Carton and decided to take apart Tullius with his own brains and tongue. Ah, against this sly old fox, even her wise and great master might have some difficulties. Yes, I did bow to Count Carton. But, well, shall we have that recorded as well? Count Carton, did I bow to you then? Tullius had to absolutely avoid fighting in the ring presented by Lavallee. Pick the easy fights, not the difficult ones. That was the way to maximize efficiency. However, just as he tried to direct the spear towards Carton, the Marquis obstructed it without a moment's delay. Count, that is. Your Excellency, I am asking Count Carton. Judge. Yes. Count Carton, please express your views on it. The Marquis' attempt fell short. For the sake of impartiality, he could not allow them to coordinate their stories. That was why the judge could not allow the Marquis to hint to the Count of what to say. Count Carton glared at Tullius with bloodshot eyes and spoke. You said this. Anybody who submits to your excellencies would naturally go to such extents. You basically agreed on what I claimed, so why are you trying to? Yes, exactly. Did everybody hear that? Tullius clapped his hands together and gestured around the courthouse exaggeratedly. Judge. Yes, I did. What about the judge there? Yes, I hear him clearly. What about your excellency? Oh, my apologies. Surely you heard it loud and clear since you are sitting beside the count. Yes, I heard it too. Marquis Lavallee could not bring himself to disagree. If he feigned ignorance now, his future testimonies would be cast in doubt, as he would be suspected of being old and having a loss in hearing. Section. Tullius was satisfied at how bitterly the Marquis had to agree with him. Yes, I submitted to the might of His Excellency. Absolutely not because it was right. I am just a viscount. Creating trouble during my brother's wedding ceremony would not be right. I had to show respect to His Excellency, who possesses a higher peerage and who was also an esteemed guest of the wedding ceremony. That was why I bowed. Bullshit, you said you did not mind that I took my daughter back. Did I say that? Count Carton's enthusiasm petered out. And no, you did not say that. Right, all I said was that I will explain to my brother. I did not say I was all right with you taking her away, nor did I ever say I was okay with it at any point of time. Moreover, if I had to say, Your Excellency. Tullius bent over to look more closely at the Count. He definitely had a broad smile across his face now. Uni was somewhat vexed that she could not enjoy any bit of it. Did I say anything that meant that I acknowledged Uni as Miss Henrietta? Carton's face became dark red and his forehead throbbing. He had not collapsed in a stroke yet, but it looked like he might any time soon. If that happened, the trial would have to be delayed and she might die. Uni summed it up dispassionately. Carton trembled tremendously as he spoke. And no, you did not. Yes, not once did Tullius declare that he was letting go of her. The The Count was simply misled by his own interpretation. Uni was terribly ashamed that she could not realize that until she spent a full night thinking about it. Her master had planned to take her back. Yes, I never did agree with your claim. I let you bring Uni back because His Excellency had a higher peerage than me, and because I want to avoid creating a commotion at all cost. I did, however, plan to seek legal means to take her back later. Stop playing on words. Did you not open the door for me? Carton's voice started to become hoarse, and he seemed to be gasping for breaths. Tullius did open the door of the parlor room. That was for His Excellency, the Marquis. Did I want you to leave? Did I urge you to take your leave? Did I say that? Tullius doubled down on his questions to Carton. All he did that night was to open the door. He did not say, "Please have a safe trip home," or "Let's return to the ceremony." Carton was too caught up with taking his daughter back and ignored him entirely. The Count forcefully dragged her out. "You reap what you sow," Uni thought. "You did not say that, but—" "Objection. Judge, the plaintiff is playing on words and is changing the events that happened that night." Marquis Lavallee could not help but interject. However, Tullius flat out denied the Marquis the opportunity. "Objection to the objection. All I am doing is confirming the truth of that night with Count Carton. If that is considered a play on words, then I would truly be shocked." Silence. The judge rang his wooden clapper bell and warned. At the moment, there are no contradictions between the plaintiff's testimonies and questionings. Furthermore, the accused has agreed fully with the plaintiff. As such, the objection that Tullius is playing on words is dismissed. The Marquis groaned. Marquis Lavallee, the ringleader of the centralist faction, the notorious schemer across the entire kingdom, had been talked down. The visitors flew into an uproar. "Plaintiff, do you have more to say?" "Yes, a final one, please." Tullius turned to look at Carton again. "Count, that night, when you left the reception room where we had our discussion, who did you bid farewell?" Marquis Lavallee. "What did you say to me?" "As the representative of the groom's brother, the second son of the Albinyals, did you give the proper formalities to me as you left?" "No." The Count's reply became as soft as the buzz of a mosquito. "I did not hear you. Could you please repeat that?" "No, I did not." "Did everybody hear that?" Tullius projected his voice to the entire courthouse. Tullius was now playing a central role in the trial. The young Viscount cornered both the Count and the Marquis. His every single move was captured by everybody in the courthouse. Uni could imagine his back glowing with glory. "Amazing, master." As she smiled with her entire face, Tullius continued his one-sided slaughter. "Exactly, he did not even bother to exchange farewells before leaving, and he brought my slave back without my permission. Is this an acceptable course of action for a noble, even if one was higher in rank and older in age? No, not to any noble, and definitely not to the brother of the organizer of the ceremony. As such, Count Carton is unbefitting of being a noble of the kingdom." "Shut up, you slave murderer." Carton furiously shouted. "How to treat other nobles? Unbefitting? Would anybody treat somebody like you as a noble?" "Please do not get me wrong, Count Carton." Tullius remained calm. "This trial is the one deciding if you are fit to continue being a noble. Didn't your wife sue you because of this? The reason why I am here is because I have been summoned as a witness. Should I repeat that again? You are the one being sued. Do you understand the position you are in now?" It was a question loaded with malice. However, Carton was still under the effects of Uni's brainwashing. Whatever. All he could do was answer honestly to all questions from Tullius. Of course, what he said was what he thought of truly. Normally, he would be able to have some self-control, but his anger brought forth everything. He was too late in shutting his own mouth. Everybody was looking at Count Carton as coldly as a winter sky. This was the trial which decided his fate, and he shouted, "Whatever." Could he still call himself a count? Marquis Lavallee stared at his underling with murderous intent. Linus was also looking down at the Count with disdain. Josephine was silent, perhaps because of the over-effectiveness of the medicine, but she looked as though she was deeply disappointed with her husband. The Count, a former court magician, had ruined his reputation completely. Well, as for Uni, she was good whatsoever. Certainly she was blood related to him, but she did not think of him as a father. The person who respected and loved her father was Henrietta. Henrietta died 11 years ago. She was Uni, born 11 years ago. If she had to call somebody father, then that person would be Tullius. And her mother would have to be the alchemy he practiced. The courthouse fell dead silent. Tullius reinvigorated the courthouse with his crisp voice. As we can all see, that is how the Count behaves. I would like to reaffirm my strong desire to accuse the Count, with his terrible character, of abducting my slave. By the way, Count, he redirected his gaze back to the Count. You said I was a slave murderer. His response faded midway. He must be mentally exhausted. Without concerning himself with that, Tullius continued. Is it a crime to kill your own slave? It is not a crime. Exactly. Slaves were legally just a tool, a property. So long as they belong to you, you can do whatever you want with them. This was not a law limited to this country, but a common law between the countries in the Ithusela continent. How about stealing a slave? A crime. And that was the truth too. While slaves were tools and property, that did not mean it was acceptable to rob another's slave. It was unacceptable to steal a person's property. Even a child would be aware of such a logic. Enough. Then I believe everybody is fully aware of the situation. That is all from me. As he announced grandly, Carton fell on his knees. Now that was unexpected. Uni was surprised. As long as it was something she made, she wanted to show her master. Not just denouncing Count Carton for stealing her, but also for his terrible personality. She knew she had to brainwash the Count to gain an advantageous footing in this trial. However, Tullius managed to deduce how she brainwashed the Count and made full use of it. The second accusation was a triumph, far more victorious than she had expected. Clap, clap, clap. A lonely clapping sound was heard. Marquis Lavallee was the only person clapping. He no longer glared at the defeated Count Carton and stared straight at Tullius. Wow, you are very eloquent for somebody this young, Viscount. Even this old bones have to give it to you. Well, it is truly unexpected to be receiving praises from your excellency. Hehe, please don't be humble. Marquis Lavallee was being complacent as he sang the praises of his enemy, Tullius. That was to be expected. At the end of the day, all Tullius did was dealing a blow to Count Carton, whereas the Marquis, at worst, gained a few more gossips, nothing more than an itch. However, there is hole in your argument. Oh, are you able to prove that your slave and Miss Henrietta are different people? The Marquis spoke with a smile, pretending to be a well-mannered old noble. Right. For Uni to return to her master, it was not enough to just force Count Carton to retreat. As long as she was Henrietta Pola Carton, nothing would change, and she would still be bound to the Count's family. As long the apparatus, known as the Carton family, was present, Lavallee's plan could still work. This monster would have no problem manipulating the new head of family. Not to mention if the new head of family was younger and inexperienced. As long as Marquis Lavallee declared himself as the guardian of the Carton family, he could continue as per normal. The Marquis would lose nothing, while Tullius would lose Uni. Still, Your Excellency is in such a rush. Tullius shrugged his shoulders. Calling this the end was hasty. The trial is still ongoing. There is still one more accusation to go through. What was it? Lying that the Viscount slave is his child to reject returning the Viscount slave. Truly running afoul of the laws of the kingdom. Am I right, Judge? That is not wrong. We still have the indictment. Shall I present the evidence now? Yes. Oh. Marquis Lavallee smiled in response. A fierce and sadistic smile. The kingdom's finest schemer, who brought together the centralist faction, began to slowly reveal his true nature. Thinking upon it, this man had conducted himself quietly for the most part of the trial. He focused exclusively on covering for the Count and hardly went on the offensive. He would probably use his trump card soon. The final accusation was the most important factor considered by both Tullius and Uni. The entire game could change based on the outcome of it. Very well, please present it. Of course, about her. And then he looked over at her. Tullius' face was always the same. His calm demeanor was to cover up the boredom in his eyes, and inside those eyes was the trust he had in her. Uni, that is all from me. It is now up to you. She let out a small sigh. A command from her master. The trust he had to leave it up to her. She felt the bliss of having a weight on her back and fell into a momentary trance. Naturally, it was just for a moment. She had no intention to fail as a servant by appearing idiotic. She paid her respects to her master and bowed. "I understand your orders, master." Chapter 34, Dad Who Can't Shut His Mouth and His Unsmiling Daughter, Part 2. The courtroom was thrown into an uproar. On the plaintiff's stand, there was a beautiful young woman in a maid outfit. It was impossible for a mere maid to be present in the high court, not to mention her outrageous claim. She was a slave, and not the daughter of a count. It was unprecedented. It wasn't as if there hadn't been cases of commoners claiming that they were descendants of aristocracy. However, no matter how hard one were to think about it, it would be beyond unusual to proclaim oneself a slave if they were truly of noble birth. Truly, such a fool might never be found. If asked thusly, anyone who had witnessed the trial could only answer in one way: Henrietta Fall of Carton, or the so-called Uni. She really wants to go back to Tullius. Simone Meslier Pontauban, now Aubigneul, thought so to herself. A wish to return, strong enough to cast away the comfortable trappings of noble life. During the preceding trial, she appeared unmoved, but she clearly held an extraordinary devotion towards her master, Tullius. "I don't understand in the slightest. All this pomp and circumstance for a mere slave?" Simone's husband, Linus, cursed. It seemed that he hated not only his brother but his property as well. Simone could hardly understand his point of view. Admittedly, Tullius was once feared as a deranged butcher who slaughtered his slaves. However, at present he was only a young noble who had skillfully managed the territory entrusted to him by his elder brother. In Simone's eyes, he had already turned over a new leaf. Despite this, Linus claimed that Tullius was only pretending to have changed his ways. Although he had no evidence, he was sure beyond a doubt that his brother had some scheme in mind. It was as though it was completely out of the question for him to consider Tullius reforming. If something was suspected to be afoot, one could simply request that the High Court perform an investigation. However, no suspicious details had surfaced in the report concerning the second son of Aubigneul. His fields were well cultivated, the hired bureaucrats were efficiently employed, and the new mine was running smoothly. Except for some minor issues, such as the water distribution in the villages, everything else seemed the result of administrative perfection. With this in mind, Simone could only see her reckless husband trying to smear the innocence of her brother-in-law. Moreover, he vented his frustrations on an ex-slave, truly the height of childishness. "This man isn't a good match for me after all." Simone could not help but think to herself. Certainly, Linus had dignity, education, and ability in spades. Even if only in regard to his presentation, he could be called handsome. However, he had a tendency to lose control of his passions and to meddle in household affairs. These traits, coupled with an unnatural hatred for his younger brother, truthfully, he was an exhausting person to talk to. All the better for Tullius. Saying her thoughts aloud would only bring trouble, so she held her tongue. In fact, she saw in Tullius a gentle young man whose appalling notoriety was only a shadow of the past, who had listened to her grumblings about her newlywed life in a relaxed manner. Unconsciously, she had compared him, who had patiently listened to her selfish story, to his quick-tempered brother. Furthermore, she felt excited that Tullius was challenging the Marquis, the puppet master behind the scenes. All this drama to reclaim a servant of many years, and a woman at that. Such stories provoked a certain thrill in a woman's heart. She privately thought that she would rather marry Tullius if she had to. If she had known Tullius' true nature and his ongoing plans, all the favorable impressions she had of him would have quickly vanished. I can somewhat understand that girl's feelings. Simone returned her focus to Uni, standing before the court. Linus and Carton, both counts, but significantly different in age. She could not help but feel sorry for Uni, who probably felt like fleeing on the spot. What do you think will happen? Although there is no excuse for Count Carton's behavior, just look at Marquis Lavallee. I wonder how many cards he has up his sleeve. No matter what occurs, I am sure the proceedings will not turn out the way Sir Tullius desires. A husband who looks about to spit fury as he speaks, wholeheartedly looking forward to his brother's public disgrace. Simone prayed silently for Tullius, while sighing internally at Linus. "O God, Holy King, and Savior of man, please protect her and Sir Tullius both. Is it not pitiful for those two to be torn apart by a foul conspiracy?" Even though she rarely attended religious services, she sincerely prayed alone. Alas, she did not know. The The master and servant she prayed for were called devils incarnate by the hundreds they had slaughtered. Section. My, did Tullius leave everything up to his slave? Marquis Lavallee let out a sardonic chuckle. Wrapped in the Marquis' malicious intent, it took every ounce of Uni to hold herself from tearing the Marquis to pieces. Today's trial was the result of her being unable to control her emotions that day. If she thought about it that way, she could be as dispassionate as necessary. Can I assume that what you said was an admission that you are not Henrietta Pola Carton? Marquis Lavallee shrugged. No, you misunderstand. Only Sir Tullius here calls you a slave. With that understanding, I spoke in a way that was easier to be understood by you. Please do not mistake my intentions. In short, he was saying that he had adapted to the new facts created by Tullius' arguments with Count Carton. An old-fashioned but effective provocation. Yes, then, what are your intentions, Marquis? The youngster who was so skilled in rhetoric decided to entrust everything to a substitute. Naturally, I found it strange. Aren't your actions more unusual than mine? Still seated, Tullius spoke up. I mentioned this earlier, but I was called here urgently. Isn't Madame Josephine the one who called for this trial? She brought Uni in as a witness, did she not? Therefore, her testimony should have some worth. And that was why I had her give her account of what happened. So, let me say this, is there a problem? Is that so? Well then, I see no issue. Marquis Lavallee sat back down with a laugh. At the same time, the presiding judge swung his wooden gavel down. Then, the plaintiff, state your appeal. Yes. Uni deeply bowed her head and began. Before I begin, I shall introduce myself. My name is Uni. I am a maid, and although I wear no collar, I am a slave. These words shook the audience. Slave, did she say slave? I don't think so. If that is the truth, then by all means, no, never mind. Every time, why was there such a response to her calling herself a slave? Uni always believed that there could be no unnaturalness or inconvenience in being the slave of her beloved master. Uni continued to bite back and suppress her now familiar irritation. 1 week ago, my master, Tullius Shernan Aubigneul, brought me to the wedding reception of Linus Strain Aubigneul, his brother. Also attending the reception was Count Peer Simon Carton. Stop, Henrietta, don't treat me like a stranger. Count Carton's whisper was naturally disregarded, as it could not even be counted as an objection. Who I then met for the first time. I was told by the Count that I was the child of one of his former lovers and was judged to be his long-lost daughter. You believe it to be the Count's misunderstanding. Yes, I would like to say that it was mere presumptuousness. I said several times that I was a slave named Uni and not Henrietta Pola Carton. However, the Count was unmoved, and I was taken to his estate by force. Various gazes flitted to the defendant's seat. There were no movements made. Count Carton had no objection, and Marquis Lavallee continued to glare in her direction. Uni continued. Even after I was relocated to the Count's mansion, there was no change in my treatment as his child. I was expected to behave as Henrietta should have. Because of this, until now I have been pretending to play the role of a Count's daughter. In that regard, I must present my apologies for conspiring to delude the Count's family. Oh, then if you are judged to truly be a slave, wouldn't you be the lowest kind of filth who deceived nobility and profited from such a base action? The Marquis' mouth revealed his enjoyment. However, Tullius interjected. Objection. The Marquis is attempting to coerce self-condemnation from the witness, as well as insinuating that the witness will be in an unfavorable position if the trial ends in favor of the plaintiff. Objection sustained. Whom I understand, Judge. Section. Marquis Lavallee obediently retreated. However, this was no victory for Tullius. From the beginning, the Marquis had no intention to rush the trial. Furthermore, I wish to request that if the Marquis continues under this assumption, the guilt will be assigned to Count Carton, who ordered her to pretend to be Miss Henrietta. Well, as the master of Uni, I might have to bear some responsibilities. Marlin has enough funds to provide sufficient compensation. In other words, it was not a problem because he was prepared to pay. Reassured by her lord, Uni began to speak once again. I will continue. Madame Josephine was brought here today to serve as witness to my accusation of the Count's misdemeanors. As you can see, I am merely a slave taken under false pretense to be the Count's daughter. It is up to the court to return me to my rightful master. I end my accusation here. The long statement was finally over. Uni was originally a young woman of few words. Speaking at such lengths was unlike her. She was relieved to finally have a quick rest, but that was all it proved to be. Her heart sank when she thought that Marquis Lavallee would soon be called on next. However, this had all been for the sake of returning to her master. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and persevere. Understood. Then, we shall turn to the defendant for his argument. Count Carton is currently feeling unwell. Might I be permitted to perform a cross-examination in his stead? Very well. Now then, Marquis Lavallee, as before. The Marquis stood to address the court, smiling briefly before beginning. Are you sure, Miss Henrietta? Objection, my name is Uni. If she had responded, yes, what about it? She would have fallen into his trap. Such intricate plans were bread and butter for the practiced schemer, Marquis Lavallee. After all, his modus operandi was that the means justified the end, no matter how vile. Objection overruled. This hearing is for the purpose of that determination. Understood, Judge, my apologies. She followed up the judge's decision with a bow. Although it was aggravating, this helped facilitate the continuation of a smooth trial. In addition, the Marquis would no longer be able to use her name as leverage. Marquis Lavallee continued after a light chuckle. Then, I shall continue to address you as Miss Henrietta. Is that acceptable, Miss Henrietta? As soon as he was granted tacit permission to continue calling her Henrietta, he repeatedly attacked her with it. He was a truly disgusting old man. The frustration of being wrongly addressed should not have appeared on her face, but perhaps his methods lay in reading her emotions from her words. She would have to be more careful in her future actions. For the time being, she assented. Very well, Miss Henrietta. When did you first come under the care of Sir Tullius? 11 years ago, Marquis. It was 11 years ago that Miss Henrietta was lost, and 11 years ago that you were found. A curious coincidence, don't you think? I judge it mere chance. The Count's daughter, and you both have dark hair and green eyes. Yes, there are many women in Browson alone with such characteristics. In addition, it seems you have high magic power. I believe those to be the exact characteristics we are looking for in a daughter of Count Carton, who was once a court magician. I disagree. It is uncommon, but not unheard of for a child of common birth to be in possession of high magic power. Whether a child had high inborn magical capability was dependent on heredity, but occasionally children were born from common parentage, with a mutation that enabled them to use powerful magic. The majority of the remodeled slaves were such uncut jewels picked from the markets by Tullius. By this argument, it could not be determined that Uni was truly the daughter of Peer Simon Carton on basis of magical power. However, there are many features that are shared between you and the Count's daughter, and yet you claim to be a completely different person. Could there truly be such a chance? Because of such coincidences, the Marquis made his mistake. The Marquis' interrogation was slow and relaxed, but like a sinister tide slowly surrounding her. He must have been waiting for the golden opportunity to use his trump card to win in one fell swoop. Then, let's change the subject. The Marquis' eyes narrowed. The tension in the room tightened palpably. What do you think of Tullius Shernan Aubenial, your master? I hold great respect and admiration for my only master. Uni quickly regretted giving such a hasty response. Why? Why had he asked such a question at this point in the trial? So you respect and admire him even though there are so many terrible rumors about your master. It was easy to read the intentions of the laughing Marquis. He was trying to say that Uni insisted that she was not Henrietta because she loved her master more than she enjoyed being a countess. While it was not surprising for Uni, it was unthinkable for the general nobility. So much so that many might mistake the slave, Uni, and the noble, Henrietta, for two different people. Such a line of argument carried some weight. This was the true aim of the Marquis. This was all to establish the idea that I would willingly serve my master, whether I am in truth Uni or Henrietta. The more Uni expressed her loyalty to Tullius, the more she revealed her desire to serve under him. What if there was strong evidence that Henrietta was actually Uni? Regardless of her true identity, the judge might rule that she was biased to help Tullius in this trial. If the trial were to proceed favorably for the Marquis, the audience would begin to see Henrietta Fall of Carton as a slave who fanatically served Tullius for 11 years. That was entirely true, unfortunately. After all, Uni was certainly once known as Henrietta. She saw herself as an entirely different person from the child before her spiritual collapse and subsequent 11 years of rebirth, but that could only be seen as a psychological aberration. Even though she understood this. Yes, Marquis Lavallee. Uni gave her affirmation without hesitation. Any delay on her part only made her situation worse. In short, Marquis Lavallee's plan to reveal her motivations was inescapable, as long as Uni was actually Henrietta. Her best option remaining was to face Lavallee's onslaught head-on and reverse the situation with her own hands. Master is master, no matter what other people say. If he is vulnerable in any regard, I know it my duty to support him with all my might. The Marquis laughed heartily. After all, it would be incredibly amusing to him for her to face him head-on with no defenses to speak of. Did he think she was a fool for being unable to read the situation, or a fool for charging in anyways? That notwithstanding, it was a ridiculous laugh. A superb loyalty. Even though you are only a woman, it truly makes me happy to see you youngsters develop so. I am honored, Marquis. Is it true that Sir Tullius is so worthy of your servitude? Yes, my master is most wonderful, Uni said. If he was willing to hear her platitudes, she was eager to serve them up. Even if he did not realize it then, he would one day know that a person who loves her master so would never forgive anybody who obstructed him. And I am happy to serve my lord, no matter if I may die today or the day after. Even if it was by her own hands. Uni. She heard Tullius mumbling softly. She knew he realized exactly what she meant. This trial depended on the depths of Marquis Lavallee's cunning, and whether she could crush him at his full strength. She had no intention to lose, but in the event that the worst came to the worst, she reaffirmed her resolve to sacrifice herself if they failed here. There is no need to speak, master. Uni knew better than anyone else Tullius' crippling fear of death and burning desire for immortality. For those reasons, he abhorred conflict and violence. Even if she did not tell him to do so herself, he would immediately trigger Plan D and escape if she were to fail in her duty. In tandem with his escape, Uni would take her own life. It was the plan of last resort, used only in case of irrecoverable defeat. There was no need for further confirmation. Even then, she wanted to declare that proudly. Above all, she wanted him to know that she was content. She had said what she had wanted to, so she urged him on. So, Marquis, what is the meaning of your question? Marquis Lavallee was laughing again. How could she be wondering what he thought now, of all times? Uni once again observed that it was an abhorrent and inferior way of laughing. However, she could not express this due to his elevated peerage. Faced with such a vulgar display, her desire to tear him limb from limb resurfaced when she thought of his repeated attempts to stymie her lord. Judge, in this woman's heart, loyalty to Sir Tullius seems to be first above all. I wonder if this is the result of 11 years of training. Surrogate of the defendant, your statement is irrelevant to this hearing. Not at all, Judge, not at all. It appears to me that she has been educated over the course of 11 years to value Sir Tullius above her own life. That is to say, regardless of whether she was Henrietta in the first place or just a slave. Still laughing all the while, the venomous old fox spun his words into foul nets. My desire was merely to show you what kind of person Miss Henrietta here is. Whether that impacts her credibility is up to your own interpretation. Surrogate of the defendant, do you have witnesses? Uni could not believe it. Was there even time for him to prepare witnesses? Section. This trial was a hurriedly constructed event arranged through her usage of the brainwashing perfume and Josephine's connections to the court. There should have been no time or room for the defendant to prepare. Yes, I shall present witnesses that will prove beyond doubt that she is Henrietta. However, if you misunderstand Miss Henrietta's personality as that of a liar, you will surely be surprised by the conclusion. Naturally, I had some investigation performed in advance. Then he turned his innocently malicious smile on Uni. This is a girl who would do anything in her power for Sir Tullius. The court was upset once again. Uni, in contrast, remained unmoved. She knew that the old fox's aim was to manipulate her heart. She was ready for anything he threw her way. The judge once again slammed his gavel down. That may only be proven once the witness testimony has been examined. Then, may the witness be allowed entrance to the court. Of course, let them enter. At the presiding judge's signal, one of the aides ran to the defendant's waiting room. Uni had a brief premonition. If one were to think about it, information and its manipulation was the foundation for Marquis Lavallee's strategy. How did he find about Henrietta? Who told the secret to the Marquis? That evening, Madame Josephine saw the spirit of 11 years past in Uni. But was the ghost truly her? The door to the court opened. A woman with a spectral figure and gait entered the courtroom. That's impossible. Carton, who had been thoroughly beaten by Tullius, and Josephine, still befuddled by Uni's drug, raised their faces at the same time. Their eyes fixed themselves on the woman entering the court. Her green eyes were dull with exhaustion, and her face was framed by dark hair turned mostly to gray. Her skin was rough, thin, and greatly discolored, but still showed traces of what must have once been peerless beauty. Perhaps similar to that of Uni's, she is. Count Carton here may be able to answer your question better than I. Marquis Lavallee answers the judge with a satisfied smirk. Count Carton shouted out, as if a switch had been flipped. Anna Marie, you were alive all this time. With tears in her eyes, the woman looked up as if she had forgotten she stood in a court. Then, something escaped her lips. If one were as skilled in the art of lip reading as Uni, they could have understood what the woman said. Pierre, a dark-haired woman with green eyes who dared call a count by his first name. Her age was somewhat indistinguishable with the wear from living in base conditions, but it was Anna Marie, as the count said. She was alive. Although she thought something had been afoot, Uni could not fully prevent her own surprise. The living memory of the tragic day. Madame Josephine employed some men to assault Anna Marie till she became motionless. After that, Josephine continued venting her rage on Henrietta. The shade of Josephine's grudge against Henrietta was alive. She should have stayed dead. Perhaps she had only fainted or gone into a short coma. Such things were not uncommon in life. If only she had died on the spot, then she might not have had to suffer as much as her emaciated figure suggested. But most importantly, she would never have stood in the way of her master. While staring into her nemesis' eyes, Anna Marie slowly shambled up to the witness stand. She was alive, the mother. Mrs. Josephine. Tullius warned Josephine, who had uttered something wholly unnecessary. Perhaps it had been something about how parents and children always go together. Regardless, Uni thought once again how lamentable it was that she had been unable to procure more of the drug. Marquis Lavallee proudly introduced the woman standing by his side. As Count Carton has said, this is the mother of Miss Henrietta, Anna Marie. Is this not so, Count Carton? Oh, objection. It was Madame Josephine who stood. There's no way this beggar could be that thieving cat, right? No, couldn't this be another surrogate? It is useless. Uni privately thought to herself. Objection overruled. First, we must examine the testimony. Now she understood the true depth of the Marquis' scheming. Earlier, when she had set up a common maid as a witness, the Marquis deliberately dismissed a heavy objection to her presence, and thus did not have to subject his witnesses to qualitative scrutiny. All that so as to set the stage for his oversized ace in the hole known as Anna Marie. Her mere presence haunted Josephine with delusions and hatred from the bottom of her own personal hell. Josephine. Hey. You often such things. The spirits that cried out in hatred towards the living are rightly called ghosts. Her voice, forcibly raised, was still quiet. However, once heard, it would stick in the ear and refuse to be forgotten. Upon hearing her voice, Josephine stumbled into a sitting position after hitting her calf on her chair. A scene remarkably similar to one in recent memory. Return to me, my daughter. Don't come over here. Josephine trembled with her head in her hands as Anna Marie slowly advanced, leaning over the fence on the witness stand. As soon as the two women began to move, the men in the court stood stock still. Count Carton, who had previously been ecstatic over the return of Anna Marie, now appeared stiff as if coming face to face with an apparition. Despite being the person that brought her here, even Marquis Lavallee appeared dumbfounded by their actions. The presiding judge also appeared stiff as a board, caught in the act of raising his gavel. Return, that child. Return. What did she mean, return? She was Tullius' property and only Tullius. She had no relation anymore to her old family. She was grateful for her parents for giving birth to her, so she may be useful to Tullius, but that did not mean she allowed any meddling. Obviously, this included anybody who tried to get in her way of reuniting with her master. Furthermore, she was the mastermind that planted a bug in Uni. If she was not perturbed by the keyword, marriage, she probably would not have been caught so deep into the enemy's trap. Because of that, she felt frustrated to such a degree. At that time, a visible anger manifested itself on her face. Hey, that's no good, Uni. Freed from the spell of the madwoman in the court, Tullius stood beside Uni and told her, "There's nothing praiseworthy about looking at her as though she's trash." Huh. Unexpectedly, she felt depressed. What was her master saying? He should have clearly known that this madwoman, despite being blood-related, was an obstacle to them. As she steeled herself, Tullius raised his hand high. "Objection. That witness is in no fit state to provide testimony. Please, allow her to say her piece or remove her from the court immediately." Yes, order in the court. Witnesses, quiet yourselves and testify. The presiding judge banged his gavel. Count Carton and Marquis Lavallee calmed themselves, and Anna Marie was pulled back to the witness stand. Still, however, Anna Marie continued to glare with pure hate and rage towards Josephine. Uni noticed something. Perhaps Anna Marie. "Sir Tullius is an upright young man. How wonderful of you to help calm down our witness. No, this is all for the sake of a smooth trial. I don't like waste, and this trial has been too long for my preference." Tullius yawned, while rubbing of tears of boredom from his left eye. While this was happening, Anna Marie began her testimony. 11 years ago, I was chased out by the family of Pierre, Count Carton. After being separated from my daughter, I managed to find shelter in the slums. Were you picked up then by Marquis Lavallee?" At Tullius' questioning, Anna Marie nodded quickly. "So the Marquis must have put you under his protection after speaking to you about the events that happened." "No, Marquis Lavallee also had evil intentions. If you had returned to the Count, surely you wouldn't have been punished, even if you had committed some wrongdoing." "Right, Count." "Yeah, why didn't you, Marquis?" Ho. "Well, for one, we all know how repressive Madame Josephine is, and wouldn't you agree it would bring you much more happiness if you could be reunited with your daughter?" "Well, I did not expect it to be in such a venue, though." The thick-skinned Marquis pretended to benignity. He probably hid the existence of Anna Marie so as to crush any resistance from Tullius. It was intended to amplify the power of any blow he struck and prevent any further actions on Tullius' part. In short, although he reunited the family, he never had any good intentions to start with. With Lavallee's words, Anna Marie began to gain momentum. Yes, the Marquis promised me, Henrietta, to let me meet my dear child, and that's today, that I would be able to meet my child here." As she rambled on, a flush spread across her heavily lined and worn cheeks. Marquis Lavallee smiled to himself, likely convinced of his own victory. However, "Where is Henrietta?" With those words, her eyes combed through the crowd. As she looked around the courtroom, her gaze passed through Uni without a second glance. "Hi. Anna Marie, what are you talking about? Henrietta is." The Count, his eyes betraying his confusion, questioned her with a shaky voice. With eyes as wide as saucers, Anna Marie swept the court once again for her daughter, until she realized that she was nowhere to be found. Section, Josephine, you evil. What? It's you're hiding, Henrietta. Tell me, where is my child? What are you talking about, if it's Henrietta? Josephine, being pressured by the woman who she thought was a ghost, spoke without thinking. Uni attempted to stop her, but before she could do anything, "Even if you dress a maid up like her, I won't be deceived. The hair, the eyes, no matter what you change, I'll never mistake the precious girl I gave birth to, bring me the real one." With a resounding scream of fury, her words echoed in the court. The judge, Count Carton, Josephine, and Marquis Lavallee were struck dumb. Only Tullius and Uni, who knew the truth, remained unfazed. Tullius shrugged his shoulders. "You don't know who the real Henrietta is." "What did you say?" Tullius remained calm, despite the mounting instability of the madwoman in front of him. Perhaps he had grown desensitized to emotional outbursts over the course of his experiments. Opus 4 may have been the primary factor in this. Similarly, Uni knew the limits of her sanity. If it was for her master, she was willing to do anything, no matter how repulsive to normal humans. With a light tap, he rested his hands on Uni's shoulders. "This girl here is my Uni. Does she look like your daughter?" She knew she couldn't do it after all. Uni could no longer hold back the flood of joy within her heart. "My Uni," he said, just like that. He put his hands to my shoulders and claimed them as his. Her stone-cold expression began to crack from the waves of ecstasy within. Still, all that appeared was a small smile, as any more would be unsightly. Is that truly a slave? The birth mother herself denied it. Not a daughter, at any rate, but even so. What a detestable smile. Not a single sound from the boisterous courtroom registered with her. The temperature of his hand on her shoulder, his breath on her hair. The words that fixed themselves in her mind and bound her to him. What a wonderful scene it was, if only it could have lasted a little longer. Alas, Uni's hope was short-lived. "I know it's not true." Uni was forcefully dragged back to reality by the scream. "My cute little Henrietta could never grow into such a beauty like that. I know it to be true, I'm not wrong, I'm her mother, after all." Yes, that's it. He slowly took back his hand. While savoring the lingering sensation of his palms, Uni turned back to her raving mother. Even Marquis Lavallee, the instigator of this chaos, was confused by her actions. He would probably think her spirit had long fled her body, leaving only insanity behind. What the mastermind didn't know was that it was not because of the terrible life she had experienced. She was brainwashed. As Tullius yawned, he kept rubbing his left eye, a primary feature of her fellow opus as well as his own work. "Ha, you owe me one, Uni." A voice resonated within her mind. It was no hallucination, but magical telepathy. Plan D, the escape from the capital. The key lay within Dre. The Dark Elf woman was also in the capital. While preparing for the execution of Plan D, she must have searched for Anna Marie, possibly at Tullius' bequest, and brainwashed her with the magic eye. The magic eye acted differently from the incense. Its efficacy increased with the user's magic power. If the chances of side effects occurring in the target were discarded, orders contrary to the target's could be forced into action. Uni silently gave her thanks to Dre. "I was saved by you, Dre. My heartfelt thanks. Don't be stiff with me. I help my friends out, you know." The connection was cut, and Uni refocused on her surroundings. As you have undoubtedly heard, the mother of Miss Henrietta Fall of Carton has testified that this girl is not her child. Well, this is all thanks to the Marquis. As you said, this would clear the question of her identity beyond a doubt, correct? Tullius spoke with a pleasant tone. His happiness could be heard. Once she thought about it, this was the first revenge he had fully carried out. The satisfaction must have been sweet. Uni felt just as pleased as he did. The old snake before her was a vile enemy who tried to tear her master and her apart. Linus, merely a bump in the road, not a foe like Lavallee. The Marquis showed no expression on his aged face. He simply sat and listened to Tullius speak, though his shaking hands clasped together showed the extent of his humiliation. "You must now surely understand. As I have repeatedly said for the past week, and many more times during this trial, Uni and Henrietta Fall of Carton are completely different people." Objection. Anna Marie was incensed by the presence of Madame Josephine, and could not have delivered a sensible testimony in such a state. "Oh, you had something to say, Marquis. She was your witness, and you must have known that this trial was suggested by Madame Josephine, as it said so on the subpoena. What is the meaning of this, if you brought somebody who could not make a sane testimony?" "I see no wrongdoing in a witness saying something detrimental to the defendant. This is no show trial for the benefit of an individual. We stand here to uncover the truth before the eyes of God. As counsel to the plaintiff, I request that the objection be nullified." Request accepted, objection overruled. Even though the witness has inadvertently damaged the defendant's own case, withdrawal of testimony shall not be permitted. Marquis Lavallee's request was quickly denied. However, there were others who would not sit quietly. Oh, objection. It seemed as though Count Carton had found his second wind upon his reunion with Anna Marie. "I, the father, have recognized her as my daughter. Even though the mother may disagree, the score is still tied." However, this statement only hurt his beloved more. "Pierre, do you not believe me?" "Ah no, Anna Marie, I." Count Carton shrank back at the intense heartbreak and loathing palpably flowing from Anna Marie. Unsightly. Uni thought immediately upon seeing him cower. But then again, it was all well in the end. At this rate, she would be saved from this situation with it ending up as only a minor setback to her master. Efficiency-wise, brainwashing her mother had been the most effective option. As expected of a follower influenced by her master's obsessive efficiency, she pressed forward. As further insurance against the central faction, she needed to twist the knife in the wound. With that in mind, Uni opened her mouth. Then I shall convince the Count, Miss Henrietta's father, as well. What? With that, the Count's mouth dropped open. He had not expected Uni to continue and had been glad that nothing else was yet to come. From the beginning, Anna Marie's presence was unexpected. Therefore, it was unnatural to expect her to have countermeasures set in place. Uni would use this expectation to her advantage. Section. Before we begin, please remove Madame Anna Marie. Do you have a reason? I am going to ask Madame Josephine about the events of 11 years ago. The audience looked around at each other. Some knew what had happened on that fateful day when Anna Marie was driven from the Count's house. However, few knew the full extent of what had occurred. Their curiosity was aroused. Uni turned around. Josephine looked up at Uni as if the end of the world had come. As for Tullius, he was interested to see what Uni had in store. Of course, it was the latter that gave her the momentum she needed. This time, I shall live up to your expectations. Uni gathered herself, then began interrogating Josephine. Please stand and describe what you did to Miss Henrietta Fall of Carton. That is. This is the perfect opportunity, Madame. If you are planning to secure the future of the successor, now is the time to find your courage. Why, yes, I understand. There was some resistance, but if pressed, she would crack. However, if not hounded after, she would never speak. Even though she was a strong and brutal woman, she seemed reluctant to confess her role in that vile event. Thusly, Madame Josephine began to speak. It was a long confession, interrupted by short pauses and halts. It was a record of foulest sin, a monster who repeatedly crushed the face of a 6-year-old girl, then distorted the bones so they would never heal straight. Count Carton, in all his wildest dreams, had never imagined his wife capable of such a thing. Anna Marie, who had in the end stayed in the court, grew more and more frenzied with each passing word. In contrast, the Marquis listened quietly. Uni felt nothing. She had little connection to Henrietta's memories anymore. However, she thought the sight of the grieving Anna Marie slightly pitiful. That is all. After finishing her speech, Josephine appeared haggard. She had announced her crimes to the world. Her complexion appeared little different from that of Anna Marie. Thank you, Madame. How could you listen to such a thing so calmly? What are you talking about? I am Uni, not Miss Henrietta. I have no compassion towards someone I merely mimicked. What does this mean, in regard to the trial? You will soon understand. Uni turned once again to the defendant's seat. Now, what did you think of the story? In my opinion, you increasingly appear to be Miss Henrietta. Lavallee spoke warily. I heard that you were heavily injured when you were bought by Sir Tullius 11 years ago. Yes, you are correct. To the Marquis, he cannot help but see this as being to Uni's disadvantage. It was a well-known fact at the house of Aubenil that Uni's face had been crushed. It could be heard from Linus, or from the servants who remember that occasion. And because they remembered so well, Marquis Lavallee used it in his scheme. Both had facial injuries, a sure sign to me. Incorrect. Uni immediately denies the Marquis. Did you forget, Marquis? Miss Henrietta's face was magically healed so that it could never be returned to its original shape. That, a tinge of frustration, clouds the old Marquis face. Uni strikes up once again, spinning her narrative. Those here that have experienced military service will know that recovery magic is inalterable. If a fracture is hastily mended without regard for its original shape, the bone will heal crooked. Once this occurs, the bone can no longer be restored. However, a cure was recently discovered in St. Gallen. Oh, I'm the one who published that paper. Incidentally, the first successful case was a student injured in a duel by me. Tullius offered his opinion airily. Thank you, Master. By the way, Master, how old were you 11 years ago, if you do not mind my inquiring? I'm 19 now, so I was 8 then. I have bothered you again, Master. My apologies. Well then, my lord may be a skilled alchemist now, but could he have possibly carried out such a treatment at the age of 8? In truth, that operation was entirely successful. That's why Uni was standing here today. No one in their right mind would believe an 8-year-old capable of such a feat. Even in the House of Albenil, no one could have accurately diagnosed the depth of her injuries at that time. The only exception was the knight assigned to Tullius' side when he first purchased her, but he no longer stood amongst the living. When he was named in the investigation over the matter of succession, the Lord gifted him a bottle of alcohol that allowed its drinkers to truly find heaven, so he must have been happy. In other words, not even my lord could have healed such a wound when he was only 8. If it was Tullius, I wouldn't be surprised. He did write the paper after all. Marquis Lavallee was surely caught. Of course, there were many possible counterarguments. This is but an auxiliary argument, Marquis. I was my lord's first servant. Before there were no human experimental subjects. In truth, the operation had been designed after trials on captive mice. Even so, the Lord's talent for medicinal and biological alchemy was so great that he had no need for human subjects before the first application. Marquis Lavallee already knew that. He had been careful to have the slave market records checked during his investigations. In those records, there was no evidence that Uni was Henrietta. Records of identity were rarely kept for slaves purchasable by even children. The record of sale remained, but no one had bothered to learn who the slave had been. If you still have doubts, there should be a magical expert here. Why not ask them? Yes. That way we can stop this farce. Immediately understanding her intention, the Lord stood up. Turning to him, Tullius asked his question. I would like to ask you, as a former court magician, Count Pierre Simon Carton, could you please deign to answer whether an 8-year-old child could perform such a feat? Please bequeath your knowledge as a renowned mage. Pierre Simon Carton had gained his current station through his dedication to the magical arts and mastery of the arcane. In terms of expert witnesses, there were none more qualified than he. And by his account, impossible, it would be meaningless to even think of it. Count Carton answered truthfully, "Thank you for your valuable testimony." Gah! The Count realized what he had said and turned his face to the side. The Count must surely wonder why she was so apparently lighthearted, although she was barely repressing her churning emotions. However, they were nearly done. Uni bowed deeply to the presiding judge. What transpired previously has been my evidence. It was the statement of the defendant himself, and I take great pride in its credibility. Understood. Then I shall recognize the usefulness of this evidence. Then the wooden gavel sounded once again, the final sound to mark the close of an 11-year journey. In tandem with the crack of wood, Count Carton fell to his knees. He appeared to have lost all energy and was unable to reseat himself. A hollow shell of a man, broken by the lost chance to regain a daughter. His wax-like countenance was feverishly flushed with blood. Then we shall move to the verdict. Section. The trial ended with a resounding victory for the plaintiff. Witness to the plaintiff, Madame Josephine, was separately accused of a previous crime from 11 years ago and was to be transferred for a separate trial. Count Pierre Simon Carton resigned his peerage, and his son inherited both titles and estates. All in all, a complete success. As Uni was recognized as a separate entity from Henrietta Paula Carton, she returned happily to slavery. Her values were incomprehensible to others, and perhaps it was all well and good that Simone did not know of them. Although a woman of not yet 20, she was a slave, and pleased with the massive upset delivered to Marquis Lavallee. Shit, that old bastard, what was he thinking? Linus fumed without hiding his frustration, though he did exhibit some self-control by doing so softly. Even so, the incredibly pissed-off face he made as though he cursed the entire world after Tullius sighed, one did draw some attention from the others he passed by while on the way home. I must say, Count Carton's showing was disgraceful, to say the least. Indeed, does he hold no respect for the rules of the kingdom? To think he was considered an accomplished person. Also, it seems Marquis Lavallee was no match for his own reputation. Correct. Linus' teeth ground together audibly. I misspoke. Were you listening too, my lord? No, my ears become incredibly irritating when hearing about the ruckus my brother caused. Leaving the audience behind in their awkward laughter, Linus walked away after giving minimum acknowledgments. In the end, it is more than just about hating his brother, huh? Simone seemed to have understood him. One could always tell when the root of Linus' vexation came from his inferiority complex towards Tullius. For that reason alone, he had joined the central faction and surrendered himself to Marquis Lavallee's schemes. If he had not done so, he should have been able to live an easy life by ignoring what his brother was doing. If she advised him like this, he would surely reply with, "Much easier with him dead." What an irksome personality. She had to live until her dying days with or divorce such a man, and the thought alone depressed her greatly. To distract herself, she looked towards the court again. Marquis Lavallee had left immediately after all was said and done. Perhaps they were only seeing the first stages of his master plan. It seemed the old man will never be tired of scheming. Count Carton was leaving with an unsteady gait. As a noble, he would be unable to show himself in public as long as his scandal was remembered. Would he give up and go to Lavallee or visit Anna Marie? Nobody knew. Josephine was half carried away by a legal attaché, face as pale as death. Perhaps she would be under house arrest until her next trial. Tullius and Uni, however. Uni, it's all right, raise your head. No, because of my foolishness, I have greatly inconvenienced you. And I'm saying, because you've been such an inconvenience, stand up already. As one could see, Tullius was trying to pull an uncooperative Uni up off the floor. It was a behavior unbefitting of the two incredible actors who performed at the trial. At this ridiculous sight, Simone broke into an unexpected smile. I am deeply grateful for your help. However, there is much more I have yet to atone for. Don't be stupid, you're fine, Uni. Well, at least he has his favorite tea-brewing girl back. Simone thought to herself while leaning on the fence of the audience section. Tullius had scolded her while enduring a bitter taste from the tea before the trial. It seemed to her that his face, seen through the steam, had been waiting for her return. Section. In the end, his wish came true. Simone secretly hoped that someday she would have someone that devoted to her. At the least, she was happy that she had made a difference in their story so far. As he looked down at her, Tullius took out something from his pocket. A new collar. A new collar to replace the one lost a week ago. He gave it to her, and she immediately went to put it on. I've bent over backwards to recover you. You wouldn't think I will let you go this easily, right? Yes, master. Unexpectedly so. If you get it, raise your head. Yes, but before that. She kneeled down. Can you swear me into your slavery once more? I don't ever want to lose this again. That's fine by me, but all right, I'll do it quickly. Thank you, master, then. With her lord's permission, Uni uttered her oath. Your slave Uni will never refuse to offer herself, never flee, never fail to protect, never cease to serve. May my lord accept my solemn vow as the foundation for this eternal servitude. It wasn't a loud voice, but for some reason her words were carried on the air to Simone. A worshipping figure, hands clasped and eyelashes closed demurely. It reminded her of a nun lost in prayer. Very well, I shall receive your oath. In accordance with his acceptance, Tullius presented his left hand, palm facing the earth. As agreed, Uni kissed the back of his hand. With that, a silver ring was locked around her neck, shut fast as if to protect that kiss. Click. The sound of the collar snapping shut was the epilogue to the drama of the week past. Simone thought that the ritual had been unusually smooth, despite being held in a courtroom after the conclusion of the trial. Was it because it seemed so natural to the two parties involved? To her, it seemed like it had been the next obvious step for him. Like a wedding. Uni glanced away from her master's fingertips and stroked the collar, looking like a love-struck bride drunk on her own happiness. Insanity. What kind of holy court is this? Linus whispered indignantly. To Simone, he was the man who shattered her image of a sacred wedding. While both mildly shocked and slightly envious, she raised her left hand. Shining on the ring finger was a band of platinum. Platinum versus silver. Ring versus collar. Brother versus brother. Bride versus slave. Two women connected to the same house by different colors in similar shapes, yet worlds apart. One was truly happy. Upon realizing the futility of her question, Simone sighed yet again. Section. The woman returned home with her master, sporting a shining new collar. To my embarrassment, I announce my return. Hello there. Welcome home, feudal lord and chief maid. Lobert called out with a smile. Dew in turn said, yeah. With such an unmotivated reply, it was hard to appear honest. Tullius raised an eyebrow in suspicion at Du's lackluster greeting. You've got a pretty weird face there, Du. Is it so strange that Uni came back? That's right. After all, you're the one who's strange in the head. Don't say such rude things. While saying that, Tullius relaxed on a nearby sofa. He seemed much relieved after the events of the previous week. The root cause of the matter prepared a cup of herbal tea without orders and set a cup down before her master. After all the trouble, I chose chamomile for relaxation. Thanks, Uni. Yeah, it's gotta be you after all. Your words are more than I deserve. Du sighed briefly at their antics. In Du's mind, there was something he was still mulling over. Tullius stated that the probability of Uni's return was 80%, but how on earth did he even come up with that estimate? When he thought about it like that, he wasn't completely satisfied. Hey, Master, how long have you been planning for this? I was 90% sure of this specific outcome when Dre contacted me saying that Marquis Lavallee had Anna Marie in his possession. It was an unexpected answer. You've gotta be shitting me. The corner of his mouth twitched. There's no way. Did he think such a crazy event would occur from the beginning? It wasn't impossible, but he still couldn't believe it. You think I'm lying? Because Dre took full advantage of the teleportation network and quickly came to the capital, I thought she could afford to spend some time on activities other than Plan D preparations. I suddenly realized that I had enough free time to check out Marquis Lavallee, and when I thought back to the beginning, I came up with this eventuality. Sir, Mr. Du is still at the previous step. To me, it is strange that the chief maid was able to hold her own without guidance. Lobert muttered crossways. I'm curious about that too. That's completely out of question, isn't it? Tullius noted, while letting the steam from the tea mist his face. I've known her for 11 years. I of all people should know she was capable of that much. It was a natural response, but did he understand its true gravity? For her lord, she abandoned her father, mother, and half-brother and joined hands with the enemy of her mother. Wasn't it too arrogant to assume so much? Du wanted to say so but found himself unable. The girl actually did it. She verbally beat her father into submission, didn't blink an eye when confronted by her insane mother, and happily rejoined her lord. Tullius continued without minding Du, whose words were still stuck in his throat. While I was looking into the nobles of this land, I found out a few things on ex-lovers and mistresses and such. I brought that information to the wedding, just in case any noble made trouble. I said what I did to Count Carton because I didn't want him to take offense. Tilting his cup, he moistened his lips. Of course, Uni noticed my unnatural behavior. We've been together for 11 years. Since I knew that, I asked that the wife be brought to the trial. Uni was intelligent enough to predict my actions in accordance. In terms of combat, Uni outperformed even a remodeled Du. She was also a master in spying, an excellent magician, and an experienced alchemist. Escaping the residence, concocting the medicine, and finding a few servants that had been laid off were child's play to her. After all, with the brainwashing perfume, it was a simple matter to collect the necessary information. I see. Well, nothing to be done about it. You're right. After all, he had to make himself look as competent as Lobert. Then, did you feel at all reluctant in handing the chief maid over to Count Carton in order to gain time for concocting your plans? Well, you started preparing the fake evidence for the trial only after that. Swindling is for villains. It's not the same. If I didn't resist, I'd look suspicious. It's as simple as that. I'm impressed. You thought all that out in such a short time. Wasn't there enough time? When Count Carton insisted that Uni was his daughter, I knew the trap had sprung. The Count had both peerage and the moral right to take her back. So, I gave in, listened to the Count's story, and thought up counterpoints for it. Wasn't that the right way to go about things? You're insane, you know that. You're even more of a schemer than that Marquis. Tullius shook his head with an ironic smile. Don't make jokes like that. You come up with a counterattack at the last second, or you come up with a limited plan because your opponent is hiding their cards under the table. If you don't do it right, it all falls apart. Even his humility was galling. The Marquis was about to win when he was pulled down in an instant by Tullius from nowhere. If anything, they're sure to be more vigilant now. From now on, I'm going to have to get serious and think up my own strategies. That was his way, after all. The parties based in the kingdom's capital had been unsuccessful in sending spies to Marlin, so they had finally decided to brush away the insect buzzing around their ears. However, this time the insect stabbed back with a poison sting. The aristocrat stung by Tullius' counterattack would strike with full force next time. "I'm sorry. This was all my fault." Tullius waved his hand with a bitter smile, trying to stop Uni from prostrating herself. Perhaps it had been that way all the way back from the capital. "I'm telling you, it's fine. Do I need to bow down again to get you to stand? At any rate, it was a good thing that the Marquis was publicly defeated. Instead, know that you did well in this." With that, he stroked her head with his hand. "Master, you're all right, good child, good child." The Lord joked lightly with a smile, his servant accepting it with a slight squint. A psychopath who murdered countless slaves and aimed to overtake his brother. An accursed woman who shed blood on his behalf and cut down her own family for his sake. Du shook his head once again, amazed by the twisted pair before him. "Honestly, most importantly is that you look happy." The slave responded to his sarcastic words by straightening her profile, holding back an acidic tongue. She still smiled, however. "That's great." That smile was as innocent as a little girl's, but at the same time, a flimsy cover on an unimaginable abyss. "I'm the happiest woman in the world right now, after all." Section Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 35, The Burning Capital, 1. The day began poorly for Marquis Lavallee. "How pitiful that such a thing has happened, Your Excellency." "Indeed, indeed. Dissent amongst the people is growing. Now is the most opportune time to accuse the land-holding lords of misgovernance. Yet sadly, why would you intervene in the affairs of a newcomer of our faction?" The guests inside the Marquis Lounge were taking their turns reprimanding the Marquis for his failure. On the table, their cups of tea had long gone cold. This was a meeting between the nobles which belonged to upper echelons of the centralist faction. Their conversation revolved around the judgment made the day before, that the alleged illegitimate child of Count Carton was, in truth, only a slave. Everything had begun when Lavallee helped Count Linus Aubigneul in coming up with a plan. Tullius, Linus' brother, was a social outcast whose unbecoming behaviors ranged from an irrational devotion to alchemy to the senseless murder of many slaves. In order to put his actions in check and censure him, the Marquis had concocted a plan to capture his closest female aide. In a stroke of luck, he had taken into custody Count Carton's ex-mistress, Anna Marie, as Lavallee thought then that she may one day be useful for a ploy. Through her, he came to learn that Tullius' female slave was her daughter. Unfortunately, the trial had ended in a way beyond any of their expectations. Count Carton was found guilty of lusting over the female slave's beauty and falsely claiming her as his child. As a result, he had been forced to give up his title. Despite his high ranking, the Marquis was now faced with the risk of being overthrown by newer and lower-ranked nobles. All those gathered today were pressuring him to take full responsibility for the incident. One of the nobles took a sip of tea and commented, "Well, helping Count Aubigneul was not an issue by itself. The larger problem was the public failure." "Agreed." Another stood up and exclaimed, joining the conversation. "Especially in that the Marquis' scheming led to the Count's humiliation." "Strange." Lavallee broke his silence with a smile. The flames of hatred seared his stomach, but the Marquis kept his calm. Any form of agitation he showed could be used against him, the leader of the faction. "I do not remember in the slightest ever trying to smear Count Carton's name. Shouldn't the court's decision be the full responsibility of the Count himself? Stop making excuses." Haha. It looked like he was trying to shift the blame away. In truth, his aim was to remove it entirely. The person who replied with such vehemence was Count Mirbon. He was a high-ranking noble in his prime, and he surely coveted the position of the aging Marquis. Still, the Marquis would not be as feared as he was if he allowed a small mistake to hold him back. In the first place, everybody in the faction should be taking responsibility for what has happened to Count Carton. I told the Count that I had found somebody that might have been his long-lost daughter. Little did I know that she would end up as the slave the Count had fallen in love with. So you are saying the full responsibility lies with the Count? Count Langon spoke scornfully. He was a young and proud aristocrat in his mid-30s. He and Count Mirbon were similar in that they had risen in the ranks due to their incessant hard work. Because of this similarity, they had decided to actively work against the Marquis. Am I incorrect in saying so? You. Everybody could not help but be annoyed at Lavallee's obvious attempt to shift responsibility. However, Lavallee continued. Gentlemen, do you not find it shameful that one of our respected comrades concealed such depravity? Well, gentlemen, in order to not repeat Count Carton's mistake, we must work harder and pay closer attention. Agreed. Among the people present, there were some who stiffened at his words. There were many members in the centralist faction that put in lots of effort to get to where they were at the moment. Among them, how many were truly honest and incorruptible? As the leader of the faction, his warning that he would no longer tolerate any further misbehavior carried a great weight. Ha ha ha. Such harsh words. Count Langon had completely reversed his position. He was one of the youngest present, which meant that he had great ambition as well as great sexual desires. In fact, Lavallee was well aware of the low-born mistresses he kept secret from his wife. Your Excellency, surely, you must be joking. As the guardians of the royalty, there is no way. Count Mirban appeared as angry as before, but his previously sharp tongue seemed to have been dulled. Unlike Count Langon, he was over the age of 50. He was not at an age where he could be surrounded by mistresses, but there were times when he would visit expensive prostitutes in the red light district. Lavallee himself was involved in sexual relationships that were unheard of for a person of his age, but nobody dared to call attention to them, as they feared retaliation for stirring up trouble. Most importantly, everyone knew that this old fox was the only person who knew everybody's secrets. Once they turned their backs or revealed an opening, he would immediately take action and trap them in his plots, especially since all the nobles were on heightened alert after Count Carton's trial. For a schemer of Lavallee's caliber, it was entirely possible for him to take down a few well-known nobles. Ah, it is, as the Marquis says. With this recent dishonor befalling our faction, we must take great care to not tarnish our image. Count Chambery, sitting by the side of Lavallee, chimed in with a smirk. He was a shrewd fellow who had switched sides from the decentralist faction and was quickly climbing the ranks in the centralist faction. Either he believed that supporting Lavallee was advantageous at the moment, or he was trying to get the Marquis to owe him a favor. In any case, either option was always a tactically sound choice. Yes, if you don't want to join the peasants at the borders, then it is time to steel yourselves. Reading between the lines, Chambery was announcing his support for the Marquis. I can't relax yet. Lavallee resisted the urge to sigh from everybody looking at him. They called themselves loyal subjects of the royalty, but they were nothing more than a group of opportunists maximizing their own gains. Many of them only clung onto the authority of the royalty in order to compensate for their small territories. Chambery, the turncoat, was a good example. If Lavallee, the person holding the mantle of leadership, showed weakness in any way, there would be people trying to steal this position of power. And now, their faces all showed the same sentiment. It was too early. It was not a bad idea to use this opening to further their advantages, but Lavallee still had sufficient capability and resources to keep everybody in check. Hence, being impatient here would be highly unfavorable. Lavallee could easily tell what they were thinking. HMPH, it's too easy to read these fools. For Lavallee, it was only at the level of a minor annoyance. The wound inflicted by this setback was hardly deep enough to be fatal, and optimistically, only a small scrape. Still, he had not expected that trying to draw Count Albanil into the faction immediately after his succession would be akin to playing with fire. For now, he would have to suppress the nobles in his faction who were plotting against him. The centralist faction was not monolithic in nature. There was a sub-faction of hardliners, led by Mirban and Langon, who were quickly consolidating power. Chambery, on the other hand, was a bootlicking bat. In addition, he could not predict how Linus Albunil, uninvited to the conference for obvious reasons, would react in this situation. Moreover, there were radicals who were not adept in political scheming, but had significant military might and would not hesitate to start an armed dispute. Lavallee had to repair these fractures as soon as possible to prevent those people from leaving his sphere of control. You fools might think it's too early. However, the truth is that all you idiots are far too late. Castles were never built in a day. This also applied to the centralist faction that Lavallee had built over the years. Count Mirban was still wetting his bed when the Marquis first started consolidating his faction and deceiving the ignorant elites who gained power through inheritance. After nearly half a century, he had finally brought his country to its current prominence. Yes, everything he had done was for the sake of this country's future, he thought to himself. Section 50 years ago, there had been a great war. It happened on the far borders, in a land called Alps Roun, known by locals as Erebus Rodelhagen. It was a war fought between the Kingdom of Arkwell and the Federation of Sint Gallen over the vast mineral riches lying unclaimed in the earth there. Due to frequent disputes between the countries, the borders in that area had become vaguely defined around the foothills. Sankt Gallen had planned to formalize their direct control over the area and built a fortress on their side. This became the impetus for the war, in which a certain noble participated. The third son of a Marquis, George Lavallee, known presently as the one and only Marquis Lavallee. Back in those days, he harbored great ambitions and believed fervently in the values of chivalry. He aimed to distinguish himself in war as well as to repel the barbarians from the east. Joining up with his elder brother's army, he envisioned himself returning home crowned in glorious victory. He was not being overly optimistic. In fact, prevailing sentiment at the time was that the kingdom was likely to win. The provocative act from Sankt Gallen was initiated by an overly ambitious count guarding the border, and it was plain as day that it was an impulsive decision without complete preparation. When the imperial court in Brausan issued a war decree, the ambassador from the Federation hurriedly sent an apology only to be made into a laughingstock by court officials. Everyone in the kingdom strongly believed that the enemy's armies were full of weak recruits in comparison to the kingdom's elite, hardened soldiers ready to defeat the aggressors. However, their expectations for victory were mercilessly crushed underfoot. It became the largest defeat in history for the Kingdom of Arkwell. As a result of the kingdom being slow to mobilize, Sankt Gallen, who were at a numerical disadvantage, decided to carry out a preemptive night assault. By some whim of fate, the surprise attackers managed to sneak past patrols and land a direct hit on the Arkwellian camp. In an unfortunate coincidence, a war council consisting of high-ranking nobles was in the middle of a meeting in the camp. The Arkwellian soldiers were confused and disoriented by the unexpected attack, and the desperate invaders fought fiercely. They were too complacent, and now, they paid the price for bringing internal politics onto the battlefield. All the commanders were killed, and the kingdom's armies were left without experienced leadership. Unable to retaliate, the kingdom's troops were forced into a rout, with the Federation in hot pursuit. According to an observing military advisor from the neighboring kingdom of Malbyher, the kingdom of Arkwell was little more than fish in a barrel at Alps Roun. Their officers were giving directions to the Arkwellian army and inadvertently got caught in the crossfire. The officer in question had given his statement as he was being treated for a torn tendon at a field hospital. In the end, they had to sign a humiliating peace treaty and erase Alps Roun from their kingdom's map. This led to the end of many years of vague border lines in the area. Conversely, the border counts from the Sankt Gallen Federation regained half of the western territories. However, the losses sustained in this war by the Kingdom of Arkwell were not limited to territory. Many nobles who took part in the campaign, including the high-ranking nobles that went to the front lines, either died or lost their heirs. Naturally, there were voices advocating a campaign in revenge, but who would lead the war of reclamation? Thusly began the political infighting for leadership. Having had his brother die right before his eyes and suffering grievous wounds in battle, Lavallee returned to his country only to witness such meaningless bickering. Many of their leaders were greedily wringing the land dry and enriching only themselves. However, they failed to realize the dangers of their decisions and fought each other for personal gain. The young Lavallee wondered how they could be so blind. The Federation could still use the momentum generated in the surprise attack and strike west into Brausan. There was also the possibility that the cunning Malbyhrians might take advantage of the situation and snatch away yet more territory from the failing Kingdom of Arkwell. In the end, Sankt Gallen feared that pushing further into Arkwell would leave their rear lines unguarded and stripped the border count that acted without orders of his title. Malbyher wanted to maintain a balance of power in the region and decided to facilitate peace talks. Even so, these events were the silver lining. Not only did they lose Alp's Round, the kingdom had to pay war reparations. On the other hand, the nobles that did not go into front lines were only concerned with their own positions and safety. If nothing was done, the kingdom would be swallowed by infighting and intrigue. With this in mind, George Henry Lavallee was reborn from a mere noble scion into a loyal patriot. Or, as some would say, a brilliant strategist and unparalleled schemer. He began with setting up his second elder brother and the fourth son, his younger brother. The original successor of his father, his eldest brother, died in battle. The fourth son intended to take advantage of the situation and murder their father's successor. He told the second son. He carefully pretended to be in pain over his war injuries and convinced his second elder brother to kill the fourth son. As soon as the deed was done, he immediately reported it to his father with witnesses in tow. He told him that the second son had sinister ambitions and murdered the fourth son, who was born from the first wife. The very next day, his father ordered his second son to kill himself in order to preserve the outward appearance of the family. As planned, George became the next successor of the Lavallee family. Henceforth, with the authority of his rank and all the energy of youth, he worked to improve the internal system of the kingdom. He never took important positions such as prime minister or any other high-profile role. He preferred to help others into those appointments and gain their favor so that he remained outside the spotlight. He exercised his talents to their fullest extent behind the curtains and implemented many new policies, including expanding the royal guards, strengthening diplomatic relations with the religious authority in the region, the Omnian Empire, redeveloping the western borders, and strengthening the forts on their eastern borders. He even established the system that allowed children to study in Sankt Gallen, their sworn enemy, under the guise of reconciliations. At the same time, he eliminated domestically influential nobles and built up the centralist faction. Everything he did was for the future of the kingdom. For his glorious motherland, his beautiful country, it was all to ensure everlasting prosperity for the kingdom of Arkwell, the land of art and beauty. After a momentary pause to reflect, Marquis Lavallee returned to reality. The meeting of the centralist faction was still ongoing. How clumsy of me! Could it be my age yet to think that even I would be lost in pointless thoughts? Naturally, he hid all his emotions. He could not afford to appear to be in a decline, or the fools here would force him into submission. Very well, then. Shall we skip the chat over tea and move on to the main subject? The nobles stirred slightly. It was because Lavallee considered their relentless criticism as merely a chat over tea. Surely, the members who wanted to take the opportunity to bring Lavallee down would be in objection, but the old man still had enough authority to do as he wished. They could only listen to the so-called main subject that Lavallee spoke of. Pleased with the nobles' reactions, Lavallee continued. It is about Tullius Aubenil, the Viscount that cornered the previous Count Carton in yesterday's trial. Cornered Count Carton? Count Langon interrupted. He was implicitly hinting that there was another person who had been on the back foot. Lavallee paid him no heed and resumed speaking. That young man is unfortunately maligned by rumor, but he does appear to be a person of gift. He also showed a remarkable talent when he spoke in court. Deceitful speech is a talent for the slave murderer. Count Mirbon's scorn was obvious. It seemed like he was trying to demean Tullius so as to vent his frustrations over how Lavallee dismissed his failure. Section also. A Viscount spoke out from the lowest seat. I heard he has started operations on the copper mine in his territory. Oh, and he only started governing the area last year. Count Chambery quickly caught on. As expected of a greedy person, he was weak to money. Lavallee snickered to himself. Rather than calling him a bat, it might have been more appropriate to describe him as a moth drawn to the flame. Indeed, his achievements do not correspond to his age in the slightest. I learned of this previously and sent investigators. Here, take a look at this report. He placed the documents on the table for the nobles to inspect. Oh, this is this harvest of wheat, even though the area had difficulties paying the annual tribute. Immediately after the Viscount started governing the region. Public safety also improved drastically, I see. Marquis Lavallee, surely this is a joke on your part. An overly dramatic but predictable reaction. Marquis Lavallee chuckled. No, these are the actual findings from the investigation. These were made possible by pulling some strings with my friends in the royal court, and the reports were personally approved by them. Isn't it unbelievable? The results of Tullius' governance was more than sufficient to leave even him surprised. The most extreme southeast border of the kingdom was so barren that adventurers would not consider going there either. Tullius managed to restore the vitality of that abandoned land. Of course, Victor, the illegitimate child that he sent in as a spy, assisted him, but the harvest of wheat should not have been affected by him. The team that Tullius hired could not have made any difference during the planting season. He did something even though he went there alone without any capable personnel. With that in mind, he must have had excellent expertise in agriculture. This young man is very competent. A few years ago, I established friendly ties with his brother. I did not wish to handle such a person, perhaps because of his reputation. Still, we will not be inviting the slave murderer, yes. Of course. We just expelled Carton because of his lack of public morals. Aren't there rumors that the brothers are on bad terms? Just as Lavallee was expressing his regrets, Mirbon and Langone disagreed. Tullius' achievements were worthy of praise, but he was just a small fry in the grand scheme of things. The potential that Tullius had did not measure up to the risk he might bring. For the seniors and the next generation leaders of the centralist faction, the people of power within the faction, they found it difficult to accept. However, there were some nobles who seemed intrigued at such a prospect. So Your Excellency is having difficulties with deciding on how to handle the Viscount in question. It seems to me a great waste to leave such a capable young man by the wayside. Count Chambery represented the relatively new members, who lacked an influential voice. He desperately wanted such a talent, young, single, and most importantly, being able to draw in wealth. He wanted to be the person to have invited new blood that could outwit the old guards and the other entitled scions that would have sinecures handed to them on a silver platter. If presented with the slightest chance, these group of people would want to strip everything they could from Tullius. Dance before me, fools, revel in your delusions while you can. The Marquis lips curled. The visionary responsible for the quick development of Marlin was Tullius. It was child's play to read the minds of these fools who were so easily baited. They were probably now thinking about the daughters among their relatives. Establish a blood connection with Tullius by marrying him into their family. Then reap the benefits of being associated with him. Lavallee still had other effective plans to plant spies in Tullius' camp by marriage. The first plan to make use of Carton's long-lost daughter failed completely, but with a little skullduggery, the marriage plan was still feasible with a different bride. In fact, the lack of anything suspicious about the bride made this the perfect plan. If anybody realized the potential of using this strategy to establish a relationship with Tullius, he would immediately execute them all. In the first place, Lavallee had no intention of welcoming Tullius to his faction. No matter how skilled he was too dangerous. He was too unpredictable, doing so much to take back a mere slave. There was no way he could let loose a mad dog like that. Also, he had neglected to mention it to the nobles present, but Tullius had been quietly creating his own faction. If Chambery stupidly approached him and made unwelcome overtures, he would use it as an excuse to eliminate him. Of course, if Chambery was unfairly accused of a crime without sufficient grounds, it would instead cause a real rebellion. But this was his home ground. He could always come up with other methods. In addition, Tullius' faction was still incomplete. At this point in time, the young man would be eagerly coming up with some pretext to return to Marlin. The young man would be doing so in order to escape the Marquis clutches and resume the building of his own faction. Now that he had divulged information about him and revealed how juicy Marlin was to these nobles, how would things turn out? Lavallee predicted that there would be families pressing him to stay for a betrothal, and Tullius would be unaware that it was all part of his plan. He would take decisive action the moment a member from his faction form a relationship through marriage with Tullius on their own initiative. This was Lavallee's second plan to make up for the first plan failing. Taking handouts was never the way of the aristocrat. Instead, one should tear away the hand that feeds. While concealing such thoughts, Marquis Lavallee opened his mouth with a show of feigned ignorance. What a difficult young man Sir Tullius is, What do you say, my compatriots? I believe we should end this conversation as it is and reconvene another time to continue the discussion. I do not believe I need to wait, as I have already made my decision. Count Langon objected, as it was in his nature to do so. I wonder about that. His territory is completely isolated by high-altitude forests and close to the border. How he would entertain guests is beyond me. Do you really think this matter requires careful attention, Marquis? As expected of Count Mirbon, as they had a long history together, the puppet master of noble society was hiding something behind clouds of misdirection, all while avoiding making definitive statements. Count Chambery said nothing, as if to express his unease. Thusly, the curtains closed on the day's meeting in accordance with Marquis Lavallee's aims. It was supposed to be a bitter day for the Marquis, but it ended without even a sour aftertaste. That thought rested lightly in his mind. Truly, it would have been wonderful if that had been true. Section. That day was entirely uneventful. The clear autumn sky was beautiful, and a refreshing breeze carried the last traces of summer on its winds. A group of 5 women walked through the market, light coats keeping away the chill, and busy workers welcomed the arrival of a season of rest. It was a mundane first day of fall. That day, Nicola was also in the market, leaning on his canvas as he drew the likeness of passers-by. None of his works were selling. He might be the third son of a merchant, but he was no way adept in calculations nor negotiation. He was utterly devoid of business acumen, and when his older brother took over the family business, Nicola took the opportunity to leave home and pursue a career in the arts. However, even in that he was hopeless. His poor conversational skills and lack of anyone to recommend him left him with no choice but to sketch portraits on the streets for a living. Even though Brausan was the capital of fine arts, a third-rate artist like him would never be able to mingle with the upper-crust members of society. That was his lot, huh? Nicola raised his head and let out a turbid sigh. As evening fell, the streets were clearing as people hurried home. It was almost time for him to pack up his easel and leave. He had had 4 customers that day. In the end, one of them had torn up his finished work and refused to pay. It added up to a miserable sum, just enough to pay for dinner for the night. Last month, and the month before that, he had been unable to afford to pay his rent. With that in mind, he wanted to stick it out a little longer. But when the sun went down, the less reputable members of society would come out from the shadows. If he ended up running into thugs, he would be pressured into giving up what little coins he had left. Section, depressed by the inevitability of his situation, he started gathering his supplies. From the beginning, Nicola had never been talented in portrait drawing. His forte lay elsewhere, in landscape painting. Since those kinds of works couldn't be sold to the common folk, he forced himself to practice portrait drawing. How long can I keep doing this? He asked himself so, and a reply always came without fail. If his works didn't sell, he would die. He had no eye for business and his body was weak, and he was clumsy with everything except with his hands, so he had no choice but to continue making a living on the streets. He was forced to put on a composed look and sell portraits to wide-eyed hicks, while under the naive illusion that someday, somebody would recognize his talents. He was unable to give up on that faint hope. Therefore, he drank away his fears and misgivings. Cheap alcohol fueling his drunken stupor, he escaped his cruel reality of shattered dreams. Thusly, he once again walked to his usual bar. The bar in question was on the corner of the market street. It didn't have expensive or even good quality liquor, but it was affordable for him. Above all else, the barmaid was cheerful. It was the best place to be. "Welcome, Mr. Nicola." Opening the swinging door, he entered the bar. The aforementioned barmaid was full of courtesy and greeted him warmly. She was a splendid person that never showed any aversion to customers like him who looked like a pauper. He returned it with an awkward smile. "Ah, Chloe, the usual if you please." "Sure thing, an ale and salted gut then." On the bar's menu, there was a noticeably cheap assortment of food and drink. Although what he had ordered was usually eaten by Sankt Galenian boors, with his meager earnings he had no other choice. Taking a seat at the bar, he quickly glanced around the room. It was awfully empty. It was early in the night, and the bar was by no means popular, but even so it was far too empty. Besides Nicola, the only other customers were a poor bachelor and an old man who practically reeked of the countryside. It should be the time when shop apprentices or day laborers would come in to drink the night away. But even as he slowly ate and drank his way through his meal, no one else entered the bar. "Mr. Nicola, did something happen today?" The barmaid, Chloe, asked with a lowered voice. She too probably wanted to know why there were considerably fewer customers today. Unfortunately, Nicola also had no idea. To be honest, I'm also at a loss. I don't think anything out of the ordinary happened, though. Yes, it had been an entirely uneventful, normal day. There weren't any festivals that day, and there hadn't been a forced citywide mourning either. It had been quite an ordinary day. Those fellows over there, did they hear anything today? Even though Nicola had been drinking himself stupid and would always order the cheap stuff, it was not like he spent year after year at the same bar. In the last few days, he had only been able to afford thin porridge and near-expired vegetables. Chloe herself might have a better idea of why the lack of customers. Chloe pondered with a brooding expression. Well, maybe, I can't say with confidence, but... After a brief pause, she began to talk about a strange tale she had heard from the two men. Recently, some activists in Browson had been making a name for themselves. Nicola had seen them many times as well. On every corner, it seemed, they had been loudly protesting the high tax rates and mismanagement by the nobles, as well as demanding social reform to elevate the social standing of commoners. In other words, a grassroots movement. Usually, the guards cracked down on these protesters, carting them off to the jails for special treatment. Of course, they did not go as far as to sell them as slaves. They did not go as far as to use violence or start an uprising. Instead, they were locked away for a few days to let their heads cool off, then released with a warning. Even so, when caught, the activists were usually badly beaten by the guards. In addition, they would be held in cold cells with little to eat. Although Nicola thought they would have learned their lesson quickly, they never seemed to quit. "We will not succumb to violence. Certainly, we will be beaten and held captive. However, ours is the spirit of liberty. Until our labors come to fruition, we will never bow." After being released from jail, the activists yelled as such at the curious onlookers. Since then, the movement had been growing increasingly radicalized. Rumor had it that last month they had marched in a great column to the nobles' district, accusing them of all sorts of depracities and injustices. In addition, just a few days ago, the protesters finally showed themselves in the bar. Hear me, fellow laborers. An unshaven, bloodshot man with an unhealthy pallor had slammed the bar door open and started proclaiming his agenda. It had been at around the same time as Nicola's entrance. Laborers had just finished their jobs for the day and had been relaxing with drinks in hand. If his aim had been to target the workers, it was the perfect time. The day of the breaking of our chains is near. The day we free ourselves from the yoke of these so-called aristocrats is soon to come. The day of wrath and reckoning is here. Take up your pickaxes and hoes and rise against the tyrants. The activist continued on, preaching even more extreme views. In a way, it was the manifesto of a revolt. Of course, to Nicola, who was born in a fairly large city and moved the royal capital, such an event was unimaginable. According to Chloe, the faces of the other patrons were at first still subdued. That was to be expected. Even if drunk, something as wild as that would take a while to register. Group drinking was supposed to be relaxing and never a mob in the making. However, I agree, that's the way. One easily swayed patron stood and nodded their approval to the activist. The person wore a hood and their appearance could not be easily made out, but from their voice it was clear it had been a woman. No true laborer should disagree. This is our path, and we must follow without hesitation. All the while, the other customers looked on, dumbfounded. Faced with such force and intensity, some stood up slowly, joining in. Ah, you're right. After all, it's the nobility's fault we're poor. Without them, we'd really be free. The activist, seemingly emboldened by their assent, spoke louder and louder to the oddly dull drunks wandering about. That's exactly it. In ancient times, every man, woman, and child was equal in the eyes of liberty. But now, we are far from that ideal. Why? Because our rights were stolen by the thieves we call the aristocracy. Stolen? Damn it, I'll never forgive them. Exactly, never let go of that rage. Until today, you were all just sheep following the shepherd's crook. However, now you have gone wild. Resist our overlords, break the fences, and rise up. Oh. From then on, it had only been a chorus of anger. A wild medley unworthy of the term revolution. Patrons and protesters alike took to the streets that night, drunk on something other than cheap spirits. Well, it was something like that. That seems like quite the tale. Nicola laughed it off as he drained his tankard. It was crazy, outrageous, and unlikely even in his wildest dreams. In truth, the story simply didn't feel real to him. He couldn't say it was impossible, however. Speaking of which, it seems like a few of the other regulars that went out that night have stopped coming to the bar. I wonder what they're doing now. I imagine they were dragged off to cells. Give them 3 more days for their liquor to wear off, and they will be back for more. You don't believe me at all, do you, Mr. Nicola? It really happened, I'm telling you," said Chloe, pouting with a huff. Faced with such a cute sight, Nicola unintentionally began to smile. Now, settle down. Chloe, come on, cheer up. I'm fine, it's all your fault, meanie. That said, maybe I'd forgive you if you bought another drink. Ha, you really do have a head for business. Nicola eyed his wallet, cold sweat on his palms and a tipsy flush in his cheeks. Did he really have enough for another drink? The street artist, drunk on mild happiness, was pouring his heart and coin out to the barmaid. He wanted to escape the hell of day-to-day life, but he couldn't help but want to experience this bliss forever. All the while mocking himself, Nicola continued to down mug after mug, until his fate took a turn for the better. Until then he would keep going. Chapter 36. The Burning Capital. 2. The time has come, my comrades. A candle provided weak illumination to the basement room. A man began speaking, undeterred by the dimness of the room. The man's appearance was truly queer. His beard was thick enough to cover his cheeks, and his bloodshot eyes focused on nothing but a single point on the ceiling. The intensity of his zeal should have made it difficult for anyone to approach him. Yet there were many other figures seated around him. While they all looked solemn, a fanatical joy erupted in all of them. "OHH. We have been waiting, Comrade Gaston." In unison, they greeted the man. Their singular tone and similar expressions made them appear like cold, mechanical robots. This detached and otherworldly group of people were the so-called activists. They were the protesters that appeared in Brauson 2 months ago out of nowhere to criticize the system of government and condemn the rich. They were the oddballs that never seemed to learn their lessons after being rounded up by patrol guards. Even today, they were still active. Finally. Yes. The man gave a satisfactory nod to his comrades and took a deep breath. And he silently reflected upon the tireless days spent to get to this day. Gaston Justo was not from Brauson. He came from the southern rural areas and was originally a farmer. He lived in poverty while in his hometown. The lands he worked on were by no means barren. In fact, the land in the area was considered the richest among the surrounding regions, and they could grow local fruit trees, etc. However, this did not guarantee the livelihoods of the common folk. The place Gaston lived was where the rich and powerful farmers resided. These powerful farmers were supposed to act as representatives for the farming community, but by negotiating with the nobles over a long period of time, change gradually happened. Over some generations, they made the surrounding families work under them as tenant farmers and extracted wealth from the tenant farmers. Some even considered these rich farmers as half-nobles. There was a lord governing the farmers, but with the rich farmers, they were effectively governed by 2 different people. No matter how fertile the lands were, now that they have to pay nearly double in taxes, they could no longer have a decent livelihood. Naturally, Gaston was one of these tenant farmers. The most vivid of his memories in his hometown was starvation. Just by being part of the rich farmers' protection, the tenant farmers had to endure the shame of living like slaves. The village leaders were bribed blind, and the poor farmers held only disdain for the lord who sat back and did nothing. Anger built up against the merchants, who enriched themselves by trading the farmers' harvest. Gaston's motivation came from his hatred towards this country and this world that allowed the powerful to exploit them. Gaston had to control his rage as he was addressing his comrades. While trembling, he announced, "I will order all our other allies that remain in hiding to begin their operations. Now is the time to rise." His strong words seemed to shake the air, not because of how his voice trembled. His comrades trembled at having their hot impulses awaken. Rise. Yes, it was time to rise up. What Gaston and his comrades were referring to was an armed uprising in Brauson. Gaston surveyed the faces in the room. They were the faces of people who would have died to destitution and poverty. Their faces were baked by the sun, and their complexions pale with some even concealing bruises. There were even some among them who had been assigned to unfathomable hard labor and had wrinkles in the corners of their eyes despite not being in their 30s. Last but not least, he could see the strong loathing they had against the powerful nobles who tortured commoners and commoners who exploited their brethren for personal gain. OHHHH. Long live Comrade Gaston. Victory to the laborers, death to the parasites. Gaston stood up to the rallying cries and shouted. He was once a simple farmer, an ordinary person that was powerless, uneducated, and spiritless. Today, he was different. Today, he stood at the front for his enraged comrades. 2 months ago, he stood at the intersection in the capital, gathering support for the movement. He was mocked as an insane person and stoned by onlookers. Now he has put together a sizable number of comrades who shared the same beliefs as he did, and they would now grasp victory. And then, they would be remembered in the kingdom's history, or rather, the entire history of the continent as heroes. Intoxicated by what they were about to accomplish, Gaston raised his face in a grin. Come, my comrades, we have to stand together for our rage, to take back our rights from our oppressors who call themselves nobles, to take back our money from the merchants who pilfered from us. For this fight, will you all stand with me? OHHHHH. In response to their leader, the so-called first activist, the other activists stood up. Like the evening sun reflecting brightly on a canal, their bottomless eyes glimmered. Section, hey, look over there. A guard that was patrolling the city was the first to notice something amiss. He made a sour face and called out to the other guard who was patrolling with him. What's wrong? I don't know how to say it, but doesn't that look fishy? He tilted his head to signal towards the crowd. The center street of Brauson was usually bustling towards the end of the day. That was to be expected since it was located in the center, and Brauson had the largest population among cities in the kingdom. Naturally, there would be more people going out at night. In addition, the city installed more streetlights, making it less intimidating for city dwellers to wander around at night. Just like any other day, the street was crowded with men who seemed to be going back home from work. I don't see anything different. His fellow patrol guard laughed scornfully. There was nothing special about hungry laborers filling up cheap restaurants or gathering at the tavern. At one glance, this scenery was very much like any other day in the capital. However, he could not wrap his mind around it. There was a nagging feeling he could not get rid of. He had a vague sense that something about the day had changed. What caught his eye was how abnormally disheveled these men were. Some of them carried pickaxes on their backs, presumably because they worked in construction. There were sailors who held poles too. They probably worked at the harbor by the Ammon River. Or the people carrying firewood with a wooden rack on their backs who looked like they were going to try to sell firewood to kitchens that lacked firewood. Wood-carving knives hung from their waists. There were the blacksmiths with sledgehammers on their belts too. And then he finally found the words for his unease. Somehow, I think. Everybody here were all men, and all of them had. Somehow everybody here has tools that can act as a weapon. Tools that could be used for murder. The other patrol guards stared hard into the crowd. Now that you say it. Section, it was unusual for people return home from work. What purpose is there for construction laborers to bring their pickaxes back home? And the sailors who should only need their poles for transporting goods around the harbor? And the firewood sellers, why would they need a knife on their waists? Of course, there were a few who might prefer to have the tools of their trade wherever they went. Or perhaps cautious people who wanted to have a weapon for self-defense if, by some rare occurrence, a fight breaks out at the tavern. Such individuals numbered a handful at most. And right now, the number of men parading around with their weapons numbered more than all his fingers and toes. If an incident were to occur now, bloodshed seemed possible. To be safe, I am going to report to the guard who. He stopped right before finishing his sentence. With a thud, his fellow patrol fell to the ground. He looked towards his fellow patrol, who fell flat on the ground suddenly. He was moaning in pain as his helmet was knocked off from the back. As soon as he understood what had happened to him, he felt a shock from behind. Arg! His vision flickered, as though fire was spilling from his eyes, and his head kissed the ground. I must have been hit, he thought. He felt a throbbing pain and a burning sensation. Unable to lift himself up, he sluggishly turned to look. He saw a familiar unshaven man looking down on them while holding a wood block. "You bastard rebel scum." The madman who had been going around the city giving a fiery speech. The authorities decided that he was a person of small significance and let him go repeatedly after being arrested. If he could remember, his name was Gaston Justo, a person with a really shady appearance. He was leading a bunch of other laborers who had the same ambitions as he did. Gaston rubbed his foot against the two guards, dogs of our oppressors. "Kill them. Dewa." The poor guards had no time to even blink before a rain of blows fell upon them. Punched, smashed, and stabbed. Their bodies were entirely destroyed by the wooden pole, sledgehammers, and pitchforks. Perhaps because they were trained soldiers while the rioters were just impoverished commoners, it took some time for them to land a finishing blow. Right before one of the guards died, he muttered, "Impossible. This is a riot." The guard was probably trying to say how out of place it was for a riot to happen in the capital. Gaston bellowed in laughter. "Riot? No, this is a revolution." In his excitement, Gaston did not realize the person he was trying to correct had already breathed his last. Shortly after, a fellow comrade sprinted to Gaston. "Comrade Gaston, we have wiped out the patrols in this area. We are victorious. We did it." At their great success, Gaston patted the shoulders of his comrade and smiled widely. "Good job, then we shall proceed as planned. I shall head towards our true goal from here on." "Affirmative, I shall put my life on the line, for freedom and equality." For freedom and equality. They saluted each other before splitting. They were the Suicide Squad. Their morale was high and spared no thoughts for their own lives. They had perfect coordination and were unified in their goals. Surely they would fight to the death on Gaston's orders. Nothing greater than to die a martyr for their great cause. In contrast, there was not a single soldier who would offer their lives for their oppressors, the nobles. Gaston thought to himself, and he turned directions. The actions they took here was just a distraction. The root of the revolution was not here. Behind Gaston, there were his subordinates in charge of rallying the other members. My fellow comrades undertaking this noble deed. My fellow warriors who share our ideals. Now is the time we purify the core of the kingdom's corruption, the capital. Let us begin with the greedy people who run rampant in the city, the merchants. They raised their weapons in the air and yelled, "That's right, kill the merchants. The noose for the thieves who steal our sweat and blood. I will never forgive the slave merchant who bought my daughter for peanuts." Resentment against the merchants filled the air. Naturally, Gaston concealed his laughter. Merchants were also commoners, and yet they indulged in using deception and tricks to sap away the people's gains. They were wicked people who fawned on the nobles and might even put nobles for sale in their slave collection. Well, not that it was anything noteworthy for the daughter of a noble to be sold as a slave. Purging the corrupt merchants was once again a righteous undertaking. All who lust over extravagance and monopolize daily necessities should die. Now that it has come to this, do whatever you can to accomplish this. Take back the people's wealth. Gaston took his final glance at the leaders and the boisterous crowd. There was nothing here for him now. His calling laid elsewhere. On an autumn evening, the center street of Brauson descended into chaos. The rioters, who proclaimed themselves as righteous freedom fighters, attacked whichever merchant or shopkeeper they came across. They started with their most hated moneylenders and the slave traders, and then moved on to the grocers who sold fruits and meat, clothing stores and pharmacies. Even the vendors who sold goods on mats were not spared. The mob had already associated anybody who engaged in trade with money to be their enemies. At a certain butcher shop, "Die, oppressors. Please stop, what did I? Shut up. Fucking miser who wouldn't even feed a starving kid." The shopkeeper put in life on the front to defend his shop. After being hit by a rock on his head and fainting, he was beaten by poles and perished. The mob only had this to say after killing him. An evil person who got his fortune from obtaining the livestock of a farm at a bargain. "Comrades, let us hang his shameful corpse for all to see on the streets. Just like how he butchers the meat he sells, let's chop him up." "Yeah, After justifying their barbaric acts with whatever excuse they could make, the mob moved to the next merchant. W, what are you bastards doing? What do you plan to do with my daughter? A piercing yell came from a clothing shop that should have closed at nighttime. His daughter was pinned down by two men who attacked the store out of nowhere. For a healthy child her age, she should have a bright and healthy complexion, but she now appeared ghastly pale from fright. Help me, father. The two perpetrators snorted at the young girl's pitiful attempt to get help from her father. You father and daughter are evil people who demand money for a basic human right to wear clothes. Now you shall pay for your crimes. Nonsense, what crime is it to deal with clothes? Where and what law have we broke? Law. The leader of the two twitched his brows. The laws of the kingdom were made to control the people. For us, the righteous, who seek the return of our human rights, there is no need to follow those laws. Since they were not nobles, they would not recognize the legitimacy of laws created by nobles. He tried to argue with such a childish explanation. The tailor muttered feebly, while forgetting that the assailants were armed and his daughter was still a hostage. "See crazy." And those became his last words. "Fucker. You dare disrespect us." Father. Not reacting to his daughter's warning, the tailor had his head knocked to the floor. The person with the sledgehammer had hit him on an impulse. Blood pooled on the floor from the tailor's head. He died instantly. There were still some movements in his body, but they were probably just muscle spasms. Section. My apologies, comrade. Looks like I dealt with him earlier than expected. No matters, comrade. As long as the end result does not differ from what we had planned. As the two engaged in an incomprehensible talk, the person who was not in charge of holding the girl took off the tailor's clothes. Perplexed by their actions, the young girl gulped and asked, "W, what are you doing to father?" Put his naked dead body on the streets for display. The young girl still could not understand why and only realized how terrifying they were. While in a confused state, she continued to ask, Why? I told you, didn't I? Your family have sinned by selling clothes and conning people of their money. That is why we will have your sins be on full display after you all die. Though we were originally planning to take away your clothes one by one to fully embarrass before executing." The man looked coldly at the young girl. The young girl could vaguely sense the vulgar desires emitting from his gaze. "Since you are still young, there is still room for you to change. If you try your best to serve us, then we will consider sparing your life." The young girl let out a small shriek. It was clear what the man meant. "First, strip her. Then take her outside and do whatever you want with her. If she refuses to atone for her sins, execute her." The leader of the two instructed his comrade without hesitation. The young girl screamed Asher clothes were torn to shreds. At some other place, unlike others, this group of rioters were met with resistance. "Damn small fry, trying to gang up on me to steal my money." An unkempt man wielding a bloodied sword roared. He was protecting the stout and fat, middle-aged merchant behind him. The merchant tightened his fleshy cheeks and smiled. "Phew-ha-ha-ha. As expected of a professional, your skills are worth your price. So what can you paupers do against my money? Ha-ha-ha-ha. D-damn bodyguard. So strong, a former adventurer." They were tasked to attack this money-lending company and crashed into the front gate in high morale, but could not get past the bodyguard. They have already lost 5 comrades to the blade of the bodyguard, and their front were exposed. The bodyguard leading the front appeared to be the chief bodyguard, and there seemed to be 8 other hired bodyguards. On the other hand, there were only 6 rioters left. The aggressors were forced to accept their unfavorable position. "Retreat! Quick retreat!" Damn it. The leader of the rioters bit his tongue as he called for the rest to retreat. The other surviving members were equally anguished as they escaped. While wiping off the blood from his sword with a cloth, the bodyguard looked towards his employer. "So, what about the survivors? Shall we keep chase and kill them all?" "Wait, master, that would be problematic." The money-lending merchant put his cowardice on full display. "From what I have heard, there are countless men like them in the city. If master left my side, there is a chance more will come over." "Right. HMPH, reasonable." The bodyguard hid his sword into the sheath. He could roughly guess what the merchant was considering. His agreement with the merchant was to act as a bodyguard, and if he was to pursue the assailants previously, the merchant might have to pay an additional fee. The merchant probably was reluctant to pay further expenses. In any case, this was perfect for the bodyguard. He was tired of the dangerous adventurer life. That was why he chose to be hired by the moneylender. He was not the least interested in killing all of them. It would be a different story if he was paid extra, though. In the end, that decision was a fatal one. He should have pursued and killed every one of them, or at the very least, moved to a different location away from the company. The rioters that escaped regrouped with another party. My apologies, we met with some difficulties, comrade. We had to escape even though there was a bloodsucker that had to be exterminated. What? There was a skilled bodyguard. He personally slew 5 of our comrades. That is a problem. We had planned to kill the merchant and make use of his company's ill-gotten funds to support our revolution. If we idle here, they would be able to run away. And our revolution would lack this final piece. There's no way around it. As they conversed, the leader rioter noticed something behind. One of his subordinates had taken something from a shop. It was a jar being carried on a wagon. It was rigorously wrapped in thick cloth. Inside it was oil. Let's burn the building. No matter how skilled the bodyguard is, he would not be able to escape a burning building. Then the money of the company. HMPH, we're talking about the miserliness of a moneylender. If his priorities are on money, then he would have kept them in a safe. We just have to dig the safe out after the burning and help ourselves to it later. I see. The other rioters who listened nodded. The plan was put together with mostly unproven opinions, but they were determined. Rather than this being what they had to do, it was probably what they wanted to do. They wanted to see the scene of hell when the hated moneylender burns spectacularly. Despite the short amount of time they took to put together a plan to burn the company, they were disproportionately disciplined during the execution. They filled the wagon that had been carrying the oil-filled jar with wood instead and charged into the company's front gates. They could use it to make a barricade if necessary and could use it as a fire starter too. Ooh, get out, get the fuck out. Inside the blazing building made out of bricks, the bodyguard yelled. Immediately after, the sound of barricades breaking from within could be heard. They were likely taking it easy and put the minimum level of vigilance. As a result, the rioters did not have to protect themselves from retaliation. Still, it looked like the former adventurer was not a pushover. The rioters had planted blockades at the gates, and the bodyguard was cutting them apart with incredible precision and speed with his sword. Unlike his current job, he had to face inhuman abilities of monsters as an adventurer. If they allowed the bodyguard to continue breaking apart the blockade, it was certain that it would fall apart. How's that? I'm gonna tear it apart. Piece of shit. After tearing apart the wooden blockade violently, the bodyguard jumped out. There were burnt marks on his clothing. His eyes burned with revenge. He had to get them to pay back for putting him into harm's way and for putting his reputation in question. This time he would slay every one of them. He took a cursory glance around him and immediately the assailants pounced into action. He is out, now. Splish, he was drenched in water. No. The unusual smell and the stickiness of the liquid means it was not water. The bodyguard realized what the liquid was and went pale. Don't tell me this is oil. Unfortunately, before he could finish, a stray ember caught onto him and he was set ablaze. He had already been surrounded by the rioters carrying torches, so the outcome was the same though. RHHOOT. The bodyguard had been drenched in the leftover oil they had. The moment he ignited, the hellish temperatures of the flames were transferred to his body. Hot, HOOT. He only had time to raise his voice when it just caught fire. He could not scream as he wanted in his last moments. He could only dance in the enveloping flames as his vision became overwhelmed by red. At long last, the former adventurer bodyguard had been reduced to ashes. One of the rioters sneered and then glanced into the interior of the building. Beyond the opening created by the bodyguard, a merchant stood frozen at being surrounded. The rioter could not help but laugh. There goes your last bit of hope. So, which would you choose? Stand where you are and burn to death or step out and get beaten to death. That's all the mercy we can offer you. Decide, we will respect your choice. Yuck. The merchant fell flat on his bottoms. The building would soon be consumed by the flames, but he could not step out. He remained indecisive and died without making a choice. Section. At a certain tavern, rioters were on the verge of breaking in. Tear down everything. Take back everything. Their booze had always belonged to the people. We are here to take back liquor, produced from the wheat and grapes of farmers. None of this makes sense. The owner angrily shouted back at the rioters, who were trying to break the table that was being used to fence the gate. Unlike other establishments, this was just a small tavern serving cheap booze. Why were they being labeled as oppressors instead of allies of the people? What the heck is wrong with these people? Yeah, really. Nicola, a frequent customer of this tavern, agreed readily with the owner. What in the world was happening? Just as per normal, he was done for the day and headed for the tavern. This was a perfectly normal day, so why was he involved in this now? What reason do these rioters have for ignoring the tavern's contribution for the people and for them to direct their violence towards the tavern? Yes, there were some shady people among the merchants, but those kinds of people were just a small handful. Nicola himself could be considered to be running his own business, though the scale was relatively small. He was completely undeserving of the current situation. Similarly, though he felt bad about it, this was just a cheap tavern that can barely turn any profit. The same probably goes for the shops around here too. These people were robbing innocent people of their lives and property. Isn't this just a new way to rob others? The owner could only laugh dryly at Nicola's comments. Yes, that is it. They are no different from thieves at all. In the meantime, he piled up wooden crates and barrels to strengthen the table blockade. Can you smell something burning along that direction? They must be burning somebody's shop. Stealing, killing, arson. These must be the worst villains we have seen so far. Aren't we in trouble, all Gramps? A customer who happened to be present stood with a grave expression. If this place burns up, we can't fight back at all. Won't the booze catch fire? This shop doesn't have the kind of high-purity, expensive booze. Even so, the customer lips quivered. He held out his hands in the air, clenching and unclenching his hands, as though he was grabbing somebody by the collar. The end is nigh, Nicola realized. That was the person's strange quirk whenever he becomes stressed and when somebody big was about to happen. Once, he joined as an onlooker and was witnessing a fight between some hooligans. Just before a guy pulled out his knife, this same customer made the same movements. Sticking here would be the same. I'm leaving. Stop. A man let out the panic scream and wanted to run towards the blockaded exit. Nicola promptly pinned him down. He was probably going to get rid of the blockade if that was what it took to leave. Even though he was pinned down, he tried desperately to reach for the exit. Let me go. Get out of the way. Why are you getting in my way? Are you friends of the people outside? Hey, stop. The man desperately elbowed Nicola, who held onto him. Nicola's vision was obstructed momentarily by some sparks of sorts. He could feel an impact on his nose and the warmth in it. Blood gushed out from Nicola's nose. Nicola's grip on the man loosened. Arg. A sound of something dull came from behind, and the man he held on to lost strength. Puzzled about what had conspired, Nicola looked up. Oof, Chloe. Are you all right, Nicola? Chloe, the barmaid, holding a beer mug and breathing roughly. The man beside him now laid still with a lump on his head. Looks like she helped by knocking the man out. Thank you. I am glad. Blood is flowing out. It is just a nosebleed. Nothing to worry about. You were quite the daring one, though. He made the jokes, perhaps because he felt at ease now. Chloe bashfully laughed it off while hiding the beer mug behind her. The tavern keeper smiled. She is a lady from the lower part of the city. Since she is not a noble, of course she knows how to handle a drunkard or two. Stop teasing me. Chloe's cheeks turned red from embarrassment. Nicola felt more relaxed. Still, their situation remained very much unchanged, and there were still violent noises from outside the tavern. Hey, are you listening? Shit. How long are you planning to hole up there, you evil poisoning pig? The rioters were still trying to break through. The endless sound of them recklessly kicking, punching, and hitting the wooden barricades poured in. They should not be breaking in any time soon, since it seemed they lack an appropriate tool like an axe. Do you guys want to be burned alive? If not, get the hell out. The angry voice from across the walls sent a shock to Chloe. Nicola carefully placed his hand on her shoulders and said quietly to her, It will be fine. If they are still threatening us like that, it actually means they cannot do anything else. So the shop won't be burned anytime soon. Nicola. Very likely, their oil is currently being used to attack somewhere else. I'm sure the people out there don't even have a fire starter. Nicola was rather confident in his conjecture. After all, he could not hear one bit of reason nor patience from the man shouting outside. If he had the means to burn the place up, surely he would not have spared a thought at negotiation and simply burn up the tavern. Which basically meant that they currently lack the means to do so. The tavern keeper rubbed his chin, appearing convinced, and gave a fishy look to Nicola. What if they regrouped with the others with the guys who can start a fire? Wouldn't it just be a matter of time? Yup. But Nicola gulped down all his fears and maintained a cool front, though he has never once had anything smooth sailing for him. If it is a matter of time, that is the same for them too. Oh, they are making a huge riot in the capital. Surely the knights would be rounding them up anytime soon. Nicola said those optimistic words not to persuade the tavern keeper and Chloe, but to convince himself. This was Browson, the capital of the Arkwell Kingdom. The knights stationed here were the most elite and most renowned amongst the military might of the Arkwell Kingdom. Surely, they would not let these ruffians do as they like forever. If the knights are coming, they would be able to exterminate these people. This was Nicola's, as well as the entire city dwellers' final hope. With those words, Chloe and the tavern keeper could force a smile. All right. The knights would definitely come and save us. Seriously, if not, where's all our tax money going to? While they were in the midst of conversation, sounds of breaking could be heard. Would the knights arrive first, or would the defenses of the tavern wear out first? Or perhaps these people would regroup with the guys with the oil first? The powerless inhabitants of Browson huddled together, shivering in wait of the conclusion. Nicola's conjecture had two pitfalls. First, who was the target of these rioters? Second, the knights that he spoke of, who did they belong to? However, pointing out these flaws were meaningless. For the powerless, there was nothing they could do but wait. Chapter 37, The Burning Capital, 3. The northern royal garden of Browson was shrouded in an unusual atmosphere. Bonfires blazed all along the bank of the river, illuminating the entire area as if it was fully midday. With a blinding luminescence, the glare reflected in the polished armor and the swords turned towards the heavens by those standing in line. These were the knights of the royal guard, lauded as the finest in the kingdom. With the exception of the Second Order, which had left the capital for a bandit extermination, the full war potential of the First through Sixth Orders was assembled. They numbered no less than 500. Dressed in their beautiful armor, the band of powerful knights stood in formation, illuminated by the sickly light of burning turpentine, a magnificent sight to see in the dead of night and dazzling to the eyes of the beholder. However, that sight would have inspired different emotions in the districts where the city folk were closest to the impending threat. Was there time to wait like this? Now, may the ceremonial parade of His Majesty's forces begin. So announced the haughty aristocrat, in jarringly out-of-place civilian finery. The parade, or as many thought of it, an overly pompous inspection of the knights as the king watched. One might ask why, even though the flames grew steadily in height, the process was so ponderously slow. Unfortunately, the kingdom's ruling forces were plenty busy. Only through their exhaustive efforts was the current situation possible. The kingdom of Arkwell was a typical feudal state in which powerful local nobles propped up a shaky monarchy. In compensation for the bestowal of the right to rule by the king, these nobles would defend the king's lands from foreign invaders and monstrous beasts. However, from time to time these duties would be forgotten, overwhelmed by the heady rush of power. In accordance with the ways of kings, it was easier to exploit the low-born people of the land than to combat powerful enemies or defend far-flung territories. In addition, over time nobles forgot that their land and status was the king's gift, and began to believe that it was the family's right. Over the course of the past 500 years to the present, the king's authority had dwindled to little more than a thorn in the side of the nobles. At best, His Majesty the King should be little more than a fancy decoration, out of the way and no longer attempting to unreasonably curtail the powers of the nobles. That was the general sentiment of the aristocracy. Because of this, in the eyes of the elites who served to defend the royal family from all threats, at any cost, these nobles were worth less than the dirt beneath their boots. If even the slightest whisper of rebellion against the royal family were heard, those same knights would rise up in military force to conduct a political purge, sparing not even the most influential of nobility. As such, whenever the royal guardsmen attempted to mobilize, the bureaucracy would mire them in unending, fictitious ceremonies and red tape. Applications needed to be filled out for the removal of even a single sword, oaths to serve the king were required to be reaffirmed, and ceremonial farewells to the ladies of the court. There was no limit to the innumerable banalities. This time, the process had been limited to only a single parade for the king. Sacrifices were made and compromises found. The reason the royal guards were still waiting was the centralist and decentralist factions. Kneel. His Majesty the King has arrived. At the facilitating noble's signal, the knights fell to a single knee in perfect unison, thrusting their swords point first into the earth and resting their foreheads against the bellies of their blades. This act was meant to symbolize the peaceful intent of the men and to remind themselves of their oath of service. Viewed from the front, the kneeling knights' expressions were hidden behind their swords. However, it was entirely possible that resentment over the delay lurked in their hearts. Even a single word with a royal guardsman would quickly reveal their diverse origins. The First Order, the primary bodyguards of the imperial court, were dominated by the children of aristocrats, in stark contrast to the absent Second Order, which recruited regardless of social standing. The Third Order and below were said to be comprised of an even split between nobles and commoners. For those knights of common stock, the impending plight of the citizens of Brausan was theirs as well. On their rest days, they often shopped at the same stores, ate in the same restaurants, and drank in the same bars as the rest of the city. For some, their families and homes were in direct danger. For those who thought that way, it was incredibly difficult for them to stand there. They wanted to move quickly, and as quickly as possible. To these knights of rare caliber, the king began to speak. And now, be because of. With a bland, dull expression, the king began to stammer as he made his entrance. Continuing from the royal palace into the north garden, a red carpet was hurriedly spread before him down the stairs. At this sight, a soft sigh rippled amongst the arrayed courtiers and guards. Of course, that sigh stemmed in no way from respect or admiration. In fact, it clearly carried an air of contempt and scorn. Charles VIII, third of his line, King of Arkwell, 58 years of age. Beleaguered and exhausted, he looked far older than he truly was. Over the course of his reign of 35 years, he had yet to father a successor after the untimely, consecutive deaths of the first and second princes. As he aged, his ability to handle political affairs had decayed. Although political gossip often claimed that the king was nothing more than a puppet for Marquis Lavallee, the Marquis himself would deny it by exclaiming, "If that were the case, I would have chosen a better one." The crudely constructed puppet in question stood awkwardly in front of the knights. Upon further inspection, he was visibly shaking. In recent years, the king had begun to show signs of extreme paranoia, and Charles VIII had grown afraid of the swords meant to protect him. As he dallied, the disaster in Brausan spiraled further out of control. With a burst of nervous energy, the king, beginning to sweat, finally mustered a shout. "K-Knights, raise your heads." Truthfully, it resembled more of a shrill scream than a shout, entirely unbefitting of the ruler of a country. Nevertheless, it was an order. As he commanded, the knights complied without a hint of disrespect. Perhaps too sharply, as the king froze up in fear. Finally, the king withdrew from his pocket a crisp piece of parchment containing a royal edict hurriedly drafted by an etiquette official. "My honored subjects who have performed admirably. As long as you are here with me, there shall be no reason to be afraid." It was hardly an inspiring speech. The address was likely intended to rouse the spirits of the knights before their departure, but the author had neglected to account for the character of the one reading it aloud. Instead, the knights' morale had visibly fallen. However, as has been relayed to me, there are rebels in Brausan, our kingdom's capital of 500 years. As much as I regret parting with you all, the KK Knights are also supposed to protect the kingdom and its king. As such, with his warbling voice and sheen of sweat painfully apparent, the king's speech was seemingly over. Message. An officer, face fully flushed, ran into the garden and interrupted the proceedings. Insolent fool. By what authority do you dare interrupt your king? The king grew suddenly furious, veins swelling on his temples. As an unparalleled coward, he would go to any length to maintain his last bastion of safety, his authority as a king, and despise those who threatened it. I humbly beg your forgiveness. It is indeed this one's fault for intruding upon your grand speech. However. Silence, I will not suffer the excuses of a traitor. No, this is an emergency. I cannot stay silent. The knights looked around amongst themselves, trading glances. To risk being charged with lese majesté, as well as the wrath of the king, he nonetheless persisted in his attempts to deliver his message. All those assembled wondered privately what the message was about. However, there was an obvious exception. Then you shall be executed, die and hold your tongue, somebody, kill him right away. Out of all those there, the king alone failed to understand the gravity of the situation. Charles VIII was livid. A mere ant had dared to interrupt him and disobey his commands. Much like a man surprised by a cockroach crawling down his neck, he was blinded by an instinctual fury. If unchecked, he would not stop. Knowing this, the captain of the Third Order steeled his resolve and stood. My king, please excuse any discourtesy on my part. As though drenched by a bucket of cold water, the king jumped and swiveled to look at him. Eek. What is it? Section. The captain of the Third Order was encouraged by the king's response. When a superior asks a question, an opportunity arises to explain in more detail. In other words, he could say what was on his mind. The captain spoke quickly, not giving the king a chance to reconsider. I am eternally grateful for the chance to speak. My king, although it is true this man is a fool for interrupting your words, it is now apparent that he bears a message for you of the utmost importance. In my lowly opinion, the best course of action is to hear what he has to say and pass judgment at a later point. If the message is truly worthless, then your ineffable order will be carried out with the greatest prejudice. Essentially, at least listen to the man before killing him. Being only a knight, he had to be as convincing as possible to sway the king himself. Finally, appearing even more infuriated, the king assented. Fine, do what you want. Sulking like a child, the king turned away in a huff. With an audible sigh of relief, the captain turned to the messenger. As the king has ordered, speak. Why, yes. The officer kept his message as brief as he could. The rebels that refer to themselves as activists have broken through to the east bank of the river Ammon, the nobles' quarter. The soldiers stationed there request reinforcement from the royal guard. What? The nobles and knights alike cried out in surprise. Many of the noble-born knights had families residing in the mansions of the noble quarter. Although initially unconcerned by reports of commoners being attacked, the news of the approaching threat seemed suddenly much more real. My king. The captain of the First Order appeared anxious. Please give us the order to advance. We cannot have these bandit scum run wild. The rest of the First Order nodded in agreement. As stated earlier, the First Order mainly comprised noble sons, many of whom were born in eastern Brausan. It would be an unending disgrace if noble blood were to be spilled by these louts. Additionally, our shame would be all the greater for allowing it to happen in the capital, the seat of the kingdom's strength. Commoners killing nobles in their homes would be an ill omen of things to come for Charles VIII. An extreme opinion made all the harsher by the captain's disrespectful tone towards the king. Shaken by his words, the king had gone pale, though the time for appearances had long passed. Then, all the knights shall go to the noble quarter. Why, yes, I order it done. Swept up in the heat of the moment, the king spoke without thinking. My apologies once again. That is unwise, my king. The captain of the Third Order spoke up, and Charles VIII reddened in anger again. This time you are disobeying. Your fury is most justified, but as your loyal retainer, I cannot possibly condone such an action. What is the meaning of this, captain? The captain of the First Order asked with a cold voice. Why would you object to the protection of the noble quarter? All I am saying is that there is no need to deploy the full strength of the royal guards in a single location. Our priority should be the commoner streets, where there were reported rebels actively committing arson. If we were to neglect that, would it not be a dereliction of our duty? The captain of the Third Order responded with equal chill. Deep down, he was furious. The captain of the First Order had shown no interest in defending the city until he heard that the nobles' homes were threatened, when his attitude changed completely. He could not help but resent such a mindset. The nobility are the pillars upon which our kingdom stands. Are you saying we should leave the most important people in our nation to die like dogs? Who cares about peasants? The lives of nobles were far more valuable. That kind of logic only served to reinforce pre-existing biases. Captain, I wholly agree. We cannot allow the embarrassment of allowing a noble to die. However, if we allow the fires to spread unchecked, the city will burn to the ground. The captain of the First Order could not argue that point. Even if it was a city of commoners, it was still the capital. How could they possibly keep face if they allowed it to burn to ash? The captains of other orders joined in the ongoing argument. I agree. There is still an existing garrison in the area. A minimal detachment should be sufficient. Well, we cannot afford to gamble on this. The nobility are the shields of royalty, after all. That said, I believe a single order would suffice. In that case, it seems natural to send the First Order, as many of them are noble scions. They could protect their homes without worry, no. Why you all? The captain of the First Order was completely blindsided. In charge of palace security, the First Order had grown used to serving those of high rank. Their duty entailed neither skill with the blade nor strength of the heart. All that was required was a high enough rank to not embarrass the residents of the palace, and perhaps a pretty face. In short, the First Order was a glorified social club for young gentlemen. They were put work primarily in parades and as honor guards. It was ludicrous to compare the First Order to the other orders, who were true elites hardened in battle or handpicked for meritorious service. Their only authority lay in their names as nobility. Thus, the captain of the First Order's reluctance to fight without backup. Of all those in the palace, he was most aware of the First Order's complete incompetence. If at all possible, he wanted every royal guard available deployed to the noble quarter. If not, then at least another order for support. None of the other captains were interested, unfortunately. None were of noble stock and were to the man true commoners. In comparison to their burning homes, the plight of the nobles held little value in their eyes. These cocky bastards. The captain of the First Order cursed under his breath. Once, the royal guards numbered no more than 100. At the present, even a single order would number that many or more. The reason for this dramatic expansion was the machinations of Marquis Lavallee to strengthen the kingdom after its defeat 50 years ago. With the backing of the centralist faction, the royal guards had evolved from a small security force to the premier guardians of the capital. In order to swiftly boost numbers, commoners and lesser nobles alike had been allowed to join their ranks. The old order of powerful noble sons remained only in the form of the First Order. Because of this, he failed to see eye to eye with the other captains. He saw them as dirty peasants trampling on the honor of true nobility. Except for the First Order, none of them could be considered true royal guards. This was obvious to the other knights. Naturally, they took exception. Who cared if they were the First Order? When it came down to it, they were a bunch of dandies and fools. These dandies and fools grouped together to form political connections and flirt with the ladies of the court. The First Order, calling the other knights unqualified. A joke, and weak at that. The air thickened with tension, and the assembled knights glared at each other. Please, calm down. Everybody, gather your dignity. Unable to bear the unnerving silence, one of the palace nobles spoke up. At his words, the knights of the First Order relaxed slightly, while the others looked affronted. This was a high-ranking noble, one likely to side with the First Order. Everyone here has made valid points, but at this rate, we will never reach a decision. Let us keep our honor and respect existing hierarchy. Respect existing hierarchy. A not-so-subtle order to obey the First Order, who were supposedly superior due to their noble blood. Amongst the royal guards, general doctrine stated that the lower the number of the order in question, the greater its power and influence. After all, it was unthinkable to have pure nobility ordered around by mere commoners. As the situation shifted in his favor, the captain of the First Order smiled widely. It is, as my lord says, how can we as royal guards forget our honor? In troubled times like these, we should aim to inspire lesser soldiers. The captain of the Third Order tightly clenched his fists. He had been slighted and would have liked nothing better than to strike the captain of the First Order, but they were among exalted company. If he dared to act out in their presence, he would endanger the lives and livelihoods of his friends, family, and subordinates. It was impossible, Captain. His subordinates glanced at his drooping figure. Their expressions all conveyed that they were at their limits as well. They had to move as quickly as possible to save the capital, even if they had to use brute force. Looking at the assembled Third Order, he saw their solemn resolve to cross blades on the spot if necessary. We cannot afford to let that happen. He knew that every captain below the Third Order would follow. However, he could not let them do it. It wasn't an issue of morality or legality. If the royal guards caused an outburst, the decentralist faction would use their actions to disparage the king. It would be best if such an incident was relegated to mere political infighting, but in the worst case, it would be viewed as a rebellion against the king's authority. Since such actions could potentially throw the kingdom into civil war, they had to be extremely cautious. Still, he had no desire to let the First Order do as they wished. My king. Charles VIII, who had been minding his own business for some time, looked up with a start. What? His pitiful appearance provoked nothing but frustration. We, the royal guards, are ultimately the spears and shields of the royal family. With all possible respect, I would like to request your permission to liberate the capital. What? What? A cry of surprise rose collectively from the captain of the First Order and the noble who spoke up for him. The First Order internally controlled the guards, but the king alone had the authority to issue commands. Section. The captain of the Third Order wanted to leave the decision up to the king. The First Order is of the opinion that the nobility, as the foundations of our kingdom, should be prioritized. In contrast, the other orders believe that the nobles have sufficient soldiers already in place, and that we should advance into the city instead, taking the fight to the most hard-hit areas. As we are at an impasse, what are your orders, my king? The most optimal outcome would be for the king to stick to his initial order to save the city. If that were to happen, the captain could order his men onwards without a second thought. On the other hand, if he were to side with the First Order, they would have no choice. They might feel resentment over the decision, but they would to a man obey. As long as the First Order had no say in the matter, they could quickly secure the noble quarter and move on into the city. By turning to the king for his authority, the captain could preserve morale. After all, their foremost duty and obligation was to serve the king. The captains of the Third Order and below stood together as the First Order and the assembled nobility looked on with furrowed brows. With bated breath, everyone awaited the king's orders. Dunno. Huh? Who uttered such disrespectful words? Now was not the time to find out. I don't know, I don't know. Do as you please. A man of nearly 60 years was wailing like a spoiled brat, spitting with every word. Worse still, he trampled and kicked the pristine shrubs on the lawn as he turned to leave. With bloodshot eyes and bulging veins, it was clear the king had gone mad. My king? This is unacceptable behavior, my king. Like I care, I'm taking my leave, I'm going back to my room. Ignoring his servants, the king walked back into the palace. He was tired of it all, thought Charles VIII. They had all ignored him. They were all the same, whether they were some order or another, the nobles or the commoners. They never cared about his feelings and never stopped cawing at each other like crows whenever they talked. He was the king of Arkwell, but demands kept flooding in. No one actually respected him. They only gave the required courtesy, then sought confirmation for something he didn't care about. Never once had they actually asked what he thought about anything at all. Despite that, they treated him like he was responsible. He couldn't take it anymore. It was the same for the Marquis centralist faction. All they wanted was a king to sit quietly on the throne, whether it was Charles or not didn't matter to them. Astonishingly, the decentralist faction thought the same way. Most importantly, he was ultimately only useful as a political weapon. These loyal subjects even had the gall to claim it was all for the good of the king or the kingdom. Thanks to them, the nobles' loyalty to the royal family grew thinner every year. When they raised taxes, the commoners directed their anger towards him. He had no say in that. Really, he had no say in anything at all. I've had it, I don't want to be king anymore. As the king ran for his palace, tears and snot dripped down his face. If everything had gone well, he would have already retired. His eldest son Ray, or maybe his second son Philip, would have inherited the throne, leaving Charles free at last. What ruined it all was Ray's assassination 6 years ago. At the time, the centralist and decentralist factions were arguing over the matter of royal succession. The centralist faction wanted Ray, as crown prince, to succeed his father, while the decentralist faction supported Philip, as he was a far more suitable candidate than his brother. He had made clear that he didn't want to have a son be made heir solely on political backing, but Philip, as second son, believed that aristocratic support would give him a better chance. Ray despised his brother for his brazen ambition, and the two brothers began to fight amongst themselves. As their father, he tried to mediate, but to no avail. When accused of being unfit to rule, Ray denounced his brother's betrayal. The atmosphere grew thorny in the royal palace, and at last criticism was directed towards the king for his inability to end the conflict. One day, the entire royal family managed to sit down for a meal together. Suddenly, in the middle of the meal, Ray spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, never to stand again. His wine had been laced with poison. Suspicions were immediately directed towards Philip, as the two had been fighting over the throne. Publicly labeled as his brother's killer, Philip locked himself away in his room to hide from scrutiny. 3 days later, he was found dead of the same poison used to kill his brother in an apparent suicide. Many took this to be proof of Philip's guilt, but Charles remained unconvinced. It could have been a complete coincidence that the same poison was used, or even that someone had made Philip's death look like a suicide. No matter the case, he had no desire to be the father of 2 dead sons, one a fratricide. He had loved them dearly as his adorable sons that he brought up. The primary reason he could not end their infighting was that he was unwilling to label either of them as the instigator. Days later, the centralist faction accused the decentralist faction of instigating Philip into murdering Ray, while the decentralist categorically denied any involvement. The king wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, but his advisors cautioned against excessive investigation as it might have incited rebellion amongst the nobility. Thus, they brought the case to a close with the decision that Philip poisoned his brother, then killed himself. The decentralist faction consequently suggested to Lavallee that he tacitly support a few of their proposals in return for the closure of all investigations on his involvement in the matter. Charles VIII was unable to find the killer of his sons or even publicly show his despair. Since that time, he had lost interest in the affairs of state, and, perhaps, interest in worldly affairs in general. He stopped drinking and lost the ability to enjoy the flavors of food. Music grew shrill and unbearable to his ears, and he festooned the walls of his room with the portraits of his sons. Due to his weakening vitality, or perhaps his fear of subjecting another child to a horrible fate, he was unable to sire any more offspring. A king of gray, unconcerned with the pleasures of food or fine art despite his ruling over a kingdom of the arts. That was the kind of wretched state Charles VIII was reduced to. Sniff, sniff, sniff. He continued to flee, unconscious of his labored breathing and disgusting appearance. He wanted nothing more than to hide away from the world in his room. He could care less about the fate of the capital. Let the rebels kill the nobles, what did it matter to him? If the city was burning, he could not wait for the palace to go up in flames as well. At least then he would have an end to his tortured existence. He ran and ran. He ran from the burden of responsibility foisted onto him by his retainers. He ran from reality itself, hiding from its inevitable grasp. Nobody followed him. There was no need. There was no precedent in history for a king to run like he did. Under the command of the First Order, the royal guards moved into the noble quarter, as the highest authority, the king, was absent. Nobody else tried to take command of the royal guards, as no one else had the will to do so after witnessing the king's flight. Charles VIII, King of Arkwell's decision, as it was to abandon the commoners. From the low hill where the palace stood, the knights rushed down. The most elite force in the kingdom seemed out of sorts. Part of it could have been the inexperienced leadership of the First Order. They had overruled the First Order and set out sluggishly ahead of the rest. The other orders could have easily overtaken them, but the pride of the First Order prevented them from being allowed to do so. They marched as if their victory was assured, even though they had yet to even take the field of battle. If the commoners in the blazing streets saw this, they might well have taken the rebels' side out of sheer anger. From the rooftops, a shadow looked on. Covered from head to toe in a dark robe, the shadow quickly retrieved a device from beneath the robe's folds. Opus 5 to Opus 1. Opus 5 to Opus 1. Please respond. This is Opus 1. Connection confirmed. Opus 5, please report your observations. The customer is confirmed to have departed. I repeat, the customer is confirmed to have departed. The mechanical voice of a young girl was transmitted through the device. After a brief pause on the side of the receiver, a reply came. Understood. The departure seems much later than expected. Did anything happen? Opus 5, did you observe anything abnormal? Negative. No abnormalities were found in my observation of the customer. I see, they must not understand the situation fully. However, their tardiness should not prove an issue. We have much leeway on our side of things. How many are proceeding directly? All, this concludes my observation. There was another pause. The receiver seemed taken aback. All of them. Yes. Is that so? Well, that is acceptable. It should not change events too much. Are you sure? I inquire. I believe this will be a significant setback to our plans. Wary of eavesdroppers, their conversation was heavily encrypted, but it entailed the attack on Browson. The shadow held concerns that if the royal guards brought their full might against the noble quarter, the damage to the city would be far greater than expected. Depending on the circumstances, it was possible that the entire capital would be destroyed. The shadow was asking if that was an acceptable outcome, and the receiver replied simply, if she held no concerns, then the shadow had no need to worry. No, I answer, if it is deemed to not be a hindrance. Is there anything else? Opus 5, please continue with your mission. Leave the rest to us. May the fortunes of war be with you. Over. Be careful too. Over. After exchanging rehearsed farewells, their communication ended. The shadow returned the device to under its cloak and surveyed the city while moving silently. The royal guards on their way to the noble district. No problem. The rebels and the dying commoners. No problem. The roaring flames and thick smoke. No problem. There were no issues at hand. At least not for her mission. Browson's living hell did not seem like it would be ending anytime soon. Chapter 38, The Burning Capital. 4. The revolting mob in the city. The outbreak of fires in various locations. The illegal trespassing of the noble district by the rioters. Due to the various abnormalities occurring in Browson, the Lavallee residence was thrown into an uproar. Report the situation. What in the world is happening in the city? Look at the number of them coming here. Are they targeting some noble? Lavallee's retainers and trusted confidants were busy contacting the places in question to gather information, but their progress was slow. There were two main reasons. How is our contact with the palace? The telepathy with the court magician. It's not working. There isn't any jamming, but the other side is not responding. Could it be because of what happened to Count Carton? GRR, damn magician. How can they let personal emotions interfere at this time? That was the first reason. Due to Lavallee's ploy, the former court magician, Count Carton, lost his standing. The High Court found Carton guilty of misconduct, but it was already well known that Lavallee and Tullius Aubigneul had a secret feud, and Carton was simply collateral damage. The current court magician could no longer find Lavallee trustworthy ever since he sold out a fellow comrade and abandoned him when the plan failed. Now, in times of importance, he could not make contact with the magician. The other reason was, now that it has come to this, shall we call back the spies at the Aubigneuls? Yes, it was Tullius Shernan Aubigneul, the culprit responsible for Count Carton losing his place in society and for damaging Marquis Lavallee's name. A dangerous existence who created so much trouble for a slave. In order to keep up surveillance on him, he had split up a large portion of his espionage team. Lavallee had started the espionage way before the trial ever started, the day after the wedding when Uni came under his control. The measure to keep up surveillance on Tullius had backfired, causing Lavallee to lack the ability to gather sufficient information in an emergency. Thus, his retainer was considering pulling back the spies. No, let the people monitoring Tullius remain. My lord, but this. Because the capital is in dire straits, all the more reason to keep our eyes on him. Lavallee looked stern. It was the timing. Tullius had taken back Uni and no longer had a reason to stay in the capital, and yet this situation was happening. He could not help but feel that this event was connected to Tullius. If that was the case, that man was trying to start something. That was Lavely's prediction. We won't know if that chap might see an opportunity and ride on the chaos. Even if he was not the mastermind behind the riots, he might still attempt to take advantage of the situation. With that possibility in mind, he did not think it was the time to pull back surveillance on him. Lavely's retainers reluctantly lowered their heads. As you wish. However, our information is coming slowly. I know. I will not find fault in the delay, as long as it is reasonable. As he said, Lavely touched a tool hiding in his bosom. It was a communication tool powered by magic that he had imported from, as much as it annoyed him, St. Gallen. He should receive word from the spies through this if they spot Tullius taking action. And he had 2 of these. The first was for communication between him and the group that was observing the Albenul residents. The other was between him and the group observing the slaves at the inn. Either one of these would report back if that person was indeed planning something. With this, he could easily catch him by the tail. He was an alchemist too. Surely he would have a similar tool. There was no way he would overlook such a possibility. It was a favorite trick of Alchemist to make magic-infused tools. It was likely that Tullius knew how to do it. He had already seen the report by the spy that Linus sent to Marlin. Apparently, Tullius had made a giant freezer. Aside from its usefulness, it was a complex product that could only be created by a high level of skill. Thus, it would hardly be surprising if Tullius possessed a similar communication tool, which meant that he would order the slaves he brought to the capital with this tool if he wanted to do something amidst the chaos in the capital. Else, Dew or his other combat personnel, including Uni who he got back the day before, would take action from the Albenul residence. I might have been overly worried, well, just in case. Naturally, Tullius might be completely unrelated to the riots. The rioters have murdered some of the residents and attacked the noble district. Nobody would bat an eye if they were executed based on rebellion. If Tullius was found connected to this incident, he would not be able to escape the death penalty. It was extremely risky for him to try anything now. The moment Tullius' plans are found out, he would face doubts and unwanted scrutiny. Still, Lavely's years of experience told him that Tullius was behind this incident. Hence, he did not reduce the surveillance on Tullius. In addition, even if he failed to deal with the violence that was probably incited by Tullius, he would not be inconvenienced in the slightest. Lavely was without a position in the palace. The ones that have their responsibilities were the current prime minister, cabinet ministers, and generals. Furthermore, he heard that most of the members of the rioters were some noisy people called activists. They mostly came to the capital to complain about the tyrannical acts by the local lords. The more violence that erupts from this, the more material he could use against the decentralist faction. Of course, he would be troubled if the king meets with mishap by attacks on the palace, but Lavely did not think the rioters would amount to much fighting power. Their security forces in the capital were not weak and fragile. In fact, a bunch of commoners taking up shabby arms might not even be a match for the private bodyguards of nobles. He had nothing to lose by not taking action. As such, Lavely could prioritize plans against Tullius. His decision was in some sense correct, yet in some sense a mistake. Section. The activists started off their attack with Viscount Dorian's mansion. One after another, they broke in either from climbing over the wall or breaking in from the front gates. They raised angered chants, trampled upon the plants, and smashed whatever sculptures or statues they encountered in the garden. Open up! Get out of there, corrupted nobles. Come out obediently to pay for your crimes. The owner of the mansion looked at them from above, through a window on the second floor. The Viscount was wearing his sleeping gown, as though he had finished a meal and just took a leisurely bath. He clicked his tongue in displeasure. What are these disgusting people up at my house for? While talking to himself, he held out his hand. A woman standing idly nearby carefully passed a cup of whiskey to him. The woman wore a silver collar on her neck. She was a slave. Normally, a noble would not have slaves near him. They had to consider the damage to their reputation if there was a person of such lowly status by their side. However, it was a separate matter altogether if the slave was an outlet for their desires. This was only limited to beautiful slaves. They were usually made inconspicuous on formal occasions, though there were some nobles who would openly present their slaves in private gatherings with nobles of similar interests. In fact, it went beyond presenting, and the slaves might be loaned out for a night, just one facet of the degeneracy in the privileged class. Dorian was also such a noble. He set a high tax rate on his land and only attended to the royal capital once every few years. He interacted with similarly degenerate nobles and bought slaves. He was the stereotypical corrupt noble that these activists hated. Brow arched in frustration, he slurped on his cup of whiskey. The ice hit the sides of the cup and made a clang sound. The luxury of enjoying liquor with ice was reserved only for nobles. How long are the nobles going to let these people do as they want? The men lined up in the room looked sternly at Viscount Dorian's back as he said. They were private bodyguards hired by this family. He was about to have his fun with his slave when the incident happened. The representative of the bodyguards spoke. Yes, we will now repel them. So that no undue harm comes towards my lord, please wait for us here. Cut to the chase, hurry up and go. Yes. The men quickly moved after being sent off by their master, who was obviously irked. As they were walking in the corridors, one of the bodyguards asked, "Boss, we finally have something to do, but are we going to be paid as per our contract?" Their master, Dorian, was angered by the rebels laying waste to his garden. At times like this, there were some stingy nobles who would take this out on them by refusing to pay according to the contract. The mansion had been damaged, so you cannot claim to have performed your job was the excuse. From the perspective of the bodyguards, they were employed to protect the noble, so under circumstances like this, obviously they should be paid. However, there were some narcissistic nobles who prioritized their own feelings and refused to listen to logic. The boss of the bodyguard sighed. Don't worry, let's go wrap it up. Even now, surely he would be increasingly angered. Hee, oh boy, we might have picked the wrong master. In any case, it looked like getting paid here would be tough. However, all of this was putting the cart before the horse. They would never have to worry about their pay from now on. Section: Sudden Death Inside. From an unseen corner of the corridor, a spell incantation was recited. At the same moment, the men's chests were assaulted by a heavy feeling. They could feel a suffocating sensation, as though their hearts were directly grabbed by a cold hand. Most people would be overwhelmed and lose their consciousness. What is going on? I can't breathe. The only exception was the boss of the bodyguards. As expected of a person whom the noble had formally employed and had lavishly geared him up, he was able to escape instant death due to the protection of the amulet hanging down from his neck. As he writhed and struggled against the heaviness on his heart, an inauspicious shadow loomed before him. Oh, you survived the instant death. I guess that's what happens when the incantation is shortened. How disappointing. Don't get cheeky, bug. It was a person with a bat-like silhouette. He drew closer with unsteady steps like that of a clown. One might think he was the god of death coming to claim their souls, and that was true. Guess it made no difference. Let the bugs stay as bugs. Arg. The shadow appeared right beneath his neck. Don't step on me. All right. Without a shred of compassion, he broke the bodyguard's neck. A trail of blood dripped from his mouth. The bodyguard died immediately, and like that, the entire Dorian's defense force was annihilated. To make sure of that, the shadow turned around. Well then, now I just have to let those activists take over. Master has thought up such a troublesome plan. If he wanted to bring chaos, all he had to do was to tell us to level the city. I think that would be 100 times more satisfying. While I'm at it, I could pick up some lil ones too. He went on his way as he grumbled. His body gradually transformed into a dark haze. Once he had completely transformed, he slipped out of the hall from a tiny opening of the closed window. His current form could only be seen by the dead, as though he was a vampire from the legends. Some minutes later, the activists entered the hall and were perplexed by the bloody scene. But they continued with their exploration of the house. They found Viscount Dorian and his mistress comfortably in their rooms and killed them. The Viscount had chosen to take his subordinates' advice and stay in his room, yet this was the outcome. Section: Gaston Justo was extremely pleased. The comrades he led were successful in attacking and massacring the estate of nobles 4 times in a row. Of course, they burned everything to the ground once they were done. They could not continue to let the castles of vice and greed stand. Without burning everything to ashes, the place could never be purified. Gaston firmly believed so. He wanted to watch the spectacle of a burning mansion, but could not afford to waste time. The Imperial Guards could appear any time now, so before that, they had to kill as many nobles as possible. They had to set ablaze as many mansions as possible. With the burning loathe in his heart, Gaston commanded his comrades to set forth for the next victim. "Let us move, gentlemen, we have no time to waste. The evils we must purge are still plotting their next crimes. We cannot let them escape. Let us quickly hunt them down." "Oh, we are with you, Comrade Gaston." "Who is next? Who is next?" His comrades were in a frenzy. Even though they had divided themselves between the streets of the city and noble district, they still easily numbered over 100 here. Everybody here lusted for more blood. For the blood of the nobles who enriched themselves by exploitation. Gaston responded to them and pointed at the next mansion. "Look, the House of Evil stands before us. Can you smell the stench? That is the Aubenil estate, the nest of the man-eating snake." The crowd paused in bafflement. It seems that the commoners were unfamiliar with the notoriety of the Aubenils. Many of them started whispering to each other. "Aubenil. Do you know who that is?" "No idea." "Whatever it is, since Gaston said so, an evil noble unmistakably lives there." A man shouted. "Heard about it from a passing rumor, but I heard a brat from the family frequents the slave market so that he could kill them for sport." "Killing slaves? What for? Why would a brat?" "How the hell would I know? Surely the brat was a pervert." "Evil. We can't forgive such a shitty noble." The crowd's anger reached a new peak. Now that the time was right, Gaston shouted, "That's right, we cannot forgive them. This is all a ploy by the nobles. Enslave us after we fail to pay them taxes. Enslave us if we try to fight for our freedom. The destination of slaves is that very hell." Nuo, being killed for fun on top of becoming a slave. "Right. Surely you know of family who became slaves. Let me tell you how these people met their ends. They are sacrificed to the demons of that family. With the compulsion of the slave collar, they are forced to walk into the abattoir as sacrificial lambs." "You are kidding me. My elder sister became a slave because of our debt problems." Demon, the Aubenils are demons. Nobles are all demons. We cannot let them live. Kill, kill. Kill the slave murderer. Kill the man-eating snake. Kill all of the Aubenils. The activists had a newfound justice to carry. The nobles who made the people become their slaves. And the most extreme of such nobles was the Aubenils who killed slaves. They were now convinced that they had to execute the nobles who lived in the mansion that Gaston pointed out. The morale was overwhelmingly high. "Then let us make our move. Even if we have to give up our lives, we have to kill the Aubenils. That is our justice." "Oh." With Gaston every call, the mob cheered as they marched towards the Aubenil residence. With their backs facing a scene of houses burning, they marched on. One might even think these people were demons from hell. The 2 security guards at the front of the residence held spears. They immediately raised the alert after witnessing the huge mob approaching them. "The crazy rebels are here. Doubly weren't they just activists?" "Deaths." The violent mob swarmed the residence like a wave. One of the guards thrusted his spear, but only managed to strike some of the rebels at the front. "Even if I have to give up my life." How is this guy? The spear had pierced the rebel's stomach, but he was still able to grip onto the spear and not allow it to be released. Realizing the opportunity created, another rebel stabbed the guard. The 2 guards were quickly overwhelmed by the human wave. "Die, die, die. Pawns of the demon, die." "No. I did not." "Shut up and die." The guard's plea for mercy fell flat, and he was struck from all directions. What is this? What in the world is going on? Like I would know. Whatever it is, kill them all. The soldiers within the residence were directly reporting to the Count. Compared to the security guards from before, these soldiers were different. Despite losing their calm for a moment, they quickly returned to their senses and stood in position. Afterwards, they sliced off the heads of the intruders successively and forced the mob back. "Have you peasants gone mad? Push them back. The knights will be here soon. We need to endure till they get here." There were 10 of these fighting experts. Relative to the size of the mansion and the status of a count, 10 was a small number though. Due to the Albenyl's notoriety, fewer mercenaries wanted to work for them. Section, fear not. Gaston appealed to his comrades. They are the hounds of the corrupted Albenyls. How can we be seized by fear from such people? Fight. Fight to the end. No, continue fighting even after death, my comrades. Oh, long live Comrade Gaston, long live the people. For freedom, for equality. Once again, they started fighting back. This time, they were not as easy to kill. Actually, they were killed, but they fought fiercely despite dying. Some rebels who were being cut through their weapons at the soldiers. Others bitterly gripped on the edge of the blade as they perished. There were even people who smashed their eyes and used their blood as their weapon. By abandoning their own safety and using unconventional ways of attacking, they picked off the soldiers one by one. What are these people? They have a loose screw. Aren't they afraid of death? Soon, the number of guards were halved and the rest attempted to flee. Gaston laughed at the patheticness. Witness, the elite guards of the oppressors fleeing, don't let them run, get them, until their blood is spilled. Until we attain paradise. Kill, slaughter, murder, for freedom and equality, Q-ha-ha-ha. Gaston laughed without restraint. With his one word, he could make these people sacrifice themselves. And now, the nobles were cornered. He was immensely pleased with the results. He was ecstatic to the point of drooling and having a boner in his trousers. None of his fervent followers paid any heed to his strange behavior. I have become God. It suddenly occurred to him. Everybody followed my orders and fought to their deaths. Yes, I am the God of the people. The start of his revolution was not smooth sailing. Every time he preached in the city, he was ridiculed, had stones flung at him and was jailed. Without losing heart, he kept on doing what he did and grew his base of supporters till they were big enough to hold parades on the streets. In one entire week, everything had changed. In one fell swoop, many people had joined his cause. Every single one of them obeyed him. As long as he gave the word, they would put their lives at stake to achieve it. It was almost as though he had casted a spell over them. All the words that came from his mouth became reality. The initial uprising in the city and the diversionary attack on the nobles' district proceeded smoothly. The nobles were less of a threat than he had imagined. It was equally as easy as when they were purging the merchants. All they had to do was step into the building, kill everybody, and set everything ablaze. They only met some resistance at the Albenyls, but their threat is mostly non-existent now. With how things were going, perhaps, they could kill all the nobles in the capital in a single night. In fact, they might be able to get the king too. Ah, good. After we are done with the nobles, the king is next. And as the leader of the people, I shall stand above all, ha-ha-ha, very interesting. People are such fools that I must lead them, and then I shall grant freedom and equality beneath me. Gaston could not help but laugh as he basked in the possibility. He was extremely happy. He was at the peak of happiness. You people dancing in joy, do it over there. The violent masses immediately stopped when they heard that. The voice was not loud or imposing. It was perfectly soft. The voice was just at the level where everybody could hear it. Instantly, only a man stood at the front door. A warrior clad in black armor. On his back were 2 large swords seated in the shape of the cross. Instincts alone should be enough to tell that he was dangerous. He approached the mobs and grabbed the guard that had been pinned by them. Hey, are you alive? You are Marlins. If you can speak like that, you must be fine. Hurry up and get back into the mansion. As he declared, he violently threw the guard behind him. The guard scrambled back inside. The mob could not chase after him. After all, the warrior that stood in front of them possessed an inhumane strength to one-handedly lift people and throw them. Before such a threat, they could not afford to peel their eyes off him. Who are you, bastard? Gaston angrily asked for his name. Before this person appeared, everything had been according to plan. Yet, with just his voice, this person managed to stop everybody here and protect the nobles that should have been a sacrifice for their revolution. Even now, he was still in the way. He could not forgive this person. This person cannot be allowed to live. The man replied, I am Du Schwarzer. He sounded neither boastful nor humble. This further irritated Gaston. The activists have now surrounded the mansion, and all that was left was this man called Du. Under such circumstances, How in the world could this man still remain calm? Du continued with more unpleasant words. You guys have come to kill the servant of the slave murderer. And then he drew his twin swords and got into a stance. At the same time, Gaston screamed, Kill him. He was the servant of the slave murderer. No way he could let a man who called himself as such to live. The rebels that were ordered threw themselves at Du. You! Long live Comrade Gaston! For freedom and equality. The wave of humans tried to swallow the man in black. How kind of you all. The swords on Du's hand moved in a flash. The crowd of people that closed in on him were cut into a fog of red. With his sword, he had scattered countless of them. What? Gaston could not believe his eyes. His forehead was splattered with lukewarm blood. Ugh! What was that? H-head. Behind him, there was a loud cry. Some of the human bodies that Du sliced had become stray bullets that hit the surrounding activists. Heads, limbs, bodies became deadly projectiles. Those that were able to scream were the lucky ones that were spared instant death. The not-so-lucky ones were hit by these projectiles and died. The person who created this gruesome scene gloomily murmured, As expected, hardly a challenge. His voice carried only emptiness. He hardly felt any satisfaction from his display of insane strength. Naturally, it was because Du was not serious at all. If Molto, the wielder of the swallow blade technique, was here witnessing, he would give the following comments. There was no force, technique, nor aggression. It was just for fun. The activists thought they had a revolution in their hands, but it was just a small uprising to be quelled. They were simply just normal citizens, even if they were brandishing their tools of trade. They had never trained for battle, lacked experience, and were simply gambling with their lives. Du found it queer that such a battle, him against a bunch of untrained peasants, could even happen. If he went all out on them, then he would be nothing more than a kid. That was why all he did was to lightly brush away the people who tried to go near him, and in a single sweep of the sword, many had died. Well, boss of the activists, Gaston let out a shriek after meeting Du's eyes. All of the dignity he had as the leader of the activists and the burning hatred he had for the authorities disappeared. He was just a frightened peasant now. My job is to protect my master. If you leave, I will not chase after you guys. In the middle of speaking, some people, unperturbed by what had happened, rushed towards Du and were slashed. Some others circled around Du and jumped in intervals. They must be foolishly obeying the order of Gaston, or perhaps some other force was at work. Long live. For free. Their shouts were abruptly cut. They were meaninglessly dying. So, what will you do? Du became impatient. Our retreat. Unable to put up any resistance against Du, he shouted and fled. Our retreat. Comrade, what are you doing in front of the enemy? Whatever, anyways, we have to follow our comrades. Some of them were bewildered by such an option, but they soon followed and retreated. In the blink of an eye, the noisy mob ran away. All that was left were the corpses and Du with an empty expression. The swordsman who drove away the rebels alone whispered to himself, Boring, how many more times do I have to do things like this? In this place with an air filled with the stench of blood, nobody replied. Section, some time ago. It was complete chaos in the Albignol residence. The rebels had overrun the front gates and killed the guards. Ignoring what Tullius did in the past, this might have been the biggest calamity that the Albignols have faced. The few fighters left under command by the head of the family headed out to handle the situation, while the rest of the family paced up and down. Amidst the storm, Linus Strain Albignol grimly waited for news on his sofa in the living room. The young count muttered under his breath, How is the situation outside? Why, yes, the guards are valiantly facing off the rebels, but against that many of them. The steward's reply only worsened his fears. Indeed, the rebels had numbers with them. There were no less than 100 of them. He feared that his defenses, partly because they had less security members than other count families, might not hold up. In fact, the guards should be praised for surviving that long despite the odds. Still, Linus was obviously on edge. If he were to lose any of his retainers to these random commoners, he might be the laughingstock among the nobles. The Albignols would yet again lose prestige. The wrinkles between his brows deepened. Stop making that scary face. His wife Simone looked fed up. Aren't times like this when the family head should be sturdy and remain the pillar of strength for everybody? I know. Linus' face betrayed his words. There had never been a precedent for a civil uprising in the capital. At the very least, since the day he was born, there had never been such an incident. He could not anticipate it and did not know the best way to deal with it. That was when a young man in a hurry appeared. My apologies. Everybody, starting with Linus, gave a sour look. Simone was the exception. Oh, you are Tullius' servant, aren't you? Yes, I am Laubert. Jean-Jacques Laubert. A person who decided to serve the notorious Tullius on a whim. Most family members here had very low opinions of anybody working for Tullius, yet he was brazen enough to show his face here. Linus gestured for his wife to step back. He made her discontent, but given that she was partial towards his brother, he could not let her coordinate any actions with Laubert. Sir, what have you come here for? And I don't see that person. Laubert's master, Tullius, was nowhere in sight. The only people with Laubert were Tullius' other retainers who looked like they were fighters. My master was bathing when he heard about the incident and quickly dispatched us. Bathing. The time now was when most people would have finished their dinner. Not strange to be bathing at this time. My master would promptly arrive here. Now that we are here, we would like to help protect the place. I don't think I gave such permission. Linus. Simone seemed to be reprimanding Linus. If he were to deny his brother and his retainers here, he would be laying bare the friction within the family. It was quite possible for misunderstandings to be created here. Well, I did not say I would not give permission. I just wanted to maintain the rules of the family. Linus was trying to say that he was unhappy about his brother's retainers making their own decisions, but that just sounded like an excuse. Simone sighed. Even in times of crisis, he could still behave so childishly. Just as she wanted to complain about it, a scream could be heard. Ah, it was the scream of a young lady. What is the matter? Could it be the rebels? The guards are still at the gates, so perhaps they broke in from the windows, or perhaps the servants willingly let them in. And then a maid in the residence saw them and screamed. It was entirely possible, but extremely disturbing to consider. While all his guards were at the front, the other party might be trying to sneak in and attack him directly. Supporting such a hypothesis, sounds of feet shuffling across the corridor could be heard. Linus turned to look at Laubert. Where are your fighters? Unfortunately, they were sent to protect the gates. All of them? Are you telling me none of them are left? Yes, all of them, of which there was a fighter called Du who was also invited to your joyous occasion. They had been forcefully detained with the pretext of wedding, and even now, Linus wanted to borrow their strength. That was what Laubert wanted to convey in a roundabout way. Though now was not the time to exchange riddles. The feet shufflings drew closer. They had to repel the intruders right away. Can I do it? Linus held his breath. Linus had been an exemplary noble, and as part of his nobility, he had been taught sword techniques in case an emergency arose. He didn't think he was any worse than degenerate nobles that indulged in pleasures or any average commoner, but unfortunately, he had no real experience of battle. The retainers were probably like Linus or had worse skills. Simone was out of question too. She did not possess magic and obviously did not have physical capabilities either. Speaking of magic, Linus was not bestowed with it either. As much as he hates to admit it, this was one aspect where Tullius bested him. Annoying as it is, Tullius was capable in other fields other than alchemy. Even though Tullius was only able to create some sparks when he was young and managed to get into the lowest seat of the academy, he was still considered stellar. If Tullius joined forces, their chances of making it out alive would be much higher. The moment he realized that he held such a thought, he wanted to punch himself. How could he rely on the help of the one man he wanted to kill the most? Not even funny as a joke. If it came down to it, he would much rather rely on his own hands. He would rather die like that. Tullius was the reason his life turned upside down. He had no intention to prolong his life like that. While pulling out his saber, Linus made a prayer. Please do not let me be saved by that man. He prayed. His prayer was heard. Excuse me. The door slammed open, but the person who entered was not an intruder like everybody was expecting. It was a maid in an apron dress, holding something with both hands. Linus did not remember who this maid was. Well, there was some maid that looked similar to her, but he did not have the confidence to be sure. After all, that maid he knew was not one to raise her voice. She would normally put on an annoying, straight face. There was no way she would be panicking in front of him. Lobert was similarly lost for words, mouth agape. While the men were stunned, Simone called out to her. Miss Uni. She was the slave that was taken away from Tullius and returned after the court trials. The slave ignored Simone and shouted at Lobert. Sir Lobert. Why yes. Please take care of Master's belongings in his room. It is an emergency. But what if I meet with the intruders later? Are you listening? Hurry. Gulp. Ah, yes, I understand. Being threatened like that, Lobert had no choice but to rush out of the room. Everybody in the room was confused. They both served the same master, but the slave was ordering the noble. Also, she did not bow before the count and ignored his wife too. While Linus had many complaints about her behavior, he could not raise them. Uni was giving the vibes that she might kill anybody in the room in an instant if she had to. Lobert, completely unaware of the gazes focused on him, laid the belongings on the floor. At first glance, it looked like a doll that had been packaged. The doll was like a male adult and was lifelessly stretched on the ground. Wait a second. It was not a doll. He was breathing slowly, and his chest bubbled up and down. Every now and then, he gasped in pain. The cloth that he was bandaged in was soaked in red. This was a human. He was a human on the brink of death. Who in the world is TH? Don't stay near. Uni called out sharply to Linus, who was inspecting the man and seemed to be protecting the man. Even before feeling indignation of being shouted at by a slave, he felt fear. This slave's voice contained murderous intent. If he tried to even touch the person, surely she would bare her fangs like how a mother tiger guard her cubs. He soon realized. The person that she was protecting must be none other than Section Ahiku. He took a closer look at the person's face. His brown hair was bloodied. His facial features were somewhat similar to his, and every time he noticed their similarities, he felt disgusted. Tullius Shernan Albaniel, the brother he wished to be dead, was almost dead. Help me, Uni, it hurts, I don't want to be afraid. Tullius spit some blood as he said. Uni grew angrier as Tullius begged for mercy. Ah, my master. Do not say anything, please rest assured, I will definitely save you, help is coming. Tears trickled from the side of her face. Between Uni's crying and Tullius' rough breathing, the room was silent. Nobody could say a word. They might be the next one lying on the floor if they did anything to anger this crazy woman. That was what Linus thought. However, Simone, who probably did not understand Uni enough, nervously asked. What happened? Linus gave his wife looks of surprise. What are you trying to do? Can't you see that this dangerous person might blow up if you poke at her? It was as if Simone did not want to live any further. Luckily, this time Uni did not blow up. Just as I went out to have a look, master. Ah, my purpose was to make sure such things don't happen, and I came back really quickly too. Sniff, sniff. More tears trickled down as she said. Most likely, an assassin came when she had her sights elsewhere and Tullius met with mishap when he was bathing. Really? What in the world is happening? Linus pondered. The rebels that were attacking the Albaniel residence. And Tullius who was attacked. The obvious inference to make was that Tullius was attacked by the rebels. However, this was extremely hard to believe. How was the disorderly mob able to catch Tullius unguarded and deal a deadly blow to him? It was unbelievable that the likes of those rebels were able to do something like that to Tullius. Linus knew that this slave was also in charge of protecting his foolish brother. Tullius was able to trust her enough to leave her by his side since his days at St. Gallen and when he was at Marlin. She was so loyal to Tullius that she would give up her chance to be a noble and would rather stay as Tullius' slave. Ever since she was returned, she started clinging tighter to him. How could she have made such a mistake, even though they were in the midst of an uprising? No way she could have left her master's side for a long time. The window of opportunity would have to be small. Also, Tullius himself could use magic and was capable of protecting himself. The assassin would have to slip into his house, search for the target, evade detection from his skilled guards, and fight against Tullius' magic. A person capable of such must be employed by a noble. Don't tell me. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Employed by a noble. Using the hypothesis that the assassin was under some noble, then it was normal for the assassin to operate under the guise of being a rebel. The conflicts between nobles were, in theory, arbitrated through politics, discussions, and perhaps traps. Still, there were cases where some would use a more direct method: assassination. This guy is in the way, let's just kill him. There were some simplistic nobles that would do such. In fact, Linus himself wanted to have Tullius killed. Also, 6 years ago, the crown prince was assassinated too. Nobles who have weighed the odds could have decided to send their assassin today. Linus himself might have done so. Quite possible, huh? But who could it be? Linus slowly stood up from the sofa, and as softly as possible, asked Uni. Just asking, but what happened to the assassin that attacked my brother? I executed them, what of it? Her response was chillier than before, but the madness within it grew. The grief and anger grew deeper rather than vanishing. This woman was well aware that he had always wanted to have Tullius killed. She must have known that he was the person that tried to separate her from Tullius too. If that was what she was thinking, then him trying to call out to her while she was tending to her master injuries would have displeased her. Her sub-zero gaze was truly terrifying. Swallowing his fears, Linus continued asking, "Where is the body?" The body should still be rolled over at the same place. Is that all? Which means it was still in the bathroom. Looking away from the petrifying glare, Linus spoke to his servants. "I shall have a look, follow me." "Huh? Dear, what?" Ignoring Simone's attempt to stop him, he left the room with his servants, who were meant to be his meat shields. Ignoring Lobert, who he met outside, and Uni, who reproached him, he headed for the bathroom. When he arrived, the bathroom was a sea of blood, the sickening smell of fresh blood. The scent that he had gotten used to thanks to the madman Tullius. There were 3 bodies. Even with his untrained eyes, he could tell based on their wounds that they were stabbed. They looked like butlers. They were definitely not common folk that were incited by the activists, and they were also not servants of this household. However, Linus could remember some of the faces of the bodies. While grimacing, he examined the bodies. He would have ordered his servants to do this normally, but they were frozen in fear, and it did not seem like he could easily get them to do it. He found a pendant hidden in their pockets. This, too, was familiar. He saw something like this on the night of his wedding. It was a communication tool. People who could not speak telepathically through magic or did not possess sufficient magic could rely on this item. Furthermore, it was imported from St. Gallen and was imbued with a high-quality crystal that can allow for communication at a further range. Linus silently activated it and waited for a response. Soon, he heard somebody. What is it? Did something unforeseen happen? As expected, it was the hoarse voice of an old man, so it was the deed of him. He replied in a shaky voice because of anger. Yes, as a matter of fact, I did not foresee this at all. He could feel the person on the other side, making a gulp. Chapter 39, The Burning Capital, Final. Under the cover of the darkness, he ran for his life. The flames he had set alight continued to burn, black smoke shrouding out the moon's light. As they blazed on, their furious radiance seemed to tear apart the night sky. Cowering like a rat, he dashed from shadow to shadow, desperately avoiding the fire's light. The roaring of the flames and the blasting heat was horrifyingly reminiscent of a massive beast panting down his spine. If he stood still for but an instant, he would be devoured. Despite how ludicrous it seemed, his reeling mind refused to reject it. How could it come to this? As sweat streaked down his stained face, his mind spun. How did things turn out this way? He was supposed to the most ordinary of farmers, the plainest of peasants, and the most common of men. There was no way he was capable of such grandiose ambitions. No matter how poor, painful, or ridiculed his existence was, he was happy to just be alive. He had given up. By burying the remains of his frayed dignity, his world kept turning. How did he get here? What had he been doing until now? How could he have done such things? No answers came to mind. Comrade. What shall we do, comrade? The voices from behind grated in his ears. Tracing his footsteps were a band of fools, almost comically in sync with his movements. As usual, they were following him as blindly as a parade of ducklings behind their mother. He felt trapped, driven into a corner. Comrade, how long are we going to hide, comrade? Shut your mouths. Unable to hold back any longer, he screamed in frustration. The crowd following him immediately went silent. They truly were little more than puppets following his every word. The rage in his stomach flared. Think with your own damn heads for once. I'm not your mother. As his words rang out, His followers running behind stumbled to a halt, confused expressions painting their faces. Turning to look at one another, their absent-minded incomprehension was palpable. Think. If we're ourselves, how can we? Faint whispers and mutterings filled the air, and the urgency, anxiety, and passionate ardor previously visible in their expressions drained from their faces. It was like a spell undoing itself. Just what were we? Someone in the crowd grumbled quietly. With that, a collective chill ran down their spines. Why had they come to this hellish place? Why had they done the terrible deeds they had committed? The only thing they held in common was the sense of wrongness, of something missing. My, so that was enough to break the spell, huh? A woman's haughty voice echoed down from above. Who's there? Raising his voice to hide his fear, the man looked up as he yelled into the night. The voice's owner came into his field of view. Resting idly on the burning mansion's roof, the woman carelessly sat with her long legs crossed despite the hellfire raging around her, casually looking down at the assembled crowd. Although her face was entirely concealed by a hood, it was impossible to mistake her as anything other than a woman due to her feminine voice and slender legs. However, he recognized her voice from somewhere. I remember you from the bar that night. Exactly so. A few days previously, her voice had been the first to raise its support during his speech at the bar in Brausan. With her words, the surrounding men had joined his movement as one. That had been the impetus for the night's revolution. The woman sneered down at the pale and bewildered mob. Ha! For an unwashed ape, you sure do have a good memory. Well, it was rather tough to orchestrate this little performance. She had a strange manner of speaking. To hear her speak, one would almost believe that his every action had been her pulling the proverbial strings from behind the scenes. That was impossible. He had, with his own words, raised an army of brothers. He had, with his own faculties, designed the great uprising. He had, with his own 2 hands, upset the stagnant world around him. That was how it was supposed to be. As though she had read his mind, the woman gave an exaggerated shrug. But what an awful train of thought. Well, nothing to do about it. Monkeys will be monkeys. Wait, no. Maybe more like guinea pigs. It's probably important to see just how you idiots respond under these kinds of circumstances. What the hell are you talking about? The man shouted angrily, unable to comprehend what she was saying. Man, what a boring comeback. You simpletons just don't get it, do you? Am I right? That's Anu. Once again, a new voice cut through the clamor. Senior, no matter what you say, they ain't gonna get what you're talking about. They've got nothing but shit for brains. Even if you told it to 'em real nice and slow, they might get half at most, Exactly so, I concur. Finishing touches must be conducted, precious time shall not be wasted. From an adjacent alley, the hazy figure of a man wrapped in black fog materialized. From directly behind the crowd, a voice colder than iron. Including the woman on the roof, there were but 3 of them. Despite this, the dozens they encircled felt trapped like fish in a barrel. I guess so. No time to play. We should end this quickly. As she said, she revealed her left eye from the depths of her hood. Despite the glare of the flames, it shone a bright, unnatural purple. Under her gaze, he felt his consciousness dissipating like smoke on the wind. His followers stood slack-jawed, so heavily affected that their arms hung limply by their sides. Oi, help me out here with the fragrance. There's way too many of them. If we only use my eye, I'll be sucked dry of mana before we finish. Alright, coming. Acknowledged. As they spoke, a sweet yet exotic scent enveloped the surrounding area. The world spun and drifted away. All right, here's your last order. When a group of knights comes here, you are all to fight to the death. For liberty and equality, was it? HMPH, how pointless. Before they could process the undisguised contempt present in her voice, their fear, confusion, and doubt melted into the sweetest of voids. The September fire of Brausan was forever etched into the annals of history. After torching the noble quarter, the ringleader, Gaston Justo, along with 53 other rebels were summarily executed after putting up fierce resistance. Surprisingly, the royal guards suffered no deaths, although the First Order of Knights sustained 6 non-fatal casualties. Although the rebellion was officially suppressed, many thugs masquerading as freedom fighters continued to harass residents of the city. In addition, during the turmoil, some residents of the city slums took advantage of the chaos to loot. Unwilling to tolerate such atrocities, local adventurers took action of their own accord, with the Adventurers Guild only being informed later of the incidents that occurred. Despite the insurrection having been quelled by dawn, 3,000 homes would continue to burn until midday. Among these were 10 mansions of the noble quarter. Initial estimates put the death count at anywhere between 6,000 to 20,000 lives lost. Injuries were not included, as there were far too many to count and increased faster than they could be recorded. Surprisingly, a large portion of the dead met their end by drowning in the river Ammon. To escape the fires and rioters, many had jumped into the water. Choked with the stench of ash and rotting corpses, Browson resembled an enormous charnel house. Section. Heave-ho-ah, ouch. As I pulled myself up with the aid of a walking stick, a sharp pain in my chest caused me to stumble. Although my wounds had closed, I was by no means fully recovered. It appeared that I would have to get used to walking with the pain for some time. No matter how much healing magic or potion we had access to, some injuries still required time to heal. Surface-level cuts and contusions could be regenerated relatively quickly, but damage to internal organs or particularly deep wounds would require more time. To fully recover in a single day from such injuries would necessitate high-level healing from an archpriest or a horrifically expensive potion. It was possible for me to have my injury operated on and have healing magic applied directly after, but we lacked the specialized facilities to conduct such a surgery. After all, I had destroyed my old lab when I fled for Marlin. "Lord Tullius, are you all right?" Miss Simone's concern was audible in her voice. To think she would show sympathy for one such as I. Elder brother was clearly unworthy of her. To preserve her peace of mind, I smiled widely. "Please, do not worry yourself over my condition. I have closed the injury with magic, so a little time for recovery is all I need. I am quite fine." Although I would have to endure the carriage ride, there was only another week or so left before I could relax comfortably in Marlin. I was finally being released from the long stay in the capital. The marriage ceremony I had originally come to the capital to attend was long over, and Uni had returned to my side. I no longer had any reason to stay, and an assassination attempt had even been made on my life. Avoiding the danger in the capital was a convenient excuse to use at this time. Also, by the time I reached Marlin, it would be harvest season, so it was really convenient in this way too. Rather than worry for me, how should I put this? Please stay strong, sister-in-law. I spoke with some guilt. She tilted her head ever so slightly in apparent confusion. A veil shrouding her face prevented me from clearly seeing her expression. "It's all right. Ever since my marriage was decided upon, I did nothing but worry them constantly. In a way, they have found their peace." Her black mourning dress was a stark contrast to her recent white marriage gown. After bidding me goodbye, she would probably be attending a funeral. Her parents, that is. I offer my deepest condolences. The family of Baron Pontauban was met with tragedy when the thugs attacked. Since it wasn't their custom to exploit the common folk, their wealth was lower than that of other nobles. As such, they made for easy pickings when thugs came knocking. Sister-in-law attempted a feeble smile. "My thanks. Well, I suppose we should get going." "Yes." I walked out while borrowing her shoulder. Requiring the help of a woman to stand did make me somewhat embarrassed, more so if she was facing a difficult time now. However, it looked like she wanted to do it. In difficult, sad, and bitter times, there were many people who wanted to cry and/or lose their tempers. I, too, am one of those people. The bleaker the situation, the harder she would try to bring the light of hope to others. This wasn't a matter of if one way was better than the other. But I believe that by shedding tears, one is able to pour out their emotions and let others understand you better. Conversely, if one tries to keep a strong face, the pain and suffering inside would stay bottled up and only worsen. Well, I was honestly grateful and happy for her kindness. If at all possible, I hoped she would find joy in her life. "What are you doing?" From a distance away, a hostile voice called out. Of course, it was none other than my elder brother. Whenever he happened to see me, his face would always twist into a grimace. This time, however, his gaze carried an unmistakable hostility. That was to be expected. His brother, who he hated more than anyone else, was leaning on the shoulder of his newlywed wife. No man alive would be comfortable with their partner being in such intimate contact with their nemesis. However, I was heavily injured. This one was a free pass, in my opinion. Can you not tell? I am boarding the carriage. It's just a short distance from the gate to the carriage. Walk by yourself. How petty of him. Now that nobody was watching, unlike the marriage ceremony, he was showing his true colors. My skin crawled in embarrassment. And what about your precious alchemy skills? Couldn't you make a pill to heal your wounds and— Linus, Miss Simone interrupted. Please, don't make me hate you any further than this. Why? She stared blankly at my elder brother. It was such a shock that I couldn't look away from her. Once again, her expression was covered by the veil. However, from her strong gaze, we could tell that she was completely serious. From the night of our wedding to the morning of my parents' funeral. How long are you going to continue with this attitude? Give me a break. Or would you rather allow your brother, who was injured by an assassination attempt, walk alone? If somebody were to witness such a disgrace, the baseless rumors already swirling around this family would only continue to worsen. My apologies, I lost my composure for a moment. Elder brother looked down at his feet, unsatisfied. What Miss Simone said was right. It was not appropriate to have this kind of conversation before her parents' funeral. Having this kind of argument before her parents' funeral was wholly inappropriate. Also, forcing me, an injured person, to walk out of the residence without a helper would only add to the gossip if somebody saw it. The nobles in the capital should have already gotten wind of the fact that there was an assassination attempt on me. It would not be strange for rumors to claim that the perpetrator was my elder brother if he was seen treating me coldly. Perhaps such rumors might already exist. As her husband, he should have taken her feelings into account. Failing to do so, he instead spoke boorishly without thinking, leading to their current standoff. For one so prone to nitpicking, he could be surprisingly dense in that aspect. Well, this must be my elder brother's way of encouragement. I have gotten used to it, so please pay no heed. Please, sister-in-law, do not worry yourself over me. As I had no desire to sow the seeds of discord between the couple, I tried to mediate the situation. At best, I could only offer my consolation, but it was better than doing nothing. It seemed that Miss Simone understood my intentions. Lord Tullius, if you say so, then I do not mind. Me good. I would be extremely guilty if I were to leave the residence while leaving behind this atmosphere. And I was finally leaving the damnable capital too. If at all possible, I wanted to end this disaster on a high note. In due time, we opened the front doors and stepped outside. The traces of destruction caused by the rebellion still marred the courtyard. Bits of destroyed stone and rubble were everywhere. A destroyed, tall-looking statue laid sideways. There were patches of upturned soil where there should have been grass. I have the feeling that dew caused more of the damage rather than the rioters, though. Elder brother seemed like he wanted to rebuke me every time he saw this scenery, but whatever, I am ignoring it. There were 2 carriages waiting outside the gates. Unfortunately, the carriage for the slaves living in the inn were destroyed by thugs, and so these carriages were either newly bought or borrowed. Thus, these carriages have not been modified and the journey home was going to be bumpy. Ah, how depressing. I have come to welcome you, master. Uni came down from the carriage to welcome me. Uni and my other retainers were busy procuring supplies necessary for the return. That was why I had to rely on sister-in-law now. I could have waited for Uni, but I really wanted to leave without a moment to lose, so here we are. Now that the capital was in chaos, procuring supplies was a difficult task. If all hands were not on deck, who knows how many more days would be needed. I am deeply ashamed to trouble Madam. It is good. I am doing it because I wanted to. Uni lowered her head apologetically, while Miss Simone smiled unbothered. Truly a wonderful woman. Not only did she treat me kindly, she was treating somebody else's slave kindly. It was rare for anybody in this world. From this, it was easy to imagine how virtuous her deceased parents must be. Miss Simone passed the role of helping me stand to Uni. Thank you for the favors you have done for me, sister-in-law. Please forgive me for being unable to attend the funeral. Please do take care of yourself at these times. Yes, Lord Tullius must also take care of yourself. I await the day I am treated to your tea once more. I was sure elder brother possessed more exquisite leaves for tea. Was elder brother scrimping on tea for his wife? Perhaps knowing or not knowing the strange doubts I was harboring, elder brother unpleasantly snorted. "Hurry up and leave. Make sure to stay focused on your job." Finally, he said leave. I was sure he wanted to say that I have no place in this family. "Yes, all right. I will be sure to show you the fruits of my labor, Lord Count." Elder brother should also remember to not always leave the job of managing the territory to the substitute, and should once in a while return to the territory. I accidentally made some snide remarks. I had no intentions of calling this place my home. My home is the lab, and the hometown which brings back nostalgia is the island country that does not exist in this world. So this was probably none of my concern. At this rate, staying in the capital and doing all these pointless things would bring shame to the Albenules. Letting somebody else handle the territory would surely lead to terrible outcomes, won't it? Compared to the predecessor, Linus had studied governance, yet he had never stepped foot in Valden ever since becoming the head of family. Even the Marlin that I was governing was part of the territory of Valden. Well, whatever. I am just going to accept the chance to leave. Ignoring the cringy voice of elder brother and controlling the pain coursing through my chest, I boarded the carriage with the help of Uni. Section. The skies were covered in a gloomy gray. There were still parts of the city that were still burning. The river beneath the windows was murkier than usual, and the stench of death was strong. The shores were swept up with dust and ashes. At the fire-devastated areas, there were children crying for their parents and mothers looking for their children. There were people grieving for their lost ones and the anguished cries of the burned. Brausan looked like this now. The 500-years-old city had descended to such a state. How did this happen? As the carriage wobbled, Marquis Lavallee lamented. He had never expected to witness the city in such a condition. Aged and exhausted, he was wearing mourning robes and was on his way to the funeral at the Pontauban estate. He acted as the matchmaker for their daughter, so he had the responsibility to attend their funeral. He also had many things to discuss with Linus, the person in charge of organizing the funeral in place of his wife. Using the funeral as an excuse, he wanted to discuss the developments of the present and future, as well as the attempted assassination on Tullius. There were outrageous rumors that Marquis Lavallee was the one who sent assassins after Tullius spreading among the nobles. The nobles were saying that Marquis Lavallee bore a grudge against the slave murderer for embarrassing him during the trial and thus hired assassins to take advantage of the chaos to strike at Tullius. In truth, there were many families belonging to the decentralist faction who were attacked during the upheaval, so many were inclined to think there was a conspiracy. Surely others would think that Marquis Lavallee would make use of the situation and deal with his enemies. Of course, all of it was complete nonsense. Firstly, all of his plots against Tullius were mainly political plots. He was not at a level of desperation where he needed to assassinate him. Yet there was circumstantial evidence showing that he was involved. First of all, the 3 men that had their heads lopped off by the slave when they managed to stab Tullius were undoubtedly men sent by him. They were tasked with keeping an eye on Tullius. His plan to have them keep a closer eye on Tullius while the revolt was occurring backfired on him. On paper, these men were temporary hires for the Albenule family, but nobles that were politically involved against him had recognized these men as his spies. This applied to his allies in the centralist faction too. Another pain point was that he had unknowingly spoken on the communication device without knowing Linus was on the other side. Hence, the greenhorn noble, Linus, had a strong suspicion that he had ordered it. Linus was not as foolish as to go around spreading that, but naturally, Linus would more or less reveal some parts of it through his behavior and attitude. What would the other nobles think when they pick up on it? Just thinking about it made him worry. And the worst part of it was actually stabbing Tullius. That slave maid was an adventurer famous enough to have a nickname. Anybody who had investigated would know of her fanatic devotion to her master. Even without investigation, one would have heard about it from the scandal at the Carton family. An uninformed person might be curious after that scandal and look into it after that uproar. News about an illegitimate child of a Count family who denied status and returned to being a slave would have made multiple rounds among the gossipy city dwellers. In any case, Tullius Albenule was being protected by this woman when he was attacked. People with shallow minds would conclude that this happened because Tullius was being protected by a slave, and a woman no less. And then they would laugh at Uni, who was now infamous, while ridiculing Tullius, who was fine with being waited upon by Uni. As for those with greater imagination or adventurers with more experience regarding matters like this, it would be no laughing matter. Even though she was ranked C, she was a special individual with a nickname. It was reserved for the very top of adventurers, the monster amongst adventurers. The assassins were able to slip past such a bodyguard and almost managed to succeed. How many people within the capital were capable of planning such a feat? Surely there was only one such person, and that had to be Lavely. HMPH, only at times like do these bastards have a high opinion of me. Such assumptions were troubling for him, and yet, many people he knew would believe it. Chambry had approached him asking respectfully if it was true, and Langogny and others were furiously saying that they would not forgive the guys who burned the capital. They were indirectly saying that he was the one who did it. Maabia, who was relatively closer to him, seemed to be half in doubt. The big-shot Marquis Balbaster from the decentralist faction had also come forward asking for an explanation about it. How could he explain it? During the last meeting, they were discussing how to deal with Tullius. He had explained to the centralist faction members that they would need some defensive measures. And he did say that he had a high opinion of that youth, so he would not kill him. Even if that was not the case, as long as he announced beforehand that it was somebody else's deed, then he would be able to refute it later. If not for that, then in order to reduce suspicions, he might have to, for example, specifically criticize Linus. Everything was about the flip side, and the flip side. Throughout Lavely's entire life, this blunder was a rare one. The last major mistake he made was 6 years ago, when the Crown Prince Ray was assassinated. Considering the damage done to the capital and to his position, this might be equivalent to the defeat they faced 50 years ago. Coming up with plans to reorganize themselves would take a considerable amount of time. He would need to regain the trust of the members from the centralist faction and merge the hardliners and moderates in the royal court. He would also need to cautiously pacify the decentralist faction, who are surely going to make use of this incident to attack his faction. Money is also a concern, since the city needs to be reconstructed and affected nobles need to be compensated. And an investigation on why the Imperial Guards were dispatched late. Apparently the First Order made trouble, so he needs to reduce their authority. In the first place, these blockheads were not legitimate children, nor were they capable enough to work in their family business. Rather than have those idiots lead, he needs to expand the powers of the other orders. Lastly, plans need to be made in case neighboring countries try to take advantage of their situation. While his hands were going to be busy, he would be giving Tullius free rein. "Don't tell me it was him," Lavely muttered gravely. Tullius nearly died because of the assassins and was leaving the capital under the pretext of recovering from injuries. Who benefited the most from this event? Without overthinking, the decentralist faction would have much to gain from the cracks and fissures in the centralist faction. Next were the powers outside the kingdom who could benefit from their chaos. There should not be a reason for either party to go as far as to burn the capital, though. If it was brought to light that an external country was involved in the burning of another country's capital, that external country would be heavily criticized. It was also meaningless to start a revolution and have the rioters target a mere viscount, Tullius. What about the commoners? Ridiculous. Most of the people who lost their lives or their homes were the commoners. The damage to nobles was hardly worth mentioning in comparison. The activists oppressed the commoners under the banner of righteousness, but barely shook the noble society. While shouting that they were doing it for commoners, they harmed commoners and left behind a present before leaving. Those noisy activists were real idiots. They gained nothing out of it too. Then the only person to benefit was Tullius. He received a serious wound but survived. Furthermore, he was now escaping the hands of Linus and himself, who were targeting his life. He was stabbed in the chest, narrowly avoided death, quite unfathomable. He had an experienced master swordsman by his side, Uni the Silver Wolf. She was the one who claimed that she had slain the 3 spies who injured Tullius. From his investigations, he had come to the conclusion that she played a part in Tullius' slave torturing or human experimentation. After dissecting many humans and killing them, it would not be strange for them to discover a way to injure without killing. Additionally, the rioters' movements were fishy. Just a week prior, they were just a loud bunch of people making a ruckus. How did they expand and influence so quickly and turn into an armed uprising? The expansion in their influence and radicalization of the members were all too sudden. Lavallee was well aware of a similar incident. Yes, the creation of Tullius' faction was similar. No matter how he thought about it, he could not wrap around his head as to why that many nobles would want to have friendly ties with the infamous slave murderer. The bizarre flow of events in the creation of Tullius' faction was eerily similar to transformation of the activists in Browson. Now that he thought about it, the trial was weird too. Carton kept saying the wrong things, and Tullius was able to bring out numerous impossible evidence. Even if Josephine wanted to protect her child, it was unthinkable why she would team up with that slave, a youthful and pretty girl who was the splitting image of her old enemy. All the more suspicious if the plan would lead to her husband's downfall. His trump card, Henrietta, appeared to have gone mad and was of no use. Brainwashing. A cold thought flashed through his mind. The nobles who fell into his plans, Count Carton and his wife, the witnesses at the trial, Henrietta, the activists, and the people. All of them behaved strangely. So long as he removed the possibility of magic, they were all impossibilities. Also, Victor. Regarding that illegitimate child, as far as he knew, he was not inclined to side with Tullius. Victor had agreed to pretend to obey Tullius and remain in secret contact with him. How could Victor have not sent a single letter back to the capital and focus completely on taking care of Marlin? It was even more absurd that he would leak information on who else were spies. He had no evidence. This theory was incredulous. If he randomly told others about this, people might think he was becoming old and senile. I could get evidence by. He had to get his hands on that first and foremost. He might have to consult the court magician, adventurers who were magicians and possibly, as much as he hated it, the St. Gallen Magic Academy on brainwashing magic, especially the kind that relates to alchemy. From there, he would come up with a new plan, find evidence, and execute him. This would take a bone-breaking amount of effort. He might instead prefer to have him assassinated, but that was off the cards. Uni and Du acted as Tullius' bodyguards, and Tullius himself was an expert at alchemy. Moreover, the kingdom's nobles have increased measures against poisoning after the crown prince's assassination. This meant that both direct assassination and poisoning were impossible. However, if he did nothing and stood watch, that man-eating snake would devour the entire kingdom. Currently, Tullius' faction was considerably smaller in influence than both his faction and the accursed decentralist faction. Still, their ability to grow was on another level. Before they scaled up, he had to nip them in the buds. To Marquis Lavallee, that abnormal alchemist was now a sworn enemy that needed to be given maximum priority. Lavallee's carriage moved along the road by the side of the river. Along the way, 2 other carriages passed by. The carriage carried the crest of the Aubignal family. Lavallee controlled himself to not glare at the carriages. He did not want the other party, who was surely the person he had been thinking about, to get an inkling of his plans. The nobles who passed by each other in the carriage were headed in completely opposite directions. One of them was crossing the bridge of Ammon River and leaving the capital. The other was entering the noble street to attend a funeral. "Damn snake, I will definitely catch you by the tail." The Marquis muttering, not heard by anybody else, was mixed with the sound of the wheels rolling. Section. He is gone. Yes, he is gone. After seeing off Marquis Lavallee's carriage, Lobert and Tullius spoke to one another. They took a quick look through the window and saw the elderly, noble, stern-looking eyes, as though he was trying to suppress his emotions. Lobert could not help but break out in a cold sweat as he remembered those eyes. Those were most like eyes of doubt from His Excellency. Perhaps, if he was trying to suppress his emotions, then he must have private thoughts which he does not want to reveal. Tullius rested his chin on his hands as he spoke. This means Lavallee had mostly realized the truth of the incident. This old Gramps really has a great imagination. Normally, nobody would suspect this. That I would go as far as to brainwash common folk to commit arson and stage my own failed assassination to escape the capital. Of course, thought Lobert as he nodded. When he first heard of the plan, the first thing that came to his mind was whether the other party was still sane. But he had no doubts that he was deranged from the very beginning. Putting that aside, that old man must have an equally deranged mind to be capable of seeing through the scheme. There were 3 passengers in the carriage: Tullius, Lobert, and Uni, who acted as a bodyguard and a caregiver. Compared to when they were going towards the capital, Dew and the other retainers were on a separate carriage. It was because their carriage was destroyed in the riots, and the carriage they were on were hurriedly obtained in Brausan. Compared to their original carriage, this one was inferior in both height and length, making it much more cramped. Supposing Dew was seated on the same carriage as Tullius, he would take up too much space because of his large build and his 2-handed sword. That was the superficial reason. In truth, Dew could not think favorably of the scheme and disliked the idea of being seated together with the culprit. "My Excellency, how is the experiment this time?" "It was a complete failure." Tullius responded immediately. "The experiment to save manpower for the formation of the faction. The plan was to use only the brainwashing scent and magic eye, without relying on brain surgery, to convert people into members of the organization. If it was effective, we would be able to get human resources without individually operating on each person. Well, nothing goes so smoothly in the world. To begin with, high-ranking nobles usually carry a magic protection amulet. But from this incident, we can see that it is still very effective in inciting the populace to revolt." Uni added, "That being said, it won't be good to use it multiple times. Especially so if the enemy starts to understand how it works." "I understand. Additionally, we cannot control when the brainwashing might lose effect. To think that the man would say, 'Use your own heads,' when he was pushed into a corner and panicking." A member of the Devils, who burned the capital to the ground, murmured. Basically, he was one who prepared everything. The activists and the organization that protested against the evil governance of the nobles. They did not naturally transform into rioters. Their leader was first brainwashed by Tullius and sent to the capital. He was set to arbitrarily go on a rampage. Needless to say, if they gradually prepared for a violent uprising, there was a chance for security personnel to discover their plans. This was why they started out by making it appear that they were idealistic and harmless. When the time came for them to rise up, Dre would use her magic eye or the scent to rapidly increase the number of revolters. They would ultimately rely on the element of surprise and go for human wave attacks to make up for their lack of weapons. Nevertheless, there were elites amongst the Imperial Guards or adventurers who could single-handedly crush the mobs. For such enemies, the mobs would be used as a feint while the Opus series struck from behind. That was why it was necessary to call not just Dre, who was responsible for brainwashing people, but also Charles and Femme. Luckily, they did not have to clash with the Imperial Guards, though they were useful in dealing with the private guards of some nobles. Their involvement meant that there were some who died abnormally, but since the dead bodies were burnt by the fire set by the rioters, it could be covered up. With the finishing touches, Plan D, the escape from the capital by starting a revolution and an assassination plan was complete. So long as his life was being targeted, even if he returned back to his territory, the city's public safety would continue deteriorating, and the nobles would continue to be afraid of the commoners. Brausan was burned for this reason. Surprisingly, there were many casualties. Lobert spoke as he took a fleeting glance outside. They were crossing the Ammon River, which separates the noble district and the commoners' street. There were smoldering spots within the townscape facing the river. It was so bad that they could smell the burning of wood and flesh from the gaps of the windows. Well, it was because the order given was to minimally riot violently. To think it would result in such extremes. After all, the Imperial Guards that were tasked to deal with it had argued over their course of action and decided to prioritize the nobles. Approximately more than 6,000 died. I expected less than 1,000 though. Tullius bragged, but as he had said, those were terrible numbers. Ever since the massacre to capture the elves, Lobert was worried that he would become desensitized to the slaughter. Well, this man was not a person who he could expect any normal emotions from. There were many people that decided to join in for the fun of destruction, herd mentality probably. Yes, that the voice of a single person in a crowd of 10 cannot be heard. But if it is 10 people in a crowd of 100, then more sympathizers would appear. Indeed, the more people that join, the easier it is for them to entice others to join. It seems to have had a greater effect than expected. There were people who jumped on the bandwagon to run around doing crazy things. Tullius was somewhat troubled by these people, because this meant that it did not go according to the plans. The biggest miscalculation was that the Pontauban Baron family would be part of the casualties. If there were any further mistakes, we would have been forced to attend the funeral as well. Luckily, sister-in-law was magnanimous. We were able to leave early today because of her thoughtfulness too. They were able to discuss matters like this because it was just Simone's family that met with mishap. It could have easily been Laubert's own family. If that happened, they would have to prepare the funeral on their own and then leave. Thankfully, they did not have to do such troublesome things. Even though he should be worried for the safety of his family instead, this was the fullest extent of his thoughts about his family. Part of the reason he was like this was the brainwashing, though he had always been a cold person. In any case, he was the perfect retainer for Tullius Aubigneul. Hence, he could continue joking like this. To think both of you were so capable in acting. Acting, what is that? You don't have to feign ignorance. I'm talking about how you ran into the room that time. Wasn't it amazing? Especially when Chief Maeve shuddered violently. While saying in jest, Laubert pretended to shiver. When Uni appeared with Tullius, who was bleeding from the chest, she had put on a dreadful expression. At that moment, he forgot that it was an act. The person in question replied, "Excuse me, Sir Laubert." "Hi." That night, I had lost my composure. I apologize for any rudeness on my part. Uni's head sank. Laubert was taken aback. Uni was not acting, she was really angered and crying. Tullius explained. By the way, I was not acting too. The pain and suffering I was going through really made me think that I was dying. And I was stabbed by a sharp weapon, without anesthesia too. I thought there was a way to stab that was less painful. No, we couldn't do that. If we did it half-heartedly, it would look like an act right. It would be problematic to have hesitations and make multiple wounds. With that in mind, I thought a real stab was better. That's why I made a strong stab at a good place. If possible, I do not want to do that ever again. I felt like my heart could have stopped then. Laubert regretted asking the pair of master and servant. In short, after she stabbed her own master, she became angry at her surroundings for real. It was difficult to think about the logical leaps that must have gone through her head. He would have felt more at ease if he was told it was all an act. At the very least, a swindler was easier to deal with than a lunatic. Yes, I do not want to go through that again too. Even if I trust Uni's skills, having a near-death experience is kinda. Well, my motivations have always been to avoid death, so this is really not for me. And this man who puts his trust and relies heavily on the lunatic was also abnormal. He wanted to avoid death, so he was going all out on finding ways to live longer. It looks quite simple on paper, but he had gone as far as to burn the capital and have his retainer stab him. It was a stroke of luck that Marquis Lavallee had planted spies in the mansion. Now the Gramps is made the scapegoat. We had only planned to use the attempted assassination as an excuse to return, but managed to get an additional benefit from it. Without that, elder brother's suspicions would be placed on me, though now that it is the Gramps that is being suspected, it is convenient for us. I am also anticipating instability in the centralist faction. Ha, spying on me has backfired for him. This feels great. There were definitely many suspicions against the Marquis in the centralist faction currently. Rather than Tullius' assassination as the talking point, it was about the capital becoming a burnt wasteland. The lords that were involved would have to be penalized, and the capital would need rebuilding. Much time would be needed. And time was the ally of the Alchemist. He was building a faction and doing another experiment. If those were complete, his power would only grow. Good grief, His Excellency is really a terrifying enemy. Laubert said and laughed, terrifying. This man was the real terrifying one. But his brains and powers and his God knows where luck were all real. While he was merely a viscount, furthermore an outcast of the noble society, he was able to outmaneuver the greatest noble in the kingdom for his goal of immortality. There was a charm to his powers. The kingdom would continue to change. The capital was burned to the ground while the royal family and nobles remained idle, hurting their reputation. The commoners would have a real grudge against them now, and the nobles themselves would likely crack down on them harder. It was going to end up in destruction, no matter what. How would Tullius perform in the coming destruction, and how would they carry out the kingdom's rejuvenation? Laubert's curiosity was insatiable. He wanted to be part of it too. The birth of a new order after the old order collapses. For a person like him, who had confidence in his abilities as a governmental official, nothing more fascinated him. Was the brain surgery causing him to think this way? The scary thought of that being so was quickly forgotten as excitement overwhelmed him. Tullius did not reply to Laubert and looked outside. "I want to go home, it is almost harvest time." The scenery outside was caused by him, and yet he could indifferently say that. On that day, Nicola was at the intersection of the marketplace with his canvas, painting the scenery. However, it looked completely different from before. The streets were burned, the air was mixed with smoke and the stench of the dead, and the ashen skies looked like they were about to cry as it stared downwards at the people. After the big fire in Brauson, nobody wanted to have their portraits drawn. That was why he was painting the scenery. Painting the scenery was his forte. One might think that Nicola was a corpse if not for his moving arms as he drew. He was pale and his eyes had sunk in. Ignoring his countenance, he had many bandages on his body. His dominant right hand was wrapped in a cast, and he was exerting much effort to paint with his unfamiliar left hand. Still, not even for a moment did he stop painting on the canvas. Slosh, slosh, splat, splat, he poured his sentiments onto the canvas. Red, 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 black, black, black. There were only these two colors used in his painting of the scenery. The only other colors used were mixed from these. What shade of red, or how dark the color of black? With painstaking effort, he was able to paint a richly colored scenery. "How about doing it over there, Mr. Painter?" A man stared at his canvas and said. The man was an adventurer. On the day of the big fire, he had helped Nicola fend off the rioters and saved his life. He had gone against the Adventurer Guild's principle of not interfering in fights in the city, and took up his blade with a chivalrous spirit. As the casualties grew, the guild later clarified that they approved of such actions, else he might have been punished for going against the rules. Nicola showed no interest in his appearance. Even though he was his benefactor, he did not look up. He also showed no concern over him obstructing his view of the city as he painted. That was because he was not only painting today's scenery. Your injuries must not have healed. Go over the top and you might hurt yourself. Nicola did not respond to this either. He was focused on painting. Unable to ignore what he saw, another man, probably the adventurer's companion, tapped on the adventurer's shoulders. "Don't bother, Mr. Gale. This man is hopeless." He was trying to tell him that it was too late to call out to Nicola once he was painting like a machine. Every once in a while, adventurers would be able to see something similar. The girls who were captured and played by the goblins or orcs would be mentally broken, or their compatriots who lose confidence after challenging a monster that was way above their capacity. Like these people, their hearts have already died even though their flesh was alive. How sad, the adventurer said as his eyes clouded. During the night of the big fire, when he entered the tavern which had been attacked by the rioters, only the painter was alive. The barricade at the entrance was destroyed, the owner and the customers were all killed, and the barmaid an outlet for lust. Nicola was left alone by the assailants just so that he could witness everything. The barbarians were vulgarly laughing while taking turns at the barmaid, who had long left for the afterlife. The adventurer immediately slew them when he saw it. Nicola was saved, but he did not say a word of gratitude. The only thing he said was this: "Why? Why did the knights not come? Why was he being saved now? Why did he not die? Why did this happen?" There was no way to know what exactly he meant. That was because he did not say anything from then on. While he was still in treatment, he left the shelter and was painting. "Take care of your body." The adventurer gave up and turned heels. Nicola was not the only mentally broken victim that was saved. He felt nothing but sympathy for him, but he could not help him quickly. After Brauson was burned completely and many of its inhabitants lost their families, the public security within the city deteriorated. Since the slum area grew in the city, there were more robbers, delinquents, and shrewd black marketeers roaming around. He did not want to stay in a single place for too long. Do you know what happened to my daughter?" "Oh, my cute Henrietta." He passed a refugee who seemed to have lost it. His first impression was that she must have lost her child in the fire, but after listening further, she seemed like the rumored woman who says nothing but exaggerated nonsense. He walked on without looking bad so as to avoid trouble. What is going to happen to this city? There should be plenty of jobs just from keeping the city safe during reconstruction. It is gonna be quite irritating to be working in this kind of environment. Seems like only the nobles are unaffected, breathing all the clean air from the opposite bank, damn it. Grumbling with his companion, they walked off. Their backs finally disappeared from Nicola's line of sight. The injured and ill painter was painting the nightmare from that night. The group of demons with flickering flames on their hands. The innocent inhabitants of the city that had their heads smashed and their stomachs cut open. Pallid young ladies offered up as sacrifices on the altar. A man-made hell where sinless people fall into. Every stroke of Nicola's was crude and warped, but allowed his painting to bring across the truth of that day and stir disgust in viewers. Without considering whether this painting was for good or evil, just based on its ability to evoke dread, it was definitely a masterpiece. Nicola continued moving his brush even after the sun had set. A few years later, Nicola Brunno's grotesque painting took the world by storm and became a masterpiece which represented the fire in Brauson. However, right before he received high praise for it, he overdosed on cheap alcohol and passed away in the slums. Art collectors who loved it took painstaking efforts to retrieve it after the painting was lost. There was an exceptionally beautifully drawn woman present in Nicola's crude and unsightly painting. It created discomfort as it juxtaposed with corruption in the painting. There were many theories as to who that woman model was, but none of the theories were accepted completely. In any case, Nicola, a first-class artist, managed to fulfill his dream of leaving his mark in history. End of Volume 2.